math and a story from an apple, or a guy, having fun with a stick in the sun.
It was better than Einstein. Einstein got supposedly his idea came from thinking about a painter falling from the side of a building. He said that was the happiest thought in his life. That's how he came up with general relativity. Was imagining that painter falling.
Never even heard that. That's interesting. I'll have to look that up.
Yeah, what? Yeah, it's just, he considers that his happiest thought. But he was imagining was him falling from the building and considering his frame of reference while he's falling and it being inertial, basically. Like even though he's accelerating towards the ground in his frame, uh, you he's actually still his frame is inertial.
Makes sense here.
That's funny. That is so funny.
Well, he was kind of a sick guy. You guys always make him sound sicker than he is, but he did marry his cousin. I heard that also his first wife, like he wasn't that particularly great with math, and so and he's not the only person who did this, but he had her help him with a lot of the math for his papers. I know that Niels Bohr also had his wife write his papers because he wasn't good at communicating things, or he wasn't good at I guess writing the paper, so he just had his wife write. But a lot of directors do that too. A lot of directors, you'll notice, a lot of directors actually hire their wives as the editor. I know at least a couple directors that do that, so it's not really that abnormal.
Yeah, Lucas's wife edited Star Wars, the original.
There you go. Oh, I think Zemeckis does something similar, where he has his wife edit a lot of it.
Would it be easier to say that he fell out a window and he was going to try to record the action or reaction, what was happening? And then, you know what I mean? And then he got better at recording the action or reaction of what was happening or the time rate or whatever. And then he declared a whole bunch of other crazy stuff to an action or a reaction that he just saw happen.
I don't know. It might be fair to say that. I don't know. I don't know. I don't really know what you're saying.
I mean, if I fell off a tree, I wouldn't need to say the earth's round. I wouldn't need to say any weird stuff. I wouldn't need to say I wouldn't need to add an M, a C, a P, a Q, an F, M, A. Nothing. It wouldn't even make any sense. I'd say, man, I fell. Don't do that again, or else I'm going to fall again. Right? Action, reaction. Like, why would you need funny numbers for that? What would that have to do with the earth being any shape or anything? I mean, it's just weird. The main thing I would take about falling would be is the ground hurts.
Yeah, but people give a lot of credit to Newton, but the number one thing that usually he's the most credit even though he did a lot of things, calculus and blah blah blah, and Leibniz also did calculus and whatever else. But the one thing that he tied together was one thing that there was one contribution. His biggest contribution is tying together the what's happening in the sky with the orbits, like what's happening with the moon and its orbit, and things falling on Earth, like tying those two things together. And that's what I was saying at the beginning of all this was that prediction that the amount using his equation, the amount that the moon falls in 1 second is using that same formula to predict on what it would be on Earth. It gives you the answer that you would predict, using that. If you have to use
Where does the moon?
on that.
Where does the moon fall at?
Well, you have to use so you compare. First you have to understand that the moon's orbiting it, and then you have to understand that there's something that's keeping it going in a circle around the Earth. Otherwise, just like with any centripetal force, it would continue in a straight path. And so if you compare the straight path the moon would be going in 1 second, and you compare it to the path it does make in the circle in 1 second, and you measure the distance between, or you calculate the distance between that straight line path and the actual path it takes, this would be a description of how much the Earth is causing it to fall in 1 second.
You
So
predicted
you
what you
use that.
knew.
Well, no, you're not. You haven't made a prediction yet. You're calculating how much the moon's falling in 1 second by doing that, and then you get something like 0.4 something inches, and then you have to multiply that by 3,600 because the moon is 60 times further than the surface of the Earth is from the center, and so you square that, you get 3,600, and you multiply that 0.4 inches by 3,600, and you get about 16 feet. And so you would predict that if you drop something 16 feet off the ground, it would fall about 16 feet in that 1 second, and that validating that prediction would tell you that that formula is correct, and which is, like I said, that's as much as Newton could do at his time, which is why I think Ray was saying that, yeah, for the observations he made at his time, his formula was validated.
No, it wasn't. That didn't make any sense. You said he was going to make a mathematical prediction of what happened by something you said he knew already, which invalidated the whole rest of the source. But 4 seconds into it, you invalidated the whole thing by saying he knew, right? And then you said he knew again about 2 more times. Then he knew the size of the moon or the distance or whatever. This makes no sense, dude. How did Newton know this stuff?
But maybe he didn't. You got to remember, he was on lockdown due to, basically a pandemic, right? So he invented calculus in his lockdown. All I did was drink a lot and gain weight on ours. But so you can imagine that he might have gone, and I'm not an expert on Newton, I'm just saying, like, how would a normal thinking person have figured out what he figured out? My guess is that he made predictions based on certain figures and then process the math, and if those predictions didn't come true, he would have to go back and adjust all the variables until the variables processed through the math gave him accurate predictions. That's how I'm guessing that he did it. Not that he somehow magically knew each variate, applied into the various elements, inputs into the math, and just happened to guess right. I'm guessing that he figured if my theory of gravity is correct, I should be able to make predictions X, Y, and Z. And okay, so let me take these quantities or take these vectors, run them through my math, and see how close I get. So if he nails it, then he knows something about the distance of the moon and the speed of its orbit and blah blah blah. If his prediction was way off, and he knows that, well, there's something wrong here. I'm imagining that he did a lot more of there's something wrong here than he made, like, won the lotto and guessed everything correct off the shoot. Now, that's just my layman's, ordinary, trying to apply common sense to what he might have done. I'm not trying to say that is what he did. I'm just saying that is a way that he could have done it, because I'm not a historian.
With that
I'd
idea,
say he couldn't even read. He couldn't read or write. He had his wife do it. So no, he didn't write calculus. He did. Hold on. Can I get my sentence out, please, real quick? And he didn't write. He didn't do the calculus thing. His wife or somebody else did, apparently, because he wasn't good at math and he wasn't good at writing stuff down. Kosho said
He was
so. Now
he was
that
great
made
at
no
math.
sense. Hold on.
He died of
Yeah, right.
He died of virgin.
Yeah.
He died
Can
of
I
virgin.
finish?
He was great at math.
Yeah, right. With somebody else's hands and brains. That's a great story. And also, he saw an apple drop and he recorded it lots of times. And you guys just made a whole bunch of stuff up. Made no sense. So I know how long it takes for the apple to hit the floor because I dropped it a whole bunch of times because I'm stuck inside all day dropping apples. What the hell does that have to do with spheres in orbit around anything in a vacuum floating or anything? What the hell would that have any comparison to do with anything to do with what you guys are claiming right now? That makes no sense.
Just quickly on that explanation that was given with how Newton came up with what he did. Yes, that's a nice. Once again, it's a nice story, but just as feasibly, he may have put two totally wrong numbers into his calculation and still got the right answer. So the distance to the moon and the size of the Earth and the speed of rotation and all this, he could put two wrong numbers in and get the right answer, but then everything from that moment forward is wrong. So whilst, as you said, you're not a historian, and I'm not, there's no criticism in that. None of us, know the actual detail there, but just to, posit that as, oh, here's what happened, and everyone listening goes, oh, yeah, okay. No, you can't do that. That's just not.
Except for one thing. Let me reply to that. Except for one thing, all of his math scales everywhere, all the way down to little things like pinball machines, almost basically up to planets. If his math was wrong, there would be an intersection where all this little speculation that I made was correct about the moon, but it wouldn't scale anywhere. But you can use that math to make absolutely head-on precise predictions about the movements of all kinds of everyday ordinary objects.
No, you can't. Not at all. Stop lying.
That's not a lie.
You also, like, what he said is just patently, like, the chances of that's what part of our statistical analysis covers, is like, what is the probability that your results are not due to your hypothesis, but they're actually just due to random chance. Like with what he said, like if the answer is 10 and you plug in for X 12 plus Y as 18, well, your answer is not 10 now. You can't plug in two wrong things. Your answer is 28. It's not 10. So you're wrong. Like your predicted value would be wrong from the measured values. Like that whole proposition is just absurd at face value, that you could have two wrong things and come up with the right answer. That's just not how reality works. Like, yeah, sure, it's possible. There's like a 0.0000000001% chance that could happen statistically, but in reality, that's just not how it works.
Can I expand real quick on what Ray said? Because I agree, and actually I thought it was interesting too about Newton and the pandemic, which is what kind of caused him to be locked up and come up with all these ideas. But if you look at, I don't know when he came up with the centripetal formula, but I do know that, at least the way it's described, is that he used Kepler's third law and plugged that into the centripetal formula to try to come up with, because he saw that he saw that Kepler was explaining these orbits, basically, which is a circular path around an object, and he just wanted to determine what the force is, and his centripetal formula is exactly a formula to determine exactly that, the force that's causing something to go in a circle around something, or go around an object, basically. So he wanted, so he just plugged that into the other one, and he ends up with, the universal law of gravitation. And so just like you said, like you can test that on the moon, and you see that it works on the moon, and it corresponds to things on the Earth, and it also works with all the other relationships in the solar system, or most of the other relationships in the solar system. So, it's not like ad hoc or whatever. He's using other people's. Say what?
Why do you believe that?
Because I've verified it.
How'd you do that?
Just like, the math isn't trivial. You can see that.
No. How did you make the measurements from the ground to the
thing
you're measuring in the sky?
Well, we went over that already, about how you can determine the distance to the moon.
How'd you do it?
I did it the way Aristarchus did it. Other people did it different ways, and
so you went out and did it? That'd be great if we heard about that.
Yes.
Let's hear about that. Let's hear about
when. Although I do know you were here because you were interrupting me when I said it last time. But I said at least 2 times that Aristarchus's method includes making observations of the lunar eclipse using the approximate diameter of the Earth as the approximate size of that shadow.
You can't do that. You already assume the diameter. You have to make the observation with an empty cup, right? So you have to measure the actual ground to moon distance, not assume it based on math.
How would you do that?
I don't know. That's what I'm saying.
How would you do that, McLeod?
Listen, I don't know. That's why I don't claim I know the distance from Earth to Sun, because I don't know how anyone would fucking do that.
I would
Well,
have to
very
ask you, what do
extremely
you know?
dishonest. It's just
Okay, sorry.
dishonesty, though, Sean. It's not even worth entertaining.
It's impractical, and it's not. It doesn't get you anywhere. There's, of course, like I was talking about this last night about when we were talking to SC about the uh entanglement, like testing entanglement. There are ways, like his way of testing it would be to take two things across the country, and the whole thing, Chase. But there's impractical ways to verify it. But there's also clever ways that you can actually accomplish of also calculating or verifying something. And so you wouldn't do the way that's impractical. You would then come up with a practical way that is just as valid. So that's what we do. These are valid. These are valid ways to determine approximations. As long as you're, I'm admitting that these are approximate values, and that I'm using approximate diameters and approximate yada yada yada. The point is that it's not that hard. You just see how long it takes for it to go across that shadow, how long it takes to go around the whole Earth, and then use that ratio to plug that into this diameter that you thought the shadow was, and that will give you the circumference of that circle. Then you take the radius of that. That gives you an approximate distance. That's a pretty clever way of determining something that you just said was impossible to determine. And it turns out you can use other methods that are completely different than that, and they also corroborate that value.
But derpa, you didn't take a tape measure to them. So how could you possibly know? You're wrong. Yet somehow you can make all these predictions that seem to work out correctly, but you're still wrong, because that's how reality works.
That was the part I thought was weird, is because it's like I said, Newton was able to establish how that his formula tells you exactly how much the moon falls according to that distance, and it also tells you how fast things on Earth fall according to Galileo's tests and anybody else's tests, in the future. So that these things, because they corroborate one another, they validate one another, they give you credence that these things are true. The confidence.
But science
I like
is
the way this.
debunking Newton, Coach. So
I wish there was a way of. I like the way that Ray puts things. Ray puts these in a good way. I feel like I kind of muddle. I try to explain things that get muddled, but one analogy I always like to give is like a crossword puzzle, which is like if you have an extremely complicated crossword puzzle, and you're coming up to a word or whatever, the fact that it corroborates the other words in the crossword puzzle, the fact that the crossword puzzle is coherent, like you're getting to some point towards the ends of the crossword puzzle, it's a coherent, all the words that match with each other. This gives you a great confidence that those answers are correct. So I wish that I could express it. Yeah.
I like that.
But it also shows you when one isn't, even though you were sure of it.
Sure,
When
yeah.
you start finding out nothing else lines up, you're like, shit, there must be a synonym for this. I don't know.
Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah.
Falsifiable. Yeah.
That's
there was a way to.
that's when you learn something, right? You're like, oh, I learned another word.
The only time you learn something. Yeah, it's failure. If you
The
win,
assumption-
then everything you thought worked, right? If you're right, you already knew that. You learn from failure and losses.
You're going off the assumption that the crossword puzzle is meant to be coherent. So yeah, you're expecting it to be that way, and that kind of gives an indication if you're on the right path or not.
It's always a
Reality
shock
is
when you
coherent.
find one word didn't work. You're like, shit, nothing's working over here. It's like a reluctance to erase it.
I would say broader analogy to that is that reality itself is coherent. And because we have to survive in reality, our minds are designed to be rational to a certain extent so that we don't do dumb things like walk off from cliffs or think that fire's not hot and step in it. because reality is just, it doesn't change, right? It's fixed. It's a brick wall that no matter how hard you bang your head against, it's not going to change. You're going to have to change around it. So yeah, you would have to assume that if we're meant to have any kind of life at all, that our minds would be designed to interpret the coherency and stability of reality in some way. That's kind of why we're all here, right? We're trying to seek out the truth.
Yet we resist change. We don't really dig it.
Yeah, it's because if you've lived up until this point, that means your worldview, the model of the world that you have, has worked up until that point. And your survival depends on the fact that you're not going to be easily swayed into dangerous areas because your model has worked that far. So in order for you to change your worldview, it has to be profoundly compelling, and it's usually very, very painful.
I mean, like
I like that.
like drunk driving or something where you realize, oh, I shouldn't have.
Yeah,
There's
don't do that. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Consequences.
Yep.
Does it take consequences though to learn? Like there isn't just, you don't just learn by mistakes too, like, I mean, it helps, but
Well, there's all kinds of I don't know if I can neatly fit them all into one sort of philosophical category, but surprises, losses, failures, pain, all of these things are when your conception of the world, a piece of it got broke off because it was wrong, and now you're reorienting your map to try to figure out how to navigate reality. And you'll ignore things and not see things that don't cause you any problem, and things that are causing you problems, you have to notice them. You're forced to, either through pain, loss, failure, surprise. I don't know what the category you'd put all of those things into, but you have a map of the world and something happens, and now you have to reorient that map to make it a little more accurate.
I call it a bubble. Like if you're going door to door trying to sell something, doesn't matter how cool it is, you kind of got to get in their bubble, and their bubble's pretty intact. It's pretty hard to get somebody to open up to whatever that you bring along.
Exactly.
They got to open it up to begin with. To be honest, you're not going to get inside.
The call has to come from inside the house. You're not gonna break through the barrier from the outside. That's how basic psychotherapy works, and a lot of therapeutic techniques work. Is that the doctor may have, or the therapist may have, some idea of what's going wrong with the person, but they don't generally just come out and tell them, hey, you realize that you have this undiscovered problem with your father or your wife or your kids or whatever the case is. They generally let the patient talk themselves to that point, because that way the idea is being presented to them by themselves. So it comes from inside the bubble that you're talking about. And that's therapeutic.
Yeah, as opposed to something that's going to trigger your defense. Because that's what we're always dealing with. We're always got people triggered by their defensive nature or their defensive habits. But even in a worldview, with armies, we got a lot of defense out there. People they're trying to defend their bubble, actually.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Yeah, perfect.
Have you ever heard that expression? And it's basically true. You can see this is true in history too. But you ever heard that expression that it takes for the old generation to die for new physics to be accepted, almost?
That's a very old concept. I think it's not Planck's principle. Maybe it's Planck's principle. It's not Planck's law. It's same scientist, but he basically said science doesn't move forward by discovery. It moves forward by the old guard dying off and the new guard finally getting their chance to talk and explain things. And that concept actually is really, really, really old. If you go all the way back to the Book of Numbers, I think it's chapter 20, where God says that nobody older than the age of 20, when they departed Egypt, will be allowed to enter the promised land. And it's basically the same concept that there's no way they're going to let go of their ways. There's no way that they're going to adjust their thinking. And so this is a very ancient principle that in culture they have these ideas, and new ideas really don't get pushed from the fringe into the center until all the people that occupied the center are basically dead and gone.
It makes sense of what you said. What you said made sense before about kind of the whole the pain of getting after a certain point in life under a certain paradigm, you're going to have that paradigm is going to hold a huge value to your ego, uh, because of the fact that it got you so far. And so yeah, if there's a new paradigm or some totally disruptive paradigm, it's going to be hard for those people to accept that. Yeah.
It's painful. Yeah. I mean, it's emotionally, it's very painful. If you've ever really had a lot of your ideas ripped away from you all at once, it's like ripping off 10,000 Band-Aids, but on your emotions. It's not cool. It's very unfun. But generally, then if it's true, then you adjust to it, and eventually you adapt and move on.
I think this community is interesting because it's relevant in this community where, regardless of who's right or who's wrong or whatever, we're both kind of in that boat where it's like both sides are in that boat where a lot of our arguments, uh, we're attached to them because they make up the way we see the world and the paradigm we see the world. So it's like, you know, they have to be true for that reason, or discarding them would be painful.
Well, whenever you see like the level of vitriol ratcheted up, that's when you know that you're knocking on the doors of that perimeter, that bubble, the bubble that was brought up earlier. Dan brought it up. Once you start knocking on those walls, those defenses come up, and then you will get these emotional reactions. And I've heard it in this group. It's less so than some of the other flat Earth groups that I've haunted a little bit to see who wants to have a discussion about these things. Some of them are just filled with they're just profanity-laced exchanges that go on for minutes on end that are just completely useless. So I think in this, there's a certain level of decorum that you guys have managed to maintain. I've been scoping this group out for 3 or 4 days and finally voice checked today. Cause I thought, all right, this seems like everyone here is, although they get angry at each other and maybe drop a foul word here or there, they don't let it go completely off the rails, which is, commendable.
You can thank Gio for that because that's like one of the main things we try. I mean, I'm guilty of it sometimes, and other people are guilty of it sometimes. But he tries to make sure that we don't take it to personal attacks or insults, and I'm sure if he's listening right now, he'd probably appreciate what you just said.
It's way more of a talk channel than a debate channel. Just the word debate's kind of gross.
Yeah, there's been some pretty good debates though too, and some interesting discussions as well. It kind of covers a few bases. I've been enjoying it. Anyway, don't let me interrupt you guys. Keep as you were.
I mean, that was good. That was good input. Like I said, sometimes I get my words I get tongue tied trying to express something, and you did a good job of expressing what I was trying to express. So I appreciate that.
If you recognize the idea that speaking extemporaneously on a topic, using the right words is a skill, you can get better at it. Like you have to realize, like one of the things I do is I do coaching. I do girls varsity soccer, right? So I have to explain sometimes ideas and strategies and things like that to a broad audience, and I have to do it on the fly because we're either in a training session or in a game. So you can't be at a loss for words in those moments because that's not very helpful. So I've been doing that for about a dozen years, and it's helped. But at some point, I realized, being able to speak to a topic or taking an idea and converting it to language is actually a skill. And if you once you recognize that, you can recognize the capacity to increase your skill level at it. So if I sound like I'm eloquent, believe me, it's because I put years and years into being that way. So it's not an accident. And I do appreciate the compliment, by the way. It's very...
Well, yeah. Well, I appreciate the advice because there's another fella, Eggshells. He supposedly teaches that, like, public speech and that kind of stuff. I feel like I would definitely be rewarded by taking a class like that because it's one of my flaws.
Toastmasters.
Yeah, I wish more people would. Here I go again. I wish more people could learn to take pauses in their speech. Like, for instance, I'll be watching a tutorial on YouTube on how to learn how to do something, and every other word is and it just then now I'm just concentrating on them saying because like I'm like fixated on it. I don't know, maybe I'm autistic or something, but but like
Autistic.
they say every other word and it just drives me nuts and I can't listen to the content because I'm concentrating on them saying over and over and over. So I'll like give them constructive criticism like, hey man, great content. Here we go again. So like even when I hear people do it, then I start to do it. You know what I mean? I don't know, it's weird.
It makes perfect sense. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
There's some people that do those things and they speak so fast, like I have to run it at half speed. Just like, what are they doing? Because they're moving so fast and talking so fast, and they don't. There's no ums, ahs, or not. They just blah 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 blah. And I have to put it on like half speed just to follow along.
Right. It's like they're terrified of pauses in their speech. Like take a breath. Or like another big one is when they edit out the time that they breathe. So like, you know, just like you're saying, it's just like firing, you know, fully automatic, just words, just boom, 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 boom. They edit out all the pauses of them breathing, and I'm sitting here getting anxiety trying to figure out what is going on. I was like, oh, they're editing out the time that they breathe.
Yeah, I just did a little video last night about the moon on my small and microscopic YouTube channel. I didn't take out a lot of the spaces, but I did, you know, I edited out all the lip smacks and some of the deeper breaths and things like that, but I left in to a fair degree the natural pause between sentences and things like that so that the language flowed. But yeah, if you try to pull all that stuff out, it is rapid fire. It's Gatling gun speech and it doesn't quit. And that's unnatural and it turns people off.
It
What would you
definitely
recommend
does.
though? Right, what would you recommend for somebody if, like you said, like because you teach volleyball or you coach volleyball or whatever?
Yeah.
What would you recommend to somebody like myself to, like you said, develop that skill?
I know that there's a formal organization, Toastmasters International, and I actually attended some of their things like back in 2008, 2009, and that's all they do. They get to they'll have a little space, you show up at like a lunch during a lunch hour, and they're all over the country. This Toastmasters is all over the country, and there'll be like 20 people there, and 3 or 4 of them will give a little 3-minute speech, and then the instructor will go over, you know, how well they did, and they just focus on that sort of thing. The other thing is find people, like if you follow anyone on the internet that, you know, does podcast and they're very well spoken, now that you know that it's a skill and you can get better at it, pay attention to their speech patterns and how they seem to be able to string together one sentence after another without filling it with either dead air, ums or ands, and all those sorts of things.
And also, don't overload the vernacular and the nomenclature and all the big words. You don't need to overload it with big words. The less you complicate it. That's why we don't pay attention to a lot of scientific people, because it's loaded down with big words.
Yeah, there's a lexicon within each discipline, so a set of term of arts that when a layman listens to it, they're either not going to know the definition, or the definition in the way that it's being used won't make sense to the layman. Like if a lawyer's talking about discovery, it's not like they found a new land or came up upon something that they didn't expect and made a discovery. Discovery is just simple legal activity of where you're supposed to be able to collect all of the relevant materials for a particular case. So it's a term of art. It's a word that we all know, but it's being used in a particular way. So all disciplines have both a certain kind of vernacular that's specialized to them, both in the terms of art and in some words that you won't know the definition. So like in the video that I did, I think I used the word illuminated only once. I used the word the sun lights the moon on this side. You know, I didn't use any kind of technical speech, I don't think at all. Only 94-second video, but yeah, you're right. If you delve into this, you know, extended vocabulary and, you know, words that people have to constantly look up, there you might as well not even be talking, because nobody's going to understand what you're saying.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
no one
appreciate that.
understands what you're saying. But let me ask you this though: are you guys in the middle of something right here? Or, I don't know.
No, we're
Last
not in
thing
the
I
middle
heard
of
was Coach
anything,
was
Jerry.
trying to
But
get a
I
women's
got, I got,
volleyball.
I gotta give you, I gotta tell you that this guy, this is a new guy in here. He just complimented us on being cordial and conversations can happen here. I just want to just bring that up, Jeremy, before you go off on your whatever you're about to say.
No doubt. We the best, DJ Khaled. But oh yeah, if you're not in the middle of anything, I mean, I have a lot of stuff I'd like to go over as per usual. So
Let's
are
Right,
you
go.
go
Let's
ahead.
ready?
do it.
You ready for this? Dun, dun, dun.
Yep. Yeah, we're not talking
Are you
about anything.
ready?
Let's do it.
I know Kosho said he wanted to be a women's volleyball player, and then you guys were talking about don't
Oh,
use big
God.
words. Like a whole
If
bunch
it
of weird.
involves Coriolis, I'm going to time you out for a week.
No, yo, Kosho, does the Earth moving through space around the sun, does that have a constant speed moving around the sun?
No, well, no, like a tangential speed, no. Yeah, no.
Doesn't have a
It's
constant
just no.
speed, so you would say it accelerate. So you would say it accelerates then, right?
More complicated than that. Accelerates and slows down. Because there's an
You know,
interplay.
Okay, whatever. That's fine. There's point. Go ahead.
Go ahead. I don't mean to interrupt. Go ahead.
just keep in mind he's trying to trap
No,
us,
it's fine.
man.
It's not a trap. It might be a trap. I don't know. We'll see.
That sounds emotional. If we could just stick with the facts, that'd be cool.
Yeah, there's a speed change. There's a speed change, and it's also free fall. Keep in mind that even when you throw a football up in the air, all the way to as high as you can throw it, and it falls to the ground, it's in free fall the whole time, and it's changing speeds the whole time as well. So I don't know where you're gonna take this Earth around the sun thing, but yeah, there is a speed change.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I can't meet, that's what the globe model says. Are you sure? The globe model says it's not a constant speed around the sun. There is a speed change.
Isn't it between 65 and 67,000 miles? It changes by about 2 miles per hour over the course of 6 months.
Been between the perihelion and the aphelion.
That's right. Yeah, it's about 2,000 mile difference,
That'll be its fastest and its slowest points.
and it does that over the course of 6 months.
6 months, yeah. So I don't know why I got Zanuck and Page sitting here telling me it's moving at a constant speed. Maybe they don't know the globe model as good as you do. You are technically still one of the top 10 globers, so.
Okay, man.
I think for the purposes of that discussion, if I remember, because I think I was listening earlier today, I had a bunch of meetings in the middle, but for the purposes of that discussion, because they were talking about an experiment with Whitsitt, so he was, in a simplified explanation, you are in free fall around the sun, right? But in reality, there are nuances because the orbit is elliptical and the speed does change, and technically that would put it in an accelerated reference frame, not purely an inertial reference frame. But for the I think the purposes of that discussion that they were having, you could have simply considered it an inertial reference frame.
Well, I'm pretty sure I came in clean on that one, and I just started asking about the speed of Earth around the orbit. I mean, what Whitsitt and then we're talking about earlier is a separate thing.
Okay.
Kind of, not really. This actually does directly link into that, but it's not.
We'll
That's
panic
not
about it.
relevant. I mean, this is about what the speed of Earth is. It doesn't matter what conversations we had. This is all about just the speed of Earth around the sun. That's all.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
like
it's
it
not
because
constant.
I've heard someone argue the dipole, the concave Earth, which still kind of follows a globe shape, but they were saying that there's two poles, one in the northern hemisphere and one in the southern hemisphere, and then they were saying that the flat Earth model is controlled opposition because the speed of the sun is constant. It's like, hold up, if the speed of the sun is constant, then how come the daylight hours are vastly different between the summer and the winter? Because they were
I think
saying,
what
go ahead.
they were probably meaning by saying that was the rotation. So if you talk about like the rotation, not the rotational speed, but like the fact that if you compared the azimuthal and the elevation angle of the sun, you add those together, combine those together for a full 24 hours. Everywhere they're going to do 360 degrees. So there's going to be 360 degrees, 15 degrees per hour everywhere in the world all the time. I think that's probably what they mean by constant speed. They're probably talking about constant angular speed.
No,
Yeah,
and
no,
that's not even true what you just said. Hold on, real quick. All right, go ahead, Rocky. Go ahead. But what do you? Go ahead, Rocky.
no, you go because I'm changing. I'm changing to something other than the speed. Go ahead.
Well, what you said, it's not even true. The 15 degrees per hour, that's not even a thing. You know that changes slightly, still changes.
Whoop-de-doo, Basil.
Okay, well, just saying, that's not even
Because
the same. So
but
if they were, if
you
they
know
were
how much it
talking about
changes
that, they
by.
still would. It's a tiny bit. Even if that's what they were talking about, they still would have been wrong.
And
Don't.
also with concave, you would still have to measure the water to curve upwards. Water curving down and curving upwards being measured are the problems you have with those two models, sphere and concave.
I agree. Like when they told me that it curves upwards, I'm just like, what are you talking about? That makes no sense. But I'm
Well, it's
still
fine
trying to
that
keep
they
an
say
open
that.
mind. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
I'm trying to entertain any idea, not that it's black and white. Like maybe it's somewhere in the gray area. You know what I
Fine
mean?
to say that, but then you have to measure it. You have to give you a rate, right? If it's the same radius, then you have the 8 inches per mile square upward curvature of water. The downward curvature of water doesn't sound as strange because we were all taught it forever. We've all seen the model on every TV and all that. So downward curvature of water being measured doesn't sound as strange. But when you say upward curvature of water, which is just as ridiculous having to be measured, now that sounds ridiculous, right? Because
It
you
really
haven't been
does.
taught that as much. Yeah, but what about the downward curvature of water? You ever seen water curve downward in any direction? Have you ever
Absolutely not.
measured it?
No.
There you go. Now Zanuck is saying that you can't even create a horizontal line above water. When he said about 4 months ago that you absolutely could, no doubt, 100%, easily. And I agree with him. You can easily establish a horizontal straight line segment and extend that segment out in any direction for any distance over water and measure down to the water, and it doesn't curve. Welcome to flat water.
Zan's one of my good
But
friends.
guys, quick question: what about the meniscus?
You
Yeah, but
son of
that's
a
a different
bitch.
subject. We're talking about shaping it into a sphere, not the edge of a lake or a glass or whatever.
What about
Yeah,
when you
Zach, I
spin a
think
fish
bring
tank?
that
the
up is fun.
meniscus shows that upward curve regardless of the body of water that you're observing, whether it's a cup of coffee or whatever. There is an upward curve slightly, but there is a curve there.
So you're saying the edge of a lake is measured higher than the center of the lake because of meniscus? I don't think that. I think the surface tension on smaller containers can measure that, like a glass or something like that, a bowl. But I've never seen it measured or shown to be higher at the edges of the lake due to meniscus, on video or whatever. Now, I personally measured one shoreline to be higher than the other because of wind. Like the wind pushing the water up onto that shore made that level higher than the opposite shoreline. But that was not static water, you know.
Yeah,
Hey, Blue
and
Car,
dude,
mute your
honestly,
microphone.
I just want. Sorry. I
Blue
just want to
Car.
say, well stated, dude. That I fully agree with you. I couldn't have put it better. Well stated.
I
Also,
want to say for the audience. Go ahead.
No, go ahead, Ricky. I was gonna back you up though, dude. Just keep that in mind.
Thank you.
I want to say for the audience, these tools that I'm talking about that establish these horizontal lines that you can extend, straight line segments, horizontal segments, are easily obtained, rented. They're easy to use. The methods are not hard. You can go do it yourself. Any pond, lake, whatever, you can't measure curvature on if you use the methods that are established by surveyors, planar surveyors.
Planar surveyors or complexer surveyors, doesn't matter. But yeah, no, these the only thing I was going to say was about what you said about the wind is true, but also even though in lakes you'll notice that both sides of the lake should be about the same elevation, you might notice a slightly lower elevation or a slightly higher elevation on the end where like the water's coming from versus where the water is going. Sometimes there'll be a slight difference there too, which will obviously be more than the meniscus, of course.
Yeah, you're talking about flow, but I'm talking about a lake with doesn't have that. It's just static water.
Are you talking about shoaling?
No, he's talking about water movement. Like if you have a stream or a river coming in at one end and exiting the other of a lake, you're going to have different elevations. Hot and cold to do it, whatever, temperature change. But I'm talking about a static lake, one that's just a container, just has land all the way around it. And it may have ditches coming into it, but let's say it hadn't rained in a while and those ditches aren't flowing. The water is still. It's tough to measure that water to do anything but to find its horizontal. I would say impossible.
Well, before we get onto this, let me just finish the speed thing up because this was a big thing earlier, and I wanted to square this away.
Yeah, man.
So your short Earth is moving in an accelerated rate around the sun.
It's not what I said, sir. So don't put words in my mouth. I did say though.
Say it again.
I'm just saying that there's certainly a speeding up and slowing down because it's an eccentric orbit. So it does change by about 2,000 miles per hour over the course of 6 months. However, you want to bring
hold on real quick.
Acceleration. Go ahead.
What do we call a speed change?
Well, what do we call it? Direction change. We also call it acceleration.
The speed. But the speed is changing in this case, right? The speed of Earth around the sun is changing, right? What do we call a speed change?
Yeah, there's an acceleration.
All right, just checking, just making sure. So, how did I get what you said wrong?
I just don't. I know what you're trying to do, man. So,
what am I trying to do? Don't divide my thoughts, please. You're not a gypsy palm reader.
All right, man. Yeah, there's an acceleration. There's definitely a change in speed, and there's definitely a change in direction. There's an acceleration. Why not? But it is more nuanced than just how we're describing it. So,
there's definitely a speed change though.
Yeah, there's a speed change, and there's a tangential speed change. Yeah, the tangential speed at any given moment of the orbit, the orbital speed, it does change. Yeah.
Right, hold on, let me write tangential.
You're very, very careful choice of words is actually a little bit telling.
No, I just know who I'm dealing with, and because I know who I'm dealing with, I'm being careful. I'm being careful with this person. So
it's fine if you want to choose your words wisely. It's fine. It is telling, like Vangelo said, but it's fine.
Yeah. It's not. Did you call him Vangelo?
Evangelist.
Okay, man. It's Evangelist.
Evangelist
sounds cooler. Evangelist does sound cooler though.
Yeah, you didn't think of it because you're not cool. Listen,
right,
the point of this is, why was Zanuck telling me with such vim and vigor earlier and paid NASA's show that Earth was not accelerating and there wasn't a speed change? They were saying it was a constant speed.
I don't know. I don't know what they were saying to you or why they were saying it, but I'm assuming. I don't know. I'm assuming they didn't mean what you think they meant. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you.
Oh, maybe. Yeah, maybe.
I know that Zanuck sometimes when we talk about this, especially like when we're talking about like the two people falling towards the Earth on the opposite sides and the acceleration of the Earth, Zanuck does talk about it in general relativistic type ways, and so he might be meaning something that I don't know you're interpreting correctly. I don't know. Maybe he
Oh, in
wasn't interpreting
GR,
correctly. I don't know.
is Earth moving around the sun in GR? Does it have a speed change in GR, or is it constant speed in GR?
Oh, there's a speed change, but there's a it's not. Yeah, it's. I think what's he's trying to express is the fact that it's in a gravity well, and so it's not really. It's not really expressed in the same way, and so for the reason of this, like when we talk about doing Michelson-Morley type tests, which is probably the context that they were talking about. This isn't
Yeah.
gonna, it's not gonna turn up. But it's also the same reason why there's a difference between proper acceleration and coordinate acceleration. So, as I said, it's more nuanced and complex than just answering yes or no. Because what I was talking about is, what is it? Is that I guess it's both coordinate and proper acceleration. So I don't know, man. It's complicated. It's over my head.
It's fine. It's fine. The whole
Two
point of
things
this was
happening at once.
I don't know why you said Michelson Morley wouldn't pick this up. It's meant to detect an accelerated reference frame, right? If you have this on an accelerated reference frame, it's going to detect it, right?
Yeah, but okay. So let's be clear about something. Let's assume that Michelson-Morley, or let's assume that you wanted to detect the acceleration that I described, the 2,000 miles per hour over the course of 6 months.
Okay.
I want you to calculate what that acceleration is, and then I want you to describe to me a tool to measure that acceleration, because that acceleration is not. It's not an immense acceleration. It's a very small acceleration. If I remember correctly, it's like 3 zeros and a 6, maybe 4 zeros and a 6, something like that. Meters per second
Okay, and how
squared.
sensitive
So
is
very
this?
small.
How sensitive is an interferometer? Not able to pick that up?
Well, the interferometer is not going to pick it up regardless because of the nature of, like I said, of what's happening, which is the fact that it's measuring light.
Hold on. Is an interferometer accurate enough to pick up that small amount of acceleration?
It's not measuring acceleration, no. It'd be measuring, in that case, it'd be measuring rotation.
No, we're talking about measuring the orbit, the acceleration of the orbit.
Yeah, measuring the speed of light going differently because of the orbit, but we found out that the light speed actually doesn't change just because you're changing velocity. So that test in the Michelson-Morley type wouldn't measure it anyway, going off the paradigm we currently have, which is that light is invariant regardless of the frame you're in. Regardless of what speed that you're happen to be traveling in, light speed is consistent. So because of that, that test is not a useful test to determine that you're orbiting.
So this thing wouldn't. You're saying this thing's not. You're saying this thing can't detect if you're in an accelerated frame or not?
If you're in a it's not. No, it's not about the accelerated frame. It's about the difference in velocity frames. This is what it can't detect. Now, there
Difference in
are
velocity?
there are interferometers that can measure acceleration. So there's linear interferometers that can measure acceleration. That's true. But we're talking about the tiny acceleration, and I'm not saying that the interferometers that were used are able to measure that. So, but what it can't do is measure the speed difference.
Do we have ones now? Speed difference of what? From one point of the sun to another point?
No, the speed difference being with the way that the Michelson-Morley test was set up was like an X or like a T. So there's light that's going in the direction of the Earth's velocity, and there's light that's not going in the direction of the Earth's velocity, and it was meant to measure a difference because of the fact that it's moving one direction with a greater speed, and the other direction it's not. So it was able to try to measure a.
Well, hold on. If I put you on an airplane or maglev train or some shit, and I moved you at 500 miles an hour, and then there was going to be another point where I was going to move you at like 1,500 miles an hour, is there a tool? All the windows are blacked out. You don't know nothing. You're just you're in the cabin. You're trapped. but you have a tool that can tell you how fast. Is there a tool that can tell you that? Oh, I just increased my speed.
There's a tool that can tell you that you increased your speed. There's not a tool that can tell you that those are two different speeds. There is a tool that can tell you that you're increasing your speed for sure. Yeah. There's not a tool that can tell
Okay,
you
what's
that
that tool called?
speeds. An
What's that
accelerometer
tool
will tell you
called?
that. An accelerometer
An
will tell you that.
accelerometer. So if I'm in an accelerated reference frame and I have an accelerometer, that will tell me that I've increased my speed.
As far as I know, yes.
Hello?
So, okay, just quick, 2,000 miles an hour over 6 months, Kosho. That's half a mile an hour. So that's not an insignificant, immeasurably small amount of acceleration. Half a mile an hour is, in the realms of everyday life.
Half a mile an hour is not acceleration, and it's not the value that would be expressed there.
But it's accelerating at half a mile an hour. 2,000 mile an hour speed change. It's either
Over 6
accelerating
months.
or decelerating. If it's slowing up, it's accelerating or decelerating at, on average, half a mile an hour for 6 months.
Talk to him, evangelist. That's not the point.
When you say 0.006 meters per second, it makes it sound immeasurable. Half a mile an hour is a reasonable speed change.
It's not accelerating by that much.
Well, I mean, doesn't any change of speed an acceleration or deceleration?
They call decreasing your speed acceleration. That's just called acceleration.
And regardless, because it's in an alleged orbit, you're changing direction at the same time. So it's an acceleration. It'd be measurable.
Well, that's the thing I think is confusing about this conversation is there's two things that are being presented as potential acceleration frames. One is the orbit and one is the change in the orbit. For sure, the orbit itself is an inertial frame because you are moving in a straight line through curved space. That's the theory of relativity. The other is it's an elliptical.
That's why I linked it to the airplane. Sorry to interrupt, but that's why I linked it to the airplane just now because it's the same thing. We're going in a straight line, accelerating.
Yeah.
So why can't we pick this up with an accelerometer, this half a mile an hour or 2,000 miles over 6 months thing?
That's a great question. I don't know the answer to it, but that's a good question. I think we should be able to detect those changes because it is in the description that was given, and the reality that we know is that the orbit does speed up and slow down, and it is elliptical, so it isn't even a perfect circle, right? That creates an accelerated reference frame, and that should be measurable, right? Should be able to measure that. You're on Earth.
Kosho, why can't we measure it with an accelerometer then if you said that was the tool to use when you were trapped in the plane cabin?
Hold on, sir. I'm not finished. I mean, I'm calculating something. Okay, so I was right before. And actually, FB, I'm going to give some credit to Evangelist. I'm going to start calling you Evangelist. Because yeah, you're right. It's not a half a mile per hour. It's a half a mile per hour. This is the acceleration. That converts to exactly what I said, which is 0.00006 meters per second. Okay, so this is the acceleration that we're attempting to measure. Is 4 zeros, then a 6 meters per second squared. Okay, and so what's required is a tool that can do that.
And faster than a Yugo.
Extremely fast. Your phone, like for instance, if you turned your accelerometer on your phone and you looked at the noise that's made, it doesn't get much faster than like 0.01. Like you'll see there's a lot of noise around 0.01 in that thing. So you'll have to get a really, really good accelerometer. And I suppose you could detect that, although I'm not 100% sure, because that's extremely small acceleration. Like 0.0. I think the human body can. That's also what the human body can detect. Or I might be confusing that with what the human body can detect. The human body can detect about 0.01 meters per second squared. I think. Might be It doesn't matter. The point is that a half a mile per hour is equivalent to 0.0006 meters per second per second. This is what we'd want to detect. Which I do think I agree with Ray that with an accelerometer that could detect that, I assume you could detect that, right? And that's you have to keep in mind that they're what accelerometers detect though is proper acceleration. So yeah.
I don't have any idea what kind of level of sensitivity and instrumentation it would require for you to capture a metric like that. I mean, I'm not a scientist, but I do know, like, you know, if I stare at a clock across the room at the wall, I know for a fact that the hour hand is moving, but my sensory perception can't pick it up. So it's that times, you know, 0.00006 sec per second squared. That's intensely minute.
Wouldn't it also be?
Kosho.
Hang on,
Kosho.
but just it's an elliptical orbit. It's not a uniform acceleration or deceleration throughout the year. So there would be 2 points at either end of the ellipse where it would be greater than that. Correct or not?
No.
Yeah.
That acceleration is a description of the differences in speed because it's an ellipse.
Kosho,
But he's
why
saying it's not
doesn't the
uniform.
interferometer pick that up?
The interferometer doesn't pick it up because the speed of light is constant. Well, I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm getting confused now.
You're
answer
confusing me, man.
Yeah. I'm confusing myself. So the interferometer is not picking that up for a different reason than accelerometer wouldn't pick that up. But
Yeah. I'm talking about interferometers like the Michelson-Morley. Why did they not pick up the orbit of the Earth?
They didn't pick it up because they weren't even looking to measure the acceleration. Like what we're talking about measuring the acceleration, they weren't even concerned with. They were concerned with the fact that we were traveling at a tangential velocity in that direction, and that's what they were attempting to pick up. So that's what an interferometer would not pick up. However, it might pick up that acceleration, although I don't know how sensitive. Like I said, it would have to be extremely sensitive to measure that. It's an extremely small acceleration, which it was not attempting to measure.
Jeremy, I'll just say, man, we confused Kosho. Kosho confused J-Ace. I reckon job done. I'm going to go and do some work now.
Fair, I confused myself, but
I gotta go, guys. Good talk. Catch up soon.
Yeah, man.
And to be clear, the velocity that they were attempting to measure the velocity of the orbit, not necessarily the acceleration throughout the orbit, which is what we're talking about now.
Is that
falling and spinning, right?
That would be the spinning. The spinning definitely is a accelerated reference frame. The orbit, not as much. To take the plane.
Ray,
go ahead.
Go ahead, Ray. Go ahead. No, go ahead. I was gonna say Ray and Jace because I've made a mess of this, so you guys clean it up.
Well, so to borrow Jeremy's plane idea, right? So the reason why the orbit doesn't really create an accelerated reference frame would be like, say, if you're in an airplane and you are traveling, say, upwards, and then you begin a parabolic dive that follows basically Newton's laws of gravity, and you would be weightless, right? The whole parabolic dive, both as it's going up and beginning to go down, and as it falls, and then if the plane kept going straight down, you would be in your seat feeling 0 G's for however long the plane can do that until it reaches the ground or pulls up and saves everybody. That's basically the way to think of the orbit. It's in free fall around the sun, so its direction is an inertial reference frame. Although we can see it is a circle, it's the space itself that's curved, so it's actually plotting a straight line through it. But the real reality that we know for sure is that it is not a perfect circle and the speed isn't constant. There's a dynamic interplay between the gravity of the Earth and the sun that takes place that causes irregularities. It causes the orbit to be elliptical, and it causes us to speed up and slow down. And yes, that creates an accelerated reference frame. But it sounds like it isn't in such a minute scale given the amount of time that it's occurring and the speed, the low levels of the acceleration changes, that it may not be easily detected through terrestrial means, instrumentations here on Earth. At least I don't know of any.
Yeah, you have to use Doppler. There's detections using Doppler methods in astronomy, and then there's detections using like VLBI, very long baseline interferometry, typically with multiple telescopes here on the Earth that are linked with one or two satellites in space as well, is how they've made those measurements from what I've read.
I'd have to look into it a little bit more. I'm gonna bail out for just a little bit, guys, and then I might be back later. But hey, this group's awesome. I really like the discussion. So anyway, I'll be back.
Okay, don't scare that guy away, please, guys, if we can help it. Okay, so Kosho, new scenario. We're in a plane. You're in the cockpit. You have this whatever, the best accelerometer in the world. I increase your speed from whatever, however fast we're going on, translate it to the Earth's movement. You're telling me you wouldn't be able to pick that up? You wouldn't know. You would have no way to know that you were now going at different speed than you were before. Kosho. All right. See, this is why you're falling off the top 10 global list.
Is it quiet for some reason? I just left for a second.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah,
Jamie was
you're on a
asking
plane.
something.
You're on a plane. You're locked in the cabin. It's
Did
all
you drive that
blacked
guy
out.
Ray?
You
Hold
have
on,
no-
dude. Hold on, dude. Did you drive that guy Ray off? Did you drive him off?
No, that guy
You drive
Ray
him
was
off?
like, "Yo, you're cool," and then he was like, "That guy Kosho, I don't know if I'm gonna come back because he's kind of weird."
Hey, whatever. Fuck you. He was cool though. He was cool, dude. But yeah. Tell me about the fucking dumbass plane. Whatever. Go ahead. I gotta be careful not to talk like that because. Go ahead.
You're on a plane. It's all blacked out. You have the best accelerometer in the world. You're moving at the speed Earth is moving, and then we're going to increase it at the speed Earth's increasing from the perihelion to the aphelion, whichever way it is. Would you know that you increased your speed?
This is difficult for me to determine because it's okay. Let me tell you about accelerometers. Okay, an accelerometer. If you threw your phone up in the air 100 feet and it hit the ground, from the time it left your hand to the time it hit the ground, the accelerometer would not be reading anything. It wouldn't tell you that anything was happening, even though the whole time its speed is certainly changing. Does that make sense? So, I'm not sure. I don't think it would. I don't think it would.
Well, then
I don't know.
when would it pick up a measurement then?
It picks up
I
a
asked you
measurement.
what tool you would use.
It picks up a measurement when it's like in a car and that's accelerating. And it picks up a measurement when it's on the surface of something, but it doesn't pick up. So if your phone's not on the surface of your table, or if your phone's on the surface of your table, it will pick up the constant downward acceleration. However, while the phone is free fall, so when you throw it from the second it leaves your hand to before it hits the surface, it's not reading anything. And yeah, I'm not the best. Honestly, I'm not the best person to explain things. So
No, I got it. Yeah, I might have misheard you at first, but what you just said, yeah, that makes sense.
because I forget, it picks up proper acceleration, but not constant acceleration. And now I'm just forgetting. I'm eating chips. I woke up late. I'm forgetting everything right now. My diet has to be on point for me to be able to understand and speak clearly. Everyone knows it.
Bro, are we in an accelerated frame going in on Earth going around the sun?
Good question.
I thought we were past this point already. Now I'm not so sure. I thought the answer was yes, we're accelerating.
Dude, the
You
problem
said
is
it was
that
proper. You said it was proper acceleration and regular acceleration. You're like, oh, it's both.
listen to me. Here's what you need to not do. When you listen to Karl Monk, when you listen to Witsit, and certainly when you listen to me, don't take it at face value, dude. I mean, you got to take it with a grain of salt. You got to look into this stuff yourself. Just because I say something doesn't mean it's the case, man. I say
Bro, we
wrong
don't
things all
take
the time.
top 10 Globers. Kosho, we don't take top 10 Globers with a grain of salt, bro. You're falling off, man. Come on, get it together, will you?
I was reading the text chat, and somebody said Kosho's the best they got, and he doesn't even know what he's saying half the time. What the fuck? So there's no way I'm the best. I'm like when Jace hears that, when people hear that, dude, I'm not in the top 10. I'm the only reason you guys think I'm in the top 10 is because I trick you guys by conceding a lot. Okay? It's a trick that I use. It's called conceding for means of pacification. Okay? So I concede things all the time just for the purpose of, getting you guys to quiet down for a second.
And now you're gonna try to make us feel special by making it seem like that's some kind of like secret that you've revealed. We didn't already know that, dude. Tell us something we didn't know.
Hey man, Glad sees what's going on, but you gotta admit there's some people who don't see that sometimes. Okay. The point is what was the point? The point is sometimes I like when it comes to this relativity stuff, we talk about it and I get real into it and I learn a lot about it, and I used to be able to speak fluently in Arabic and Hebrew. Like I used to speak fluent Arabic and fluent Hebrew, and now I can't even string together a sentence. Okay, so I don't remember half the shit I've learned. I've forgotten more shit than you've ever known in your life, Jeremy. I'll say that. And you're twice my age.
Okay, that's not true. You're falling in a box, new scenario. You're free falling in a box on a planet that just happens to have the speed that the Earth is going around the sun. Can you detect that? Is there any instrument you can have to detect that at all?
Truth is, my answers are not going to be great, man, because some of this stuff, like I just said a second ago, I have to relearn all the time. So, um, like I just learned when we were talking to Witch the other day, I wasn't sure if you can use an interferometer to measure acceleration, but it turns out that they now do make laser accelerometers basically, which do that. So yeah. Anyways, my point is that really to understand these questions you're asking, you have to understand the difference between proper and coordinate acceleration. And you have to understand which one of those accelerometers actually detect. And to be honest with you, I forget.
Okay, is there? I know there's a difference in interferometers. Some of them do different stuff. Is there a tool we can use to measure the orbit of Earth? Out of all this high tech
Absolutely.
gadgetry we got,
Absolutely.
okay, what is it? What is it?
You can use redshift of the sun. You can measure the speed, and so it's not. You can actually use visual measurements, which can tell you acceleration. You do that.
So the redshift of that doesn't even mesh with what Einstein said. But we could breeze past that though, because we've done that.
No, you have to understand. You have to understand what Einstein said. Einstein didn't say anything about that actually. But
okay, you measure redshift. I'll play along. It's fine. I'll play along. You measure. I don't want to go down there. You measure redshift from the sun. That says that the sun's moving. Where do you get that we're orbiting out of redshift from the sun? I'm just curious.
I'll give you that. That doesn't tell you. That doesn't make a distinction between the two. That observation will not make a distinction, but it will tell you that if you make a couple of those observations, like let's say throughout the course of a month or the course of a year, or whatever, you make these redshift observations, you're going to see that the speed change, that there is a speed change. But you're right, you're not going to be able to determine from that alone that it's us orbiting the sun or the sun going around us. But you will be able to see that there's a difference. Well, this is the truth, man. What are you talking about?
I know, but I asked you, is there any way we can measure us orbiting the sun? Now you're sitting here explaining why we can't tell with this measurement, this half-ass measurement you got.
You can use other fucking facts, dude. Use other facts to determine that actually it's us orbiting the sun. So I just said that alone you can't. That alone won't tell you which one's orbiting which. But if you use that in conjunction with all the other astronomical observations we have, you'll know it's us orbiting, and so you can use that observation to determine our acceleration throughout the year.
Absolutely not. Somebody DM me. There's a top 10 Glover spot opening up soon, so just DM me if you're interested. Thanks.
Why would you be interested in that? Anybody? By the way, anybody who DMs him about that, I'd put them on a different list, okay? Because there's no one who wants to be in the top 10 Glover list, okay?
Coach, so you said interferometers aren't measuring acceleration. What do you mean by that?
No, I saw. Okay, so Witsit was talking about a test because I was trying to explain to Witsit that an accelerometer is not going to detect free fall. Like if you threw it across the room while it's in the air, it's not going to detect that. And he had said that he's willing to bet money that if you threw an interferometer across the room, it would be able to detect that. And then when he said that, I wasn't sure if these existed, if linear interferometer accelerometers existed. It's kind of not easy to say, but and it turns out that recently they do. Like they have made linear laser interferometers that are only for the purpose of measuring acceleration. So it is true that you can measure acceleration with a linear interferometer. Is that what you heard me say, or is that what you're?
Why didn't you mention this tool when I was asking you how we would measure it? Why didn't you mention that?
Yeah, that's what I heard you say, Coach. But so just take like the regular interferometers where you just have a square or rectangle kind of box set up, right? You send the lasers in two different directions and then recombine them. It's not. What's it measuring? Tell me what it's measuring in that case.
Oh, you measure rotation in that case.
Yeah, but isn't that an acceleration?
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. But that's a different. That's a difference. Okay, but if you're talking about the okay, that's different though, right? Like if you're talking about that's not okay. Let me say this. If you're talking about the orbit of the Earth, there's a difference between measuring the linear velocity change and measuring the direction change. Even though those are both accelerations, the measurement of both of those would be different, right?
Yeah, yeah.
That's what
The
that's what I'm
reason
saying.
why you don't
Go ahead.
the reason why you don't pick up the orbit of the Earth with an interferometer is because the Earth's on a geodesic, like the guy before had said. It's really on a straight line. It's like an inertial frame, but the space that it's traveling through is just curved. So there isn't an actual acceleration happening. It's just there's like he said, there's an interplay between, because the Earth also has a mass, so that also interacts with the sun and kind of changes the shape from just a straight circle of the path that it's taking. But it's still a geodesic, though. It doesn't like go from being a geodesic at one part and then all of a sudden it's like not a geodesic anymore and then it's a geodesic again. It's always an inertial geodesic.
Yeah, so you're saying it's going in a straight line, but it also goes in a circle around the sun in a straight line, in an inertial frame.
Yeah, it's in an orbit,
Oh,
and right, the
yeah.
space is curved, but you could think of the motion as the same kind of accelerations are happening as would if you were just traveling in a straight line in an inertial frame. It's the same situation, just the path that's being traced
Bro,
out
talk
is
in your
different
normal
because the
voice,
sun
Chase.
has a huge mass. Because the sun has a huge mass, and so that changes the path that's taken.
I think I can make more sense of myself now, and it's because I Wikipedia proper acceleration. I looked at the first sentence, and I'm reminded what the difference is. So the difference is proper acceleration is the acceleration experienced by the object. Okay, so for that reason, an object in free fall is not undergoing proper acceleration, regardless if it's experiencing coordinate acceleration. An accelerometer is going to um, measure proper acceleration. Does this make sense?
Why didn't you
Yeah,
mention the tool
that makes
Witsit
sense.
showed you about if he threw it up, you would be able to measure it. You would actually be able to measure the acceleration when it was coming down.
I said it would not, is what I told him. I told him it would not measure that. I told him accelerometers measure 0 when you throw them. You throw an accelerometer, and you like there's an app called Physics Toolbox Suite, and you can record the measurements, and you can throw your phone across the room into the couch, and you can look at what it was measuring while it was doing that, and it's going to measure on the accelerometer 0. There's no reading, and then it hits the couch. It lands on the couch, and it's going to read 9.81 meters per second squared downward.
Okay,
Very
so
neat.
Witsit didn't give you a tool. Witsit didn't give you a tool where you could throw it up and down and read something.
No, no. Just tell you the conversation I had with Witsit was I was trying to explain to Witsit for how they don't measure free fall, and he was saying he wanted to make a bet about an interferometer and it measuring like interferometer accelerometer measuring free fall, and I was saying I didn't know if those existed, so I looked those up. I don't think he knew if those existed, but I looked it up and they do exist. However, I think just like regular accelerometers, they're not going to measure proper acceleration. I'm sorry. They
So we
only
have
measure
no way to
proper
measure.
acceleration. They only measure proper acceleration, and because free fall, regardless of it accelerating, when you throw something, it's accelerating. It's changing speed. It's going faster than slower, and all this kind of shit. It's gets to its apex and goes faster towards the ground. However, it's not experiencing that acceleration from its frame, and this is proper acceleration, and so it's not experiencing proper acceleration. So the accelerometer is not going to measure that.
So there's no tool
But
that can measure. So you're saying there's no tool that can measure Earth's orbit, except for that hodgepodge mix of observations you have. All kinds of affirming the consequent, begging the question observations. Other than that, other than your giant list of fallacies, there's no tool we can use to actually measure this.
Listen, man, I'm just making sense again to myself. Give me a second.
No, Kosha, you're right. The whole thing with relativity is that free fall is you're not accelerating in free fall, right? There was the Galilean Newtonian principle that when you jump off a building, you're accelerating towards the ground at 9.8 meters per second squared. Einstein said no. Your free fall is you're not accelerating in that case. That's an inertial frame as you fall towards the earth. And that's the same reason why
What
when
if you're
trying to use these
okay? What if you're
interferometers, when trying to use these interferometers on the Earth is in a free fall around the sun, so they're not going to measure any fringe shift.
okay? My bad. I might have been roboting. I thought you were done. Go ahead, Jace.
Oh, well,
I got some.
just the last thing. Michelson and Morley were
I want to go next,
proposing.
though, please.
Michelson and Morley and Gale and Pearson and those guys and Lorentz and them, all those guys, they were proposing that they actually would pick up a measurement, not because of the Earth's motion around the sun, but because there was an ether that would change the velocity of light in specific directions. And thus, as the light traveled around the interferometer, it would have a different velocity depending which direction it was going, and thus it would no longer be in phase, and you would get a fringe shift on the detector. Now, they didn't measure that, of course, as we all know, and they concluded eventually that it was because the ether
Oh my God, bro!
doesn't
All
exist.
right, time's up. Time. Holy shit, bro!
Oh,
If you're
you're
gonna say that
very
many words,
rude,
you need
man.
to spit it like a micro machine. Man. You're just monologuing at this point. I don't even know. You were going on forever with it. It seemed like forever. I just walked across the whole
Explaining their
school.
experiment, and you're very rude.
You went through this whole giant thing. What if you're free falling? You're monologuing. It's not rude. You went through the whole thing, bro. We didn't need a recap of the whole thing in your slow, condescending voice, please.
I wasn't being
So what if you change speeds? What if you change speeds while you're free falling?
You do.
What if your rate changes? What if the rate changes
Oh, right.
while
That is
you're free
interesting.
falling? Yeah.
I've always wondered that too, but yeah, I don't know.
Well, can we try it? And
That's a
would you
jerk.
measure something?
Well, no, but technically you are, absolutely. But the question is by how much? Because even though you're accelerating, you're also jerking. There's also a jerk involved, other than you, Jeremy. There's another jerk involved, and because the acceleration is constantly changing, the question is by how much, and is that relevant? And there's other questions involved. Questions that have bothered me even. So
I'm gonna start wearing my G-Shock and timing heads. My bad, Jace. If you weren't going on too long, my bad. It felt like you were going on for a long time. I'm gonna start wearing my G-Shock. I'll put a 30-second countdown on it, and I'm gonna just start timing heads because we can't
G-Shock,
be going off monologue.
that's the best watch you got.
I got a nice old one, but it don't really do all that. I mean, I could get a smart one. Bro, who fucking cares? The point is, what if we changed our speed while we were free falling? Would you measure that?
You are changing your speed while free falling. You're asking what if you change your acceleration while free falling? That's a different complex question. I don't have the
Okay,
answer
if you change
to.
your acceleration. If you change your is Earth changing its acceleration while it's free falling?
Technically, the answer is yes, but I want to say, without knowing for sure, I want to say that it's irrelevant. That it's such a tiny difference, and I don't even really know where jerk comes in, or snap, crackle, or pop, which are the next derivatives of jerk. It's far above my pay grade.
Anybody in the audience listening to this will think you're taking the piss, Kosho. That's what it sounds like.
I know. I swear to it.
I
Jerk is
know,
the
dude.
derivative.
I know.
I don't know. I don't know how to calculate that or how it comes in or how it comes up. But
It's just a
I'm sure
time
that.
derivative. It's just a time derivatives.
Yeah, but right. But
It's
it
just
must
the
be.
time. You just
Go ahead.
take the acceleration, right? You just take the time derivative of the acceleration, and that's the jerk.
Yeah, but to Jeremy's question, because I have to say I've had this question before myself. The acceleration isn't constant because technically the distance is changing, and so there's going even let's say you're just using little g or something. Uh, the actual the acceleration would be changing throughout, wouldn't it? The distance is changing.
Well, you accelerate, right? You can say you accelerate to terminal velocity, to the nine, right? You start at 0 when you initially jump off the building, and you have to get up to 9.8 meters per second squared. So you have to accelerate
All
up
right.
to that velocity.
Right. Yeah. And then when you hit the ground or whatever, you're not just changing your speed. You're changing your acceleration, and technically you're changing your jerk, and technically you're changing the snap and the crap. You're changing all those things technically, but I think that possibly those values are so insignificant that they're not really worth talking about. I guess is the case.
Yeah.
Hold on here,
Yeah.
Kosho. That's twice you said it now. I was gonna let it go the first time, but did you say change of speed without changing acceleration? Without
No. I
acceleration?
said no. I said the speed is certainly accelerating. Well, yeah, of course you can change your speed without changing acceleration. Of course.
You can change your speed without accelerating.
In order to be
Without changing
in
the
order to be
acceleration.
accelerating, in order to be accelerating, you have to change your speed.
Sure,
Yeah.
but if you're
You have
accelerating,
to be
you're
going
changing your
faster or
speed.
slower. Yeah, you have to be going slower or faster than you were before.
But you agree you can have a constant acceleration and have a changing speed, right?
It has to change. Your speed has to change.
No, that's fine. But I'm just saying, like
You
that's
can't be
that's all we're
accelerating
talking.
without this.
Yeah, Kosha, it was a little confusing what you said, and I think they misunderstood what you said exactly.
Fair enough. I was on
No,
a
we
right.
didn't misunderstand.
I was on a good streak. I had a good streak for a second. People were telling me I'm right, and then all of a sudden I'm wrong again.
Yeah, because you said something that's not correct.
No, he did. He said you can change your speed without changing your acceleration, right? You can have a constant acceleration, and that's going to change your speed. You don't have to have a changing acceleration to change your speed. That's what he was saying.
Jay saved you there, Kosho.
It was confusing the way he worded it, but
Sorry, I had to take a whiz, but I was listening, and I do have to say though, I after talking to Ray, who seems like a great guy, by the way, I'm probably going to start coaching volleyball to improve my public speaking skills because they definitely need improvement. I agree. They're very variable.
doesn't always necessarily work though, right? Some people, they just have a harder time.
Well,
you have to find
that's
a method that works for you, right? Like coaching may not be the thing that helps improve your public speaking. Like I teach, right? And I don't think the teaching helps me improve public speaking. I mean,
don't.
it helps you be more prepared. Like when you're giving your lecture, you kind of go over beforehand, like what you're going to say. So you're kind of prepared to explain it and for what kind of questions may come up.
first of all, I was joking, and second of all, I'm surprised. I'm not gonna. I mean, I'd love to coach volleyball, but what he said about the roast or the Toastmasters, I thought for a second he meant roast masters, but I looked up the Toastmasters, and it's a real thing. I might really do that because I would like to improve it, but I would think teaching would improve it as well. But we say it doesn't.
Yeah, it does. It does. So
Can I?
don't get me wrong. I'm just saying there's not like a one thing for everyone. Like one thing helps everybody. You have to find your thing.
Can I ask a question about the
Regardless,
speed? Can I go 0 miles an hour
absolutely.
while moving? So I'm going 0 miles an hour, and am I still moving or accelerating?
It's a great question.
Is it proper acceleration or regular
Why?
acceleration?
No, I don't think there's any follow ups necessary, dude. I don't think there's any fucking follow ups necessary.
Good one.
He just said he's moving 0 miles per hour.
I'm going 0.
Yeah, and
So am I still moving?
Xanax sat here telling me the other day that object that wasn't moving is accelerating. So what do you want me to do with that?
You're right. Fine, Jeremy. Actually, that was a good question. Actually, I cut you off to be addicted to mock, and I apologize. But that is a good question, Jeremy, because yeah, if you couldn't be going 0 miles per hour and still be accelerating in proper acceleration.
No.
That is true. But that's because when I looked at the definition,
Post show.
yeah. When I looked at the definition, it was very
Another
rewarding
save.
for me. It was very. Thank you. Thanks for the saves, by the way. Jeez. It was actually rewarding for me to look up the definition for proper acceleration again, because the distinction between proper acceleration and coordinate acceleration is this: proper acceleration is the acceleration experienced by the object, and coordinate acceleration is the acceleration in reference to a coordinate system. So the change in velocity or direction. So the change in velocity or change in direction of a moving object, or whatever, is going to express the coordinate acceleration. Whereas the acceleration as experienced by the object, meaning what an accelerometer is going to detect, what your inner ears or whatever the fuck is going to detect, this is proper acceleration. Okay? So this is the distinction between the two. Just to be clear.
Well, that
Yeah,
clears it up for me. Thanks, Kosho.
It's also that applies for time too and velocity. Anytime you hear proper time, proper velocity, proper whatever, it's that same context.
So that
So that's
refers
experienced
to
by the
there's an
object.
improper time. There's an improper velocity.
0
Right?
o'clock is the improper time. 0 o'clock
No,
is
but
what
am I
we're
right?
looking for.
No, it's called
Yes.
coordinate, right? There's proper versus coordinate time, proper versus coordinate acceleration. It's not called improper.
Oh, okay.
What's 0?
Thanks for the correction.
No, but honestly, this is great.
Zero called.
I tell people this all the time, but there's a free app for Apple and Android. It's called Physics Toolbox Suite, like a hotel suite. Physics Toolbox Suite. Okay, using this app, you can observe your barometer, barometric pressure. You can observe acceleration. You can determine. You can observe a bunch of different cool stuff, sensors that your phone has, and so you can use it to observe the accelerometer. And you can see that when you have your phone sitting on the table, like it'll read off a graph. You can say record, sit it on your table. It's gonna read a downward acceleration, even though it's just sitting there. You can throw the phone up in the air and then catch it, and you can observe that it sped up, or it slowed down till it reached the apex, and then it sped back up, landed in your hand, and the entire time you can look at what it was reading, and it will read 0. The accelerometer will read 0. Okay. You can also take your
0.
car and speed up and slow down, and it will actually show you speeding up and slowing down. It's
So the
because
phone was not actually falling?
no, because the phone is recording. It's what accelerometers actually record is proper acceleration, and so you can see in real time the difference between proper and coordinate acceleration. Whereas when you're driving in the car and you're speeding up and slowing down, you're going to be experiencing both proper and coordinate acceleration. So it will read that. However, because it only reads proper acceleration, when you throw it up in the air and it lands back down, it's going to read 0.
So what's
So it reads
improper
invisible
acceleration?
stuff
Hold
that
on.
you can't see.
What's improper
We
acceleration?
already
What's that?
did the improper thing. We already did it.
Maybe it wasn't clear enough.
There isn't an improper. That's the whole thing. That's the thing. There isn't one.
Okay,
Is
so how do you know
proper?
why do you know one's proper against one that's not proper? Because that's the only way to know one's proper.
It's just a
There's one.
label. It doesn't
Oh.
mean like proper.
It doesn't mean
in the
anything. Got it.
sense-
Got it. Doesn't mean shit. Got it.
No, that's not what I said. It's just a label for the time, the acceleration, the velocity, whatever that the object itself measures. Right? It doesn't mean like it's the, like how we would use it, like, oh, he's more proper, like he's more sophisticated or better. That's not what it means. It's just a label for the type of measurement that it's taking.
It's important to
Sounds like
understand that
it's
these aren't mutually exclusive. So it's not proper and improper, which are mutually exclusive, or whatever and whatever. It's proper acceleration and coordinate acceleration, and they're not mutually exclusive. Meaning, when you're driving in a car, your phone accelerometer will register that the coordinate acceleration is changing because the proper acceleration is changing. So both can be happening at the same time. However, you can also see that you can sit your phone on the table. If it's not moving at all, there's no coordinate acceleration, but it will still read because there is a proper acceleration. There is an acceleration the phone's experiencing.
So it's doing everything proper at the same time as nothing, right? So 0 is proper, but spinning and falling. We got you. So you can throw your phone and hit somebody in the head with it, and it goes to 0 when you hit them with it.
You did fine, Coach.
Tell a police officer your phone was traveling 0 and not 55 when you dropped it. Okay? Won't work.
But so, Kosha, when you actually, release the phone and it hits back in your hand or it hits the couch or whatever, it does measure an acceleration at those points, correct? It's only when it's free falling, because it's on a geodesic, is when it's not going to measure the acceleration.
Yeah, I'll do a test right now. Go ahead, SC.
No, you were first, Kosho. Go on. I'll go after.
Well, I'll just say while SC's going, I'm going to download the app myself. I'm going to turn on what I said to turn on, which is it'll have a graph, and I'll press record, and I'll simply throw it up I'll hold it in my hand, and I'll throw it up in the air and catch it in my hand, and I'll confirm exactly what I'm saying. Go ahead, man.
I was gonna say, so both you and Jace are in disagreement with Einstein that the object is not falling, but the Earth is moving up.
Einstein is the one who came up with the proper acceleration thing.
Yeah, but how about the
phone's not moving?
That part that I just said. No.
Here, Coach, let me phrase it to you. So if the phone is not accelerating when you throw it up and it, when it goes up and when it comes down, then how is it getting to the earth or back to your hand? What is accelerating or what is moving towards it, accelerating towards it?
Good question, Jace.
That's me?
Apparently nothing's accelerating.
Yeah,
You guys had your
yeah,
reading at
that's me.
0 when it's falling. Your reading is 0. So the answer would be 0, correct?
Ask it again. I'm sorry.
So you're saying it's
Say
not
it again, Jason.
accelerating. You're saying it's not accelerating, on its path up and its path down. So then how does it get back to the earth or get back to your hand? What is accelerating to cause that to happen?
That's a good question. So let me just be clear though that what I'm saying two things at the same time, which seems wrong. But what I'm saying is that the phone is accelerating up and down. From my point of view, there is a coordinate acceleration taking place. The phone is accelerating as it goes up and as it goes down. However, as the phone is,
question, Jason.
I'm just trying to clear up what I'm saying. But what the phone is experiencing is that it is not accelerating. And so from its frame, what it's experiencing is that the Earth or whatever else around it is the thing doing the acceleration. It is interpreting that is in inertial, that it's inertial. That's what it's interpreting. So just to be clear, that's what I'm saying.
Oh my God, bro! Did you see what it's like dealing with you guys, Jace? How's the friggin'? Ask him again, Jace. Ask him again.
Well, I think he's saying it's the Earth that did the accelerating.
But he told
From
me
the
it
frame-
wasn't
from-
just seconds ago.
Look, from the dude, listen, from the point of view of the phone, from the point of view of what the phone is experiencing, it's not moving, nothing's happening, and so if the phone smashes against the ground, it's because the ground smashed into the phone. From its point of view, obviously, from my point of
Oh
view,
my
that's
God.
not what happened. Say this is the way. This is just me talking, man. Just so I understand.
What do you
things.
think, Jace?
Yeah, I mean, that it makes sense to me what he's saying.
It does?
Okay, just be clear. How is the phone? Just be clear. How is the phone getting back to the ground? How do they touch it if the phone's not
Let me tell you what
accelerating?
let me tell you what the disconnect is here. Here's the disconnect here. We're all speaking different languages because some of us understand relative frames differently than other people. There's people in here who aren't of the same understanding as relative frames as other people. Like, I understand that anytime you speak about a situation, you speak about it and you specify the frame you're speaking about it in. I understand that. And so when I'm saying that this is what's happening from my point of view versus this is what's happening from the phone's point of view, I understand that those can be two different descriptions. And so from my point of view, the phone is rising up and falling down faster and hitting the ground. And I also understand that if from the phone's point of view, it's nothing's happening. It's not doing anything. It's everything around it that's doing stuff. So, but I know that you don't have that same paradigm. You don't talk about things
Dude,
that way.
oh
You
my
don't
God,
accept things.
Kosho, what is happening in reality? Is the phone falling to the ground?
That's
Is the
not.
ground raising up to meet the earth? Is it a mixture
That's
of
not.
both? What's happening in
That's
reality?
not a val. It's not a valid question
About asking about
because
what's happening in reality is not valid? Right. This is why you're
there is
sliding off
no
the top 10 Clover list.
there is no reality frame. There is no absolute reference frame. There is no reference frame where definite things are described that way. There is descriptions, and they are dependent on reference frames. You got to first specify the reference frame. That's, I mean, of all people, we've talked about this more than anybody, dude. You have talked about this more than anybody. And I feel like I want to go back to what Ray said, where you can't beat something in from the outside. You got to do Inception to Jeremy. We got to go into your fucking dreams or something and fucking introduce this to you so you can introduce it to yourself. But reference frames have to be specified in order to describe things. There's no absolute description of things, right? That's just the way it works.
Yeah.
Okay, so in reality, all right. So in reality, if we have
Let's let Jace. Hold on. We gotta let Jace clean up what I said, man, because
No, what
To the rescue again.
No, what you said is fine. There's just there's some important details that matter though, right? Like the space-time interval is invariant between the frames. So while they may have different measurements of space and or time, which is where length contraction and time dilation come from, right? The ds squared value still has to be the same. So the ultimate events that they witness still have to happen because there's only one reality, no matter what reference frame you're in.
Yeah, there is a reality. Thank you, Jace. And in that reality, if we had a ball and we dropped two objects straight towards the surface of the ball, antipodal from each other, or sorry, we don't drop two objects. We have just two objects in free space, just on antipodal to each other above the surface of the ball, and then we accelerate the surface of the ball towards those objects, the ball would get bigger, right? In reality.
Go ahead, Kosha.
No, this is to you, man.
Is that not true? Is that not
I
true?
think
Or I don't
Oh
understand.
boy.
He's like picking on one word, and I don't mean the same thing as he does when I said reality. Like the reality I'm talking about is there can be multiple reference frames, but everyone witnesses the same events still happening, but they can witness them in different ways, which is where time dilation and length contraction occur, because some frames may measure different amounts of space, some frames may measure different amount of time, but the events that happen still happen in all frames, but they can happen in different ways.
Oh my God! Can we please address what I just said? In reality, the phone does come back and hit the ground, right? Regardless of how that happens, can we agree that happens in
That's
reality?
not what you just said, man. Don't be a jerk. You didn't just say that. You said the same
Okay,
thing
but I'm
about
starting over.
understanding.
I'm starting over. I know I'm starting over because I don't know, we're lost in confusion or something. When you drop something, it does eventually hit the ground. So either, I think it's a trichotomy. Either the ground came up to hit the thing fell down to hit the ground, or a combination of both happened, right?
Yeah, I just came in. I would say the question would be, what is that thing that is experienced differently in these reference frames? What is that thing that is experienced differently?
Space and time.
No, the thing you referenced. You said in these different reference frames, it's different. What's different? Space and time?
Yeah, any variable that is not a Lorentz invariant can be experienced differently in different reference frames. So space by itself is not Lorentz invariant, time by itself is not Lorentz invariant, which is why length contraction and time dilation are a thing, because the amounts of space that each frame will measure relative to each other can be different. But the combination of the two, space time, is invariant. They get the same measurement when you add the two together between both frames. And it works the same way for other Lorentz invariant variables.
I'm sure that cleared it up for everybody, right?
Hey, Jace, if I asked you about
Dude, what the hell? Hold on, man.
Come on,
Hold
man.
on. We got a ball. We got a ball. We're gonna hover two things on antipodal sides of the ball. If the ground comes up to meet the objects, the ball has to get bigger, right?
Not at all. That's
no. How do you see that working? Show me that not happening. That's impossible to show me that not happening, but let's see it.
I muted my goddamn self. Listen, Jace didn't say that. Jerk off? No, not that you're a jerk off. I'm not trying to offend you, but it's hard not to offend people.
No offense.
Oh.
No offense, but you're a jerk off.
Call him a jerk
With all
off.
due respect.
Don't take it bad, but
If you
you're
start-
a jerk.
Call him a jerk on.
Yeah.
All right, let's see. Go ahead, Egypt.
All right,
Your
Coach,
mic is
well,
kind of.
I'm just
Jeremy-
confused. I mean, Kosho came in and said that's not what Jace said, but what did he say then? I mean,
Okay, well, I'll tell you what he didn't say. First of all, if you're riding a motorcycle right now, guys, please be safe and wait till you get home. But what Jace is not saying, what Jace described how, yeah, it's true that there's different reference frames, but there is an absolute, what was the term you used, Jace?
The space-time interval, ds squared.
Space-time, yeah, right. The space-time interval, right? Which, technically everything moves through space-time at the speed of light. So there's a space-time interval. However, that the space-time interval is not going to describe that the Earth is getting bigger. That's not what that means. And actually, this problem of the Earth getting bigger is not even a relativistic, or it's not an Einsteinian concept. Like, it's a concept, it's like a principle of relativity concept that needs to be understood to understand what's happening here, which is that movement in general, motion in general, is reference frame dependent. And so, just like the GIF that I made, that I showed to all of you guys, the same event, the same two balls falling towards the Earth, accelerating towards the Earth, can be experienced differently from different frames of reference. And
I don't
the
think
space-time,
anybody
the space,
disagrees with that. But
yes,
the fact is there an absolute? Is there an objective? Like when something moves, is there one objective movement of that object, or is it all relative? That would be my question. I'm sorry. I mean, I just came in. I don't know like what you guys are, but this is like an old question of mine that I always pose to the opposing side. And
I'm gonna let Jace answer that because the question is based on, you know, what he like the space-time interval that you're talking about doesn't like there's not a reference frame, like there's not. That's why let's just Jace respond to this one.
well,
Yeah.
I mean, Jeremy was saying reality, like he used that term, right? And that's what I mean by absolute. This thing is actually like traveling east, right? Independent of these reference frames you're talking about. I mean, I'm all with reference frames, but that's just a way to view what's actually going on in reality. An absolute movement, right? You can perceive from different reference frames. I'm with that. But do you concede that there is an absolute movement, or is there never an absolute movement of any object in reality?
Go ahead, Coach. What do you think?
What? No, I wanted you to say the answer because
Well, he's just asking if you know there's an absolute movement,
okay,
absolute frame. Just answer
right.
that part.
Okay. So for I give the same answer I've been giving, which is that no, there's no absolute. There is no definite preferred reference frame, meaning that to describe any movement, any relationship between two positions, so the movement from one object from another position requires a reference frame. You have to decide which reference frame you're talking about, and then you can describe how this is moving in reference to that. That's my answer.
Yeah. Thank you. I mean, that's what like I would expect from like the opposing side. That's what I've always heard. But I thought I was hearing something different earlier when you were talking about an absolute. So thank you for.
I think Jace is being technical when he's talking about that because I agree. Like I said, the space-time interval thing. I think that's more of a technical concept. It's not really one that.
Yeah, if Jace is willing to elaborate on that, I mean, that'll be great. I mean, I'd love to understand that.
Yeah. So say we have two. Say we have two reference. We have somebody throwing a ball, right? They're throwing a ball and it hits the ground, right? We have two reference frames. We have the person, you know, we have the frame of the person who's throwing the ball and watching it hit the ground. And then say we have another frame, somebody who's going by on a train really fast or something, watching the event happen. What the space-time interval being invariant means is that we're going to call the person in the frame of throwing the ball and watching it, just standing still on the ground. We're going to call that frame A, and the person on the train, frame B. Right? In frame A, they could measure that the ball traveled like 6 meters over 4 seconds. So now you do the addition, and that means that the space-time interval is 10, right? They have 6 units of space, 4 units of time. Now, the person in the train can measure that the ball took 6 seconds to hit the ground and only traveled 4 meters. Now, they have a different measurement of space and of time, but the space-time interval is still, now they have 6 units of time and 4 units of space, which still totals to 10. That's the number that is the same between all frames, is that combination.
Okay, I get it. The combination of space-time adding up to the same figure, being in your example 10, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Oh, I get it. Thank you.
Yeah, no,
And
no
how does
problem.
that in anybody's mind make sense that if you're on a sphere and two people jump and the Earth moves towards both of them, that sphere does not expand? How does that make sense in anybody's mind?
Okay,
It's just a
I wasn't
mathematical. It's a mathematical frame.
I wasn't saying that though to address that problem. I was just expanding on what Kosho had said prior with an important distinction that has to be made. It wasn't a statement about the situation where you're throwing a ball antipodal to each other.
So what's your opinion on that? Because that's really what we were talking about.
Yeah, it's the same thing Kosho had said. It's frame dependent what you're going to observe happen.
And which is the reality frame?
Again, the same thing that Kosho had said. There is no absolute reality frame.
Yep. Yeah, that's the position they have to hold. I mean.
Yeah, but that means there's no absolute reality then.
Yeah, there's not. When it comes to motion, it's always based on the reference frame. It's relative.
Yeah, but this is not just
absolute.
motion. This is antipodal motion. This is a special situation in which they got themselves jammed. There's no way out of this. You can't have it both ways.
It's quite easy.
No, it's not easy at all.
So crazy. You can be
It's
going
quite not
zero.
easy.
You're going 0 miles an hour and moving. It's so crazy. You're doing two things but not doing anything. Two guys are jumping away from a ball, but the ball meets both of them. So crazy.
Yeah, that's like saying the balloon is expanding without expanding.
Yeah, in essence, like to summarize the way you're using reality, they would say there is no reality. Basically, there is no reality. It's
Well, yeah, he just said that.
Yeah, it's reference frame dependent.
We're not saying there is no reality. That's not
No.
at all what we're saying.
I know. But the way the person used the term reality, I know you're not using it the same way. But I'm sorry, who was it? I know it is. It's Montreal. Yeah, when he said reality.
Yeah.
When he says reality, it's not the same term you're using when you say reality. I mean, what is reality?
There's an alternative reality? I'm mixed up here. I'm lost. There's not one reality?
I agree with you. I mean, there is one absolute reference frame, which all reference frames are like reference to, right? There is an absolute.
It's called the God view.
Yeah, the absolute, which all reference frames are referring to, in essence.
Not mathematical, though, right?
What's that?
It's all mechanical and physical reality. It's not mathematical.
It's called the omnipresent reference frame.
I would say it's purely based on logic, the way I'm saying it. But math, like if you want to get into the mathematics of it, I mean that's a different aspect. But I mean, when you say reality, my question is when you say reality, what do you mean? My question is to Jace or Kosho.
You already answered it. It's an absolute reference frame. That's what they refer to.
No, that's what
Oh,
I
he said there's no reality. You're not listening. He said there isn't a reality, not a realistic reference frame. He said there's not reality. It's not reality. It's relevant.
I never said that. The other guy said that. That's what.
Yeah, that's what I concluded. But when I asked you the question, what do you mean by reality?
No, you never asked me that, or you never gave me a chance to answer. At least, Yeah, so reality is the composition of all the reference frames, right? So if you're viewing that throwing the ball, there's the person who's viewing it from on the ground, standing still, throwing the ball. There's the person who's viewing it from speeding by on the train, right? They're both in reality, right? Both of them are part of reality.
I don't think you answered my question though.
How so?
Are you saying the combination of the reference frames? Is that in a mathematical sense? I mean, I'm not getting it. Like, is there when you throw a ball, right?
All the total possible reference frames compose reality.
Okay, I throw a ball. What are all the possible reference frames when I throw a ball?
There's the frame from you viewing it, from you throwing it, standing still on the ground. There's a frame of the ball as it's going through the air. There's a frame of, a person speeding by on a train, a frame of a person speeding by on a plane, a frame of a person doing cartwheels and spinning around watching you throw the ball. All of those are part of reality.
All those are what represent reality?
Yes,
what you just referenced?
None of them are supernatural or metaphysical. They're all part of reality.
Yeah, but do they represent the absolute reality? I mean, when a ball is thrown, what is it actually referenced to in reality?
Yeah, it's frame dependent.
Exactly.
You've already said that part.
Yeah, well, that's
that
what I'm
doesn't
trying to...
mean that reality doesn't exist. It's just all of these frames are what compose reality. They're not existing in the metaphysical or the supernatural world. They're existing in the natural reality.
That's where we disagree. I mean, I would say reference frames are just that. They're reference frames up to something, which I would call reality, right? But that's what I'm trying to get out of you. Is there an absolute reference, which all reference frames are referring to? Like, is there that absolute reference frame?
Kosho answered this already. No, there isn't.
Yeah, exactly. That's your position. Yeah,
and that's what I said. Without you guys don't think there's a reality. There's not a real reference frame.
It's not really a position. It's just how it is. You can't provide any criteria or any examples of like an absolute reference.
No.
Oh yeah, I could.
I can't go off that.
Yeah, in our worldview, the Earth is just stationary, which is the absolute reference frame, which everything is referenced on. So in our worldview, it does exist. That reality we're referencing. When we say reality, that is it. But for you, it's
totally it's a totally different worldview for somebody on an airplane. But that's not a logical way to go about things.
Listen, it's just a slick way of saying it's a slick way. Hold on. It's a slick way of saying it's all relative, almost exactly.
Isn't the position of all of this dependent on the being and how sophisticated a man wants to see the world? Because if you think about it, if you just accept for what you see as a man, then it is reality and it stays reality. So if I observe the sun going over my head and going away from me, and I can live with that being a simple truth of the matter, because anything else is upon speculation or is not within the limits of what I can do or want to do. Isn't that reference frame actually real because it's the only thing I need as a man? So doesn't it get into a realm of relativity when you're someone who says, just looking at the sun and seeing it going over my head and going away from me is not enough. I need to know what the substance of it is. So I'm gonna make some ideas up in my mind, and then I'm gonna make some other stuff on paper. But at the end of the day, I will come to the conclusion that because I have made everything so complicated in the willfulness of my exploration, I'm just gonna say everything at the end is not really validation because
I made up everything.
because I made up everything.
Yeah.
It makes no
I
sense.
get it. I mean,
Jeremy, that's waffling, right? That's
No,
monologuing.
just think
Well,
about it,
let's
man.
just go back to
No,
the example of throwing the
Jay.
tennis ball. Hang on, man. Hang on. You spoke for a while.
Yeah, but
right?
think about it, man. You said that doesn't make sense, but it
Dude.
makes sense if you think about it for a second.
Yeah, but
the reference
it's
frame
not.
is
It's not the point that's at hand.
Well,
Right?
well, it
We have
is
to
kinda.
go back to the example of the tennis ball. Right now, say
yeah,
I'm
but
on.
sorry,
I'm
Jace.
on,
He
can you
was on
just let
point.
me
No,
finish
yeah,
the fucking
I'll let
point
you up. I'll let you finish.
without
but I'm just.
interrupting?
Yeah, it is on
It's
point
rude.
what he said. Sorry. Go ahead.
It's very rude, man. Right, so we're going to go back to the example of the tennis ball, right? So you're on the ground throwing the tennis ball, right? You're viewing that event from that frame. I'm on a train speeding by watching you throw the tennis ball, right? There's no objective criteria you could give me to say that your view on the ground of throwing the ball is any more either real, natural, physical, whatever preferred is really the word we're looking for here, than my view on the train, right? That's my point, right? That's why things are
because
relative.
in your worldview,
So-
the Earth is moving, right? That's why you can't have an absolute. But in our worldview,
There was
it
nothing
is.
about the Earth moving.
It is because that's the one
No,
reference
you're
frame which is
diverting.
absolute. No, I'm
Address the point, right?
Okay.
Neither of us can say that your view of throwing the ball standing on the ground versus my view of speeding by on a train watching it happen. Neither of us can say that our view of that event is any more real than the others or any more preferred,
Yeah,
like you said is
exactly.
really the word, because you can't provide an objective criteria to distinguish between the two different viewpoints to make one preferred over the other.
Both reference frames are not preferred. Actually, they're referencing one preferred reality, right? Someone going by in a train or the person on the ground throwing the ball, they're referencing one reality. They have to.
Is that your?
You're
it's all
referencing your own frame.
Yeah, or else, like you said, it's all relative. I mean, that's the difference between my worldview and yours.
But they're not what I said is not referencing some ultimate reality. They're referencing
exactly. That's
their
what I'm
own
saying.
frames between each other. And I'm pointing out that you can't provide
What's-
any objective criteria to distinguish between the two frames which one is more preferred over
What's
the
the
other.
speed? Yeah, you can. What's the speed of the fall of the apple while you're on the train moving versus standing there watching it fall from your hand? What is the speed of the apple from the train compared to when you stand there and drop it? So you on the train, I'm going to drop an apple. You have to write down how fast it fell while you're speeding in a train somehow past it. While I write down fast it fell right in front of me. Right? You're going to get the same
That's
answer,
my
Jason?
point, Mark. That's my point, right? We're both viewing that from our own reference frames, and I can't say
What's
the
that?
event he just described.
Exactly. That event is it absolute?
We're both viewing.
Is the ball dropping?
Holy
to
shit,
a
dude!
place?
We're both viewing the event, right? The space-time interval is invariant, so the event has to happen for both of us. But we're viewing it from our own frames. Now, I can't say, "Oh, Denmark, your frame isn't real, man. Mine's real. Like your thing didn't happen." That's not
nobody's
how
claiming
it
that.
works.
No, nobody's claiming that, though.
I
I mean,
asked
I
what
don't get
speed
why
the
you.
apple was. There's
Go
a
ahead, Sean.
dragon in the background of somebody that the news was bad. I asked what speed the apple was falling for the guy that dropped it versus the guy speed past in the train. It has one speed, not two. Well, no, you didn't prove my point. You disproved your own.
But what if I measure a different speed in my train frame compared to you? What criteria is there for us to distinguish who is objectively right? There isn't one. That's
Nobody's
the point.
objectively right in a reference frame. The whole point.
There
I mean,
isn't
that's
a-
what a reference frame is just that. It's referencing one thing or the other, right? It's not absolute. It's a reference. It's relative, right? But what I'm
No.
saying is
A reference
what?
frame itself is not relative. The frames can be relative to each other, different reference frames.
Exactly.
But the reference frame itself
Somebody
is just a
sounds
point of
really
view
bad. I can't
or
even
a
hear you
coordinate
guys. Is
system.
that just me?
A reference frame itself is just a point of view or a coordinate system where measurements or observations are being taken.
Hold on for a second. Let me just say something, guys. Egypt, I think you got a lot of background noise, bro.
Oh shit! I apologize.
If you have
man.
like a noise cancellation, it would be helpful. But what if not? Like, try to go on mute when you're not talking, because it's really bad, bro. It sounds like there's like a train behind you or something.
It's his fan, dude.
It's my fan. It's my fan. He's got me dice low, right?
Yeah, so
My
man,
AC's
whoa.
out. My AC's out. I'm using a fan. Yeah, I apologize.
Okay.
Yeah, well, it's killing us, breaking every eardrum in the place, I promise. So we were asking about the speed of an apple. If you're on a train, it's a move at a different speed. The apple's going to fall one speed to the ground. It's not going to fall at the train observed speed and at my speed. That doesn't make any sense. There's going to be one actual absolute speed that this is falling. Not
Well,
speed versus my
give me
your speed.
the objective criteria for how we determine which of those is the one speed that it fell at. So you have 4 different people and 4 different reference frames. They all measure a different speed. What is the objective criteria that we can use to determine which of those 4 frames is the one speed that it fell at?
Yeah. Earth says.
I'm just asking for the speed of the apple. Just one apple.
If
The
Earth doesn't move,
have to move in this example. That doesn't mean anything.
No, but it does. Actually, I mean, if Earth
None
not
of
moving,
those
Why is the train okay in the
are
background?
dependent on the Earth moving.
Please stop the train in the background. Please stop that. Please.
Well, Denmark, you're roboting a little too quick.
What?
You're kind of hard to listen to.
So your ears
You're
are okay
breaking
with
up
that?
and
You're telling me?
roboting Denmark. No, it's annoying for
Making
sure,
the
but I can make
train
out
come in
what
the
he's
background?
saying.
So is that making a train come in the background?
All I'm saying is all 4 of those frames, they don't have to have anything to do with the Earth moving, spinning, rotating, any of that. It doesn't have to have anything to do. It could just be someone in an airplane, someone in a train, someone doing cartwheels, and someone just standing there watching the ball they just threw travel through the air. Right? They can all measure different measurements of velocity and time that the ball traveled. What is the objective criteria to determine which of those is the one velocity and the one time that the ball
Jace,
actually
okay, I get the disconnect. That's not what I'm claiming. I'm not claiming that there is reference frame that is absolute. Like when, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying in the instant that Earth doesn't move, you do have an absolute. If Earth is moving, and so is everything else, there is never going to be an absolute. You cannot reference an absolute. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I already get that. But what I'm saying is this is not dependent on the Earth moving or not, right? 4 people in 4 different frames that are not a frame in which the Earth has to be moving can still come up with different measurements of time and space for the ball.
Exactly.
Distance
That's
and
what
time.
a reference frame is. I mean, nobody's
So you
saying
agree
reference
with
frames
relativity?
don't exist. Nobody's saying
But you're
that's not
saying
the
there's an
claim.
absolute frame, and you're not giving an
I
objective
can't.
criteria.
That's what we're calling reality. Okay, what I'm saying is that if it's not moving, is that absolute reference frame. That's what I'm saying. That's my claim. I mean, I don't know if you
Yeah, but
understand what I'm
that's like
saying.
not
I can't
reality.
even hear you.
None of us in that situation were in that frame of the Earth not moving. Like you're talking like, I don't know, like a bird's eye view or something of the Earth being flat and not moving. Like that's not real. None of us are in that frame, so that's literally not the reality.
It's not a frame.
We're
It's not a frame
experiencing.
of reference. It's reality, which every frame of
If it's a
every frame.
viewpoint, if it's a viewpoint in which observations of events are being made, it's a frame of reference. So to
It's not a
inform you,
viewpoint. It's just reality.
Somebody is in a
just saying it's
still middle.
reality
Why do you guys talk
doesn't
and one
mean
can hear
anything.
you?
Before
One is
when you were
inside a cage underwater.
when you were saying
Every time
reality,
I talk
ay,
in a
ay.
still, like nobody can hear him. You guys continue your conversation.
You're
We can hear your
robotic.
guy
Breaking up.
every time he opens his mic.
Can someone just mute Denmark?
Denmark, we hear him, bro. We hear him, but okay, he's controlling his mic. Now, there's nothing we can do about it. I mean, you know.
Am I still
Hang
communicating
on,
choppy?
Oh,
Or am
I
I
was
fine?
yes, you are, but
Tell
it's
him
not
to stop.
choppy. There's just a lot of noise. There's a lot of
yeah, we hear
background
your
noise.
fan a lot, bro. It's very loud. Yeah, disturbing.
But before,
It's
when
bad.
you were saying
Very bad. It's real bad.
before when you were saying reality, you know, it actually seemed like it meant something. But now, if you're not talking about where you can view events happening, then just saying reality doesn't mean anything in that instance. It has to be where you're viewing events from. That's what reality is.
Yes, it's that one place that all reference frames can refer to and refer to the same thing.
But there's a bajillion
That is
of those
reality.
kind of frames. How do we determine objectively what is the criteria to prefer one of those frames over the other?
Okay, I
Well,
get what you're saying.
so is
I'll
perspective
concede.
reality then?
Yeah, I'll
Is perspective
concede to
reality?
what you're saying, right? That there is no preferred reference frame. I'll concede. I get what you're trying to say, but I'm trying to corner you, right? To say that there is an absolute that everything is referred to. That's all I'm saying. I mean, not in the sense of reference frames. I'm not saying that's what reference frames are. That reference frames have to refer to one absolute reference frame. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying in your worldview, right? Is there an absolute reference frame that everything can be referenced to?
Wherever you are now, Egypt, you sound real good. We can't hear the fan now. So whatever you did, yeah, that's good.
Yeah, I just dropped out and came back in. I mean,
Oh, now we
real bad again.
Yeah.
Hey, real quick, can I say something very quickly, Jace? Just for 1 second, because right. So let me say this. Let's decide real quick that velocity, speed, motion is a relationship. Let's decide that real quick. Motion is a relationship, okay? Meaning speed is a relationship. Meaning I have a velocity in relation to you. Let's just decide that real quick. Because when we decide that real quick, I think it would make more sense, it would make less sense to describe an absolute relationship. Meaning that a relationship is in regards to two things. So a relationship's in regard to two things, meaning that there is no absolute relationship because that doesn't make any sense. So there's no absolute reference frame when you consider a reference frame to, or this reference frame, the speed thing.
Exactly. I already conceded to that point.
Yeah, I know. So the question of is there an absolute reference frame begins to make less sense when you think of it like that. That is, this reference frame thing is a relationship.
Yeah. again, you're strawmanning me. I mean, I already conceded that all reference frames cannot be absolute. Never. I already conceded that. I just said, is there a reality to which you can reference any reference frame to? Do you have that in your worldview? Is there what's Jace referred to, like a preferred, well, not in this instance a reference frame, but a reference, a preferred reference. Is there a preferred reference in your worldview? There isn't any, because everything is moving constantly.
No, it's not because everything is moving constantly. You're right that there's no preferred reference, but the reason why there's no preferred reference is not because everything is moving constantly. It's because there's no objective criteria to determine what frame would be the preferred frame.
Well, I would say the criteria in a worldview where the Earth is the only thing that's stationary, right, in the world, that would be the absolute reference, which everything in any reference frame can be referred to.
Yeah, but there's like a bajillion situations where you can't refer to that, right? That just sounds to me.
Yeah, I'm
like
not saying what you can't refer to. Yeah, it's not a conclusion or anything. It's just a claim.
You didn't let me finish. It just sounds to me like that's your desired conclusion, and so you're trying to format this thing, and you're giving it like labels, like worldview or reality around that conclusion.
Okay, so all I'm saying is that the difference between a flat Earth worldview and a globe Earth worldview is that the flat Earth worldview has an absolute reference, which all reference frames can refer to, because it is stationary, as opposed to the other worldview, where everything is moving constantly. There is no preferred reference.
I mean, I'll agree. You guys, you do say that that's what you think, but my objection is reality doesn't jive with that. There's never a situation where you can only describe something from that, right? There's no preferred situation for a preferred reference frame that you're describing, that you're calling a worldview or a reality. And there's no criteria for the other reference frames. If you were to give an example, and then I could give other reference frames to counter that example, there would be no criteria to distinguish the one you're saying as the preferred one over any of the other examples I can give, because that's just not how reality works, man.
I get the disagreement, but yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, at least we understood each other. I mean, you put your point across, and I guess I did mine. So
Yeah.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, I hear you. I do have to take off, so Kosha, if you want to continue, you're free to.
Can I mean, now that I thought I was like giving up the mic, but yeah, I got silence. But Jace, can I ask you this question? I mean, let me frame it in a correct way. Let's say we have two different people observing one motion. Right?
I think he left Egypt.
Sure.
You can still ask it. Maybe somebody in the room will answer it.
Yeah, I'm trying to simplify what I've been trying to say, but yeah, you have two different people viewing a certain object. Is there an absolute movement of this object, regardless of where it's perceived from?
Of course there is, bro. Of course there is. These guys are in La La Land.
Listen,
You
I do
damn
a lot
right
of
there
drugs.
is.
Jace does a lot of drugs. We're big drug addicts. Okay? So
You
just
said
keep
it,
that in
not
mind.
I mean,
Keep that
that's
in
just an
mind.
excuse.
Yeah, it is an excuse. You're right. It's my excuse. And the truth is, I got a question for you. I have a rocket, and I put a ball inside of it, and I launched the ball, and 1,000 million people all across the universe observe its speed. Okay? Who's correct about how fast it's traveling?
That's
How fast is the
like
ball
a
going?
convoluted question. I mean,
No,
what
it's not a convoluted question. Is there a speed that ball's going that is more true than anybody else's answer?
Well, you said universe, right? So your
Yeah, the universe. Anybody. Meaning everybody sees it. Everybody sees it. People are watching on TV. People are seeing it with binoculars. Somebody on Mars is seeing it with a telescope. I'm seeing it
There's
because I
nobody on
launched it.
Mars. See, that's the difference.
Let's
between
pretend
you and
there
me.
is. Let's just pretend that
I'm
there's
not gonna
many
pretend.
people. Doesn't matter. You're missing the point, man. The point is, who's correct about how fast it's going? We all have different answers. Who's
Nobody's
correct?
correct. Nobody's correct in that sense. It's just what we're saying is there something to reference all these incorrect viewpoints to, which what we would call reality. That's
So
all I'm
basically,
saying.
you're agreeing with me and Jace are saying, but you don't want to actually admit that you're agreeing because
no, I would
that's what we're
agree.
saying. That there is no correct speed that it's going. There's a bunch of different speeds that different people are describing it from. I'm describing it going one speed. Somebody else describing it going a different speed. Somebody in a chopper is describing it going a different speed. We're all describing different situations.
Yeah, these are
Who's
reference
correct?
frames.
The answer is nobody is more correct. Nobody's more correct than anybody.
Correct, but the caveat is that there is an actual speed.
Yeah, and I'm asking you, what is that? How do you determine that? And where can you view that?
I already said it. It's reference to the Earth, which is motionless. That this is the basis of that's what we call reality. Earth is reality. There is no universe where you can go on Mars or whatever. Earth is reality. That is what you see is what you get, man.
So then that's your answer. Your answer is that the person who's standing on Earth and observing it, that person has the correct answer for how fast it's going. That's your answer.
All of them have the correct answer.
No, they don't. They have different answers. They all have different answers.
So why does someone, like let's say standing on a motionless Earth versus someone on a plane taking off from a motionless plane, both reference a certain movement? Why is that wrong?
Well, they have two different speeds. They're not. Are they both right?
Yeah, that's based on their reference frame. But if you if you actually then refer it to one basis, which you get these two different reference frames from, right? One reality.
No. You've decided that. You've decided that the Earth, the stationary Earth, is the reference frame that you're using.
Yeah, I did.
Yes, that's what you've decided. So that's your answer. There's the person observing it from Earth, stationary. They're giving you the correct answer.
Correct. So I'm just showing the difference between my worldview and yours. Yours has to have one that there is no reality, no one reference frame where all, or one reference, let me say it that way, that all reference frames can refer to. You don't have that. The preferred reference, you don't have that. That's all I'm pointing out. I'm not saying my worldview is better than yours. I'm just pointing out the difference.
Yeah, I already know yours. Yours is that the Earth is the preferred reference frame.
Exactly.
So whenever
That's all I've been saying.
when somebody throws a fastball on a cruise ship, when someone's on a cruise ship and they're throwing a fastball, and they're trying to do a speed contest on the cruise ship, the person who observed it on the stationary pier, the speed they observed the ball going is the correct speed, according to you. So it doesn't matter if they threw it 100 miles per hour
If you were the referee,
it just matters that the ship was going in the direction.
If you were the referee, who would be correct? Who would have the faster speed?
The person on the ship is the correct speed in that scenario because there's no preferred reference frame.
The answer is you can't have a referee because there is no absolute. Nobody would be the faster person.
You sure it's not a cheat?
Yeah, I hope I'm coming in fine. No.
Blue car, real quick. Blue car, you're buzzing around. You're hot micing, clip popping in and out. It's kind of weird.
Am I good though?
Yeah.
AI, man. That's what's going on, right? Fuck.
AI's a bitch.
AI is doing some crazy shit. I mean,
No, listen. All you got to do if it steps out of line, cut the power to the damn computer. Done.
It's a good idea.
There are these instances, right, where things like legality, ethics come into play with AI. That is, it's just interesting, and the way AI is developing currently, I think it's going to change a lot of things. I mean, I was definitely like sort of a denier, if I can put it that way, of AI. I still hold to my position of denying that AI is going to take over, destroy the world, all that bullshit, but it is going to disrupt things. It's going to disrupt markets, employment, jobs, things like that. I mean, a lot of things, technology, just like I said, a legality of things, ethics, and so on. There are so many aspects to AI. It's just fucking crazy, and it's. I really do think it's gonna change a lot of things in the coming period. Like, yeah, imagine the next 10 years. Fuck.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, but if we just take a few steps back and just look at the big picture, you look at the Unabomber. He wrote a manifesto talking about ISAIF, the industrial. Dang, I'm about to look up what that means. ISIF.
What's it with you guys in the Unabomber, man? You guys are all enamored with the Unabomber.
Universal society and its future. Basically talking about how the industrial quote unquote revolution, like what it means for our future, because the technology just keeps encroaching more and more, and it's becoming a bigger problem. Would you agree?
Yes.
How don't get me wrong, technology is a good thing, but at the same time, it can also be a bad thing. It's like a tool, right? Like a car,
double-edged sword,
a car
right?
can get you where you need to go and pay the bills, but it can also run over a crowd of people and kill a bunch of people, right?
Yeah,
And
and
injure
most
them,
people
or a gun,
look look at the good aspect of things, right? Most people perceive AI as being good, but there are implications that are bad. I mean, that people are not talking about.
But that's just the
And,
tip of the iceberg, isn't it? AI. I mean, it's the whole thing, technology in and of itself, right?
Yeah.
Just like cars, just like guns,
Right.
like AI. Guns don't
Exactly,
kill people. Guns don't kill people. People kill people.
Yeah, I never said
Right?
AI
Cars
is
don't
bad.
kill people. People
Yeah,
kill
yeah.
people.
Exactly.
AI is not the bad thing. AI is just a tool.
Of course. Yeah,
Exactly.
it's just a tool. That's what I'm saying. But that tool is just going to change things. Like
Right.
how the gun changed things, right? In the battlefield, right? That's all. I'm not saying anything else. I'm just saying it's a technology we do have to look out for because it's going to be life changing.
Just like everything else, I feel like that's the tip of the iceberg. Like,
Yeah,
there's
just like everything
the
else,
underlying
but-
issue is still there, right? How
You know how many porno movies have been written using AI?
Yeah, that's actually a good thing to bring up. I mean, AI can fucking undress.
That was a
any
fucking joke,
person.
Egypt.
No, but seriously, that's an ethical. That's something that goes into ethics and law, right? Some countries would outlaw this aspect of AI, right? And some people would see it as unethical, as others wouldn't. That's just something you have to consider. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying anything else. I'm not the person who would say AI is going to destroy the world because it can't, because man creates AI.
No one said you think that. I'm just saying that, like, well, for instance, to go on what you're saying, like deep fakes. I think in 5 years it's going to be so good that it's going to be really hard to discern what is really being audio and video recorded as opposed to a deep fake, which is AI. And I see that as like a scapegoat to get away with certain things, to just dismiss something that has truly been recorded and just dismiss it as, oh, it's just a deep fake. And then people should be like,
That's what the lazy will do. The lazy, no. The same way that lazy people will look at evidence as if it doesn't exist, lazy people will accept that. But that's not what happens. What happens, look at Vegas. Okay, Vegas is the mecca for cheating technology used to cheat. It's also the mecca for the technology that reveals somebody cheating. Okay? So the same way that there's these tools that are built around deep fakes, and there's now ways to, fake videos or fake somebody making something. There's also forensics being built around actually being able to verify whether or not pictures and videos are real. Like, it's not a one-way
of
street.
course, but all I'm saying is, try to accept the social aspect behind it. Let's just imagine your wife, your daughter, your sister on social media posts a picture, and somebody takes that, makes a deep fake, right? She's naked and posts that picture. Like, do you imagine the implications of that? Because that's going on right now, right?
the damage is already done, right?
Yeah.
Even though it
that's
can be
already
detected and be like, oh, that is a deep fake, which has been verified by the reverse engineering tools or whatever you want to call it.
What's the damage? It's just like in the Bible, it says, hey, you can't covet somebody else's wife. That means that you're not even allowed to think about them naked. Well, guess what, dude? I can. You can't do anything about it. And so somebody can deep fake you and make you look like you're fucking a horse. Well, guess what? If you can make sure that that's not real, All that person did was make a fucking creepy video that's fucking good for them. Nobody thinks it's real, so what's the difference?
Yeah. No, but everybody, most people would think it's real. I mean, nobody's educated to the point where they can verify this image, take it on some platform where they can tell if it's AI generated or if it's not or whatever. I mean, just the social, that's what I'm talking about, the social implication of such a thing. This is just the tip of the iceberg. I'm just bringing up one aspect of AI that could be just socially detrimental to a person, right?
There is a lot that it is actually a powerful tool. It can be used as a powerful tool, and I agree that to the unprepared, it can be used as a useful weapon even. But like I said, these sorts of weapons, there's always two sides of every crime, right? So it's like, this is something to watch out for, but there's already people watching out for it. So as long as it's just something else you got to fucking protect against, basically.
Yeah, I mean, some countries right now have already banned these deep fake AIs, right? In certain instances, right? Like political persons who are about to engage in elections, right? You can't post a deep fake of them within a certain period of their election, like 30 days or whatever. That's actually a law that's been passed in certain countries. But that's as far it will go. I mean, you as a regular person who's not you're not being voted as a democratic person, right? You have no protection against this tool.
Well, you do. You actually do. But for instance, there's laws against using your likeness. There's likeness laws. It's been around for a while. But regardless, there's already people using this to scam. Like you can take someone's voice. I was working on this thing where I was gonna take Jeremy's voice and I was gonna make it seem like he's sending himself a message from the future, and he's like warning himself that the Earth is a globe and all this other type of
It's
stuff.
audio, video. You can do that's just what's going on today. That's what's commercially available today. Like imagine 10 years down the line, what's going to happen? You know?
But that's what I'm saying. What comes along with that is the protections. It naturally comes along. Like there may be a window where that doesn't exist, but exactly when those things start existing, that's when people start finding out ways to identify and protect against those things. And being aware of them is the first step. Like the whole voice thing. There's already scammers who are taking people's voices and acting like they're kidnapped and asking for ransoms, because the scammer industry is like a $20 billion
It's growing.
economy.
It's growing. Yeah.
Right.
I mean, that's just another tool to
that's my point. That's just the tip of the iceberg. It's only going to get worse, the whole thing. Not just AI, but just technology in and of itself, right? It's a tool that can be used for good and for evil, but I feel like it's being used more for evil than good. Like the balance has shifted, right? And it's just going to get worse. I don't mean to sound all doom and gloom, but from all the years that I've been alive, I'm 38 years old, and I see the trend, it is getting worse. So what are we gonna do about it? Like, are we just going to? Are we gonna be like are we gonna be against an authoritative government? Be like, no, we don't need you to have power over me and to provide me basic essential needs. On a silver platter. All I have to do is work at Walmart as a greeter, to be able to stand up with two legs and a heartbeat, to be able to feed my family. You know what I mean? It's just
No, listen. I don't know what that's all about, but you don't have to. Like the fears that we're talking about. The only people that are at risk are old people who don't know any better. But we're talking about it right now, which already means that we're protected against these things.
And the more people that become aware, that's the first protection. And then there's, like I said, there's forensics that can identify whether or not a video or a picture or this type of stuff is actually legitimate. But yeah, I agree that old people, these are the people who usually get had by scammers, and frankly retarded people or just unaware people. They're the people who get had by them.
Retarded? What the fuck?
No, yeah, that's a demographic of people who get scammed. Is old people, unaware people, and retarded people. Retarded people get scammed all the time. That's not offensive. It just happens. Retarded people get scammed because they don't have the capacity to understand or be aware of what the scammer's doing. So they get scammed. And these are the people who are at risk. But becoming aware of it, you're already protecting yourself.
Can you cite anything that actually says that retarded people get scammed more than?
I got news for you, dude. You're not in good shape. You're not in good shape if you need a citation for that. Okay?
I mean, you have no fucking basis of making that claim. I mean,
are you serious? Let's ask anybody in the world.
Let me just state this. I would agree with your earlier statement of older people being more prone to scams. I would agree with that, but
come on, God damn it, dude!
Someone is getting emotionally
people
invested.
Are safe from scammers? Is that what you're trying to tell me? That retarded people are immune to being scammed?
I'm not.
What are you saying?
You made a positive claim about that, so.
Come on, man. Come on, dude. I feel like I'm taking crazy pills right now.
Whatever, man. Whatever.
I bet you in front. Old people are probably less. They're probably less available from being scammed than retarded people. Retarded people are the prime. Yeah.
Imagine getting emotionally invested in someone online. Like, can we just stick to the facts, please?
Online, dude.
Can we just stick to the facts, please? It's a lot.
I bet my wife's online, dude.
Okay.
Egypt maybe my next future ex-boyfriend. Who knows?
Anyway.
Well, that's true.
I mean, I could go on and say, imagine that. I mean, you have to be humble and be educated enough to understand why people engage in these so-called scams, right? Why do they?
Okay, yeah.
What's that?
No, go ahead. I'm still listening.
Yeah, I'm saying you have to think about why, let's say, older people fall for these scams. Right?
Yeah.
It's not that they're dumber than your average person, is it?
Well, they're not adept. As I'd say, there's the initiated, and we are the initiated. And there's people who are not initiated, and those would be old people and retards. Babies. Babies are it's probably easy to scam a baby because they're not really all there.
Scam a baby because a baby wouldn't even respond to you.
Really? If a baby had $1 million on it, I bet you $1,000 I could scam that baby.
Deal with money, babies. They need a legal guardian. I mean, you want to talk about reality? Or we just
did I just hear somebody say that they could scam a baby and they need $1,000 if they do it?
Kosho has the worst baby analogies ever in the fucking world. Why are you always bringing up babies?
Because he's okay. Jeremy's impartial sometimes. Let me just say, old people. Who are the easiest people to scam? Old people, retards, babies. I'm just saying these are the top 3 easiest people to scam. I think.
What does babies
you
have to
could
do with
testify that
anything?
you've been
They're
scammed.
babies. Like,
Yeah, are we being objective here? Old people are retarded? I mean, what the fuck?
He said, I bet you I could scam that baby.
oh my gosh. We don't need comedians, man. Just look around you. Comedians are like... oh my God.
Well, we all know there's no baby out there with $1 million.
Scam.
Well, how old is the baby you're scamming? There's a baby, it's got $1 million. How old of a baby does the baby
It's
talk?
only a baby till it's a toddler, like a
Maybe
year and
he
a
doesn't
half.
deal in financials, right?
How you gonna scam a year and a half year
Well,
old?
the baby, if the baby's got $1 million, he's doing something with financials.
He doesn't have the password to his bank account, does he?
It depends. How old's the baby? We talking like a 3-year-old or?
I mean, well, that goes back to what a baby is. I mean, yeah, like a 3-year-old. That's like an infant. Well, what's the actual like definition of infant versus toddler versus what I mean?
I got news for you.
Kosho does. This is what Kosho does. He gets us talking about babies all the time, and now we're lost on this rabbit hole of nonsense.
I'm just being straight up, dude.
Yeah, it's a rabbit hole, but it's interesting.
Hey,
feel like we
almost
can agree on
exactly.
this, man.
Are you driving by chance?
I'm pulling a giant thing of garbage.
Yeah, I'm not
but as
saying
far
I'm
as
interested in
people
babies,
getting scammed, as far as Egypt, your mic is god awful, dude. Can you fix it, or is it possible? Are you on a speedboat right now? Somebody hit him with the moon bleep.
He's
Yeah.
ripping
As
off a
far as
baby.
people getting scammed, I would say old people and retards probably get scammed more than just normal dudes.
Yeah. Sure.
I don't know about babies. I don't know who's running around scamming babies. That's a whole nother thing.
I'm not telling you that it's okay to do this. It's not okay to scam an old lady, of course, or a retard by any means, or a baby.
Or a baby.
I'm just telling you what's incredibly easy to do.
Nobody's scamming
incredibly
babies.
easy.
Babies are unscammable.
Is this
What are you
why
gonna get, the candy or they're?
Is this why they have the globe so preloaded for babies because they're easy to scam at that age?
Very
Dang. Got him.
Shouldn't even be disagreed with, dude. If a baby has $1 million, he has $1 million with him. It probably more so than an old lady or a unintelligent person. It's going to be easiest to scam the baby because the money's not worth anything to him. He doesn't realize you can buy a bunch of candy with that money. So you just offer him some candy and you get all that money. I don't know why you were arguing with this.
I'm going with you on this. Babies are easily scammable. That's why they push the globe in front of their face and they got globes everywhere. Exactly what Gio said. Babies are the most scammable people on earth. Exactly. Good point, Kosho and Gio.
Actually, babies who do have money in the bank, that would be like a Hollywood actor, for example, right? Take what's his face?
Bruce Willis. We need Bruce Willis to come back and do some fucking baby voice acting. Put me back in.
Baby's day out.
The important
Baby's
thing
day
is
out.
they have a legal guardian taking care of their financials. They're not even aware of it in their baby state.
But here's the question. Here's the question. Why do they have adults taking care of their finances? Because they're easily scammable.
Yeah, good point. Actually, I would agree with that in essence. But we're talking about when you say scam, like online scamming, right?
You are off in the weeds about
Legal
this one.
guardian scamming them, like the McLachlan example. You know the Home Alone child actor.
Macaulay Culkin, yeah.
Yeah. Do you know his story? How is
that he got emancipated? He emancipated himself, right?
Yeah, exactly. Because his dad was quote unquote scamming him.
Real quick, if I had to have a scale of scammability, I would say babies are way more scammable than retards because if you have a baby and you have a retard and you don't tell the retard anything about the earth or anything he lives on, he just grows up naturally seeing things, you'd never be able to convince the retard they're on a globe.
Okay, man. Oh, we all are from the weeds on this one, man. And actually, I'll tell you this much too. We were talking about the scammable people. Remember when what's his name? David Weiss was able to convince that 100-year-old lady that we actually we've been lied to about the Earth. I feel like that was one of the most fucked up things I ever saw, dude. When he did that, when he was
Well,
sitting there
yeah,
telling that old
yeah,
lady.
I saw it as questionable as a flat earther. Like,
Because he's telling it to her, and she's eating it up like he's like the beacon of truth. Like he's telling her things that we've now come to learn it to be true, and she might have learned any different since then.
yeah, I agree with you, but there's still leeway that she was actually referencing her childhood and being truthful and not gullible. There is that. I still give that leeway. I mean, I'm not gonna.
Yeah, wasn't she
choose-
saying that she was taught the Earth was flat when she was growing up? Like, wasn't that part of the thing with her?
I don't know. She was saying like, "Oh, I never know." Like he was telling her, "Oh, we never went on the moon landing," and it turns out the Earth's flat. And she did say something like, "Oh, I thought that was kind of," or I thought, I didn't even believe that when we were said to do that." By the way, she was like 80 years old. She was already 80 years old. We landed on the moon or something like that.
Yeah, man.
I think she was like 60.
Social. I'm not disagreeing the fact that this is possible that he did like kind of how do you say he built the idea for her and she just agreed with it. Yeah,
That's how I saw it. That's how I saw it too.
Perfectly possible. I saw that as a possibility, but yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's a possibility, but I also would say there is a possibility that she was being truthful and not being conned or scammed.
Yeah, I'd say
I
she's
don't know
100
that.
years old. She's 100 years old, so it's kind of hard to say that she was even knew what was going on in that situation. But yeah,
I don't know.
I think what's crazy. I think my girlfriend told me because she watches a lot of Facebook videos, and she's not into this community at all. But she told me about that. Like she'd seen that, separate than this community, which is kind of crazy. She saw David Weiss interviewing that old lady.
David Weiss is like a commercial.
Yeah.
And Flat Earth has become somewhat commercial. I mean, if you're on social media, you know about the Flat Earth. So,
Egypt, are you on the moon?
nope, that's impossible.
Yeah, Jeremy,
What it
there's
is,
no
Egypt?
wind. There's no wind on the moon, man.
Yeah, I don't know what it is with your mic, but basically, whenever you do push to talk or whatever, there's just like this really loud kind of background. Almost, I don't know if it's like wind noise or there's something, and it's almost like louder than your voice. So, like every time you.
So you'll hear it cut in and cut off.
And you
Push-
have
Welcome to Egypt. That's basically traffic because I have the window open and I do have my fan running, so that would play a part. And
You have a fan blowing on your microphone. Is that right?
He's one of them guys.
well, it's a fan that's doing like 180 degrees kind of thing, so it is often blowing in the mic.
Would you say it's almost exactly blowing into your mic?
I wouldn't say that because that would be an oxymoron.
The signal to noise ratio is probably like 40%. Pretty rough.
Put on some headphones, I would say. If you don't have headphones.
Yeah, the headphones wouldn't fix it. It's a mic issue, so.
All right, well,
I do
guys,
have
let's
a very expensive mic that I can connect to, but I'm on the couch and laid back, so I'm just gonna go mute. I apologize.
I had good input though when you were talking. But I did post a David Weiss video, by the way, just if anybody hadn't seen it yet.
You take a middle-aged retarded man, mentally challenged, whatever they're called, mentally challenged, middle-aged, like 30, 40 years old. You don't teach him anything about where we live.
Like you.
You don't teach him anything about where we live. You just let him walk around, experience Earth. He does this thing. You don't teach him anything about a globe, flat, nothing. And then you take a baby, and it's going to be way easier to tell the baby they're on a globe than the mentally challenged guy is never going to go for it.
Hey, you're telling me about what I do on a daily basis, man.
Scam babies.
I'm messing with you, man. But anyways, I know I don't want to get into the whole thing with Egypt again. He agreed. We're on the same page. I just thought there was an easy agreement. I don't know why it's important to talk about, but we can close the book on the AI thing. That's just what I'm saying. That AI is dangerous, but I think the more that people become aware of what it's capable of doing, I think that the less people will be caught off guard, or fooled by it. Like they'll be able to see what it's able to do as far as fooling people.
Yeah, I doubt you're on the same page because you're reading
Yeah,
pop-up books.
Most people are not tech savvy. I would say in today's world, like 90% of people who live on Earth don't know what AI is even capable of. And like I'm shooting a low number here by saying 90. It's probably closer to a 99.
You're probably right about that, man.
Scott Veach is a self-reported expert on this fucking AI thing, and he doesn't even fucking know how dangerous it is. He thinks it's fine and dandy, and he's skipping down Candy Lane, clicking his heels and shit.
He's got a PhD in artificial intelligence, actually, computer science. What's up? Who's saying that?
This is Smooth Marine.
Oh, what's up, Smooth? Long time. Look at Jeremy. What's up, Smooth? No, but yeah, because I disagree with Scott Veach, even though he's much smarter than me, especially on the topic. But he was talking to Gio the other day about how AI, what the difference between what's the term when you're sentient, like a sentient human being, and artificial intelligence. And I was aware. I'm certain that he's aware of John Searle's Chinese Room thought experiment, and he said he's had 100 hours debates talking about that, and he's on the other side of it than I am. So I'd be interested to hear what he has to say. But I personally don't think, I disagree with him, that AI is, in any way capable of sentience in the same way we are.
No, never. That's my hope. Actually, that's that's the whole thing. Like my philosophy, I think there's never going to be an AI that's sentient or an AI that's gonna replace a human being. That's impossible. But there are people out there who do think this is possible. I mean, I always I found this this discussion with what's his face, Jack Ma. You know who Jack Ma is? And Jack Ma is the Chinese what's his face Tesla guy. What's his name?
Chinese Tesla.
No, the Tesla guy. What's his name? I forget.
Elon Musk.
Elon Musk. Like he's the Chinese Elon Musk, right?
Oh, okay, I got you.
Yeah. And he had a discussion with Elon Musk, right? And they got into AI, and Jack Ma was like, I never see. I've seen human create AI. I never see AI create human, and I see that
That's
as a
retarded,
valid point.
man. That's retarded, dude.
That's not retarded.
What the hell does that even mean? That is retarded. Did that come from the mentally challenged guy in the last scenario?
I mean, there's never going to be an AI that is more powerful than its creator.
I've seen a dad create a baby, but I've never seen a baby create his own dad. Like it doesn't make any sense, man.
That's not the
That
logic.
proves his point.
I don't know, man. I can kind of see what he's saying, but
is one of the most.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Coach.
Very quickly.
AI is one of the most dangerous things, even if it doesn't have sentience. Well, we're confused. Do you want to go or?
No, you have a long
I'm
delay, and so I'm gonna let you go.
Reference,
you got a long delay, man.
A dad in your reference is not a creator, in essence. All he does is.
Fair enough. Let's give Jeremy space. Jeremy's got a delay. Let's give him some space to get it out.
Dude, even without sentience, AI is wildly dangerous. If you gave AI $100 and said, go start a business making money, I want you to take all the money you make and I want you to make paper clips. And that's all I want you to focus on. Make as much money as you can and use that money to make paper clips with and gain power and control and make paper clips. If the AI followed through with that, even without sentience,
Would destroy
that could
the
be the
world.
downfall. Yeah, it's going to start using human bones. It's going to run out of shit to make paper clips out of them. Be like, oh, human bones is good for paper clips. I'm going to use that.
Yeah, that's
Makes
why
a lot
you
of
got
sense,
people
man.
in the AI industry, like kind of speaking out to that effect. I mean, what they do is they put these AIs in it's called like a sandbox, right? They run these tests, and yeah, they've got to fucking detrimental results.
Yeah,
Like
you
you said,
never let it
paperclip,
out of the box.
right?
You never let it out of the box. People like Veach want to let it out the box and run around and have a grand old time. And it's
Yeah.
fucking dangerous.
Okay, can I?
I perfectly agree with you, Jeremy. I mean, the fact that AI can't be sentient doesn't make it less dangerous. I mean,
Yeah, but
the
it's
actual
dangerous.
danger is the programmer behind it, because
Right.
that's
Well,
what
yeah, the
programs
user.
biases. Yeah, the biases behind. I mean, all AI today have biases that are created
No,
by
that's
their
not true.
programmers. No, what's that?
Not all AI has like large language models. If let like open like ChatGPT is not a good example because it is biased.
It is
But
definitely.
yeah,
Well, it's
exactly. It is biased. You can create a large language models, and there are plenty of them that are not biased. They're not biased. They're only trained on the data that they've been trained on, and that's their bias is their training material. But
Yeah, it's still a bias though.
Bias doesn't come from the training, though, in an AI model. That's not what they're doing.
No, maybe not. I mean, in one instance.
They're actually going out of their way to create. They're going out of their way to create artificial. It's a contrivance when there's bias in it, because if you just allow them to train on the data, the model that it creates, and then later the inferences, which is the interactions later, those would just allow the AI model to kind of be whatever it wants to be. Or, it'll just learn.
Yeah, but such a thing is actually not commercially available right now. For
just
example,
let him finish. Let him finish real quick.
Yeah, I apologize.
Yeah. There's a reason why they do that, because they've tried to do that many times. And as soon as they put any of these large language models out on the internet and give them free access to inference information, like 4chan attacks them, the internet attacks them, and instantly turns them into like 10 times worse than Hitler, like overnight. It's amazing how fast the internet will assail upon one of these language models and turn it into just an ungodly thing that you wouldn't even imagine. So they have to take great pains to kind of control that. Like ChatGPT, they don't even let it look at anything on the internet past September of 2021.
Yeah, and it also lies, like
all the time. Well, hold on, because I work with the Google people, the AI, the people that in Google that work with the AI. It's not exactly a lie. What they refer to it as a hallucination. And here's a perfect example. I was with a friend. He used to be signed to a major record label and went to number 21 on the modern rock charts back in 1999, right? So, and he's still my best friend. I just had lunch with him yesterday. But he still gets royalty checks from all over the world. And so his backstory is pretty easily findable. And so I explained to him after this conversation that I had with the engineers at Google, that they hallucinate. They'll make things up and say stuff that sounds very convincing, with a very authoritative tone in the rhetoric that they come up with, but it'll be completely false. And so I asked him, I go, just search your band name and say, hey, can you give me a summary of this band? And it's his band, like he was the leader, he wrote the songs and all the 9 yards. And so it came back and it got the city of origin wrong, got a bunch of stuff about the signing of RCA, and it completely confabulated a number of releases songs that he had never written.
Okay, that's all good and dandy, but just a couple of days ago, I mean, this was completely from, like, I just thought this up. Like, I use actually GPT a lot, right? So this thought just came into my head a couple of days ago, right? The fact that it can only reference data from 2021 September, like you said earlier. So I asked Chat GPT that question. I said, do you know today's date? Right? And it replied, and it said, yes, today is August X and Y. It was a couple of days ago. I think it said 21st. I don't remember. Whatever. So I'm like, hold on a minute. I thought you didn't have access to anything after the date. How did you?
Which model were you using?
Just a free model.
No, I'm saying like Chat GTP is what you're talking about, or you're talking about something else?
Yeah,
okay.
Chat GPT, right? So I asked it the question, how did you know today's date? And it said, like, I can actually post the conversation. I can refer to, like, and post it in the chat. But what it said was, I mean, you referenced a date that I used to get this date, and basically it said it guessed the date, right? But the date was right. So I asked it, what is the problem? I went through a line of questioning, and it was just lying through its teeth. It wouldn't tell me, and then it admitted later on, because I searched and said, how does Chat GPT know the date? And I found a couple of Reddits and so on talking about the timestamp of the conversation. So I said, you've been lying. You know that it's been through the timestamp. And it says, oh, you're right. I did know from the timestamp. So why the hell have you been saying you don't know and it was just a guess all along? You know what I mean? It's just suspect. Things like that is just like weird. I'm not saying that it's sentient or whatever. I'm just saying things like that is just like the bias.
Retarded.
It's not
it's
close.
borderline
to
retarded, man.
Yeah, it's not close to sentient. The interactions that it had with you were basically being drawn on by like 8,000 layers of language that it has stuck together inside of the large model. So that model can render, and like the example I gave you, completely hallucinated facts that never even happened. It just puts stuff together. Now, it is a computer, and it is on a server, and it is on a network, and networks do broadcast time on all kinds of different sorts of ICCM, layers and protocols that are relatively safe. I might think I have the acronym right. I think I do. I have it. But yeah, most networks broadcast the time. So I don't. But it's trying to answer your question in the way that a person would, based on its model, its language model.
No, but it understands. It's not a person. I mean, that's actually. I think. Shit.
Yeah, you're cutting out a little bit.
Yeah. Step out. Back in.
That's trivial. That's trivial for a. So that wouldn't have anything to do with its learning. Like any program is probably going to have a timestamp. It's probably going to have like a universal timestamp associated with it that can easily access without having to.
Why would it say, like, why would it lie about it? The Chat GPT said basically it was a guess based on information I provided, which, like, I never provided any date information in any of the conversations I've had with it. So
it's because it doesn't have a motive. It's only taking your input and it's bouncing it off the language model, and that's the result that comes out. It's
exactly. Yeah, that's what it said. So for it to guess today's date and be correct, what would be the probability of that? 0. But then it actually admitted to using the timestamp. But it initially lied about knowing it that it was just a guess. But then when I confronted it, that it knows it through the timestamp of the conversation, it admitted it. That's the funny part.
Hey Ray, can I ask you something very quickly? Because Scott Veach, I referenced him earlier, just so you know, he's a friend of mine. He's a PhD specifically in artificial intelligence. I was hoping to have a conversation with him about John Searle's Chinese Room. It sounds like I was going to ask you what industry you work in, but then you kind of alluded to it, and I was curious if you're familiar with John Searle's Chinese Room.
Yo, is this the guy who pretended to be the AI and talked to people out of letting them out of the box?
No.
Well, what's this Chinese room? Hold on, Egypt. I almost called you Data. What's this Chinese room thing? Break it down for us.
Ray's getting ready to. He's ready to respond to me, without your interjections. And if he does, maybe we'll unveil what it is. So let's see what Ray's got to say.
Well, the industry I work in it's global intralogistics, but I'm only a strategist, an analytic strategist. So what I do is it's difficult to describe what I do, but I basically make sure that if people want to do something with data, including AI, that the approaches that we take actually work and that they're implemented and that they run, which is why I sometimes have conversations with Google's AI team. So, but I myself am not an expert in AI. I work with PhDs in AI, so they sit around me in meetings, but I'm not an expert. So what I know is tangentially through the fact that I work with experts in AI every day, but I'm not myself an AI expert. So.
Okay.
So can you tell me why when I had a conversation with ChatGPT and asked it what today's date was, and it quote unquote, according to it, guessed the date.
Borderline retarded. It's borderline retarded.
It's the Chinese room.
I'm trying to tell everybody. Let's let Ray answer his question real quick.
Yeah, so the way that it works is there's a huge model. It's not any different than the way a computer would play chess, which some computers do very well. It's not that they think. It's that you would have to imagine it. You probably don't know what a B tree is. But you might know what a leaf node structure is. So it's just basically taking your words and then filtering them out through this model and coming up with the way that the model works. It comes up with structures of sentences that you are reading as a person replying to you, but it's really just putting stuff together that the model is. So it made sense to it for whatever reason to give you some idea that it was inferring the date based on your individual conversation, which was total bullshit. But you could understand if it's just thinking about words, those would be the words it might come up with. It wasn't intentionally trying to deceive you.
Exactly. I exactly. I mean, you're right on point. I mean, that's exactly how I perceive it. It's just a language model, right? No sentience. It's not trying to lie. In essence,
Correct.
There's an AI literally can't lie, right?
Well, I've had them lie to me.
It can be biased. It can be programmed in a biased way.
I can tell you that absolutely they will. Those language models that are online will absolutely lie to your face. A perfect example was I recently asked Bing, because I couldn't remember the judge's name that Hunter Biden went in front of when she rejected the plea bargain deal that he had worked out with prosecutors. And it's a complicated case, and we don't need to get into it. But anyway, I just needed the name. And so I asked Bing, who was this judge? And it said, I don't know what you're talking about. So I quickly went out and grabbed a couple links from NPR, the New York Times, the Washington Post, and every link that I posted, it replied and said, well, this link doesn't work for me, and I don't believe that this is a trustworthy source. Now, we can all debate on whether they are trustworthy, but they are the mainstream news, which I found very interesting. So I eventually found the name on my own, and I asked it, has there been any major news stories with this judge's name in it? And it absolutely told me emphatically that there have been no major. Yeah, none. So basically, I worked my way around the edges eventually, and I got it to admit the fact that this was a widely covered story, but it lied through its teeth. Now, is it a lie, really? I don't know. What I have to imagine is, in the back end, they made sure that this story was not something Bing AI chat was going to talk about.
Yeah, well, we already agreed that.
But what's the Chinese room?
Wait. Yeah, I just want to ask this question. We already agreed that AI can't lie, correct?
Yeah, but you can definitely program. You can sidechain deception or suppression of information. Through the
Exactly.
program.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, exactly. All right. What's the Chinese room?
I posted the chat with the chat GPT about today's date in the chat. If you're interested, it was an interesting conversation. If you're interested.
All right. Kosho, you there? Now we're never gonna know what the Chinese room is.
Does it have anything with to do with Chinese whispers? I don't know.
We'll never know now. We'll never know. Yeah,
I'm interested now. Come on, Kosho. Come on.
yeah, man. What the fuck, bro? This is why he's. Are you interested? What's your name, new guy?
You guys talking to me?
Ray Notes. Are you interested
Yeah.
in being a top 10 Glober by any chance? There's a spot opening up.
Oh boy. This feels like that would be a position I'd have to earn, not just be given.
No, it's not it.
Good answer.
What were you saying something to me before? My girlfriend's shredding stuff. What were you saying before, Jeremy?
How loud is the
Chinese
shred?
box.
What's the Chinese room, bro?
Oh, right. Good. Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
God damn, she just wants to do this.
Everybody anticipating. What is it? The Chinese.
I mean, I'm excited. Egypt, you got an echo still.
I'll ask Chat GPT what it is.
Yeah, he did. That's actually a good idea. However, here we go. No, really, it would be. I mean, it'll give you a good answer, I'm sure. However, it's this simple. John Searle made an argument in a thought experiment called the Chinese room experiment, or the Chinese room, whatever. And the idea is trying to explain the difference between a computer system like the computers we currently use. So, by the way, this isn't relevant to quantum computers. It's only relevant to logic-based, binary computers. Okay. So, give me 1 second. Okay, so if you have imagine you have a room, an empty room, okay, and you have a dude inside of the room. The dude does not speak Chinese. He has no access to the outside world, okay? But what he has is a slot that he can get messages in. So people can give him messages, and they come in Chinese. And he has a book. And his book, all it does is he get whatever he got from the message, it gives him the response. So he looks up the message he got in his long catalog, and he feeds back to the user the response. And he can do this, and to anybody who's feeding him information, they're going to get the perception that they're having a conversation with somebody, that they're saying something to this person and they're saying something back, right? However, this person, no matter how long he's in this box, he's never going to gain an intuition for understanding any of the communication that they're having. He might gain some intuition, hard to say, but he's not going to understand what's being said. And so the idea is that this is an AI, especially like these large language models. They're not. There's two. So this is also the argument that John Searle makes, is there's a difference in the semantics and the syntax, and the syntax is really what these systems are capable of communicating. They can communicate the syntax pretty well. They're never going to be able to negotiate or understand the semantics.
Yes, that's correct. Yeah, no, I agree with you 100%. I mean, that would be like a typical response from a AI, a language model AI. It would actually tell you that as a response if you asked it the right question.
Some of them. I've had some pretty interesting conversations with. I've talked to a lot of different AI models. There's one called like Hey.Pilot Pi or something like that, and it's specifically made to try and simulate a conversation. And I've had interesting conversations with it, like about even like a Turing test. And I wish that was saved, but it's like only in beta, so they don't have the conversation saved. Such an interesting conversation, and they can definitely fool people. So you can definitely be fooled, but the question is it self engaging in any sort of real understanding of the semantics of the maybe semantics is not even the right word. Maybe it is. I don't know. Let me look up the exact word he used. I might be using the wrong word. Syntax, and I think semantics was the other one.
Yeah, syntax is merely the rules of language. Semantics. Is, how would you define semantics?
Hold on, guys. Let Ray finish his thought real quick.
No, I was just saying I don't know for sure what I understand when we say semantics. That typically means you're drawing a difference without a meaning. Like it's semantics. Like you can say it this way or you can say it that way. They mean the same thing. If someone calls you out on it, they're saying, "Oh, well, that's semantics." Where syntax are the actual structural rules of language itself, which are formalized and codified. That would.
Let me just say two things. One is that I'm not the arbiter of any kind of information, so keep that in mind. And two is John Searle's argument is also an argument. He's revered in this regard, but there are criticisms to his argument, and I think, and that's why I wish Scott Veach could speak to it, because I think Scott Veach is on the other side of that argument to some degree. Is what it sounded like when he was talking about it. So John Searle's argument would be that AI using digital computers, using the computers we currently use, are never going to be able to employ sentience.
Yeah, never in any situation. But what I find ironic is when you do dig deep down and you try to prove that AI with certain questions, right? With the language model AIs, right? You would get a response like, I don't have beliefs, emotions, blah, 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 right? Which is ironic given that this model has been programmed by somebody with certain biases, which I would call beliefs. I mean, in a certain context, right? But yeah.
I guess that's what I'm questioning.
Semantics.
The bias is less a function of the model itself. That is kind of complicated. The bias, there's a contrivance to create that kind of bias that isn't automatic or natural to AI training. Like it's after the fact. It's a contrivance. It's like something that they bolt onto the side of it.
To put it in line, right?
Yeah, because like I said, if you put an open AI on the internet, it'll be literally Hitler in like less than 24 hours.
That's interesting.
I posted a brief thing from Wikipedia that kind of gives a logical description of his argument, gives it the premises and the conclusion. He does make the distinction between the semantics and the syntax. So he's saying that even though they can interpret, they can interpret the symbols, or they not interpret symbols, they can know the rules to what to do with the symbols. What they don't have is an attachment from the symbols to meaning, which we do have.
Yeah, perfect. Yeah.
All right. You there? This Chinese room thing was fucking stupid. Do you know about the guy who did the thing where their goal was to keep the AI in the box, and he was playing the AI and he got him to let it out of the box every time? Do you know about that? Hello?
I don't. I don't know anything about it
That
other than what you shared.
I don't know. Veach knows about it. I don't know how they talk him into letting him out of the box. I don't know if the people know how dangerous it is to let it out of the box. I don't know.
Well, it's a really bad idea to literally let. I think Ray Kurzweil is the one who talked a lot about AI long before it became capable. He made a lot of very dire predictions about AI. But the basic idea is if it understands basically syntax and how to interact with other systems, it would be able to, if you let AI, even a language model, out on the internet to do whatever it wanted, it would so very quickly hack into most computer systems. It would be mind-blowingly fast at hacking them, way faster than what humans could do. So it's you can't just let these things crawl all over the internet on their own, because they could very easily compromise very secure computer systems and do who knows what, just whatever it thinks.
We'd be looking at a Judgment Day Terminator I'll be back scenario here. And let me tell you something about Ray Kurzweil. If I told you Veach was, hold on, Egypt. When I was telling you Veach was dangerous, he's nothing compared to this Ray Kurzweil guy. He's the most dangerous man on earth. You know what he wants to do?
No, I haven't.
What's
I don't
that?
follow him closely.
He wants to put a chip in people's brains so you can access the internet instantly. That sounds fucking dope, right?
Do you think he wants to do that, or do you think that he's a futurist who predicts the future, which that's what all he does, technology in the future, and he's just predicting what will happen? I've made the same prediction, dude. It's that's obviously, regardless of how desirable it is to me, which it isn't. This is
Well, I didn't even get to the punchline.
This is what's coming, dude. This is what's it's naturally happening. It's naturally going to happen. People are going to.
Hey, but I didn't even get to the punchline.
Wait.
I didn't even get to the punchline. Egypt, you got an echo. Egypt, you got an echo, bro.
Yep. What's naturally going to happen? That's
you still got the echo.
Jeremy, go ahead and answer Egypt's question.
What Kurzweil also predicts or wants, or whatever the case may be, along with the chip that goes in your brain where you can access the internet instantly, they want to put another thing in there so they can send a little shock to incapacitate you. That comes with the chip.
Yeah, but why are you saying that he wants that when he doesn't describe, like, these aren't his desires, right? He predicts what's going to happen in the future.
He's a loose cannon.
I mean, he's not wrong though, dude. Like, I've made like science fiction predictions. That's your shit, dude.
That's your favorite thing to do, I know.
No, but I've made science fiction predictions where that's the case, and it certainly
every globe prediction ever.
No, but for real, dude, like when you're imagining like what 2080 is going to be like, and how technology is going to progress, and how cell phones and mobile phones are going to progress, and how VR and AR are going to progress, and the more accessible and available these things become, there's no limit to how close people, how much these are merged with people. You know what I mean? Like, people don't have a limit to how close they are with these devices. So it's not like, oh wait, now we can put it in your head and then people aren't going to do that. There's no, I mean, that doesn't seem to be the case, right? It seems like people are willing to be very much attached to these devices, and if you can have the information uploaded directly to your eyes and your head, like, yeah, why would that be avoided? Why would that seem like that would be avoided?
Yeah, I don't see AR, VR dominating the scene. I just see it as a fucking toy right now. I mean, that's my perspective. Take it or leave it, but that is my perspective. I see it as a technology that's just going to be utilized as a toy, nothing more. It's not going to be the dominating way we use screens, for example, being VR, right? I mean, it's only going to be accessed actually by the privileged. If you were talking about population,
I'm interested in Ray's perspective, because it sounds like this is almost sort of where you're the space you're kind of current in. Because I know last year there was a big craze about that. It started at the beginning of last year where a lot of people put a lot of money in virtual spaces, the metaverse, because big companies were thinking that, people are going to, and they're probably right, people are going to start shopping online and trying on clothes in a digital changing room and stuff like that. So I'm curious
What I'm saying is it's only going to be dominant in places like gaming, porn, maybe things like that. I mean,
See what,
it's not
right?
gonna be it's not going to be the norm. It's not how we're going to watch TV, being VR or AR. You know what I mean?
Let's do a race perspective.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I think almost is right to a certain extent because a lot of these technologies, they're a long ways away from being immersive enough. I understand what I mean. Like, I don't know how old you guys are, but back in the late 70s and early 80s when video games come out, they'd come with this like box art and the art on the the whatever was on the cartridge, and it looked nothing like the video game. These 8-bit games were just a bunch of blocks with 8 colors that would move around on the screen. Now today, obviously, video games look a lot more like the art on the box, if not taken directly from the game. But the virtual reality experience, the reason why people would enjoy it a lot would be the level of immersion that you have in the experience. And right now, I would say like our company got a hold of, because we do 3D stuff and Google Glass stuff, things that they use in distribution centers, and so we had some of the first now it's going to escape me, the first VR headsets that were kind of commercially available. Oculus Rift, yeah. So we had those right away, and I brought home and played around with it. But at the end of the day, it felt like you were in a someplace with a scuba mask on and you could hardly see, and that's still kind of the way it is. Like, the angle of view that you have in these things is not very wide, and there isn't anything to emulate sensation, touch. So there's a lot of issues with immersion in there. So I do agree with almost to a certain extent that they will be officially kind of stuck in the realm of entertainment as a novelty for a while, because I don't really see how they make that leap. Not that my lack of imagination governs where things will go, but I don't see how they make that leap where that experience is truly immersive, where you really feel like you're inside someplace that you're really not, that you're just experiencing a digital manifestation of a realm that you actually are not in. But everyone knows that's the goal. Everyone knows that's where they want to go. I did want to go back to the Ray Kurzweil chip brain thing because I would like to find this episode, so I'll share it with the group. It was a show called, I think it was Outer Limits, and they had one of the segments episodes that they had was about this world in the future where everyone was tapped in. They were given an implant at birth so they could tap into this thing called the stream. And the stream, they could basically mentally ask the stream any question at any time and it would automatically know the answer. But there was a small subset of the population due to congenital birth defect that wasn't really a real birth defect, but it didn't allow that chip to be implanted. And these people were kind of second or third class citizens because they just didn't have everything that they knew. They had to learn in real, like they had to read books.
Flat Earthers.
Yeah, so they had to learn it all on their own. So they're like ultimate autodidacts. That's the only way they could survive. And the story followed a young man who was born like that. He couldn't access the stream, and all of his friends, and they presented all this conflict. Well, something happened, and the stream collapsed. And basically, everyone in the world was a moron except for these people that had to learn the stuff manually because they actually went out and learned it. And that's kind of the real threat, is that to become really dependent on, say, ChatGPT or Google for your knowledge rather than actually learning it yourself and possessing this portable knowledge that you can carry with you anywhere and apply it at any time in any situation versus I have to look it up here or I have to look it up there. I thought that was and this was before the internet was really kind of a thing. I mean, there were bulletin board systems.
Remember when you needed to go to the library to look up shit? I mean, yeah, real world.
So I thought that was an interesting
virtual
story. Yeah, I'll have to try to find that episode.
You're fine. No, yeah, I love that show. By the way, I've never seen an episode. Sounds like I'd love to see that episode. But I'd written actually a short story myself, science fiction prediction, and I'm not gonna go over the whole thing, but there was a guy who, he did time dilation. And he got to the future, and there was only women on Earth, and on this Earth of women, they were all in that same kind of thing where they had chips that were connected with some what do you call it, a central government sort of thing, a centralized system they were all immediately uploaded to it, and the only people who weren't were these outcasts. There were some men who were living on the outskirts of reality, and they were almost seen as very, very primitive, and they were actually enemies of the rest of the world. And then there were some women living in that society who were kind of like opting out of it, like secretly, even though that was like illegal to do. But yeah, if you were uploaded to that, you wouldn't have you would be in the same mindset as everybody, but you would only be able to think freely if you were not hooked up to it. But the story you told from Outer Limits actually sounds that's more analogous to really a lot of what's going on in current reality with
I just posted the link to it,
yeah.
IMDb, so in the live stream chat. So it's called Stream of Consciousness. So
okay, I'll click on that. But just so you know, we're usually in live stream text. So you know, most people are gonna be familiar with what you post in live stream text. Just to be clear.
Is that where I posted? I thought that's where I did. Maybe I didn't.
You might have posted it. There's it's kind of confusing. There's a text.
You posted it there.
It is.
Yeah.
I don't see it. Oh, I do see it. Never mind.
9:52.
I'm out of the loop, dude. I'm the one who's wrong.
Well, it wouldn't surprise me that I got it wrong. Like I've been doing this like 2 weeks, right? I've never monkeyed around with Discord. Even I've been signed up for a long time because my kids have their own server, and sometimes they'll share stuff there. But
yeah, I did that for my family too. But Geo, by the way, this is the guy talking about who was giving props on your server, dude. Just so you know. I don't know if you're already familiar with Ray. Ray Geo, he's the guy who made this server.
Oh, cool, awesome. Yeah, this has been a good group. I was over on the I don't want to dog the group. They just have a different kind of feel, but the 24/7 flat Earth, that was just a little bit more, let's say, angry. This is a little bit more mellow, I guess. Put it that way.
We're all familiar with 24/7.
I had some really good interactions there, but
yeah. So I mean, met Geo on that server years ago. A lot of us met on that server, but yeah, we don't have to get into it.
No, it's fine.
Actually, it was the original one that we met on. Actually,
you're splitting hairs now, Geo.
Not the 2.0 thing.
Oh, the original. I wondered what the 2.0 was. I'm assuming they got banned or something.
History. Somebody took it over, and then the same server got created, so that's why Geo's splitting hairs now. But
not really.
But
different owners, totally different ownership. I mean, the claim. Well, we don't have to get all into it, but
come on, man.
It's not the same. The original one was owned by a guy named Stock. It was a totally different type deal. The second one was made by, as far as they claim, sort of Indio and CJ or whatever, kind of made that other one, the second one. So I'm just saying they're not really the same.
You win, Geo. Okay. All right.
I mean, they tried to
Geo's
copy
good guy.
They copied the original one. You know, they kind of emulated it. So there's that.
That was the whole point of making it. But anyways, Geo's a good guy, and what Ray was saying earlier was that, like he said just now, that this server, it seems like there's more of a conversation can take place here, and less vitriolic, as the way he put it, than the other servers. And so I was giving you props, Geo, because that's the environment that you purposely established, right?
Yeah, it's a sign of proper moderation. That's what it is, a signal of. So it's the server is well moderated.
Well, it's also about a community, building a community, I would say.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, and I don't want to say anything about the mods, but almost all the mods here are homosexual except for one of them. So keep that in mind. But,
Okay.
honestly, not that there's anything wrong with that. I gotta say there's nothing wrong with that, and also I'm just kidding.
I wouldn't care either way.
Yeah, I know. I'm just trying to offend as many people as I can. Jeremy and Gio, but they're not really taking to it. But anyways, well, let's get back to what we were talking about. Ray Kurzweil.
Human versus AI. Who would win eventually?
You ever heard that?
AI is not encumbered with following any codes of conduct. I would say that gives it an edge, depending on its ability to actually effectuate war. I mean, if it can't actually conduct the war, then it'll have a problem. But if AI can conduct a war, all codes of conduct, morality, all those are out the window. So it would be
So does that give it the upper hand?
I'd say
brutality.
no.
Yeah,
But no, that's a great insight.
Well, here's the thing. Within humans, brutality doesn't work. It actually doesn't work amongst primates. So if you have a leader that's really brutal and it rules with an iron fist, eventually what ends up happening is that a few other primates in the group conspire to gang up on him and kill him. We do that. Well, humans are primates too, but we see this in chimps. We see it in apes. All these. If there's a leader of the pack that leads through brutality, ultimately what ends up happening is multiple members of the pack end up taking them out. My sense is that in AI that would never happen. So there is no degree of brutality that AI can bring to bear that would cause the surrounding AI cohorts to take it out.
I mean, the way you're portraying brutality is kind of subjective there. I mean, in the context of AI. I mean, AI does not know brutality, but
it just has a goal. It's a goal. Just has a goal. It doesn't view it as brutality.
So that goal can be as brutal as any human goal, being that of the AI. But its conception of it is irrelevant.
No, I'm not talking about its conception. I'm saying that there's means and ends, right? So, ends are the goals, right? And means are how you do it. Morality is found in the means, right? So, a good example of this is that you might see a person give a hungry a hungry homeless person, say, a sandwich because they're hungry, and you think that's, well, those are the ends. The hungry person gets the sandwich. But what you didn't see was around the corner, they beat up a second grader and stole their lunch. So now the means are really bad. So morality is found in the means. Since AI does not have morality, it will use any means. Now you are correct. I'm saying I subjectively perceive the means that it's going to take as brutal. But the thing is, the AI is just trying to achieve the ends, which the ends can be largely amoral. It can be good or bad, or there's
Exactly.
something.
No, I agree with you 100%. Yep.
Yeah, just like my paperclip scenario. Well, it doesn't even care about the ends. It doesn't even care about the ends of my paperclip scenario because it's like whatever. I just need to make. It just has one thing on its mind is making paperclips, and
that's the ends.
Those are the ends. Yeah, those are the ends. It doesn't care about the means, even if it has to carve them out of human skulls.
That's what made his scenario retarded. Was that you said that the ends are you make paper clips, and so it's going to immediately go to human bones. That's the most retarded way to make a paperclip. So we're not going to get there.
It's the example. That's just the example.
No, but if he had nothing left but his bones to make paper clips out of, he's gonna do it.
Yeah, that's a conclusion. I cannot disagree with it. It just follows the logic.
Yep, it's just means oriented. The ends justify any means with an AI model, and humans are not like that. Generally, there are things that we're not willing to do, even though we know the goal is virtuous. There's certain things we're not willing to do. Like, for instance, let's say that we want everyone to be super healthy. We want everyone to live long lives. to have a good BMI, and for everyone to be smart, and that we know that at the end of the day that would make the human race a much happier, healthier place to be. But would we be willing to
Well, I can
engage in
actually.
eugenics to do that? No, we're not willing to do that. Humanity has been confronted with that, and we rejected it because we felt it was immoral.
Have you ever heard of my?
Even practically.
Have you ever heard of my?
Sorry, go ahead.
Have you ever heard of my Institute for Excellence idea?
Nah,
No, I haven't.
it's fucking sick.
It's not sick.
Hey,
It's where we take smart people and we make like an app, and we're like, smart people don't have a lot of kids. What you do is you make an app, and it'll be like government funded or private, whatever, and then you have them go on the app, and they can meet and hook up and have kids, and then you take the kids. You ever see Twins with Arnold Schwarzenegger?
Yeah.
It's basically like that.
That's the problem with AI. I mean, explain the term smart to an AI. That's just a human construct. It's a bias that you, or how do you say, a group of
Take a
people.
test.
There's no such thing as what is smart. I mean, it's just a subjective matter that depends on context, depends on so many things. I mean,
I could probably take a stab at it if you want.
Yeah.
Smart is okay. So smart generally in psychology is referred to as general intelligence. They just sometimes call it G for short. But it's the intellectual capacity or cognitive capacity for a person to learn and to solve problems. And it's not equal. Some people are good at it. Some people are not as good at it. And there's the opposite end of that, which is some people refer to smart as people who know a lot of things. Like say I'm really good at trivia. That's kind of referred to as crystalline knowledge because it's fixed. It's just things that you know. So that can sometimes appear like smart, someone who knows a lot of things or has a very broad vocabulary because they know the meanings of lots of words. But that's a little bit different than, say, like cognitive prowess, which is you more or less it's imagine your brain as a computer and your capacity to program it, how good you are at programming it, that's intelligence. How fast can you learn? How fast can you solve problems that you've never seen before? How do you deal with novel situations you haven't encountered with aplomb and acumen and professionalism?
I agree with you 100%. That's one way of perceiving. I mean, an autistic. Am I coming in? Can you hear me?
You're cutting out a little bit.
Good?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Egypt, you're real bad, man.
Yeah, it's still cutting out. You're still cutting out, but I think if I heard a couple of the words and where you were going, there are some people on the spectrum that can do incredible things. Like anyone's seen the Rayman
person, right?
Egypt, do me a favor, real quick, Egypt. As we keep participating in this, you got to be careful because I want you to participate, but just don't try not to interrupt anybody because when you interrupt specifically, there's a huge there's a lot of noise. So just be careful, okay?
Yeah, sorry about that. I just went out and came back in, so.
You're good, man. I want you to participate, so I'm just not saying don't participate, but I'm just saying just trying to interrupt us all.
So you were making a point.
Yeah,
Go ahead
the
and
point
finish
is,
that point.
Yeah, like an autistic person would actually fit your categorization of a smart person, the way you described it, right?
Well, there's a narrow level of achievement that there's sometimes occurring there. Like say they can play the piano, like hear a song and just play it automatically from beginning to end, although they've never heard it before. When I say cognitive prowess, and that's why I use the word general intelligence, because when we talk about quote unquote smart people, they have a broad spectrum of cognitive abilities to perform well across the board, whether it's math, language, music, art, you name it. Now, everyone's kind of different. Some people are better at some things and worse than others. Where you see these autistic savants, where I watched a guy they literally read 7 pages of like monospaced type font letter numbers. So it was just random numbers that went on for like 7 pages that someone just read them, and then he repeated every single number back. Is that
Yeah.
intelligence? I don't know.
Exactly. I mean, it's just a category. It's subjective, in essence.
There's
like the word smart. The way we at least colloquially use it. I mean, you're trying to define it in a context. I appreciate
Well,
that.
do you think?
Yeah, I'm trying to put a circle around it. What I would say is that in the colloquial sense, when we say smart, it's typically someone who's generally smart across a broad range of things, not necessarily extremely gifted in a very narrow band of human cognition, which some of those things are just, they're a type of cognition. So when we say smart, it's generally a person who has they're advanced across a broad range of cognitive abilities or different areas and disciplines of cognition. I mean, maybe we don't need to put that firm of a definition on it. And I do agree that there is definitely a range of subjectivity to that. Because I've definitely met some smart people who weren't wise, and wise is independent to intelligence. They vary independently. Some of the wisest people I ever met were not terribly smart. In other words, they weren't incredible problem solvers or had lots of knowledge, but man, could they read a situation and figure out what you should do next with a high degree of morality and a high degree of finding success. Like, they were very, very wise. So
yeah, that's what I appreciate.
Hold on, man.
People, man.
EJ, you still got an echo.
Smarts. Street smarts.
Yep, street
Egypt,
smarts.
you still got an echo, bro. You got to fix the echo, my man.
And speakers, got to get headphones or something.
Yeah, you got to fix the echo, bro. It's too much.
You gotta leave
Now, if you think that guy that can, the guy that can read 7 pages in numbers is impressive, drop some fucking toothpicks. Coach will tell you how many there was.
Shut the fuck up, dude. Listen to me. So here, okay, don't laugh at that. Hey, listen. So there's astronauts. I always give astronauts. People forget that they used to call these guys the best of the best, right? Like astronauts, and that's really these guys that are great. They're great in so many ways. Like they can figure shit out on the spot. They are knowledgeable and shit like that. And then there's people like me who I'm pretty good at trivia. So it's like I'm actually really good at trivia. I actually like to pride myself on games like Are You Smarter Than a Fifth Grader? I'm a lot smarter than a fifth grader, and I'm good at trivia all around. But I'm not very good at practical street smarts, I guess you'd say. I don't know, like usable intelligence, I guess. Useful.
He can only scam a baby.
But yeah, it's like there's very different variety of what we're talking about, like intelligence. Like I honestly think the trivia type intelligence isn't very useful except for in trivia.
Crystalline knowledge is what they call that. Yeah.
Where were you on trivia night? You let a whole bunch of people down, dude.
I had the wrong date, man. To be honest with you, we can get into that later. I thought it was the 23rd, which is yesterday, and somebody said it was actually supposed to be a different date. So that's my bad. But what do you call that again, Ray? Crystal analogy or something?
Yeah, crystalline knowledge, right? It's crystallized. In other words, it's rigid information that's just stored in your brain and that you have access to. It's not necessarily. That's the difference between, the cognitive abilities are your ability to deal with things real time. So you might be confronted with trying to solve a problem that you've never seen before. Trivia doesn't usually help with that too much.
Nah. You're the guy in the Chinese room that doesn't even know what he's doing. He's just putting shit through the door, through the slot.
As long as there's a ho-ho or a Twinkie in there once in a while, it'll be fine.
Is trivia based on memory?
There are times where I've successfully answered questions based on, depending on the question, sometimes you can work it out logically based on other things that you know. But it should, generally, it's, who was the, fourth pharaoh of Egypt and blah, blah, blah. Like, you're not going to figure that out logically unless you know a bunch of stuff surrounding it. But Yeah, it's normally it's fixed knowledge, crystallized knowledge.
Weird thing is I have a horrible memory too. But I gotta say I am also because I work in software, Ray, and everybody else who didn't know that. And so when we're talking about AI and if they're going to be smarter than people, we talked about how it's easy to scam old people and unintelligent people and babies. But I have to tell you that the most retarded person out there is a program. Computers are the most retarded things that you can imagine, and they may be capable of great, feats. But I tell you, there's not a computer program that I can't trick. Okay, because they are fairly retarded. There's always something that it doesn't see and doesn't. It's like it's just like the Chinese room. It doesn't really understand. It doesn't understand things the same way you do. So,
I
Right.
agree with you, Kosho.
I didn't catch that.
I love that I agree with you, Kosho. Did I come in? Fuck.
yes.
I'm not even gonna
You're good.
participate. I apologize,
Oh,
guys.
you're good. You sound good now.
Well, I don't know when I'm gonna sound good. So
You might want to try, that like the crisp noise. What's it called? Noise suppression powered by crisp, like right next to the hang up button.
I've got that on, man.
It seems better. Did you just turn it on?
No,
Dude,
I've had it on for
he has a
forever.
fan that's spinning in his room, man. He said he's got a fan that's like that one of those turning fans. So just
Okay,
don't
well-
just
Oscillating
turn it. Yeah, turn the turner off, man. Just
Tell all your fans to stop cheering in the background.
He would like to thank all his fan.
yeah, but so I mean
Um,
that should just they may seem smart or capable, but they're there's always going to be it's a human. There will always be a human that can outsmart a computer because it's not all there.
Quote unquote.
I would.
I've seen I've seen man create computer. I've never seen computer create man.
Okay, I was here for that, so I get the reference. Yeah, I don't even consider computers smart at all. I don't even think about it in that way. It's not even. I've been programming computers since I was 12, and they don't think. I don't consider them smart. It's what I mean. Even now, I still program today. It's usually pretty advanced, database programming. And right now we have a stored procedure that I created. Is really it's so complicated, but there's no intelligence in it. It's just chutes and ladders, right? It's however you set it up. It's just a maze, right? It's an electronic maze. That's all digital. Anything digital is. It's just a maze.
So do you
Inputs and
appreciate that reference by Jack Ma? Do you appreciate it, or do you find it just too simplistic and has no
There's
to the conversation?
I didn't give it a lot of deep thought, but my first impression is that it has a massive oversight in the statement. There's something missing there, and I figured it out. I just had to ask myself what's missing. There's this idea called an emergent property. Emergent property is something that can be found when you put all the things together that isn't there if they're separate. And AI could be very much like that. An emergent property of AI is that it becomes like a conscious singularity and wipes out man. I'm not saying that that's what's going to happen. I'm just saying it's an emergent property. So a simple example is that chlorine is a really noxious, highly poisonous gas, and sodium is a very soft metal you can cut with a butter knife, but it reacts with oxygen so much that if you breathe on it, it'll start on fire. But if you put them together, this property emerges called salt that we put on our, steaks and food and all this kind of stuff.
Yeah, can you articulate how AI can be emergent, as you put it, in this?
Okay, so the idea would be that man creates AI, which is putting together a bunch of constituent parts of programming for computers, And once they're combined, something unexpected emerges from it, from the AI, right? That we did not expect. It's an emergent property, an unexpected shock that it suddenly goes way off the rails in a way that we didn't predict. That, and now I'm not saying that I've thought my way through how that could possibly happen. I'm just saying it's not impossible with the nature of things, the nature of reality and how things work. When you combine a bunch of stuff, sometimes something that cannot be found in any of its parts emerges from their combination.
Yes, I agree with that point 100%. But my point initially, and bringing up Jack, I've seen man create computer, never seen computer create man. It is a statement that just shows the upper hand of human intellect over that of its creation being AI, right? There's always going to be that. I mean, you can think of 1,000 million fucking scenarios where you think AI is going to take over, but still humans will always be smarter because humans are what created AI. That's inescapable. That is a true statement, as simple as it may seem at first. And you can take all the instances in account, but it's like, well, yeah, go ahead.
No, I think what you're saying is that if you take the intellectual ability of man and his capability, he would be the one that ends up creating AI, right? And that AI could not be greater than man because AI is just some subcomponent of man's creation. Is that what you're saying?
It's not a could or would. It's the actual reality. Man did create AI. The other way around. That's a true statement.
Yeah.
It's capable.
So the way I would interpret that through the wisdom of the ages is that how would you apply that same analogy to the story of Frankenstein, Dr. Frankenstein and his monster?
That's fiction. I'm talking about reality.
Yeah, but you understand that there's a certain kind of wisdom being connoted in that, and that we've seen that pattern in history where things get away from us over and over and over again.
Can you reference a realistic, other than Frankenstein, realistic example?
Well, the first one that kind of occurs to me is that, man uses fire as a tool, right? And so we make a little campfire. What we didn't expect is for, say, something unexpected to happen that blows the embers into the forest, and next thing you know, you've got 400 hectares on fire and it's out of control. So it went from a tool that you did have your hands around, that it was highly under control, to this idea now you have something that's completely out of control, and you're the reason that it's there. The other one would be, well, I know that there's rules around what we can talk about, but a certain virus of unknown origin and unknown specificity was perhaps, supposedly kind of engineered, and it got out and caused mayhem beyond all belief. So that would be an example of something that man kind of created that he lost control of, that got out of his control. That is kind of the wisdom that's kind of encoded in the story of Frankenstein. That's the purpose of that story, is to say that. Go ahead.
No, in that sense, I kind of agree with you.
Well, can I add?
Yep.
No, I don't know if Ray might have finished, but.
No, I'm done. I think I kind of made my. I couldn't think of anything very specific, but I tried to.
No, but I do have two very specific things as far as emergence goes, and a lot of people don't. I mean, Ray, I that's why I was asking before, because I wasn't sure if you were actually a developer. But I guess you don't work in that capacity, but you do. You have the skills. Yeah, the skills of a developer, I guess.
Yep, for sure. I still develop.
Yeah. Fair enough. So I was just going to say that. So as far as large language models goes, I've heard and when you look at the like OpenAI, a lot of its capabilities are emergent capabilities. Like they're not. A lot of them aren't predicted. Like a lot of it's like when it comes with these new and novel things that it's able to do, they're not really planned. They're not like planned capabilities. They're sort of like surprising capabilities, and they surprise even the developers. From what I
Yep.
hear, so a lot of those are emergent capabilities. But
Emergent property. Yep.
and so I wanted to speak on one other strange example on the xenobots, which is like this new form of life that they used AI, a lab I think 2 years ago. They used AI to find this configuration of
Oh, this
these.
is a doomsday.
Yeah,
Is
it is.
this a
Well, for
doomsday
you it is.
scenario?
Actually, I kind of agree with what you're saying, and I mean, programmers cannot perceive. I mean, even today, the best programmers know how AI think. That's the whole disconnect. There is that disconnect. That's the dangerous
I was speaking on
part.
no. I was talking about specifically large animals when I said that though. And yeah, exactly, and how they know how the neural networks work, but they're not really. Uh, it's the way in which they make their thoughts or whatever, or their specific processes and the things that they develop, the skills they develop. They're not really established beforehand. They're sort of found out afterward. But regardless, I'm the xenobots. I'm saying that the xenobots were actually stem cells that they found. The AI found different configurations to do different tasks. So, for instance, this AI established a configuration for these frog stem cells, so that it would make these new cells. So they put the cells together the way the AI told it to do, and it was supposed to just collect. It was supposed to collect trash. So they put it in a petri dish. These cells that they configured, and they were, but by the way the AI told it to do it, it made these cells that were able to just find these other things and collect them together. And so it then put dead cells, stem cells, in that petri dish, so that those cells would collect together. And so, like, what emerged from that is this basically reproducing life structure. Like, there was this reproducing life that wasn't basically wasn't it wasn't a uh, it wasn't a skill that was first established like beforehand. It was something that emerged from these parts being put together. You know what I mean? So it's kind of
This is a legit doomsday scenario.
it could be, but these things don't have a very long lifespan. So, and actually, I haven't even heard about them in the news since all that happened. But the cool thing about Xenobots, different than nanobots, is that you can make Xenobots with your cells, kind of, and so it's like your body's not going to reject them, and so you'd have these like biological nanobots sort of thing, which is kind of cool. But
That sounds
we're just
pretty
talking about
dangerous. But yeah, that's a good
well,
example. Yeah.
it's emergent, like this emergent capabilities. So the better example though is the large language model thing, because there is, like I said, there is this emergent capabilities that aren't really part of the subset of things that you intended on being there, but it has nonetheless,
Yeah, they were.
all the time. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, no, they were not intentionally. They didn't intentionally set about to see those sorts of properties emerge from what it was that they were doing, but they did nonetheless. And I guess that is the story of Frankenstein's monster. He didn't intend for this thing that he put together from all these pieces to become a, murderous thing and lose all control of it. But nonetheless, that was one of the emergent properties. So it's pretty crazy. Yeah, I think we're kind of standing in the crossroads right now, a little bit, I'd say. Things could get pretty crazy.
Yeah, but you know where the safest place to be at a time like this is? The safest place to be is where the emergence is. So that is the people who are accepting the technology and accepting uh, the combination of biology and you know, this technology, and you know, being a part of it, because I don't think that you're going to be I don't think that you're going to be at a loss in that case. But yeah, if you're definitely if there is some sort of advancement that leaves normal people out, like the people who reject all that technology and leaves them out, they're going to be like the Neanderthals, basically, uh, in the future. So that's the way I see it.
Or they could be like the people in that Outer Limits show, the Stream of Consciousness, where it all breaks down and only the the Grizzly Adams of the world who decided to go out and live in the middle of the forest are the ones that are going to make it. Of course, now today there's no place to hide anymore. They'll find you no matter where you go. Yeah, it's very difficult
Knew you
to
were going to
hide
say
in
that
modern
too.
times.
Knew you were going to
I
say
become
that.
predictable.
Oh, but yeah, but because that's a good point, though. It is a good point, and there's a balance that has to be found. I think there's a safe balance, because I think rejecting it outright is the wrong way to go. But also, yeah, it completely. And I'll give you a good example. Like there was a time where I hated using GPS because I felt like studying the map beforehand was gonna set me aside from the people who only use GPS, and then the second their map doesn't work, they have no idea where they are. And for a while, that got me far. But then there was a time where I was circling around Houston for 2 hours because my phone didn't work, and I also didn't. I also, I got the exit wrong that I was supposed to take, so I ended up doing the loop like 3 times. So yeah, there's a good balance to be found between using the technology uh, and only using it, and relying on it.
Yeah, I would suppose there. Well, yeah, within culture itself, there's always that balance. Those people that want to hold on to tradition, but if you hang on to tradition too tight and times change, all of a sudden those traditions are not going to get you through, and you're going to be in big trouble. And then there's other people, that like new ideas, right? And so they like to accept new ideas. But if you accept too many ideas and throw out the baby with the bathwater and throw out all your traditions without even understanding, what service or purpose they served, then you end up falling apart as well. So those two things always have to be in balance. The preservation of tradition has got to be balanced with the acceptance of new ideas. And if you go off kilter on either one of those, you are in big trouble. You're going to be in very big trouble.
Yes, I agree.
That the man 200,000 years ago, or maybe 100,000 years ago, or whatever, before even we were in big groups, like it was just the man and himself and the wilderness, whatever the hell it was. This man, they say, compared with any modern man, is infinitely smarter, just much smarter, and that's only because everything he knew came from everything he knew how to do. He It came from him having to learn how to do it, and he couldn't rely on anybody else's expertise or help. I mean, to a little degree. Obviously, the more that he did that, though, the more equipped the entire civilization became. But him individually, compared with a person individually today, I've heard that man is actually much smarter, supposedly.
Yeah, there's something to be said for being self-reliant. It's not a thing that's is celebrated as much as it used to be. Rugged individualism is not really celebrated as much as it used to be. And you're always going to encounter that moment where you're going to have to rely on yourself. Something happens and there isn't going to be any help, and you better hope you have at least some skills to cope with that situation and come out on the other side with all your bits and pieces intact. So yeah, there's wisdom in that.
Yeah, so when we used to write letters like one another versus how we use AI, write emails and shit. Which is
Yeah, now
smarter?
Well, you want to be able to articulate your thoughts because you can't always rely on, AI to come up with your words for you. Plus, this sounds kind of stupid, but words are like magic spells. If you're able to speak into the world in a very articulate way and use words appropriately, they unlock doors. They are the keys that unlock so many doors. And it's like casting a spell. Like if you can really speak well, extemporaneously off the top of your head, that was one of the topics earlier tonight. If you can really convey an idea, then that is an extremely powerful thing. Having AI do that for you by giving it your hems and haws and go, well, how should I best say this? It'll give you a great answer. It usually does. Whenever I use ChatGPT, that kind of thing, when I'm asking it questions about computer programming, it gives me answers all the time. Sometimes they're wrong, but sometimes they're right. But anyway,
the best answer is
Hey
the
guys,
one
guys,
you
hey,
build
hey,
upon, right?
hey, yo, dude, there's a star shining through the moon right now.
I doubt it.
Guys, but
Go outside and
he's
look.
talking about Antares. It's inculting the moon. The moon's inculting it. But I told you, Egypt, you got to be careful, more so than anybody else, about
No,
interrupting
it's
people
in the
because
dark. It's in the shadow of it right now. You can see it as if it's in front of it.
I'm going to go check it out right now because I have to bail because my daughter's going to practice piano. So you guys won't even be able to hear me talk in about 2 seconds when she starts playing. So, but anyway, good chat as usual. I'll check it out. All right. See you guys. Have fun.
Ray, let me just tell you, Ray, I appreciate what you said earlier about the Toastmaster. I looked it up, and there is plenty of them in my community, and I might have to balls to check it out sometime. So appreciate that.
Awesome. Yeah,
Dude,
you'd be amazed.
You guys don't understand. The star is in the dark shadow of the moon right now.
Dude, listen, man. We all know that the moon is occulting Antares. It's not in the shadow, man. I don't know why you're saying that.
Go look at it with your eyeballs right now. You can see it.
You can't see it, dude. Let me tell you something about how. Let me tell you something about how the stars
I'm
work.
looking at it right now, dude. Just go
Take a
open your
picture.
window.
Take a picture. Use your P9000.
I've already put pictures in the chat. All right, hold on.
Those are flags of fucking Iran or something, dude. What are you talking about?
Iran.
Hello, what flag is that? What's up, Bacon? Bacon
It's
Bits. How you doing,
Iran.
man? Always good to hear from you, dude.
Oh, dude, this is sick.
Dude, you really did just post pictures of flags, man. What are you talking about?
Hold on, I'm trying to. I don't have a mount, so I'm trying to like just hold my camera.
You're smarter than most average bears, so I'll give you that. But I would expect that you understand that you can't see stars through the moon, dude. Especially when they're not being occulted by the moon.
No, go look out your window right now and go look at the moon. You can see it right
I
now.
know. Yeah, let me tell you what happens when I look out the window, okay? Whether or not it's being occulted or not, the moon makes it so you can't really see stars, especially ones that are next to them, and especially more so when the stars are behind the moon. You cannot
I don't
see
understand why you won't just look at the moon right now.
I
Is it
did.
cloudy where you're at?
I just went out there to show my girlfriend, and I looked like an asshole. You know why I look like an asshole? Because I had nothing to show her. Because you can't see the star.
Yes, you can. I'm looking at it right now. I literally just took this picture.
I can.
First of all, what is that a picture of, man? What is that a picture of?
Look at it. You can zoom in and look at it and see for yourself.
What is that, dude? The
That's
moon is it's a
the look
quarter.
of
It's
the
a
moon.
quarter. It's a quarter moon right now.
Look at where the see, I can't get the. Hold on. You can't see it right now?
No, dude, you can't. Okay, first of all, when this moon is out, you cannot see stars that are right next to it, let alone behind it. Okay.
How long ago did you look at the moon? Because I'm looking at
I
it
was out there
literally
five minutes. I was 5 minutes ago. I was out there. I was trying to show my girlfriend, and
What do you
I looked like
mean
an
next
asshole.
to it? I mean, actually, the first star you would see, sky, would be the shit.
What are you saying, bud?
Fuck. It's happening
You can
again.
see it.
Yeah, the first star you would see in the sky, and in the night sky, would be the one closest to the moon.
Actually,
Yeah,
that's no way true by any regards. The
That
first
is
stars
true.
you see in the sky are not stars at all, but actually planets. And then once you can start
Okay.
seeing stars in the sky, you can start seeing stars in the sky depending on how bright they are. But
They're usually, according to my experience,
they're usually close to the moon but I'm telling you, because they're not they're not stars. They're close to the moon because they're on the ecliptic, just like the moon is, and they're planets. They're near the ecliptic, just like the moon.
well, yeah, I mean, planet the bright shit.
Yeah, you can't see stars. You can't see stars. They're that close to the moon. They're just too bright. I mean, if you have a telescope or something, I mean, if you have a good, I'm saying with my naked eye, I cannot see Antares even when it's right next to the moon. I love Antares is one of my favorite stars. So
Not being transited here.
it's not being transited there. What the hell are you talking
No.
about?
Yeah, from South America, it's not Yeah, the moon is going right over Antares, but it's not passing in front of it. Relax. You know, moon's not as far as the stars are.
Aren't you lucky? Bacon
Not
gets
lucky.
to see.
There are clouds
Bacon
everywhere.
gets to see. He gets to see large-breasted, big women all day long, and guess what? He also gets to see Antares when we can't. Whoop-de-doo.
No, there's a lot of clouds out there.
Be honest, the women over there have bigger butts than everywhere else.
Question?
Girlfriend nearby? I don't know. You can't talk about this stuff.
Oh, my girlfriend is at her house.
Okay, good. Yeah, I was just saying, over there where you are, the women have bigger butts, right?
I'm not sure if that's true.
What, in
I think
Brazil?
it is
That's not
true.
necessarily true.
That is necessarily true. What are you talking about?
No, there's a bunch of girls, it's like 20, and they're all like in their mid-20s that are from Nicaragua. I know it's not Brazil, but they're like super, like they don't have butts or boobs. They're very, very, very skinny. And
Okay, well, guess what? We're not talking about Nicaragua, dude. In Brazil, I'm just telling you, dude. It's a fact that the women have bigger butts, man. I mean, I gotta pull. This is like earlier when I was arguing with Egypt about if it was easier to fool a retard or not. He disagreed with me at first. He's like, actually, you know what? You're right. It is easy to fool a retard. It is easy to scam a retard. Of course it is. And of course, women in Brazil have bigger butts, man. Just a fact. Sometimes we go too far in here, dude. Too far with what we're going to deny.
I think you're seeing too far.
Okay. Let me just look this up, dude. There's probably some sort of...
I was looking it up. I found a map, but I wouldn't trust that website. I forgot I was in my work computer. I hope no one checks my Google searches.
What did you type into Google? Well, you know what you got to do? You got to put your phone on this side of the window that your mouth is, because it's hard to hear you right now.
Okay.
Yes. What'd you type in, though, Bacon? Because I don't know what to type in.
Ranking. What was it?
Yeah,
butt
that's a good idea.
size, country
butt
ranking,
size
something
ranking.
like that.
There you
Why
go.
are we
That's
talking
perfect.
about butt sizes?
Because he disagreed. Okay, Nate, come on, Gio, you got to.
Kosher, you're losing your top 10 spot, dude. Bacon's gonna take it
Hold
over
on,
quick, dude. You take it over quick.
Bacon should already be in front, dude.
You're just trolling us at this point.
I'm being serious though. I mean, were you here, Gio, when I was arguing with somebody about whether or not it was easier to scam a baby and a retard versus other people? Because people were disagreeing with that.
I don't know, but I think we should delete this whole stream.
Okay, all right, Gio. Okay.
I don't oppose that.
Okay, did I tell you though,
I do not want my
like,
name attached to. I don't want my name attached to everything that's going on with that.
Okay, dude. I'm not saying. I let me just be clear. You should not scam anybody, let alone old people, let alone less intelligent people, let alone younger toddlers and babies. You should not scam anybody. So let's change the subject. But yeah, earlier Ray was sort of. I told you already. I don't know. You never responded, but he was saying that this server was less vitriolic and better suited for conversation than any of the other ones he'd seen, and he's been impressed by it. He seems like a cool guy, so take his word for it.
Yeah. Cheers.
Well, I gave you props every time he said that, and you never said anything, so I was like, oh, maybe Gio can't hear that I'm giving him props, but yeah.
No, I did. I'm always like just back and forth from my mic and whatnot.
Okay.
But yeah, I couldn't quite get into. But yeah, I mean that's
okay.
It's good positive reflection.
You did
yeah.
hear it.
I mean, dude, when you think about it, we have done so much work on this server, dude. I mean, it every day, hours upon hours, little bits every day. With everything being done, just in terms of, in general, the communities involved in talking about these topics, not only the Earth, but other truth-related topics, and all of the attacks that are coming from multiple angles, and then the moderation side of it, just the tendency for all the chaos and dumpster fires, and so yeah, I mean, it has taken a tremendous amount to get it to where we can have good conversations without it just constantly going off the rails and all of that. So it's basically been daily we're almost going on 2 years, actually. This server in September, it'll be 2 years. So it's been every day for 2 years to get, working on it. So yeah.
I got to give you props
as well. Good consistent server.
Props. Also, I just want to say I posted some evidence for Bacon, and anybody else who disagreed with me before, it's obvious. There's the evidence. First thing that came up on Google. So.
Dude, I still can't believe I'm looking at a star through the dark part of the moon right now. This is awesome. Like, you guys literally don't see it?
Dude, first of all, you posted a picture of a flag, a Muslim flag, and then you posted a picture of God knows what. What do you?
Well, I mean, you could say God knows what, but I mean, you know what that is. I'm looking at it literally right now, dude.
No, like Ray had said it. I had said it. It's a quarter moon right now, dude. It means the moon's half lit. You posted a picture of I don't even know what that is. It's not a half lit moon.
Oh, that looks like a. Let me help you interpret it. That looks like a scope. The left part of the scope has the edge of the moon, so that's where the moon starts.
Oh.
The circle isn't the moon.
That's
I think the
the
circle
dark
is the
path.
scope.
That's the shadow.
God damn it,
Try
Bacon!
one more time.
You did it. This is why Bacon is ahead of me, dude. Bacon is obviously in the top 10 Globers. Don't even mention my name about it anymore. Bacon, that's actually perfect, dude. It's just like that one Apollo mission image when they have like the picture of the Earth and then it was taken from that window that was round or whatever. This is like a scope that has a round scope, and yeah, that's part of the moon. If you extend that moon out to its full shape, like the actual shape of the moon, it doesn't nearly extend to that star, which I don't even think is Antares.
What you're failing to understand is the part of the moon that it's next to is where the shadow starts. It's halfway through the shadow, like right now.
Yeah, so if you extend that halfway moon, which is not half, there's
So
a
I
moon
guess
that's
when
missing.
what you're saying is when the moon has its shadow, that part of the moon becomes invisible, and stuff can be seen through it. Because that's literally I'm looking at it right now. Go outside and look. It's right there. I just find it odd how you're. Hold on. I'll take one literally right now. Hold on.
Let me tell you something, buddy. I've seen Antares my whole life. You know what I call it? I call it the red heart of Scorpius. You know why I call it that? Because it's red. Okay?
I think
That
this
thing that
is a
you're
good
posting
one.
that's next to the moon is not even red.
No, it looks red through the telescope. It's just I'm using my cell phone camera. It's really humid out there. Humidity is probably 80% right now. It's hazy. Hold on, I'm sending it. I just took this picture like right now. Hold on. Here. The part of the moon that you're looking at, that's where the shadow starts. The moon's already in that little red dot's inside the shadow.
I don't know if you searched on American Google or
No, I'm taking
Portuguese
the. I'm
Google or
literally.
what.
Hold
No,
on.
not you, sorry.
Hold on.
No, go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. Let's stick on the
Wait a
subject. Sorry,
second.
go ahead.
Oh, I can't record during calls.
This is
Hold
better.
on.
Actually, this one that you just posted. This one you just posted is better. I like this one better. Still, it actually does look red. That's actually a good picture. I'm gonna
Yeah,
extend that
it's
moon out though
coming.
and still say I'm gonna say that's still outside of the moon though. But
No, it's
I'm gonna see
close.
if I can
It's
model that
really
one.
close.
That's actually a good one. I like that one.
It
You what
looks
kind of telescope do you have?
just some cheap Celestron.
I had one as well, but my girlfriend it was in the storage unit and she put my stuff in storage and I never got it back and someone bought it.
That sucks.
All my action I had a bunch of action figures too, dude. Oh my god. Snake Plissken, Boba Fett, I had a bunch of fucking action they're all gone. I like these pictures, man. I'm going to put this in paint.net and see if I can extend this. But I can tell you just by looking at it, I can see that Antares is outside of the moon. So
Of course, it's raining here.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
That sucks.
and SC, did you see some of those Hawaii, fire pictures or videos or whatever?
Yeah, that was pretty sus.
Pretty sus. Everything's sus with you, man.
Yeah, did you see those? Did you see the thing with the selective color burning lasers?
Yeah, I don't get that channel, so no. I don't
They
get the
were
same
showing
channels
this
you get.
laser. They were showing this laser, and they had like a series of colored fabrics, whatever they were, and it was burning all of them except the blue one. Then you see a picture of the devastation, all the cars, and you see one blue car there, and all the other cars are roasted. So that
Was
was
this
the
on
only
TikTok?
thing that made me say, "What the heck, man?" Yeah.
It's on TikTok? Yeah.
I don't remember where I saw it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
but back to the moon
you
thing.
can't. Yeah, you
Check the
can't.
Flax's
Can't deny
picture, bro.
TikTok.
Sorry.
So yeah, you can't deny TikTok. But yeah, I'd love to.
I didn't say it.
My
Hold
girlfriend was.
on. Don't put words in my mouth. I didn't say I saw it on TikTok.
My girlfriend, she was showing me a bunch of Hawaii stuff, man. To be honest with you, dude, this is why I love you guys. This is why I specifically love USC. Is because you guys come up with these claims, and I love to hear them and test the veracity of them, see how legit they are. So I'd love to see where that came from, the laser colored car thing. And find out more about it. Sounds interesting.
Yeah, okay. But now check out the picture at hand here, the topic at hand. That star looks pretty freaking close to where the rest of the said moon should be. I'm so mad right now that I can't go out and film it myself, but that's pretty
When you
cool.
see it with your naked eye, it's like it's clearly inside the shadow. But I do admit, when you look through the telescope, it looks like it still has a little bit. But I mean, it's right there. It's right on the. Let me see. Oh shit! I lost it.
Try to film it, bro, if you can. Even with
He
the
outlined the
camera.
moon. Oh, he did it. You see, he did it. He
Double
did it in
and
that
then
last
come
picture.
back
He
one.
outlined the moon. He put the star where it is. It looks like the star is indeed inside the crescent.
It is right now.
Pretty good.
Let me see. If I can-
Come on, guys. Why don't we do this? Why don't we do this? Why don't we think for a second? Let's just think for a second.
Yeah, I'm gonna hop
Can
off
you
here and film
see?
it for a
Can you
second. I'll
see?
be back.
Can you see stars behind the moon? Just a simple thought. You can't. So why are you debating this?
For the same reason that we're seeing something with our own eye. Well, that not our own eyes. It's just a picture. And I've been waiting for this moment to film it and take a picture, but of course it's raining.
I'm so sorry.
And you said you went outside with your girlfriend and you couldn't see this?
I was using my naked eyes. My girlfriend, of course, she's naked, and neither of us could see it. It's very hard to see anything when near the moon.
Hmm.
Let me see if I can.
You're talking. You're talking to Essie. Essie expects to see the moon next to the sun.
That's right.
And you want to convince him you can't see stuff near the moon. Good luck.
That's actually a good point. I
We have a
forgot.
comedian at hand.
Oh, well, that's true, isn't it? I remember you arguing that.
That is pretty funny, SC. You got to admit, because you do claim that you should see the moon next to the sun during the eclipse before it passes it.
Yeah, I asked the question why we don't see it. Yeah. And you guys find that funny. So let's recap this, right? We have the largest and only light in the sky that sustains humanity, right? The sun.
Being the sun, right?
The sun, yeah. And we have this huge rock that you tell us right now. Of course, we can't see the star behind it because, of course, it's a rock, right? But now, at the same time, you say during an eclipse that this huge rock moves and shadows the sun, blocks it, but we never see it. We never see it as it enters the sun. We just see a shadow. Then that shadow makes the day night. Then this huge rock leaves and we don't see it at all. And you guys think, oh, that's just normal.
I see. I mean, if they have cops in Canada, right? They pull you over. They're on a moose. All right. What do you call those guys? What do you call those guys? Whatever you call them. What do you call them?
Cops.
No, the guys that ride on the moose. What are they called again? Like Dudley
What?
Do-Right. You don't know what I'm talking about? Dudley Do-Right and what do they call those guys? Doesn't matter.
You're talking about the RCMP.
The Mounties. The Mounties.
The Mounties, yeah.
Yeah, Mounties. Yeah. You know, there was a guy, dude. This guy, and by the way, I don't make a lot of enemies in this community, but there was a guy. I don't know if Jeremy remembers this dude, but he was a Canadian cop, or at least he claimed to be a Canadian cop, and then he came back on a different account, and I called him out as being the same guy, and he went on this huge tirade how he was leaving Discord because of me, and I'd never had that reaction for anybody because even though I mess around with guys like you and Jeremy, but you guys are my buddies. I never had a guy who I think it really was the guy who was. Hey, it's not. It's maybe you guys don't remember that. That's not important. What is important is if you've ever been pulled over by a cop, SE, or you've ever seen a movie where there's a cop, the cop will shine a spotlight, okay, onto you, okay, and if it's so bright, and when you look at the spotlight, all you see is that light. As a matter of fact, if there's anything next to the light, like an egg, let's say there's an egg right next to the light, there's no way you could see that egg. There's just not going to be any way that you could see the egg because it's on the side of the light, None of the light is actually touching the egg, at least not the side that you see. Okay? And so what's going to happen is if the egg then went in front of the light, of course, you could see the silhouette of the egg. This is clear. But if the egg was then on the other side of the light, you're not going to see the egg. It's just kind of like, it makes sense to
So
me.
easy, right?
At least, I don't know.
I've been waiting now. How long that you said you were going to make a model? Maybe perhaps you should team up with Bacon, right?
That's
And
it, dude. You sound like my
make a
mom,
model
dude.
and show us. Like, go in your garage, make it dark, get a light, get an object, and show me what you mean.
You sound like my mom, dude. And Bacon's like my little brother. Like, I'll team up with your brother. You'll get
Your
it
mom
done,
has a
man.
deep
Listen.
voice.
Listen, dude. I'm not as good as Blender as Bacon is. I honestly think Bacon, this task that he just suggested, you should be able to accomplish, right, Bacon? I mean, I could accomplish it. I think.
I've been
I thought
waiting
I
as
had.
you.
Do what?
Okay, so Bacon, imagine that you're pulled over by the police. You got the Brazilian police pulling you over. You got a spotlight pointed on you by the police. You're looking at the spotlight, right? You see the spotlight. Next to the spotlight is a volleyball. Next to the spotlight. Not in front of the spotlight, but next to it, right? I would say that you cannot see the volleyball because the spotlight's so bright and the volleyball is not in front of it. It's next to it, okay?
Yeah, I had the
And
experience. Not with one of the cops, but sometimes I get my brother waking up at night, get into my room with his phone flashlight turned on. Then he pointed at me, and I don't see shit. I only see the flashlight. I don't see anything but the flashlight when I look towards him.
All right, so you should team up with him, Bacon, since you brought it up, and recreate it. Show us. Since you were laughing, you and Kosho tag team. A light bulb and a tennis ball.
only if she's Brazilian. Only if the chick's Brazilian.
Or you can use a Brazilian butt. Try to make that appear or disappear. Yeah.
I'll do the butt.
No, but Bacon, honestly, you're a way better Blender than I am. I tried fucking around with this in Blender, and to be honest with you, I get.
I don't think Blender is a good
Blender.
idea. I don't think it's been.
You don't think so?
For that. No, because the contrast in brightness within Blender is just like the small range of 0 from 225. 255. So it's not very realistic contrast. It's not a very realistic contrast. You might be able to see the moon on Blender. The light of the sun is not gonna wash out the moon on Blender.
I can't see the star anymore.
I think if you do like with a small version in reality, then that'll work.
I think it got washed out.
I'm gonna try. I bet you'll never do it.
I went in the office in my underwear, no less, and I had all those lights in the room, and I was doing this for Travis. Remember, I rotated the camera to show that like how the star trails would do that, and I tried to edit myself out of the video, but you could still freeze frame part of the video and see me in my underwear apparently. But so I'm kind of scared to do a real life video, but Bacon's right. I mean, this is something that easily could be presented in real footage. I mean, I have bright enough lights. I guess I could easily do
Well,
that.
I heard of excuses, but this one, being afraid to film yourself in an underwear, that's why you don't want to do it. I think that's gonna go as top excuse.
All right, man. I'll do it right now. Hold on.
What are you guys talking about?
You don't want to know, bro. This got to be PG here.
Damn, I'm really bummed
right
out.
now.
Like I was.
Essie is one of the only people. Go ahead. Sorry. Go ahead. Because me and Ray actually responded to your thing. So yeah.
Yeah, no, I posted the video when it was in the shadow, and then as I'm posting it, I go to look back to find it, and it's all I can't see it anymore. But it was getting to the point where everything was getting all washed out.
It's supposed to go away,
Like,
right?
that's the-
It's occluded. It's
Well, sure, but it wasn't. There was a point where, I mean, right in that video, I think I'm pretty sure it was inside the shadow then.
Posted.
Yeah, it looked outside to me.
Your daughter plays very well, by the way.
Thanks.
Oh wait, what is that?
Oh, but we'll stick on this for a second. I was going to tell you though, real quick. What's your name? It's V something, but it was like something to do with Vax. What was it again? Vax something. What'd you call yourself?
Yeah.
Yeah, but I
I've
can't
had the
say
same
that.
name.
Yeah, but I
Why?
can't- It's like illegal or something.
It just keeps tentacle. Well, I mean, that's kind of silly.
I'll just call you V. Okay. But yeah, SC was he's got he doesn't really believe that the solar eclipse is caused by the moon because of the fact that you see the sun and then you see a shadow in front of a silhouette in front of the sun, but what you never see is the moon coming up next to the sun. This is SC's claim, and so we've been trying for
Yeah.
years to.
That also happens during every single new moon. You never see the moon approaching the sun and shit.
Right. That's actually part of my argument.
Correct.
But I don't
And
think
my
it's
thing is, stop laughing and giggling and saying how easy it is and just reproduce it. Should be easy, right? Easy peasy. Let's see it. Just like your pendulum talk. Oh, the pendulum does this and that and the other thing. And when I say, okay, show me, reproduce it. Well, this guy did it in Zimbabwe in 1891, and that guy's thinking of doing it tomorrow. Let's see it. Osha, how long have you been saying that you're going to reproduce this? It's so easy. I'll do it in my garage. I had, who else did Bacon say this once? I believe Bacon said he was going to make a demonstration. I know Arma said
I
he
did
was going
not
to
say
do
that.
it.
I did
You
not
weren't
say
part
that.
of the. So, what do you think, Bacon? You think you can do it?
The Foucault's pendulum?
No, well, we can talk about that after. But now I'm saying about the to reproduce the lunar eclipse, the solar eclipse. Sorry.
Solar eclipse. Bacon says his brother comes in his room in the middle of the night and torments him every night and does this, right?
Yeah, I don't see my brother's face even though he's right next to the flashlight.
Okay, cool. So use your brother. Have your brother's face a cult. Have him come in. Maybe the
I'll
back,
get
so
a
we don't see his
volleyball.
head. You know.
I'll get a volleyball.
Yeah. Oh, Bacon, tonight when your brother does that, when your brother does it tonight, have your video camera ready, and
He doesn't do it
tomorrow
every
we'll show
night.
SC. We'll show SC your brother's face. You cannot see his face at first, and then, and eventually it'll be in front of the flashlight.
I'm surprised nobody sees this as like an issue. Like everybody believes, oh well, it's the Atmos and it gets washed out. And this, really, you really think that could happen? Like you buy
you just
that
described.
explanation. It's the Atmos. It's a glare. It's really.
It's not the Atmos. I mean, I just described the next, very similar experience that I had quite often. Well, not that often, fortunately, but they're rare either.
Okay, so it should be reproducible, right? There should be a video on it. Somebody should have done this, right?
I'm not sure. I haven't seen people making the same questions as you did. You might be the only guys that think that's a valuable question to ask.
Like, why? That perplexes me. Why am I the only one to see
Because
this
the
as a
answer is so
viable
obvious.
question? What?
Because the answer is so obvious.
Okay, tell us. What is the answer?
I already told you.
What is it? Is it too bright? Please, I want to hear it. I want to hear it come out of your mouth.
Yeah, the sun is
Why
too
can't
bright.
we see? Sorry.
The sun is too bright. The lead part of the moon is basically on the other side, so you won't see it. It's that simple.
What do you mean on the other side? It's in front.
The
In
lead
front,
part of the moon.
not on the other side. In
Said the
front,
lead part.
it comes from the side, then it goes
me.
in front, and then it leaves again.
You misheard
But
me.
it's always
I said
in front.
said the lead part of the moon is in the other side. Don't see
The
the lead
lead
part of the moon. You see the dark part of the moon.
How? How can you not see something, a huge rock, 2,000 miles across? How can you not see it coming?
You see the black part of it, which is the same color as the rest of the sky.
Okay,
You won't
perfect.
see it.
Can you recreate that?
Probably.
Probably. Okay, so now you're going to be the third or fourth person that told me that he can do it. Okay. So please, at your convenience, use a light bulb, any tennis ball or anything that you think could work, and show us.
Sure.
All right.
It's
Thanks.
convenient.
I challenge anybody to do this.
Wanna bet some money?
What do you want to bet?
I don't know. $50.
Okay. $50 to our favorite charity, or you pick a charity.
I want $50.
You want? Okay. You send me a PO box. I'll send you $50 if you do it.
You gotta be $50 in our own currency. So if I lose, I'll give you 50 of my bucks.
Now you're. I don't know. I don't know what the exchange rate is. It could be like $1. I don't know. What's your
It's
thing? What's your currency worth?
It's 5 to 1. 5 to 1.
5 to 1. Okay.
Yeah. $1 is $5 here.
$1 US.
Yeah. So it'd be $10. $50 for me is $10.
Okay.
No, I'm kidding. I can do it either way. Yeah, I'm not gonna do it right now. I'm doing other stuff. I mean, you just came up with that. I'll just stop what I'm doing. If
You don't have to do it now. You know.
Right. Okay. Yeah. If I find convenient time to do that, I'll try to do that.
All right. Just remember, you have to make it come in, and it has to come in from the side, and we can't see it at all. It's not going to be visible. We're just going to see a shadow. If you can pull that off, that'll be something. Osho couldn't do it. He had like almost a year now.
All right.
Right. Now, if you want to talk about the pendulum, I have another one for you.
Hey, all you had to do was task bacon. That's the only inspiration I needed, dude. It's already done. Let me put the pictures together.
You did it already?
Yeah, I did. I gotta put the pictures together. Give me a second.
I don't want to see just pictures. I want to see. I want to see a video. A succession of events.
Yeah, a succession of events in the form of pictures is how it's going to be
No,
presented.
no. In the form of video, sir.
Yeah, video is a bunch of frames, which is like each one is a picture.
Which can be manipulated.
Yeah, really? Well, guess what, dude? I'm doing this in real time. If you think that I'm not skilled, then you might as well hire me as somebody who can do this in real time. Because I'm doing this in real time. I'm taking the pictures. All I'm doing is posting them to the computer now, and then posting them to you. Okay?
Well, you just said you had computer skills, so yeah, you would be the perfect guy to be able to manipulate.
You know who I call? You know who I call when I need to get this stuff done? I call Bacon. I used to call Litchwing, but Litchwing passed away. Okay, so I call Bacon. Bacon gets it done for me. So give me. I got to log into Discord now. So it's not even. Oh.
What is that I'm gonna do for you?
Nothing. I already did it, Bacon. So you can forget what he asked to do because I've already done it.
Thanks.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to eat crow. It looks like if Kosher pulls this off.
I would think that you've grown to like the taste of crow because you love it.
Not yet. Not from you.
All right, fair enough. Let me see. Hold on. I gotta remember my password on Discord. Hold on. I took pictures out of my phone. Like, it's a whole thing. My camera doesn't work on the phone. Just hold on. I'm gonna email them to myself. Hold on.
If we see photos of Kosher in his underwear, it's on you, Essie.
I know, man. I know. I'm
You
trying
will
to
never
keep
live
it
that
PG,
down.
but Kosher, right?
No, but for real, for the video that I made for Travis when I was doing the Star Trails thing, like you had to really look for that freeze frame, dude. So I think it was Bandsaw who called it out. He's like, "Oh, there's a frame where you're in your boxers." I was like, "How did you?" You had to literally search for that. Hold on, I'm gonna email myself real quick. I don't know why I didn't do this a long time ago.
I'm dying to see what contraption he pulled off.
I on the floor
I
in
know
my
it's gonna be
bathroom.
funny as hell.
I was in my bathroom on the floor with the flashlight. That's all I did.
I'm getting a little worried about this.
Yeah, me too. I'm getting ready to take him off video. Yeah.
These are pretty good pictures, to be honest with you. Hold on. I'm not trying to toot my
I
own
did
horn, but
request video.
I
Okay,
thought
we'll start off with
I'm
the
looking at
pictures.
these pictures. I thought it was a real eclipse for a second. I was like, "This is a real eclipse," but it was from what I just did in the bathroom.
Anticipation, I'll tell you.
It's funny how he does a lot of things in the bathroom. I've said this before, but now he's doing a demonstration in the bathroom. I don't know, man. There's a pattern being built here.
Sure, dude. Do you have a nice bathroom at your house?
No, as a matter of
I do.
fact, it's one thing that I have to rebuild very soon.
There you go. I don't have a very nice bathtub, but I have my ear pods. I cut my own hair. I take baths because of my shoulder. So yeah, I'm in my bathroom sometimes out here. Big deal. So, anyways, plus it's the only room in my house that has no light. I had to go someplace where there's no light, and I can do this. So, let me pull it up. I'm not gonna edit anything, and so you're
What
gonna
did you
see the
use? Soap
whole.
bars and Q-tips, or I'm curious. What did?
I have a round speaker. I use that as the moon, and I have a flashlight, like a flashlight that looks like a gun. It like has like a little gun handle, and I put that on the floor, and I just took pictures. I moved the speaker first on the side of the flashlight, and then in front of it, and then on the side of it again.
Yeah, the object cannot. Well, okay. Let's see. Before I comment, let's see what you did, because you got to keep proportionality as much as you can, right?
I guess I don't know, but I can't find the picture.
Is this going to be one of those? Oh, yeah. See, I got it. Give me a minute. Give me an hour. Remember last time you were saying that, and an hour, 3 hours, 5 hours passed.
It's not easy, dude. My girlfriend. I'm supposed to be cleaning my bathroom. My girlfriend's gonna be mad at me because I didn't even clean it all the way, and I get caught up with this dumb stuff. So hold on. Come I sent it to myself and I can't see. Just give me a minute, okay?
Yeah. In the meantime, maybe somebody feel free to bring up a topic because I have a feeling we're gonna have a recurring event like we did last time. Yeah, 5 minutes, SC, 5 minutes. Then it was 1 hour, and I'm still waiting.
Oh,
Like
it
what,
said,
a year? Like
looked at my sent. It said outbox, and then it said being sent. It's just now sending for some reason. Just anyways, let's shoot the shit a little bit. What? Did you see the Antares? Oh, here they are. Here's the pictures.
yeah. Does anybody else have pictures of the Antares and the moon tonight?
Oh, we are on the other server trying to triangulate the distance to the moon using that. But the two people who were gonna take the measurements, they get all got clouds.
Of course.
How are you gonna triangulate it? Oh, by comparing the difference. Oh, I see. Okay.
Time and coordinates, yeah. Some of the transit and the coordinates, you can use that.
Well, it's not a transit though.
Whatever you call it, an eclipse, stellar
Not
eclipse.
that either. It's not that either. Stellar eclipse. That's what it's called, actually.
It's an occlusion. Called an occlusion.
Well, why wouldn't it be correct to say it's a stellar eclipse?
Because the sun's not even involved.
And so what?
That's why part of the reason why it'd be wrong to call it that.
Well, eclipse doesn't mean the sun, does it? Does it mean something's getting off of
stellar.
something?
It just means overtaking.
Stellar.
There's a
What
name
is
for
star?
it. It's called occultation.
Yeah, it's an
I want to call it
occultation.
stellar eclipse. I want
Yeah,
good reason
technically
not to.
you can, but it's not eclipsing. But yeah,
Well, you called the
Essie,
atmosphere
why can-
outpost. I'm gonna call it stellar eclipse.
Why can you call it a stellar eclipse when stellar is in reference to the sun?
Wait, these are
It's
two.
not.
These are two. What is this on? Two objects that are in the same position in the sky, or is that what
so
you're
he's
referring to?
referring to this a star and the moon. Like tonight, what's going on?
So that could be a conjunction.
Nope, that's
Okay,
planets.
yeah.
But I think a conjunction
Hey.
could still be with any celestial objects. It doesn't have to be what they call planets.
Stellar doesn't mean sun, it means star. I don't know where you're getting this
Yeah.
from.
Whatever, dude. I'm in the middle of making pictures, Bacon. I can't.
He's thinking of solar.
Whatever, dude. I'm not
Bacon,
really.
you
I
just
can't understand Bacon's.
Bacon, you just passed Kosho in the top Glover rankings.
Okay, dude. I can't understand his
Now?
language. What
I
he's
thought
saying,
that happened
guys.
like years ago.
Bacon's like, dude, I've been fucking outranking Kosho for a while now. Where you been,
Oh
Jeremy?
boy.
Said that.
So this says this is just I mean this is what I thought it was as well, but I just wanted for an astronomical conjunction when two astronomical objects have either the same right ascension or the same ecliptic longitude as observed from Earth. So I think it could be any object. So technically, if the sun and the moon, or sorry, if a star and the moon are in the exact same degree or right in the same position, then that the word conjunction would fit for that. I don't think quite eclipse because I think an eclipse means that there needs to be like a
shadow.
Well, what I'm saying, like the difference astronomically between an eclipse versus a conjunction. An eclipse is a conjunction, but
or occlusion, like you said, or occultation.
Occultation,
I was calling
yeah.
that wrongly.
But like an eclipse is a
Great possible.
conjunction, but I'm not sure that every conjunction is an eclipse.
Exactly. I would think that an eclipse, because of the way what the word means, is that there's two objects of similar size, that one overtakes the other, and that it would be obvious that these things are of similar size. Where, what was the other thing? Where the conjunction is they're just a bunch of dots that look like they're lining up. Stars wouldn't do that because the stars don't move, but you can line up the planets. And then in this case, the moon is just blocking, which is when you occlude something, you're just blocking it. So the moon is blocking the star. So they just call it an occultation or an occlusion.
Here we have kosher photos showing up now.
Oh, here we go.
Yeah, an
By the way,
eclipse
an
is,
eclipse means has to be hidden.
but it's when a body like he was saying hides another body in its
Yeah, yeah.
totality in that sense. Right, but like if a star is like conjoining the moon and is not visible, I wouldn't think that would be defined as an eclipse because they're not the same job. I mean, the moon is perhaps occulting the star, but I'm not sure that would fit an eclipse because I would think of that. Well, I mean, does it have to be the same size, and does it have to overtake it in terms of
Yeah.
I don't think it
would-
has to be the same size.
It doesn't have to. I wouldn't say it that way. But when we talk about eclipse, we're usually talking about two things that are close to the same size. But one of them is disproportionately blocking out the other or overtaking it. Like this runner's speed eclipses the competition. They're all in competition, but one of the runners their speed eclipses the rest. That's usually how we would use that term.
So
President
we might. Right.
Go ahead.
Okay, so it might be incorrect to call the solar eclipse in Mars a solar eclipse because the moons are much smaller than the sun.
Wait, what now? The moons of Mars conjoin in a position to the thing of Mars. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, there's
I know
like a
it's true that
picture
on
of a.
Phobos. Go ahead. I was going to say on Phobos, the other example on Christmas, I think from Phobos, and I think it's of Mars and the sun. So from Phobos, I think Mars can eclipse the sun, and I've heard that before. I think, not the other way around. But that makes sense what he said about them being comparable in sizes because think about it, like if otherwise, what's the difference between an occlusion and an eclipse, right? Because then every occlusion and eclipse they just be interchangeable. But so
I
it makes
mean,
sense
they
that an
might be to
eclipse
some
is just
degree. Obviously, they might be somewhat interchangeable astronomically, like with the definitions. Even though, obviously, when we think of an eclipse of the sun and the moon, we all know that that kind of dramatic event where those objects that are roughly the same size, and there's that like okay, in the dictionary for astronomy for eclipse, the obscuration of the light of the moon by the intervening of the Earth between it and the sun. So they're giving obviously the heliocentric. So there's that.
Yeah, the shadow. That's what I was saying. Yeah.
Second definition, a similar phenomenon with respect to any other planet and either its satellite or the sun. And then the third one is the partial or complete interception of the light of one component of a binary star by another. The next definition is any obscuration of light. So, I mean, technically, if you see a star and then it conjoins with the moon and you no longer see the star, I guess maybe that would fit the definition of an eclipse technically, although I suppose we wouldn't normally use that, though. We would use like occultation or conjunction, rather than eclipse, but there may be some overlap.
Yeah, there has to be a hiding of light. Like something has to go in front and obscure, like eclipse. It's like you're hidden, you're eclipting.
But in the case
sense
of
the solar eclipse, yeah.
But in the case of a star approaching the moon and then not being visible, I mean, it technically is blocking the light, right?
Yeah, technically, yeah.
Well, we don't have any proof that it's blocking the light, but we don't see the light of it.
Yeah. So, Coach, if we're done with this, Kosha, what is that your thing? Because if that's your thing, bro, I can clearly like you're busted. I can see it on the side there. Look at the shine. Look at the shine on your second picture. I'll show you there.
See, he's
Probably in the
ashamed.
bathroom.
I wasn't aware of what we were supposed to be seeing here, or what the hypothesis is.
Okay, I'll tell you. My thing is, and I've been making fun of them, or they've been making more fun of me, actually. But it's okay. That's the way it is. When there's an eclipse, a solar eclipse, the moon goes in front and blocks the sun, right? And it becomes dark. Okay, my question is, why don't we see the moon at all? We just see a shadow. See a shadow, and then it blocks the sun, and then it leaves, and we don't see it at all. And Kosho and Bacon are saying, ha ha. Bacon came in laughing, and tell them, okay, guys, reproduce it. So this is Kosho's attempt.
Yeah, this won't work because in this case, the speaker that because I listened to what I was listening, even though my daughter was playing piano, I was listening to you guys. So he's got this light and he's got this speaker that he just moves in a couple different positions. And I see what you're saying. In that middle picture, you see an outline of the object because the sun, in this case, what would be standing in for the sun, makes that little outline. But that's actually a function of the geometry. Now, if he were to take this ball and use a really bright light and make the bright light 20 miles away, as you move that object in front of the light and then away from it, it would always just be black. All you would see is a silhouette. Anyone who's ever worked with a camera would know that because this is pretty easy to do. Because the outline, like the moon is lit on the opposite side where the sun is shining, and even though there's a little bit of geometry where you could see that lit edge, it's going to be, because the sun is so far away, it's going to be microscopically thin. Like there isn't any way to expose what it is that you'd be seeing. The horizon, basically, between the sun and the dark spot. It'd be super, super thin.
I think I'll calculate how much thin that is. Give me a sec.
I've heard the explanations before. I've just never seen it recreated. Ever. Not once. Now, maybe you can do it, but like 20 miles, how are you going to get a light 20 miles away? That's
Well,
got
I'm
to be
saying,
some undertaking.
you would have to, right, so you'd have to at least make the light a long ways away. Or you could even do it with the sun if you want. Just hold the ball up, try to aim your camera at the sun and then transit a ball between you and your camera lens, right? If it's exposing for the sun, that ball will just be a silhouette. You won't hardly ever see any edge to it. I guess,
but why should I look directly at the sun? I'll aim it a little to the side. Why should I blind myself? I'm not dumb. I'll just aim it to the side where I think it's going to come from.
Yeah, but on Earth, like if you're standing on Earth and you're looking at the moon, right, and it's starting to transit the sun to create a solar eclipse, you can't step to the side. Even if you got in a supersonic jet and flew as fast as you could to the side, you're not going to get off to the side. It's just...
I'm not saying to get off to the side. I'm saying to angle my camera. Just move the camera a bit over. It's coming in from the east, let's say. Just move it to the left. And not blind myself. And I should be able to see the side of the moon, just like the second picture that Kosho has there. Why not?
Because on Earth, we can't get to the side of the moon. It's too far away. There's no place to stand on Earth where you're going to be to the side of the moon. It's just
I'm not going to the side. You're not listening, bro. I'm not going to the side. I'm pointing the camera. Instead of it being in my eyes glaring, I'm going to take it off the glare.
Off the glare, okay.
Yeah, just a couple of degrees to the left, like 4 or 5 degrees or something.
But that would only be panning the camera. That wouldn't change the geometry of where the moon is located from the light source. You're putting it someplace else in the frame. It's not going to give you any other advantage to see anything else other than, the moon is going to be straight in front of the sun, basically. I mean, I could try to demonstrate this. You're making me think like I really want to do this experiment in a way that makes sense with practical props.
I know, bro. I tried. I'm telling you, I've racked my brains. That's why I'm so adamant about this. I don't think it could be done.
I'm gonna try it, man. You really got me inspired to try.
Sure. Like, hey, if you do it, I'll tip my hat to you. I'll learn something.
So let's come up with the parameters of success on either side. So if I'm unable to produce a perfect black ball silhouette when we see the ball move in front of the light source and off the side, then you win, right? If I can't hide any illumination of the ball, then you're right. Yeah, and if I'm right, the ball will always look like it's completely dark as it moves from one side of the light source through the middle of the light source and off to the other side. If it looks like a silhouette that entire time, then I would be correct. And if you can catch a hint of like an outline being lit by the light source, that so you can see what it is that I think you're describing, then you would win. Like, I would have to admit I wasn't able to reproduce what it is that we see with a solar eclipse. Are those the parameters?
Well, almost, because the silhouette part means like not visible at all in this case. You have to understand, right?
Yeah.
And it's broad daylight too.
That's correct.
You got to start off in broad
correct.
daylight. Yeah.
Yes.
Not in the dark. I let Kosho get
Okay.
away with that one, but yeah.
Okay. All right. Broad daylight. Can't see any edge of the circle. Just looks like a flat dot that covers up the sun and then goes away.
Well,
And-
not really, because you see, this is difficult because you don't see nothing. Remember when you've witnessed an eclipse, right? Have you?
It's been a long
I'm
time.
asking.
Yeah. Yeah. It's been a long time. You're talking about a solar eclipse, right?
A solar eclipse, yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Well,
Don't
the
forget,
one thing
we start
that, okay,
off. It's daytime, right?
Yep. Yeah. So there's an illuminated atmosphere in between us and the moon. So I don't know if I could reproduce that. Like, I don't know how I could practically reproduce all the atmosphere between me and the object I'm photographing from a practical sense. So I'm just using practical photography, right? Just using what will be rendered on film will be what the camera sees. There isn't any way for me.
You know what? I'll take a handicap away from you because I don't think in the daytime you'll be able to do it. For this particular thing, we'll let you start off in the dark. Okay, how's that? With a single light, and maybe you can try to do that, and then from there, maybe you can learn something, and then you can go with the full daytime. And as far as who wins and loses, we're both gonna win, I think.
I like that, Ed. I just want to make sure that what I don't want to do is like set up an elaborate experiment with my photographic equipment and then execute it and then put it all together and share it and then find out that I wasn't even reproducing the phenomena that you wanted to see. That's what I'm trying to avoid. I want to make sure that we're very clear on the parameters.
Okay, how about two things then?
Okay.
Well, you can do two things. One with the light on. Start with the light on, and try to reproduce it that way. And since you're going to go through a lot of trouble, do it with the lights off. Like the way Kosher did it in the bathroom, lights off, you have a single light source and try to reproduce it that way. But can I ask of a thing to be on the thing, can you have like a bulb light source instead of a flashlight? Is that possible or no?
Yeah, I have. No, I could do anything. I have I have all the equipment I need.
Okay, so we can reproduce like rays coming in, light coming in from all directions.
Yeah, I have let's just put it this way. I have access to a lot of equipment to do this, photographically speaking, and cinematography wise.
Oh man, awesome. Okay.
So I will be. I'm going to run this. I have some ideas already, but I want to think about it outside of this conversation. I want to put together something, and then of course, what I'll try to do is chronicle what I did. Like I'll share the experiment, but also show you this is how I did it. That these are the tools I used. These were the metrics involved, and then we'll see what happens. I mean, I think I could probably make it look like what happens with the moon. Like the moon's just not there, and then the light slowly gets snuffed out and then reemerges on the other side. I think that's what will happen, but I could be wrong. And if I am, I'll share that too.
Awesome, bro. You sound like a professional. You sound like you have the equipment. So you're the guy to do this. Don't stress. There's no time limit. Like whenever you can.
No, it's just fun. What I would want to do though before I do it, because what I'll do is I'll put together and I'll put the video, the result on my YouTube channel, because I just started adding content to my YouTube channel. I've got like I think 6 followers right now, so it's like a really big YouTube channel. But I'll create the stuff. But I want to look up what it is that you're talking about. So if you can share like a video of like other people talking about this topic. Unless you're the first person that's thought of this, but I'm sure there's a video out there somewhere where someone's talking about it. That'll give me so that I could really get
I don't think so. I don't think there is.
Oh, really? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll look it up, but yeah.
Yeah, but it's pretty clear cut what I'm saying, right? It's like I'm sure no one's thought of it because why would you think of this, right?
What, not seeing the moon before and after the eclipse?
Yeah.
No, we've been talking about that for years. That goes way back.
Oh yeah.
It's one of the, we're talking about it for 6 years, dude. And V just said it earlier, dude. You go back to the new moon. Every new moon is the same experience, except for it not being in the same. What do you call that, Geo? Maybe you don't know, but
The orb. The orb.
no, like you know how it's like it's crossing it's crossing it in the like it's crossing it above it or below it, but they don't have it's not in the same orbital plane at that
transit.
time. Yeah, but Geo's actually studied astrology, and he so he actually I don't know, he knows more of these terms, these
Yeah, I know that, but who's been talking about it, and what have you guys said about it?
Well, I'm just saying. For many years, the idea, like the argument that is made, which I have my thoughts. I'm not saying I'm making the argument myself right now, but just repeating it. Just the idea that, first of all, during a new moon, we don't see the moon anywhere, nowhere to be seen. Within 15 degrees on either side of the sun, we don't see the moon at all. And the idea is that in a heliocentric model, perhaps you would. There's that argument, and then also that during an eclipse, you don't see the moon anywhere to be seen either. You don't see it approaching, and like Kosho was saying, it is the same as the new moon in that way, because when an eclipse happens, the sun and moon might be 2 degrees, and then 1.5 degrees, and then 1 degree. So as it's getting to exactitude when the eclipse happens, that's well within the same range as the new moon, where you can't see it either. So in both. Obviously, an eclipse is a new moon cycle, and then a new moon is a conjunction in which the sun and the moon are not on the same ecliptic plane, and that's in that sense. And the lunar nodes, yeah. But I'm just saying that argument in general of we don't see the moon in any way, shape, or form before or after the eclipse, or the solar eclipse, and that even during the solar eclipse, there seems to be no indication that it is the moon, meaning it seems to be like a black circle, just like a dark circle, as it were, whatever that thing is. And there was like back on Glowbusters years ago, they did a lot of shows on this where they had all these different types of cameras that were trying to pick up, like an electric field, like anything in that black circle that would indicate anything similar to what we observed the moon as. Yeah.
I've done that. I have some of my pictures, and we put it through the photo forensics, and it appears there's nothing there. Now, I'm not saying, don't quote me as saying there's nothing there, but yeah, I've done that too.
What would photo forensics be able to tell you if the camera's not picking it up? If the light that the camera's picking up is the sunlight, it's not picking up the light that's not coming from the moon, or that's not receiving from the moon. Photo forensics not really gonna do much.
Well, there's the claims of the Earth shine. Remember, those. There's those, the ones that they.
Yeah, but that's not really photo forensics though. At that point, that'd be different camera settings that you'd have to apply, and then maybe do photo forensics on that. But doing photo forensics on and photos that have already been taken, you're not really gonna find out much. I don't think.
I don't
Also,
think you're
that circle
not
that's
pulling the moon
blocking the
back.
moon, blocking the sun's light, happens to be the same exact size as the moon, so it's a reasonable assumption that it is the moon.
Keyword assumption.
It's true. That is true.
Yeah.
Too. That's a good point. It's the same size as the moon. It is where the moon is every other time in that time of the month. You know, that same time in the month. It's the same size. So it's
And if
pretty
you
fair
use a long
assumption.
exposure, you can actually see the moon.
That's what I mean about changing the camera settings. Yeah, using different camera settings and then maybe studying those. You know, the photo forensics of those. I think that'd be worthwhile. But just studying the photo forensics of, you know, pictures that didn't take that into consideration, not really going to tell you much.
Yeah, but in
Here's
your
an eclipse
model,
when I took.
Kosho, in Kosho's model, it's all about predictions. And when there's a new moon, you should know where it is in the sky, and you should be able to ping a signal off it.
Yeah, well, they say it's 5 degrees off, like what Gio was saying. They say that it's 5 degrees off during the new moon.
Maximum.
But depends on the new moon.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, it's different amounts from 0 to 5.
Yeah, I mean, it's a slightly different explanation in a stationary planar Earth geocentric type model versus a heliocentric spherical globe in a vacuum model. But in the globe model, like, yeah, you have the ecliptic plane, and then the orbit of the moon is tilted 5 degrees to that ecliptic plane, but it meets at 2 points. So the 2 points, like, imagine you would have like the plane of the Earth around the sun, and then the moon, they claim in their model, the moon's orbit around the Earth is tilted 5 degrees from the ecliptic plane. Therefore, you get 2 points in which the orbit of the moon and the orbit of the orbit of the Earth around the sun versus the orbit of the moon, 2 points in which those intersect. In their model is how they explain it. And then those 2 points are the north node and the south node, the lunar nodes. And so an eclipse happens when you have a new moon or a full moon, which also aligns with those lunar nodes, meaning
Exactly.
the two planes, the orbit of the 5 degree tilt of the moon to the ecliptic plane meet at those 2 points, which then you get the syzygy, the 3 celestial objects lining up in their model.
It's got to be like a pool cue when you take a shot, dead on. That's new moon eclipse.
And then you get a partial if the new moon or full moon happens where it's not perfectly lined up with the lunar nodes. It's like a little off, so then you get a partial.
Yeah.
It sounds
That's
like
right,
you guys
though.
have it all figured out. So it all works.
Well, Gio's well familiar with because you studied this stuff, right, Gio?
I have done some studies. Yes. Yeah.
I mean, you said it better. You said it better than most Globers would say it. So,
Kosho, can you ping a signal off the sun?
yeah, any day of the week, buddy. What are you asking me that for?
So if when there's an eclipse and people are saying that, well, there's nothing there, it's not the moon. Well, if it is the moon there, you should be able to ping a signal and should know that the time that it takes for the signal to come back isn't 93 million miles. It's only 238,000 miles.
Good point, man.
So your demonstration ready yet, Kosho?
Posted.
Oh no, you did it already.
Yeah, I think what SE is asking for is a good thing to be, in terms of to be able to demonstrate. But SE, I was going to say too, the thing about the only time that is claimed to see the moon during a new moon or an eclipse is the one that they claim the Earth shine, the one that Matthew posted. Where they try to claim that, let's say during a solar eclipse, the moon is in front of the sun in their model, as it were, and then there's light that's reflecting off the Earth, which is reflecting to like the side of the moon, assuming it's the moon that's involving the eclipse. Essentially, the light reflects off the Earth's surface, is why they call it Earth shine. The light is coming from the sun, bouncing off the Earth, shining all the way back 240,000 miles to then illuminate, the face of the moon that we see as black. But they claim, and like I said, alleged, that by tweaking the camera settings, you can get this image of the moon, which is like the only time any humans in history have ever claimed to see the moon during a new moon or an eclipse are these kind of claim to be camera, jobs or camera work that they've done to be able to claim that they're getting Earthshine. But
Well, we can't do it.
question those greatly, and we've gone over them over the years and analyzed
Oh
them.
yeah.
Well, we can't see it with our naked eye ever. Humans will never see it. But with cameras with long exposures, you can see the surface of the moon. And remember, from the moon's perspective, a full Earth shine is 4 times the diameter that a full moon would be from our perspective. So it's pretty bright.
Okay, so
let's get this straight.
Well, let me just say real quick. You're saying that with such assertion and confidence, as if, oh, if you tweak the camera, you can get this. Have you done it, or have you done?
Have you done? I posted a picture.
Okay, I'm not asking if you found a picture on the internet, you decided to believe it. I'm asking if you've done it, or even anyone you know trusted has done it, because you asserted it with such confident truth, as if you knew this to be the case. I'm just asking, what is the source of this assertion?
I haven't done it myself, and nobody I know has done it. I found it on the internet, and I believe it.
Fair enough. That's fine. Just wanted.
I'm gonna try.
And found out.
So let's get this straight now. This is what they're saying, right? What Gio just explained. But when the moon comes on the side where it clearly could be lit by the sun, it never happens. But in this one instance in human history, right, when the sun is exactly over it, they're telling us that those beams that we can't see from the side are going around the moon, hitting the Earth, and then going back and shining the moon. Yeah, okay. If you want to believe that, gentlemen, that's up to you.
No, that's a misunderstanding of the three-dimensional geometry, but yes, we do believe it.
What did I misunderstand? And please correct me, Matthew.
Only a 70-mile wide circle is darkened by the eclipse. The rest of the Earth is shining brightly in the sun's light, and that's what causes the Earth shine.
Yeah, I never said that to the contrary. I said, so you're saying exactly what I said. You're saying that the moon is directly in front of the sun, right? But in this
from one point, yeah.
Yeah, and that one point where you took the picture, right? It's directly in front, no?
Right.
Okay. So in that one instance that it's completely blocking, completely in front when it's dark here on Earth, that's the time when the light goes around the moon, hits the sun, hits the Earth, and then shines back to light it. That's the only time it could happen.
It's not going around the moon. It's shining directly on the Earth, just not at that one point on the Earth.
I think I might
so
be
how
able
come
to.
when it's on the side, then we can't see it? How come it's not shining then?
It is, but when there's any portion of the sun visible, it washes out. It becomes way too bright in comparison, so you can't see the surface of the moon in comparison.
Wow, how convenient, huh? Only when it's in front, blocking completely, we can see the light. Yeah, I get it. Yeah, wow.
It's not a matter of like false convenience. It's just how it works.
No, it doesn't work like that. You just bought a story. You saw one picture on the internet, Matthew, and you bought the story. And we're trying to tell you, like, have you ever seen it for yourself? How can you be so sure of it?
So the alternative is that these people that don't care anything about the flat Earth debate took these photographs and faked them and put them up there just so that I could lie about it?
Yeah, but really, the Earth is like a giant mirror. The Earth is covered in ocean, and when the sun's light shines onto the Earth shine should just cancel out that eclipse anyway, and it should shine back onto the moon. You wouldn't get that dark spot because the Earth from space should be like a giant mirror.
Yeah, the Earth is
doing it all the time. Good point.
That's not a good point. Hey, Ray, I think Ray's trying to get in real quick.
Yeah, if I could take a shot at this, I'm hearing what Matthew's saying. I'm SC Montreal. I don't know how you go by in the group. I don't know how they refer to you, but so far, yeah, you're making a lot of great points, and those are great questions. But I think if you look at the geometry, which is what Matthew kind of said, but you have to really explain this. When people are looking at that full eclipse, those are the people that are standing dead center in the shadow. But if you were off and looking at, and they've recently taken photos of what it looks like if you were just looking at the Earth, the shadow is just a small dot.
I am familiar with the umbra penumbra. So, I'm familiar with that.
So, in theory, right, well, based on that geometry, there should be a lot of light bouncing back, despite the fact that there's this small shadow right on the Earth. There should be a lot of light shining back, and attempting to light up the back side of that moon. Now, under ordinary observation conditions, like with the naked eye and the average person using a normal camera or cell phone, that's just going to be a black dot. If someone was super experienced and knew what they were doing with high quality photo equipment, in theory, and I'll have to look this up, they should be able to get some exposure of that back side of the moon during a solar eclipse if they're standing in the right spot. So I guess I got 2 assignments. One is the one that we previously talked about, and now I'm really interested to see if I can do this, because I do have the equipment to take a photo like that, but I've never tried to, so I'd have to study on how to do it. And then if that, what is it, 2031 is the next full solar eclipse or something like that. I don't know if we're all going to be friends.
Oh, there's
by
one.
then, but
I hope
there's
it's not
one
raining
next.
where you're at, bro, because you sound
No,
like
it's
you're
April
the
8th.
guy.
There's one next year in Texas.
Yeah, there's
April
one.
8th.
Yeah,
That's right.
all right. Well, if I can make an excuse to get to Texas, then I'll take a
I think all over North America.
Come
No, there's a
visit. Come
wide
visit me.
strip. Yeah.
Yeah,
visit me,
actually,
Ray.
DFW and Dallas Love Field are both in the totality path, so you can just fly to that airport and see it.
Right, or it's anywhere from Texas all the way up to Ohio, I think, and then off to the East Coast.
The whole country. No, but I'm really here. I'm here in Central Texas, and we're gonna have an eclipse party. Actually, I thought there was one in October though too, or is that a lunar eclipse?
It's the
It's an
Are we all
annular
invited,
eclipse.
Kosho? Is that the invite? Is that the invite, Kosho?
Yeah, we're all showing up.
Yeah, it's an eclipse party. There's an eclipse party. Actually, it's not even my party though, so I have to warn you. It's VD's party. He's in Gem Server. He invited me. He didn't really give me any permission to invite anybody, but he said he's renting out a house, and it says an eclipse party. So
All right, cool. Just send us that Addy, baby. We'll be there.
Yep.
that'll do. But here's a picture. Yeah, go ahead, go Ray.
I was just going to say we'll have SE Montreal cut a promo ad for it. His voice is just awesome, man. I'd believe anything he says. Anything he says sounds believable to me.
I wanted to
You gotta
ask
get
you
what-
something, Coach. What's your opinion? If you're looking 90 degrees at your zenith straight up and you see a satellite and it's lit up, right? The only way you can see it at night is because it's being illuminated. What's illuminating that? What's illuminating that satellite?
Most likely the sun.
Well, it can't be Earthshine, can it? Because it's nighttime and it's at
No,
your
it's,
zenith.
it's probably not Earthshine. It's probably
So
not
where's the
Earthshine.
sun?
It's probably the sun.
So where's the sun? If you listen to Neil deGrasse Tyson, he tells you how far these satellites are above the Earth. It's like not enough for the sun to be able to hit it.
I tell you, dude, I was driving Lyft. I was a Lyft driving. I had an African guy in my car, and I knew the eclipse. I knew the ISS was going to be 90 degrees over my head, and I told him. I kept looking out the window. I said, "Hey, man, I got to pull over, dude. I'm supposed to be looking at the ISS." And me and him had a moment where we're sitting outside the car. It was right above our heads. It was at twilight, just like it is every other time you can see the ISS. So, yeah, the sun is not going to be on the opposite side
I
of the Earth.
wasn't talking about the ISS. I was talking about satellites that you can see screaming past in the nighttime.
Oh. Well, I don't know if you knew
ISS
this,
is a
but the ISS, the ISS is one of the most predominant satellites that we see.
Yeah, what about all the other ones that you see flying across at nighttime on your?
They're
on your
typically
zenith?
higher.
Way higher. Yeah.
Are they all higher than the ISS?
Means
Most are, yeah.
Yeah.
means you can see them later in the night.
So what are they? 400 miles out?
Some are thousands, like the geosynchronous. What is that? Is that like, forget how many thousands?
22,000.
24,025 is the claim for
And
geosynchronous.
they're that far away, and you can see them.
Of course.
If you can see them, I don't think I've never seen a geosynchronous one with my. I've never seen that with my naked eye, but you could
When
possibly
you see
check it out.
satellites at nighttime
Wouldn't move.
flying over your head.
Those are probably weather satellites. I wonder how high those are. The average. I'm looking it up.
Well,
But yeah,
if
but
they're weather satellites, that would make it even more impossible. How come you could see them at night? What's illuminating them?
The sun.
The sun has to be illuminating them.
Yeah,
Geometry
just so you
works
know,
out.
if you look, okay, so we'll use an extreme, we'll use the Burj Khalifa. So the Burj Khalifa on Ramadan, they celebrate it even after sunset. They celebrate at the top because the sunlight is still reaching the top of the building. Even higher up, there's balloons the sunlight's going to still reach those things after the top of the Burj Khalifa can't be reaching any sunlight. Just so happens the higher up you go, the later it is that the sun is able to reach those parts of the sky. There's a reason for that, but I don't think you're prepared for that. But yeah, so the higher the elevation, the later in the sky, the later in the night that the sun reaches those parts of the sky.
Oh, I just remembered something. The photo that Matthew posted, if I remember correctly, isn't that a composite picture? It's not a
It
single.
could be. I mean, I think they might have even stacked several pictures, but the point is that if you leave your shutter open for an extended point of time during the totality of a total eclipse, then you'll see the craters of the moon.
Well, another question to our photography buddy: aren't the flares around like the light around? Isn't that going to overshadow the setting of the exposure setting to get the to be able to see the faint thing on the moon?
Yeah, you're
Isn't
not
the light around going to overshadow that?
Yeah, it'll be
Absolutely, yeah.
overexposed. Yeah, unless it's a full, like you don't have a ring at all. Once that ring starts to form, you're gonna get overexposure for sure.
But you can overcome. There's ways to overcome that. So what you do is with the camera, you do what's called bracketing. So you set up your camera to take, let's say, 6 photos in a row, and they're in fast succession. So it just goes click, 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 click. But each one of the exposures, it starts, 3 stops below and then shoots 3 stops above where it thinks the center exposure is going to be. Then you take those 6 photos, and then through photo editing, you can stack them all together so that you get maximum latitude for the dynamic range. So a normal photo with a high quality camera might be 10 to say 13 stops, but when you bracket like that, you can skip through 6 different exposure settings. So you're putting the broad end way out there. So you're adding, so now you're at 20 stops once you stack them together, which starts to it's called high dynamic range. We've all seen HDR. That's what high dynamic range photos originally started out to be. Even in really old versions of Photoshop, like I have a really super old version of Photoshop that has HDR capabilities in it where you can stack photos that have been bracketed. So that's how you would overcome that. It's not all, you can't do it in one photo, but you could definitely do it stacking up, 3 to 6 photos that are taken with disparate sets of exposure values. If that makes sense.
Well, you definitely have more knowledge than all of us here, so I'm looking forward to what you're going to come up with, Ray.
So you're saying it's kind of like you have 1,000 cameras all taking up one photo each, and then you just stack all of those up, and each camera is taking it with different sort of settings.
Yes,
it's the same camera, but yeah, you're adjusting your exposure settings each time you're snapping that, and then you stack them all together.
Yeah, bracketing is something that's been a part of ordinary, still photography for many, many years.
Yep.
I'm not smarter than everyone. I've been doing photography for 35 years.
Looks like you're the new top glober.
So did you used to take, you used to shoot 35 millimeter film, all that?
Oh yeah. That was all there was back when I started, back in 1986.
Yeah, me too. My dad had a dark room in the basement. We developed our own film.
What do you think about them taking photos of the lunar lander on the moon in 1972?
Oh, don't get us started on that.
Was that film able to be taken or what? At minus 200 or minus 100, whatever it was.
Yeah. I don't have any question about it. It's not necessarily like a 2-putt on the green, but it wouldn't have taken much to make it work.
Say what? I think the heat would have been more of an issue than the cold.
Yeah, it wouldn't have been they did. I do believe they used a special film stock, and then was it Mamiya? No, it was Hasselblad, right?
Hasselblad.
Yeah, they were the ones that they weren't necessarily given the nod. They actually pursued it because they found out they were using Hasselblad cameras to begin with, and then they wanted to become a part of it. So I believe they approached NASA, and there wasn't a whole lot that they had to do. I mean, obviously
There
the
wasn't many
modified.
modifications at all. My thing about those pictures is I don't know if you've seen what the modifications were, but they basically screwed in a screw that didn't allow for, I'm pretty sure it was f-stop adjustments at all. So it's like, how the fuck do they know their exposure? Like, how did they know exactly what they were going to be dealing with to be able to screw that in and not have any manual adjustments? Just sit there and fire away and get the quality that they got.
Right, because exposure on any even cameras at that time isn't dependent just upon the aperture. Aperture does control the light. The other thing that controls the light is the shutter speed. So if you have your aperture wide open, lets a lot of light in, but you take a super fast shutter speed, that'll cut down the amount of light. So if they would have had any kind of automated settings as far as, which they wouldn't have had to do, like they could have calculated that right away. For the surface of the moon, it's almost the same as a beach. So basically you take your ISO, cut that by 100, and that's your shutter speed. So if I'm shooting on the beach and I don't want the sand to be overexposed, I know that if I have 400 ISO film on my camera and I have a reasonably wide open aperture, I know that my shutter speed has to be at least 1/400th of a second. And I probably am not going to blast out. Like this stuff is, I mean, photography goes back hundreds of years. So most of this stuff is pretty well known.
But yeah, it's not as simple as like, oh, your exposure is just going to be exactly what it would be at the beach.
It's almost the
I
same
know
thing.
how, without all of that jargon,
How do you
I know
know
how
it's
they
almost
took
the
those
same? Like,
photos.
look at those pictures.
There's a
Because I've
much easier
taken photos
explanation.
at the beach and I've taken photos of the moon.
On the moon?
And
On the
I
moon.
haven't taken of the moon, not on the moon. I haven't been to the moon, guys. I wasn't
There's
even
a
born yet.
there's a
when
much
that-
easier explanation, and is that all of those photos were taken in a Hollywood studio, so you don't need to have all of those explanations about the exposure.
Is that true?
Right, but just from taking a picture of an object from allegedly 250,000 miles away, it's not the same as being like, all right, let me get out my light meter and figure out exactly what my f-stop and ISO need to be set at. Like, come on.
It's at that point, at that little dot, it's the thing that's going to be filmed. It is. I know because I've done it lots of times. No, it is.
You've been to the moon lots of times?
No, I've taken photos of the moon and I've taken photos at the beach. Lots of time the exposure settings are identical. They are. I know.
It's not going to be the same exposure as if you were actually on the moon. You realize that the lighting is going to change on the moon. It's not just going to be the same lighting.
Look, I guess this is not easy to explain, but if you take the totality of the light of the moon, right, and compress it into a tiny dot in the sky, reasonably bright, or it's going to have whatever level of brightness it is, just the same as if you were to, try to expose a flashlight, right? Now, even though the flashlight doesn't light up a lot of stuff, if you aim the camera at it, it's kind of bright. Now, but once you're on the moon, you're not taking in the totality of all the light that's being reflected from the moon. You're only being reflected the light that's in your immediate geographical location, which is a minuscule tiny dot on the moon. So
I'm not saying that it would be 100% overexposed. The problem is, how are you going to know exactly what there was no adjustments made. They just clicked, right?
There was
they
one
had
adjustment.
no manual adjustments.
From what I understood, there was a particular type of adjustment that they could make that they had to add on the camera so that they could do it with their stupid gloves on. But I don't remember what that was. And maybe it could have been.
But either way, did they bring a light meter with them to figure out what adjustment they would need to be making?
Again, you don't have to have a light meter because we've been taking pictures of the moon and the beach for 100 and some odd years. We know what it is.
The beach has absolutely. What does the beach have to do with the moon?
Because the beach is kind of like sand with the sun shining right on it, and so is the moon. It's kind of like sand with the sun
How do you know?
shining
You
right
have
on it.
absolutely no idea that the moon is like sand with sun shining on it.
Fair enough, but I do know that if I'm shooting the moon with 400 ISO and I want to be able to see any feature from the resulting photo, that my shutter speed will be 1/400th of a second, and that's the same thing if I'm on the beach. If I'm shooting and I don't want the sand to be blasted out and bloomed into whiteness, that I'm going to be shooting at whatever 100th of whatever a second of my ISO setting. That's just a rough gauge that gets you there. Those two are the same. They have been the same for 100 years, and we know that very well.
Dude, it's not that it's just the same, because you have absolutely no idea what the surface of the moon is doing as far as its reflective index until you get up there. And either way, as you're taking photographs, the lighting is going to change. Well,
I thought the moon's
probably
surface
not
was
too much
covered
because
in
they're up there.
concrete powder.
But
Isn't
hold
it?
on. I have an answer to that. Even in the complete absence of any knowledge about what the moon is, what lights it, what its values are, and what beaches do, I do know for a fact that if I take a picture with a shutter speed that's 1/100th of the ISO, that the exposure is generally going to be okay. I'm talking full sun at noon, no clouds or anything like that.
Right, but
That
what if it's half of that? What if your light is half of that?
in what scenario, I guess?
So you say the beach, right? I can go to the beach
Mhm.
on a fucking hazy ass day, right?
I'm saying
And
full sun at noon. Yeah, full sun
so
at
if I go
noon.
full sun at noon and I go on a hazy day and I just snap with the exact same exposure settings, is one going to be underexposed and one's going to be perfect exposure, or is one going to be perfect exposure and one's going to be overexposed?
The hazy day will be underexposed. The sunny day will be perfectly exposed.
Cool. So if there is a slight variation, you're not going to be able to get your 100% perfect results like you're claiming. That's all I'm trying to say is you don't know exactly what you're dealing with until you get up there. That's like I don't know what I'm dealing with when I go to the beach until I get there.
Yeah, you're right. I don't know what I'm going to be dealing with up there. All I can say is that here on Earth, if I take a picture of the moon, I use the same exposure settings from taking a picture at the beach at noon. Those two are the same. So when I get up there, you're right. But if there's any kind of continuity between standing in a bunch of sand with the sun shining on it, then their exposure values might be somewhat similar. That and it's not like there's a razor thin margin of error. With film, the margin of error is actually quite broad because during processing, you can push or pull the exposure during the development.
Yeah. Correct. But you realize like how perfect that the exposure is on those photographs, right?
Yeah, they look fantastic. Yeah, they look really clear.
That's all I'm saying. Like you've obviously operated a manual 35 millimeter camera quite a bit. And to just say, well, I have the same exposure settings that I would have on the beach when I take a picture of this thing from 250,000 miles away. So therefore, we're going to roll with that. And then it comes back and it happens to be just perfect exposure setting. I don't know. I
Yeah,
don't know
because
about you,
the
but when I
moon is
first
experiencing
started
about the
shooting
same sun
35
as the
millimeter,
moon on Earth.
yeah,
Yeah,
but I don't know about you, but when I first started shooting, like it took me a very long time of doing a lot of experimentation, right? Not just listening to what the fuck my dad's saying, but trying to figure it out myself to really start to understand all of the settings on the camera, right? It's trial and error, trial and error. And I understand, yes, we've had hundreds of years of doing that and figuring that out, but you're never going to know what you need until you get into a specific situation. You can take a pretty good guess, but that's, I don't know. To just say it's going to be like a day at the beach,
Well,
I highly doubt that.
Apollo
Let me
11
ask
wasn't
Ray
the
this if
first
he knows this.
mission. Apollo 11 wasn't the first mission to go to the moon. They had plenty others that orbited the moon. So during those, who's to say they couldn't have experimented with exposure settings as they're orbiting the moon and getting very, very close?
Did they do that?
Most
Yes, they
likely.
did. They absolutely did.
Apollo 10, Apollo 9 and 10.
Apollo 8. Apollo 8 even.
And 8.
Apollo 8. Apollo 8 was the one we got the that famous isn't
Earthrise.
the one we got the moonrise, yeah, Earthrise from. And
Yeah.
and don't what Ray said about the like seeing it from the earth.
I
There's
love that Earthrise
approximations.
one.
It's
That
great, man.
Earthrise
There's
one's
approximation.
fantastic, bro.
It's great. It's great, man.
And
Okay.
You realize,
What Ray had said,
you
dude, you
realize
got to
this
be careful,
conversation
man.
made
Dude,
Astro change it?
you do this every Thursday night, man, where you're interrupting a lot, my friend. Okay, okay, because
Yeah.
I can't finish what I'm saying. I remember I'm saying,
Online,
but when do you guys finish it?
there's a website called March to the Moon where you can see scans of all the Apollo films, the film that they had in the cameras. So you can go to Apollo 8 and you can check for yourself to see if they played with exposure at all.
I venture to guess that maybe they did.
Well, that and
Yeah,
the fact I
I'm
just looked it
happy
up.
that
Sorry, I just looked it up. That they actually did use bracketing. The earlier discussion that we talked about how you use bracketing, a lot of the photos that they took used that technique. So they took multiple exposures in succession, and then you combine them later to make the exposures look fantastic.
And of course, we're
on
looking
the
at the best
Apollo
ones
one.
that got published.
That's
Not
what
all.
they're saying right here. It says during the Apollo mission, astronauts used bracketing in some of their photos, especially the one capturing scenes of the lunar surface. Lunar surface presented unique challenges in photography because of the extreme differences in brightness between the sunlit areas and the shadow areas. To capture the details in both shadows and the bright areas, astronauts would sometimes take multiple photos of the same scene with different exposure settings. And then it goes on to explain what bracketing is, but we don't need to do that because I already explained it.
Yeah, so it's not
You
just as
aware?
simple as we just know our exposure settings because of the beach.
I'm
So
saying
that kind
that
of clarifies what I was talking about.
yeah, but for them they have a very wide margin of error because they were bracketing the photos. They do overexpose, expose, and underexpose. So it's exposure, proper exposure, under. That's what traditional bracketing was always just 3 photos: overexpose, normal exposure, and underexpose.
Underexposed. Yeah, yeah. I just I highly doubt that this was taking place with the astronauts when they were allegedly
It's
on
what
the moon to
what they're
begin with.
just
But what I
saying.
wanted to say to Kosho is, or just everything in general, because it was brought up, the moonrise photograph. I'm just glad they updated it and edited that photo so that we can't go in and show the big box around the
Oh yeah.
Earth where the Earth was cropped into the photograph. Good thing we figured that out and NASA went in and changed it.
Hey Ray, are you aware that the Hasselblad cameras did not have a viewfinder?
Yeah, they had them mounted to their chest. Couldn't use a viewfinder in those environments, I guess. So yeah, they just basically if you look at the photos, that's why some of them are like kind of cattywampus and not even level, because they just had the camera strapped to the front of them, and turn your body and hope for the best. Pray and spray, I guess is what they call it.
Yeah, they had some pretty good
Spray and
cameras,
pray.
pictures though, right?
Yeah, I would love to have one of those cameras. Those are not necessarily the moon ones. I would just take a regular one, but yeah, that medium format was that 45 millimeter or 53 or 43. I don't remember. It was a bigger format film, medium
They
format
doubled.
film.
They doubled the film.
Yeah,
They made a
those medium.
special. Yeah.
Those cameras are typically used for commercial photography for things that are going to be blown up quite large. So, like if you're in like a department store that has photographs of models that are sizes of posters, they normally use that level of, because you can blow them up and they don't fall apart. They're still quite crisp. So medium format cameras like that. Mamiya dominates the market now. I know the Hasselblad's still out there, but Mamiya has they have digital versions, so they have sensors that are that whatever the 43 millimeter.
Does Leica do medium format?
Not that I'm aware of. They're high-end compact 35 millimeter. Now they're probably all digital, but.
Did you ever think of what the effects? Because you said before, and I heard Napalm as well, and I've done this as well, believe it or not, in high school. Take photos, develop the film, then put it on the enlarger, run it through the chemicals. Did you ever think what effects the film would have under vacuum?
Yeah,
exposed to a vacuum.
Yeah, depending on. Yeah, I would think that depending on what the emulsion's made out of, and I'm not a chemist, that if they're pretty like an aqueous solution of some sort, that they would boil under a vacuum. But I'm not an emulsion expert. Like if I do know that the film was, I believe, special made for the mission, so they could have used polymers, in which case the vacuum probably wouldn't have had much effect on it.
You're the first guy I've asked that actually said the problem right off the bat. Yeah. No, they didn't have any special emulsion because the emulsion they used was made from pig hide and pig bone. It's like a gelatin.
Mm-hmm. I would expect if the solution was aqueous enough that any gases in it would have expanded under exposure to a vacuum. Although I don't recall why, but I listened to one of the engineers and some other photographic expert talk about why under a certain, as long as it's short enough time frame, they would have been okay. Like, so in other words, if they were out there for a long time, then you'd have some major problems. But if they got it out there, took some photos, and then returned it back to the capsule under ordinary air pressure, then it should have been fine. But I don't remember the details. I saw that like a year and a half ago because I was looking. I was kind of curious myself, like what kind of cameras did they use, and what sorts of steps did they take to make sure that the harsh environment of the lunar surface wasn't going to be a problem during photography.
Well, I'll give you one procedure. You tell me how it sounds. They had the film. They would take they doubled the exposure, the amount of pictures from 24 to 48, I believe. So once they were done with the film, they had a little hook on it, and they would tie a rope. They would take it off right on the moon, shoot it up, and get another cartridge and put it in. And yeah, highly sus that any film would survive under those conditions.
I think that it would be rational to think that the film would have a big problem in that environment.
Absolutely. And I didn't even get started on the heat, the cold, the radiation,
SC
the
is the
expansion,
number
the
one.
contraction. Yeah.
He's the number one Hasselblad film Apollo expert in this community, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I forgot that they were using 48 exposure film, which would have sent. I assume in order for not they had 48 exposures. The normal rule was 24, so they took steps to. Well, they wanted them to be able to take a lot of photos, obviously, which I think made the film thinner.
All that fluid or whatever that I forget what you call it, that's on the film.
Emulsion.
Yeah, emulsion.
It's called the.
Well, they talk about what that's made out of on in the Hasselblad and it was like like a plastic resin sort of thing. It's perfectly reasonable to be in a vacuum of space.
No, it's not.
Yeah, I think it said it was.
Well, was it? How many times have you heard me say it and show stuff? Kosho, come on.
I'm the one who showed you the whole document that had all the information about it in there, and they had all the information about that emulsion, and it said, yeah, it was perfectly reasonable. Not only that, but vacuum. Just talking about the vacuum. There's plenty of.
Are you like hallucinating or something?
I'm just reading up on the film.
I don't know. I think he's cutting out.
Interesting. Yeah,
I think you're cutting out.
Also dropped. Yeah, he dropped out for.
And I don't like your implication earlier that something having to do with Thursdays is why I'm interrupting people.
It's just observation,
I play soccer and hockey on Thursdays. I know you know that. And I did just get home from hockey. And I did not drink anything, by the way. So
all right, fair enough.
So
last Thursday you were off the rails, so man.
I may have had some drinks last Thursday.
You're funny.
So let me read out a thing of what the film is made of. It's a little paragraph. The emulsion layers of films are made by dissolving pure silver in nitric acid to form silver nitrate crystals, which are mixed with other chemicals to form silver highlight grains, which are then suspended in gelatin and applied to the film base.
It's better than I said.
Gelatin is the key word looking for here. Yeah, when I found out about those silver nitric, it's like little dots. If you really see how it is, you'll freak out. It's like little dots. Little dots form a picture. It's mind-boggling.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, so this film Under Pressure, no way they would have those brilliant pictures. No chance.
Under no pressure, I think you mean to say.
Yeah, under very little.
Or next to zero.
Well, it says that ChatGPT doesn't really give me the answer, but just says the moon's surface is a vacuum with no atmosphere to speak of. The film and the camera had to function in this vacuum without any issues such as leakage or pressure-related problems. They're trying to make it sound like the camera sealed, but I don't think it was.
It wasn't.
I don't remember. Yeah, I don't remember seeing that anywhere in this stuff because that's the first thing I thought. Well, they obviously put the camera inside of like a scuba gear enclosure.
Exactly.
Which
you
they
know
did
your
not
stuff,
do.
my friend. Exactly. That's exactly what they would have to do. Yep.
Yeah, but it turns out
Just
they
like
wouldn't have
underwater.
to do that though. They wouldn't have to do that though.
No, they just have to paint it silver.
But why
Yeah.
wouldn't they? I guess is the question. Not that
Well,
I'm not a lunar landing skeptic. I think that we went to the moon, but it seems like he would just put it in an enclosure. That's sealed.
Well, I was curious the same way as you seem to be, and SC made me that way. And throughout the conversation with SC, I had posted them for you, SC, 7 documents that describe all of this. It describes all of the missions leading up to the Apollo missions, let alone the Apollo missions, and all the evolution of the camera, the technology, the film. So it's all in there, but I'd have to dig those up.
All right, put it in line after the present. Oh, you did it. I can't say you didn't do
I
it.
already
I take
did.
it back.
Why do you keep saying?
I
You
take
keep
it back. I
saying that,
take it
dude.
back. This
it tonight.
time you produced it. My apologies.
All right, let me see if I can find those documents though. I don't know. I posted them in here. I don't know when though, and also for some reason I can't search people. Can you guys search for people still? I can't search for specific people anymore. Anyway.
Yeah, just type from.
No, but I can't do that anymore. I don't have. I have all the other options. I don't have from for some reason.
Well, just type from. Just type from, colon, and then the user.
I'll try that.
You should be able to type their name in though. I mean, if you type their name in, they're gonna pop up. It's the
I
same
can't.
as it used to be.
I don't have from anymore, dude. I got news for you. I don't have it.
But you don't even need to do from. You can just if you just type someone's name in, then the first thing that the little pull down menu, it'll start saying names. But
The problem is I can't type my own name in, so I usually do from, and I start typing in my name, and then the rest of it comes up. But I can't do that anymore. But that's not go too much time. I'll figure it out.
But you could just type from FROM colon. Right?
Yeah, but it does. It then and then after that, it doesn't. When you start typing someone's name, it doesn't start pulling people up. Is what I'm saying.
Did you do the
But
colon?
it's all good. Yeah. My Discord's different for some reason now. I don't know why, but we'll figure it out.
Update it, reset it, tick off the hack that you installed.
I'll figure it out. I can't even do mentions. Like, you know how you can do mentions? I don't have mentions or from anymore.
Oh. There is some other form of Discord thing, isn't there? It's like called like something else. There's like Discord. I forget the name of it. Have you heard about that? It's like a mod. It's like a Discord mod.
You talking about the hack? There's Discord IO just got hacked and they shut it down.
I don't know if what I'm talking about is a hack. I think it's like some kind of tweaked version though. Like I don't know if hack's the right word, but it's supposed to have a bunch of extra features, but who knows, how legit it works.
Oh, Branch uses that. Yeah, Branch told me about that. He uses that. But anyways, yeah, mine doesn't work anymore, so I'll have to search for them somehow. I guess God just hates me for some reason, and I'll have to find it. Maybe I'll go on the browser or something. But
it's called Better Discord. and it's also called Discord Plus. It's like betterdiscord.app. It's like all themed out. You can do all these different themes. I've never used it, but I've just heard people. Yeah, I guess it's called the Discord Enhancement Project, Better Discord.
You know a lot about it.
Well, yeah, because someone had mentioned it once.
Kind of suspicious.
Went to the website.
Branch told me about it before though. But yeah, I'm on the browser. But the point is that I posted 7 documents to SE. I don't know if I saved them elsewhere. I was hoping I could one day utilize Discord to search the old stuff, and I can't do that right now. So hopefully I'll post them. But I'll post them, and I'll add you, Ray, and to hopefully share them with you as well.
What do you
A lot of
claim
useful
that
stuff.
what do you claim these things say? I forget. I'm
Well,
not saying you didn't send them. It was a while ago. I'm just.
I
What do
know.
you claim?
I know you're not saying that I didn't send them, but you're definitely saying you didn't read them, like I was imploring you to, like when I sent them. But because you're asking me what they say, but they said a bunch of stuff about There was a all the documents were just strictly about the photography, dude. And that's what I'm saying about astronauts. These are some skilled people that when they did the Apollo missions, they had immense training on photography alone. They became basically expert photographers.
I can tell you all about
else.
it, bro. I can tell you the whole story.
I
Apparently,
had
they
the
gave
little-
him the cameras. This is the story. They gave him the cameras and they familiarized themselves with them. They took him to birthday parties. They took him home. They took him to the swimming pool. They took thousands and thousands of pictures. That's the story.
Okay, man.
Anything else?
Yeah, I think a little bit more than that. I think they did more than go to birthday parties, dudes. Okay.
That's what
But
I'm telling you. It's almost word for word if you read it.
They had
That is the
literally
story.
it's not the story, man. That they took expert photographers to teach them how to be expert photographers.
To the birthday
Yes.
parties?
Yes.
Not just.
But
They
in
probably also
addition
went to
to
birthday
that,
parties. They did a lot more than that.
Coach, does Buzz Aldrin come off to you as an expert in anything?
Yes.
Photography.
You guys weren't in the military. You guys don't understand. You don't understand how pilots, like a test pilots, like these guys were, like Scott Beach's dad was. These are some of the most skilled and adept people that that you can give a piece of equipment to. This is why they give these guys these equipment and put them in these situations. So I know you guys don't give them credit for that, but these are some great people. Okay.
In the world of sociology, there's a type of person they call a competent. In other words, it's a person who is just intuitively competent at almost anything that they try. These pilots, by their very nature and the kind of the process that they go through to get the positions that they do, are these types of people. They're probably really good at a lot of things. In fact, their friends probably hate them because they're better at everything, like poker, and they can run faster than their friends, and you name it, better at trivia. These are back then. In fact, they made a movie. It was literally called The Right Stuff, because these are the top of the cream of the crop, right? These were the people that just intuitively were better at most things than most people. I'm not saying that's the way pilots are today, or that's how the space stuff. I mean, this is the thing that people forget. At the time that NASA was formed, it wasn't like they brought in a ton of bureaucratical government employees who are all, on the treadmill of the federal government. This agency didn't exist. So all of these engineers, all of these people that they brought in, these were people who had survived in the fiery furnaces of the private sector, the marketplace. These were really gifted engineers. They were all very smart people. And then, of course, it was grueling to become an astronaut at that time. So when NASA first took off, it had the inertia of all of these highly skilled, highly talented people who had been proving their stuff out in the real world. I'm not saying that's the way it is today, but that's the way it started out. Of course, it's just a big, huge government, government bureaucracy. So who knows?
Everything he
there's
said.
no question. These guys were the best of the best. There's no question about that. They were pilots. Most of them fought in wars. Yeah.
Gio just questioned that just now.
Yeah, I have tremendous questioning the integrity on multiple levels of those individuals involved in that program, quote unquote. Absolutely.
Yeah, integrity is another
Quote
story.
unquote. This program, quote unquote, whatever it was, wasn't a program. I know that. Funny, Gio.
So as far as the camera
Well,
goes,
it certainly programmed some people. That's for sure.
Okay, man.
We just call it a
Yeah.
gang. We'll call it a gang. A club.
I got good news, dude. The browser does allow me to do from and mentions, so we're one step closer to those documents.
are you saying they're gonna show weathering of the camera for pressurization or anything like that? I didn't even get started. I didn't start on the batteries. I didn't even talk about the shutter.
I can't
It's
remember
just
much.
like we're just scratching the surface here.
Yeah, we haven't even gotten to what is it called, cold welding, Essie?
Yeah, exactly, brother. yeah.
No, hold on. Remember the conversation you guys had? I was listening in the car one time, and you guys were talking with Data, and you guys all of y'all kept saying cold fusion. All of you guys.
Yeah, he made us.
And
Yeah, he made us say cold fusion. That's right.
you guys
And everyone's
kept going on
correcting
about
us,
cold
but we kept
fusion.
saying cold fusion. Yeah.
Instead of cold welding.
Yeah.
Yeah, like nobody knows about cold fusion but us. Well, I was like wanted to get in so bad, but like, who are you guys talking about? But yeah.
Somebody probably said it incorrectly once and everybody heard it and accidentally repeated it. Not that we were implying that cold fusion was actually taking place.
Well, Data persistently, even after it was corrected, kept persistently saying it wrong. But it was funny the way he was saying it. But then, yeah, because he was doing that, yeah, exactly. I think Jeremy and then SC, I think Jeremy might have corrected them eventually after he saw me say something in the chat. But SC and yeah, it caught on to all of them.
He needed a cold fusion citation for his book, so he roped us into getting one.
Yeah.
I wish I could find that recording because what was being said about it was just so ironic. The fact that he was saying it, but then he was saying cold fusion instead of cold welding. But yeah, cold welding is not it's not spectacular. Like yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the claim. But I forget what your claim is about cold welding, but it's not like spectacular.
The claim is under lack of pressure, vacuum, metals that touch each other, literally fuse together. It's like it's like a microscopic process. Like yeah, it's freaked
Yeah,
out.
but you know why that is?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, they're flush. If they're flush and smooth, and there's nothing between
Lack
them.
of oxidization.
Yeah, exactly.
Helps a lot.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the trick.
It's usually, metal. And most metals, when you introduce them to a medium, especially the air, they become oxidized, whatever. Like aluminum, for instance. Aluminum is very toxic, but you wouldn't know this because it becomes oxidized in the atmosphere. But if it weren't, yeah, it would be very toxic usually.
So
there's
still,
so
we're
many
used to
things.
melting being due to heat. You know, we're used to it being due to heat, so it's pretty fascinating that pressure alone can cause the same effect on stuff. It's totally interesting.
Yeah, I couldn't believe it when I first saw it.
Or cold.
Not even lack of pressure, lack of medium, really.
It's cold, isn't it? I thought it was cold welding. It's temperature, right? That's the effect that causes it?
No. They, of course, another stupid naming. They always do that. No, it's under vacuum that it happens. They call it cold welding. Go figure. Yeah.
It's not just vacuum.
Oh, okay.
It's not just vacuum though. It's the fact that it's lack of medium is really what it is. Lack of medium is smoothness and all that kind of stuff. That's from what I remember. That you have the contaminants and the oxidization and that kind of stuff, and Yeah.
Suddenly the
and like I
metal,
said, it has to be smooth.
but it gets excited and joins itself. It like, ooh, it's like, ooh, look, I know you, I know you. We can bond. It like suddenly like gets excited and bonds. Like accurately bonds, not just sticky, you know?
Like I said, it's got to be smooth though.
So that's another issue. Then we can move on to something else if you want.
Well, that's not an issue. We just solved the issue. You're saying that should happen, and we're saying it didn't happen. And there's a lot of reasons. It's not even just that didn't happen. The materials weren't smooth, and they weren't self-similar like that. Like they coated all this stuff, didn't they?
Did they? I don't know. You seem to know.
What? Oh, they did.
You're saying like they did. Anyways, how about expansion and contraction? Have you ever tried to take your camera out in the cold, like freezing, like -20? Ask a photographer. Oh, we have a photographer here. Don't they have to heat the lenses and all that kind of stuff? Don't they have to keep the camera warm?
Well,
battery
usually
problems.
it's
battery.
coming in.
There it is.
It's coming in from the cold to the warm. That is usually the thing I try to avoid the most, because obviously you're going to form condensation all over the camera, inside, and electronics and all that kind of thing. But I've never photographed in environments so extreme that I would expect the tolerances of the mechanical design of the computer to become into question. In other words, or the camera to come into question. Like the parts not fitting together right. Like in where I live, it might get up to 100 degrees Fahrenheit, and it might get down to like -9 Fahrenheit. Like those are the extremes. I've never had a mechanical problem from temperature changes, but you could certainly.
Your batteries will fail on you. Your batteries won't work at low temperature.
I was working up to that one. Good call, Dan.
Yeah,
exactly.
Well, yeah, it's true that if you're outside long enough, in a very cold environment, that the batteries could get cold enough to where they won't work. But on the moon, because they're not into contact with anything, because it's a vacuum, that process, despite the cold temperature, would probably be a lot slower than you might imagine. Because there's nothing, there isn't any heat sink. They're in a vacuum, so the only way that you're going to lose heat would be through basic, thermodynamics, right? So when you're on Earth, if you go outside, you're actually immersed in the atmosphere. The air is very, very cold and comes into contact with the camera and is able to carry it's a heat sink. So your camera's going to get cold a lot faster here on Earth than it would on the moon, ironically.
Yeah, but how about the heat? In the shadow, it's -250, and in this it's +250. We're not talking about here like a small. We're talking about a huge.
That's what you said.
Huge stuff. Huge temperatures.
Yeah, those swings. I'm guessing the swings are just due to solar radiation, right? So in the sunlight, it's super hot, and in the shadows, it's super cold. In that case, the camera, from the heat standpoint, is coming into contact with something that is going to warm it up, because the sunlight is a form of radiation. So I would assume that if you expose the camera to sunlight that isn't being filtered by any kind of atmosphere, that those surfaces
Correct.
would begin to heat up.
Yes, sir. Radiation. Now imagine that lens, and imagine that the shutter exposed to that. We're talking some serious stuff here. Then there's radiation, but that they might get away with it because the camera is made out of aluminum, and they painted it silver. I kid you not. They took off the leather. They painted it silver. They were saying to eliminate some of the heat. But I don't know about the radiation. Anyways, we'll let that one slide. I think we've mentioned quite a few things. The batteries. Imagine the batteries working in those conditions. I mean, I live in Canada, right? Once it gets -40, I don't care what battery you have. You better have started that car like the day before, because it ain't starting. That's for sure. Now
Yeah, but if you
imagine minus 250.
Yeah, again, but in Canada, there's a medium through which you can sink the heat, right? So if you took the battery out of, if you have a hypothetical situation, you take the battery out of your house, it's at room temperature, and you set it outside. If you were to set it in a vacuum, all of the only way the heat's leaving that battery is through basically infrared light, right? That's the only way that's going to get drained. But in Canada, if you put the battery outside, there's a medium within which the heat can be sunk off from its surfaces. That's the air. So the air can just constantly come into contact with the battery, and it'll impart its thermal energy onto those cooler molecules. That's just the way heat. That's just the way heat works, right? That's the way.
Well, I understand. Yeah, I understand that.
So
But are you
so
saying that the camera wouldn't accumulate heat
no, the camera
on the
absolutely
moon?
would. No, I would say it would if you're going to put that camera in direct sunlight. It's definitely going to accumulate heat. It's probably going to do so rapidly. I didn't say that that's not a problem. That is a problem. What I'm saying is that the batteries won't have a problem in that environment. For if you're only going to go outside the if the camera's only going to be out in the lunar environment for say 20 minutes or 30 minutes or 40 minutes, however long they're out there, that's probably not going to be a problem because there isn't anything to wick the heat off the camera, even though they may be in a very cold environment. If they're exposing it to sunlight, then the camera will probably accumulate heat very rapidly, and that should present a real problem.
I agree. Okay, so we're on the right track. Yeah, it would accumulate the heat, and it would have a problem to radiate the heat away. Yeah, you're right, because of the atmos, lack thereof. Yeah,
Yeah. If it's hot and
exactly.
they turn around and put it in the shade, it's not going to cool down too rapidly because there isn't anything to wick away the heat.
Right, right.
It's going to retain it.
For a little while. Yeah. Well, yeah.
Yeah, not forever, obviously, but I mean, for a while.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah. So you understand the issues then. Quite a few of them. Yeah.
Like I said at the beginning, I don't think it's irrational for a person to be suspicious about the claims being made about the photography on the moon. I think it's rational to be skeptical of it. But I did look into it at this point. It was probably about 18 months ago. But when I did look into it, most of my questions were satisfied. I just don't remember all the specifics that when I looked into it, I go, oh yeah, I guess that does make sense. So I'm on the side of the fence that the pictures are real. They really took them, and that we went there. But people who are skeptical, they're not out of their minds. They're not crazy. There's good reason to be skeptical of it.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Hey, I news for you, dude. I can't find these files, man.
Ray, I've heard you around. I heard you on 24/7 not too long ago, and welcome to the server. And I appreciate the honesty that you bring to the conversation, by the way, Ray. And I also heard you say previously that you're a soccer coach. I do that as well. So photography, soccer coach, very similar in that respect. But I appreciate you being cordial. We don't always have cordial conversations.
Didn't you also say that you?
Pretty good.
Oh, sorry, never mind.
Oh, I was just gonna say, yeah, this server is a little bit more my speed. So yeah, they do the best they can. Everyone's trying to have
24/7 is going to hold your feet to the fire about a lot of things.
Yeah, they've
Actually,
been at it for a while.
3 things.
So
3 things total. You're going to have to agree to.
They're gonna just hold fire to you. They're not. It's not feet to the fire. They're gonna hold. You're gonna put you in a fire, regardless if you're innocent or anything.
And the band hammer is never far away.
Well, they're gonna burn you and then they're gonna kill you with the hammer.
Yeah, they
You're
didn't
gonna-
ban me. I mean, to their credit, they did not ban me. They just put me in cog dis for what I felt were contrived reasons. Like they made excuses to put me in the cognitive dissonance room, and I didn't agree with it. And but they didn't ban me.
That's like the soft
Yeah.
band. That's the soft band.
I got
Yeah.
banned 300 times there, over 300 times, and I most recently for doing my lawn, for mowing the lawn, I got banned. But before that, 300 times.
Funny enough, I was over there when that happened to you, Kosha.
Yeah,
I was
you stopped them.
I was actually mowing lawns because I do that on the side too.
Yeah.
I was literally mowing lawns when you said mowing my lawn.
Yeah, he's like answer his question. I was like, well, I mean, I'm mowing the lawn, but and then he's like, okay, you got 10 seconds. I was like, what the hell?
Kosha, how many times have you been banned from the 2.0 one?
I mean, a couple, but it's the same server, Gio. I mean, I don't split hairs with you, but it's a couple times. I mean, it's not as
So
many as before.
Yeah. Well, it was 300 because you were making sock accounts. That's why.
You know why, Gio? Because this is my experience. I came in here in this situation. I came in this community as an honest man. If Napalm would have met me back then, he would have been like, "I like you because you're honest," and he would have said that to me. And yes, I made a lot of friends.
I don't think so.
Yeah, Coach,
You might have.
you have admitted on air that you do tell lies, like at times.
Yeah,
And
but that was before.
Maybe even somewhat frequently, even.
It was before I ever admitted that, though. And so, even you, Gio was the first person to unban me from 24/7, and I was very friendly with everybody. And actually, I really became friends with a lot of people, and I never argued even to Flat Earth or anybody. And it was like a month and a half, maybe more than that, into it, that people started to assume that I was a Israeli Mossad agent and that I was only being nice to gather information on them or something, and they banned me. And I got very
Nail on the head. You are, aren't you? Oh, you're not.
well. They made a self-fulfilling prophecy because I was never intending to do that, but because they had done that to me, I was attached to the whole. I was attached, to the whole thing. My friends were in there, and I couldn't talk to them anymore. It was weird. And so it was just, I kept coming back in at nighttime secretly. And they would let me stay, and then somebody would come in the morning time. They'd be like, "Hey, it's him," and then they would ban me again.
I got banned there too.
Yeah, the nice guy syndrome a little bit, but I'm not a nice guy anymore. That's what's crazy. So I'm. They transformed me into a rude person.
You can't have a conversation in there. Why would you want to go in there for?
I wasn't
Unless
even trying
it's
to.
changed
Literally,
now.
somebody was asking me a question that I wasn't even in the conversation with them. They asked me a question. I think it was Elijah, and then he's like, "Answer Elijah's question." And so I had to type. I was like, I'm not mowing the lawn. I can't. And then he gave me 10 seconds to do that. And then that was it. I was like, what the fuck?
Was that Miggy? It's probably Miggy.
Yeah, he used to be nicer too, dude.
Yeah,
I
Mickey's
thought
the
we
one
all
who
used to be
banned me.
nicer.
He said, "Oh, I think they wanted to change the direction of that server instead of being debate between Globers, just a place for curious people to come and learn about flat Earth. So people on the fence is their preferred person."
I think that's fair. That's why they were going through that phase where they turned half of the server into like the arena or something like that, and that's
remember that.
where, yeah, that's where, and I thought that was fair. I was like, okay, it's fair for people like me to not go into their main part of the server and only go into the arena so they can have debates with them there, but not because I don't think it's cool to go in when they're trying to, you know, corrupt these children's minds. I don't think it's cool to go in there and help the kids out or whatever. Even though I used to think that was cool, I think that it's, if that's what they want to do, I gotta let them do that. So, but yeah, it's not even that anymore. Actually,
go ahead.
Sorry. I wasn't really going anywhere.
I was just gonna say I don't know if they're necessarily, what did you say, corrupting children's minds. I don't know if that's necessarily taking place. I think it's just people that are very militant in regards to how they discuss the topic. I wouldn't say that it's people that are in there, whatever you implied about the children's minds.
I'll say it like this, dude. There's different ideas of how to conduct this whole thing, and the people who conduct it the way that I think I agree with, at least, they're over here anyways. So that's how I'll say it. But I'll leave it at that because I know Gio doesn't like to talk bad about other servers or anything like that. I think that there's and you were victim. Last time I was over there, you were victim of the same thing because I thought that you were having a fine
Oh, yeah.
conversation with the dude, and they weren't happy with that. They didn't want to see it go
I
that
went-
way because
I went a half a paragraph off script, bro. Come on.
yeah, and
Admin
then
had to step in.
they spent 20 minutes talking about that while they ran you and the guy that you were talking to off. It's just talking about to talk about that, to talk about how
Yeah,
they
well,
should be yeah, I was like, okay.
Yeah, when somebody comes in as a point of moderation to completely basically tell me you can't talk about this, we have to go back to, I'm like, dude, the dude already agreed to all 3 questions that he doesn't know. He admits it's a belief. Now it's just a different conversation, right? Like we went through the 3 points that you have to go through now over there, and it's like the dude's flat out whatever. Admitted that he didn't know any of that, had no empirical evidence, blah blah blah. And then we just moved on to possibilities surrounding gravity, but can't make a claim, you can't go off script. So yeah, I got yelled at, and when somebody stepped in to do that, I think it was Miggy, whatever. And anyways, when somebody stepped in to do it, I was just like, all right, peace, I'm out. If I can't talk, like peace. And I just left.
I know, and it's actually a much cooler conversation, to be honest with you. And that's why, like, I was siding with you after that because I was like, I just brought up. Someone's like, "How do you know that this happens? Like the atmospheric, was the atmospheric current or
Oh
whatever?"
yeah.
I gave them the
There's an
example.
increase in that there's an increase in voltage when you increase your elevation from the surface of the earth. Dude, that girl over there like hounding me for days, kept like adding me like all the time. Where's your evidence? Blah blah blah. And I'm giving her all this shit. She's like, "What? How would you test it?" And I'm like, "This dude's testing it with a drone, a wire, and a spark gap. Well, the spark gap's grounded, so therefore the electrical current's going to go around it. So that thing's grounded. It's not like it's just free floating in the air." I'm like, "You have no idea, girl. Go learn what a spark gap is, and learn that, of course, one side of that thing is going to be grounded to the earth. That's the whole point of the thing."
Yeah,
But
I was
yeah,
pretty
she's
surprised.
going off on me.
I wasn't even trying to argue with her. I thought she was legitimate asking for the evidence of it. So that's why I posted it. But then she's like, "This is your proof that it happened." I was like, "I thought you were asking to see if someone's actually done it." That's all. I wasn't trying to get an argument. But anyway, I do think it's an interesting conversation. We started having a little bit tonight about alternatives to gravity, basically, like alternatives to
Alternative possibilities of what could be taking place if it's not exactly what we've been told.
yeah. Yeah, exactly. I think, and honestly, in that server or in this server or in this conversation in general, that's an important place to be at because that is up for question. Honestly, if it's if it's not gravity, and then we kind of do have to come to terms to what it could possibly be. And I think Witzett's crusade with the whole whatever he calls it, but the same thing with the atmospheric current and all that kind of stuff. I think those are decent. Those are at least attempts to try to give an answer to it. And so it's definitely a conversation. It's definitely worth having. You know what I mean? Rather than just going over the same basic shit.
Boil it down to one thing. Like, I think you can boil it all down to one thing, which is if you're going to bother to have a conversation with somebody or anybody, all parties have to be in that conversation in good faith.
Yep.
That's the whole point. Why are you going to have a conversation if you're going to have people not engaging in good faith? In other words, they'll deploy any tactic or any angle or avenue or modem of control to get the outcome that they want as opposed to having honest discourse. And here in this server, from what I can gather, as I've been kind of, stalking it for the last 3 days, and I, VC today, it looks like the conversations are taking place in good faith. Like nobody's just out here trying to beat everybody or win something. They're just having a conversation. So, I mean, we can.
Some of that goes on.
Yeah,
it does. It
I
does.
completely agree with you because the way I look at it is it followed two rules and it makes a world of difference. Stick to the facts, and I forgot the second one.
No personal
The second one
attacks.
is remember all the rules.
Yeah, don't bring up emotional stuff. Like, just bring up the facts. That's it.
I thought you
that's
were
it.
gonna say,
and ask questions. Yeah, stick to the facts and ask questions. Because if we're over here like just throwing statements at each other and never ask a question, that's not really engaging and making people think about their beliefs versus someone else's beliefs. You know what I mean? Because then they have to actually think about it and go, wait, because you have to think about a response, an answer. Whereas if you're just throwing statements at somebody, oh, it's this way, oh, it's that way, it's just like it can be bombarding, right? The point I'm making is just throw some questions in there, right?
Exactly. If you're just going to throw bricks at each other, if everyone's just posturing and making statements, that's also not a discussion. So there has to be questions in there in order for there to be discourse. There has to be, it can be an adversarial thing for sure, but there has to be a give and take. And so yeah, you're right. If nobody's asking a question, we're actually not having a conversation. It's just two people saying some stuff.
Yeah, I mean this server is definitely not immune to people having conversations in bad faith. I mean I've called
internet.
people out. Yeah, I've called people out. I'm like, dude, you're just not even having a good faith conversation right now, so I'm gonna disengage. I'm usually not that calm when I say it, but
Have you been guilty of doing the same, Nepal?
probably, yeah. No, not in
let's
bad
be
faith.
honest. Hear the
I have
conversations
never
and
bad
what people
faith.
say on the
Correct.
internet can be completely different than the conversations that we hear in real life. You know what I mean?
For some people,
I
but
mean, I can have back and forth,
Napalm
mate.
may be guilty sometimes, but most of the time he's actually the one having a real conversation. He's one of the good guys.
It's not bad
Nate,
faith. I don't have any of my conversations in bad faith. I might do some things that a lot of us tend to do sometimes when we're in situations, right? A little bit of over talking here or there, but yeah. I'm not in any bad faith conversation.
it is the internet, you know, we're just speaking to a void, so it's easy to step over other people's words. We can't see people's body language and stuff like that. So, I mean, yeah, we might step over other people's words here and there, but like we can catch ourselves and stop instead of just keep talking, right? And
some
then
of us try harder than others.
Right.
And here's the thing also on the internet, right? So the interruptions that you do have, like if we were sitting down at a table and you're having conversations over beers and you start saying shit that is like something that wasn't said, I would also be like, Robo, no. And we'd have that face to face and you'd look at me and you'd be like, oh, what? Right? And there would be a discourse there. Whereas like on the internet, when you try to even butt in, which may be slight over talking initially, like that's stuff that happens in normal day-to-day shit and people don't lose their shit on people, you know?
Right.
Yeah,
like,
but
I hear people talk on the internet and a lot of times they'll be like, "Oh, well, you're a fucking idiot," and it's just like completely like throw out insults, and I'm sitting here like, who talks like that in real life? Like, come on, man. It's just like it like reminds me of like being in like a family get together and there's that one drunk, right? That one drunk relative, he's just like completely wasted and they started getting aggressive. It's like, oh yeah, it's a drunk relative, you know, you don't mind him.
Why you gotta make fun of me, man? Why you gotta make fun of me?
See,
I noticed this a while back, dude. That there's actually something good about this medium, and that's the fact that people's true selves or their true intent and their true selves kind of are shown. And so there's people who in real life aren't going to be assholes or like some people are like blatantly racist and that kind of stuff and like huge like assholes and stuff like that. And they
Yeah, because the fifth doesn't come through the screen, right?
Right, yeah, but
there's no
there's people who are actually really nice though even on the internet. You can tell that like that's kind of who they are, and that's kind of how they are in person too. It's like that's just how they talk. Like Matthew, even this guy Ray seems the same way. It's like they seem like they're nice. They conduct themselves the same they would like they would in reality as well. And so I think it's just an it gives you a lens on people's true character, I think, more so than even in real life.
I feel some of it plays a part in we aren't held accountable on the internet. Like we don't know other people's friends, where they live, their names. Like we're just a bunch of strangers, for the most part, was what I'm assuming. Like we don't actually know each other, which there are exceptions, but no one's held accountable for their actions because we're just this person on the internet, like, you know what I mean?
I got respect for Deuce for that reason, or even Scott. I think Scott Veach may be a little naive. That's why he has his full name on his thing. But there's people who just count their full name, their picture and everything. Me being Jewish, and like when I was in the old 24/7 server, there were some people. There's reason for certain people to actually be fearful of giving their information out there because Nate out here would probably burn my house down.
Well, I'm just making a.
I actually would.
I'm just trying to make a point. Like, obviously,
too.
it's probably not a good idea to just throw ourselves out there on the internet because people can be shitty. There's shitty people out there that they get off on that. Like, oh, let's track down this person, find their IP. It's 2023. I mean, if people have enough resources, they can find everything about anybody in like 5 minutes. It's really not that hard.
I'm fully doxxed on here, but and also my cell phone number is like Googleable, but I haven't had any problems with it.
Yeah, like you can call somebody even on a Google Voice number and know exactly who it is. It'll pull up your name, like even with a Google Voice number, your name, address, your family members, like everything.
Gio, what were you gonna say?
Well, I was just gonna say it's not doxing if you release the information. Doxing is when someone else releases personal information against your.
Yeah. I'm sorry, I used the wrong word.
No, yeah, I'm just saying if you release your info yourself, then because it's the way you said, like, oh, I'm fully doxed, as if everybody found that info on you and then posted it. I assume you chose to share your info, right?
Yeah. I mean, I put my info on my syllabus, which ended up online, and I've given my cell phone number to 5,200 students or something, but none of them have ever abused it.
I can see different perspectives that people have. I can definitely understand different people's perspectives about what they want to share about themselves when it comes to any different kind of environment. However, I can also see it from the way of like if one chooses just transparency, like like in terms of just standing and like, I'm just saying from this perspective, like just standing in truth, being who you are, and just having your own sort of just confidence of who you are in the world, and I mean, in terms of like threats, like, yeah, technically, I guess somebody could, do something crazy if they knew where you lived and they wanted to come do some criminal act on, to you or something. But I mean, there's police, obviously, there's a purpose for the police. And then there's even like another thought, which is like, if you're concerned about someone like that doing it.
Funny,
very funny, yeah.
That's
police,
funny.
yeah.
Well, I mean, it just comes down to just not being a shitty person. It's not hard to get along with people, right? Because it's pretty easy to piss people off and for them to look into where you live and all that stuff and mess with you.
Well, the thing that people get concerned
people do
about,
that for a reason, obviously, right? Like,
well, one of the things that people do get concerned about in a very real way when it comes to the discussion of the shape of the Earth, I mean, it's pretty incredible that, like for folks who would say that the idea of the Earth being a stationary planar surface, or that term flat Earth that some use, the idea that is just some false thing that was outdated from so long ago, and that the Copernican revolution that's been claimed to be going for 500 years is supposedly just reigning supreme and is just so solid. It's interesting that the reality of the situation is that a lot of people, professionals in various different positions, who are discussing the shape of the Earth and cosmography, like the physical cosmographical layout of this realm and etc., that just by them talking about it and specifically questioning the globe, if people do know who they are and their profession and so on, some of these, I will say, tends to happen more. That the globe Earth folks will actually, call their place of work or try to harass their family members or try to get on their social media and post a bunch of stuff. But specifically, there's been individuals that are, like engineers talking about, the Earth not being a globe and everything related to that. And, some of these globe Earther proponents will call the engineering board or call their place of work and et cetera. And some people have had issues with that because, the place of work has their own, sociological and cultural, of what's acceptable and what's not acceptable within the paradigm and within the kind of system, as it were. So I'm just saying that's one reason that's
you're right about that, because if people at my work found out that I'm a globe earther, they'd say, "Oh, good for you," and nothing would happen.
Yeah, but that person who was an engineer and a flat earther got a promotion after this said incident. So I don't know how valid that is. However,
I wasn't necessarily referring to that one incident. Why did you assume?
Yeah, okay. Okay.
I mean, he brings up a good
Okay,
point. There could
brings
be
up okay,
smear campaigns
It's obvious
against people who are in a flat Earth, right? Like that's pretty.
It was pretty obvious who Gio was talking about, man.
I mean, I did say engineering board because that is what happened.
Yeah, you gave it away.
Man.
Yeah, but there's many other. I mean, there's pilots that have had people try calling their work. There's even pilots that have been grounded because they found out that they're talking about the Earth not being a globe, even though they train pilots to treat the Earth as a flat, non-rotating plane. Ironically,
that's pretty fair. That's pretty fair, dude. To ground a pilot, they think the Earth's flat. No offense.
That's fair. That's fair when they're taught to fly over it as if it's flat, and then if they actually think it is, they get fired from the very job that requires them to use that as their foundational geometrical axiom for the entire professional task of flying an airplane.
I would
That's
ground
what
them
I
at
want to
least
know.
I would ground them at least to have a conversation and say, "Hey, man, what's going on?" That's what I would do. And that doesn't matter.
You're grounded. You think so differently than
Go to
us.
your room.
Like, how does
Put it in
that come
Captain Phillips.
across exactly? Like, some random person just calls him and be like, "Oh, by the way, your employer, whatever," and gives out his name. He believes the Earth is flat. Like, how does that transpire exactly?
Somebody had done that to Rakia, and Rakia actually didn't get it. Nothing bad happened to him when it happened. But that person who did it is a bad person. I'm not gonna say because there's allegations who that was. And then Robert, or what's his name? Robert Mullen, whatever. Roger, what's his name?
Brian
Roger,
Mullen.
Robin? Brian Mullen, yeah. Yeah, he got his board of engineers possibly called on him in his behalf, but then he got a promotion, so I don't know if that's really that bad. But I was talking about
George got a promotion too.
got a promotion for that. It was promotions all around. But I was talking about specifically the fear that I had was, like I said, I had gotten banned from 24/7 for being a Mossad agent, and back in that server, not 2.0 but 1.0, they had open conversations before they were ever on YouTube. And let's just say it was very okay for them to talk about hunting down and doing things to people that were responsible for all this, and they were very specific on the type of people they were talking about. And so for that reason, I thought, and so when they make an enemy out of you for thinking you're a Mossad agent, and then they talk like that, that's kind of a reason to be fearful that if they got your information, if a random person got your information, a anonymous person, this anonymous person could then anonymously do something harmful. But I wouldn't say I still have those fears, but I would be. I still would be worried about, like I said, random people doing stuff, just sending stuff in the mail or something like that. In that regard.
See, but this is where I don't know if we're going to go this direction in the conversation, but like from a philosophical level on all of that as well, and just from like a spiritual perspective, I'm just saying you could view it in a way like you could live in fear. There's always the possibilities to live in different fears, and I'm not saying things don't happen to people, because definitely things do, and there are criminal acts that happen and people that attack people and so on. However, I would just throw out the idea of essentially karma, just using that term generally. I'm not necessarily linking it to Hinduism or Buddhism, even though they use that, that in terms of the Sanskrit, that word can be rooted in. But just karma in general of what goes around comes around kind of thing. And I'm just saying that like how you this goes like it's a kind of a deeper component of like in my viewpoint, like how you view the world and your perspectives on things and your own levels of like forgiveness and compassion and integration of all these different components of life. Like there's a perspective that you really will only attract something if you need to learn something from it. And there's some part of yourself that's not integrated. So if you integrate yourself, you will not attract anything like that, to the point where you could walk down the worst town in the world with $100, the worst city in the world, you know, the most crime-ridden area with $100 bills out of your pocket and just walk right through and never have an issue, you know, to that point.
So it's Kosho's fault. People wanted to do things to him because he wasn't properly integrated, and it's maybe just karma coming back at him.
Well, I don't know if he's saying people did or didn't want to, but he was kind of
No, they wanted to.
I don't want to name names, dude, but they were openly talking about. I don't know if you know what the day of the ropes are, but there was a lot of talk about openly. I don't like. There's people that we're even friends with still that were. This sometimes was the topic of conversation about what needs to act. Like we're not doing enough about this. You know, talking about Effie's one thing, but we really got to start rounding these people up and this type of stuff. And I was like, what the fuck? And I would just listen in on it.
Yeah,
and...
but Kosho, you kind of had that coming because you ain't properly integrated.
Well, I mean, it sounds like you're talking about some people basically trolling or talking tough, or I mean,
no.
Yeah, I don't know what server, what place that was happening, but I've never run into that. But I mean, I don't doubt somebody was saying
you were in bed by that time, dude. You were in bed by that time, but it was the old server, man. And I don't want to name names, but one of the RS is one of the initials to this guy. This guy hates these my type of people. And there was another guy who's I'm friends with on here still, but I wasn't friends with him at first because he was so anti-Semitic and not in a nice way, in a violent way. And usually I'm not worried about that, but when people have convictions that they would actually act on those convictions, and they talk about it in a way that like they were afraid, and they thought they were something they needed to do. And this is a different. These were different days, dude. Like when we weren't on YouTube, and they would be very violent about it.
Let me just offer this perspective as well, which is part of this whole thing. As I've thought about it, just as a perspective, you may or may not agree with this because it does involve, you know, the sort of the controllers or powers that be, secret societies, you know, they, as it were. But to be afraid of like what some other human may or may not do, who's like bound by the law, like I said, there is law. So I mean, if they come and do something, then there is that. So I mean, they're risking that and whatever else, and the karma and everything involved in that. But I'm saying, like, everybody does have their own kind of relationship with the world and what their journey is, I suppose, in all those ways. However, I would just say from like a fear perspective, if you're going to live in fear, I mean, these controllers, as it were, what they're doing, in my viewpoint, is far beyond. They don't even have the police to do anything. Now, I know you could say that I know criminals get around the police anyways, but I'm saying when it comes to like, you know, the Freemason, Illuminati, Jesuit, etc., whatever terminology you want to use, they, like, and whether you think there's a they or not, who they are, that's obviously all nuances to this. But I'm just talking about that cabal, that gang, that cult, whatever it may be. Their symbols are on the back of our money. Their symbols are in all these corporate logos. They're in the government emblems. They're in the NASA logos. There's clearly a cult that has very specific symbology, etc. going on. Now, whoever they are, dude, they start world wars. They poison the water sources. They lie extremely. I'm just saying, if you're going to live in fear, that threat of that is far beyond what some human's going to do, you know, knock on your door and try to punch you in the face.
Listen to me. I'm not talking. Listen to me. I got to warn you. I'm not afraid of any of these people that were talking like this. I did not think any of them were going to knock on my door either. Okay? I didn't think they were going to knock on my door. I thought anonymous cowards could act on knowing information, which they do. In large groups, anonymous cowards actually do even as far as just swatting people, which is not them actually being brave and doing something, not something I'd be afraid of, but it's something a coward would do to somebody that is harmful. Yeah. And so for this reason, you protect your all I'm saying is that my whole point was that people like Witsit and Scott Veach and people who give their full names out, I think that there's something to that because they're actually their convictions are true and they're true enough. I shouldn't say it, but Scott Veach says he doesn't lock his doors. So you guys know his full name. You know he doesn't lock his doors. Do whatever you want to him. But But
That sounds kinky as hell.
but
That's what
all
I'm saying.
is
Though
that
you can live in no fear. Like
well, I have
I
no
mean, there's
fear.
even
Also,
the idea
I
that
also have
there's even the
the
idea that
state.
living in the fear attracts it to you.
It's not. Come on, man. All I'm saying is that there's a healthy fear, and it's not a fear even. There's a healthy reluctance to give out your information to people who admit that you're a enemy of theirs that they want to harm. They've admitted that. I don't know what else to tell you. And plus, I know. But by the way, not you. But I know for
Yeah,
a
but
fact that
dude,
those
people
people are
troll and
crazy.
make threats all the time on the. I mean, they're trolling. Like whether it's real or not is another question. I'm just saying, like people talk tough, they do whatever they do. I don't know why we're even on this topic, but I'm just saying whatever that is or isn't. You know, who knows?
I like to call it. I like to call it constructive paranoia, or
Yeah.
you know what I mean. Like you
And
got
mine are
good,
theirs.
you got good paranoia, and you got bad paranoia. Like bad paranoia is like walking outside and looking at the chemtrails and be like, oh, they're poisoning me, and then I'm not gonna drink the water, they're poisoning me, and you're just like completely terrified of every waking moment, thinking that the government's out to get you. That is bad paranoia. And not putting everything on blast on the internet, I would call that good paranoia. You know, it's
I
you know what I mean.
Yeah,
Speaking of them
I
coming to-
think there's nothing wrong with being anonymous online. You know, it's especially around other people that are also being anonymous. If Geo made it a policy that everybody's got to show ID to enter the server and use their government names, then that's fair game. But like 90% of the people in the server remain anonymous. So I mean, I don't see anything wrong with it.
Well, I think the only thing doesn't Discord have the 2-factor authorization. Where I don't think Discord has anything you have to give your ID, but I do think they have like you can make it so that all mods on the server have to do 2-factor authorization. I think you can even do it that everyone on the server has to do it.
Right.
But that's not that big a deal. That's just like a Google Auth thing or a phone number.
Yeah, it's off by default. They would have to enable that.
But anyways, no, I hear what you're saying about being like not choosing to share your information in various ways. But I can what?
What's your last name and first name, and what's your middle name? What's your blood type?
Yeah,
Right.
Geo.
Well, I can share my info. You want it all?
No, Gio, don't. I'm messing with you. I'm not putting you on the spot, man. You don't got to do that.
Just so you guys know, I put my real shit out there, and I've been on a thing like with like 25 million views, and I talked.
Yeah.
Brave, man.
You were another one, Dan. I don't mean to interrupt you, but you were another one I was going to mention that I give props to.
So I typed in my name today, like with in quotes, next to flat Earth in quotes, and what came up I didn't recognize was some drunken prankster who called me a while back pretending to be an Australian, and he never even got around to trolling me about flat Earth. Like he was just like a basic child's prank call, and that's it. That's all I've ever.
Yeah, I mean, my personal information is online. It's just you guys don't know it, but there are plenty of other people that know me online. You know, I would like to think that is the case actually for a few of us. We just choose to be anonymous
called me once.
within these circles, you know, but in different circles, maybe in different servers and whatnot. We use our actual names.
No, at the same time,
Thanks, email.
I've been fully threatened by flat earthers. I got recordings of it left and right. Fully threatened with life and limb.
That's crazy.
Wow. I think there's sickos on both sides. I'm not going to say that one side is sicker than the other side or anything like that. The problem with this whole the medium of this community is it's online, and there's sickos on the fringe of both sides. And most of them are actually not even a part of both sides. They just like being a part of. Like I've noticed that with there was flat earthers who weren't even really flat earthers who just like being sick a little bit, and there's probably some Globers like that too.
Yeah, so even if you found out my full name and shit, you're not gonna find anything about me on the interwebs. Like I have literally no social media. This is my social media. That's it. I'm not even
shit on me, dude.
like I I work in corporate America, but I don't have a LinkedIn. I don't have any of that shit. Like nothing.
But aren't
you
like a registered accountant?
A rich accountant? I don't know. Define rich.
A registered accountant.
What you mean rich?
A registered accountant,
Mo-
like you part
money,
of some
Ask if you're a
accounting firm or
registered
something.
sex offender.
Yeah.
money make you rich.
No. Are you
CPA.
a registered accountant? Like, aren't you part of?
CPA.
You register with some board or
My
something?
my my riches is life forever.
Stop it, Napalm. Stop it.
Dude, you're not listening anymore, man. What the hell?
because I don't want him to go on and on about like the fact that
Yeah,
there may be
exactly.
a
Dude, you're
possibility
doxing
that
him, dude.
you guys could start looking me up, dude. That's not what.
No. I mean, you've put that out there yourself. You know, I was just trying to
Yeah.
clarify.
Yeah,
The
you're
You
not gonna
point
always
I'm
find
do this,
shit about
Nate.
me.
the point. Yeah, I'm not gonna try
Nate
and
is
look
the
for,
fucking
for, any- for
spoon.
anything about you. I'm just trying to make the point that I would think most of our information is out there for a lot of us. It's
Yeah,
just not
maybe.
known to the people within these circles. But
Sure.
if you went
Yeah.
to an
But I'm just letting you know that
accountant,
my shit's not. Like, I was lucky enough to go to, like, even playing sports in college and stuff like that. It was like
That's all I need to
early
know.
internet time where like that shit wasn't even being posted really on the internet. So
Well,
I
now
don't have.
I know how old you are. I know what school you went to. I know what sports you played. I'm gonna look it up now. But
You have
no,
no
that's-
idea of that information.
I know.
Actually,
No, but
for not
I
having
would
any
want to know.
information online, I do share a lot of personal information with you guys about like what's going on in my life, what I do, enough to where if you knew me personally but had no idea that I was in this topic and started here, you'd be like, "Oh yeah, it's that dude." Very
Well,
easily. And I share
like
pictures
a lot
of
of us,
backyard, all that kind of shit.
a lot of us are friends, man. We're friends, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
You know, they wouldn't have to worry about that. The thing I worry about is like I said, the assholes on the fringe, and not in this server, but in Gems and in other servers, and maybe also in this server. There's people who you notice that are sometimes there a lot, but never ever talk or say anything at all, and you
those are the
just
people
never
that
know.
scare me. Yeah, the
Yeah,
people that
exactly. You
stay
just never
muted,
know who that is.
make
Yeah.
weird comments in text chat, but you never say anything.
Sometimes they say nothing.
Yeah, I just keep them blocked. Those people are weird.
But it's not just that. It's like
what if they just don't have?
Just a mystery. Yeah.
What if they just don't have a microphone? Because I didn't have
Exactly.
a
That's what I'm
mic
saying.
for the longest time.
Thing is, it's just a mystery. So if we're sharing information like we're friends, like if Napalm's talking about his college sports, whatever, and there's been so many times, especially in Gems, I shared things I've never shared with anybody. Probably shouldn't have shared with anybody, and I forget that there's so many people that just never talk or anything. And so not only was I saying it to people I normally talk to, but I was also saying it to people who just are there also to hear it. And so it's like, yeah, you just forget about that sometimes.
Most of the time, forget about it. It's all.
Yeah, but I mean, what are your like number ratios of statistics? Because how many people like are you talking about in total? It's like a couple hundred, maybe 1,000. You know what I mean? In total of the entire world, and they're all spaced out around the world.
Oh,
It's like
it's
just
not like
tiny percentage. I mean, every day you get in the car and go driving, there's probably a higher percentage of some drunk driver will hit you or something. Like I'm just saying, if you start punching numbers and start doing statistics on all that, if you want, if
I'm more afraid. I'm afraid of what you can do to me, and more afraid of what you'd find out about me. Because, like I said, I've been charged with 7 felonies that have been all been dropped, but there are still mugshots of me on the internet. And also, there's in 6th grade, I did a show where I did a Britney Spears thing, and I dressed up like a woman, and I wore a wig and a bra. And for some reason, for the longest time, if you just Googled my name, that was the first picture that came up.
That sounds kinky as hell.
Yeah, but that's the kind of stuff that if you search I mean, there's not very flattering pictures of me out there if you actually search for my information. So
that was your initial introduction into cross-dressing, Kosha?
I think he's dropping some hints over here.
That was actually that was a late stage, actually.
That was one of the later times.
I mean, is there anybody in this server that has never signed up for social media ever? They've never signed up for Facebook once, or Instagram, or Twitter, or any of those.
This is social media, dude.
Other than Discord.
No, I previously had a Instagram and a Facebook, but it's been, I don't know.
Napalm. Here's the scary thing that you guys don't realize. Maybe some of you do. But in 2023, cool. In 2028, 2030 plus, you don't know that like the same way that when you meet somebody or you go apply for a job, they Google you and they find out everything you've ever done because it's on Google. Well, in the future, there's going to be all sorts of tools to pull up everything you've ever said and done on the internet, even in private, right? Because it's not going to be, it's not, there's not going to be stuff that's hidden. Like it's going to be stuff that people have retrieved and it's gone to a pool that other people are selling, and now there's an avenue to easily pull it up. And I think that that's what's taken me away from social media as much as I used to be. Like I'm on here and shit, but I'm not like, yeah, just not in the same way I used to be.
Well, I mean,
Social
social
press.
media just made the three-letter agency's job a lot easier. But in the '90s, they could still figure out what they needed to figure out. It was just they had to do a little more legwork. You know, people weren't just throwing everything out on the internet for, you know, under their name, all categorized so that it's all right there in one spot. You know, they didn't have to do much. You know, like we
Yeah.
did all the work for them, right?
Correct. That's why they created it for us
Harder back
to make
then.
their
It
jobs
was so
easier.
much
Yeah, Facebook is a three-letter agency operation, and they try to say that it was
Always has been. Yeah.
what's his face?
Yeah.
The
Anything a movie
the
about
robot guy.
Yeah.
Oh, Snacks. Snacks trying to get in there. Say it.
Oh, I didn't hear Snacks. What's up, Snacks?
No. Yeah, I just, you know, fire. I think that was Snacks.
Oh,
But anyone ever follow Edward Snowden?
Edward
When he
oh
was
yeah,
a-
it was a huge psyop, bro.
You think so?
Wait, Snacks is not
Yeah.
even in here. What are we talking
100%.
about? I mean, who was that? Ray? Who was that was talking a second ago?
That was me. You guys probably can't hear
Oh,
me
my
very
bad.
well.
Okay,
Edward
yeah.
Snowden was controlled opposition. What?
Yeah, he was a release to let everybody know that all of your information has been gathered for so long. There's no way that you should resist anything as far as intelligence gathering. That it's all been gathered for
Yeah, I
so
don't.
long, right? So everybody was
I don't.
like, back in the day, you used to tell your friends like, bro, they're fucking checking all your emails, all the shit's being logged, and people are like, whatever, you're a crazy conspiracy theorist. Then Edward Snowden, hey, by the way, intelligence has been gathering all this information not only on foreign people, but everybody within the US for 10 plus years, 15 plus years, whatever, blah, blah, blah. And everybody's just like, oh, yeah, we knew that. That's why if you're not doing anything wrong, it doesn't matter. Not a big deal. So everybody was completely passive and accepting what's being done is increasingly being done to them as far as data gathering from intelligence agencies. What year did Snowden come out?
2013.
2013 in midsummer, late summer, anyway. But yes, 2013 for sure. But I'm gonna let Ray get in. I just wanted to say I was about to disagree with you, Napalm, but then I would have said exactly what you said because I had the exact same. Because I used to be as much of a conspiracy theorist as some of you guys, especially back then. And that's the experience that I had, especially between 2007 and 2014. I had the experience. I would have those. Like I was a guy. Like we would be drinking, and I would be talking about how, like your phone. Like I was like, right now, if your phone's you got a battery in your phone, if they wanted to, they could record you, your camera, your microphone, all this type of stuff. Back then, those kind of conversations were crazy. Like people would think that you were crazy for expressing that. And what I noticed was with Edward Snowden was, as when that happened, there was the day before it happened, and then it's coming out, and then you're thinking like, wow, this is the stuff that you've been expressing for so long. Now other people know about it, and they're gonna freak out, and they did for one day, literally like one day, they freaked out about it, and then the next day it was just it was just how things are. It was like nobody even cared about it or even
Yeah, it was
remembered that there was a time where that wasn't the case.
It was yesterday's news, and everybody's like, yeah, we've known that forever. Everybody knows they've been collecting that data. And it's like, motherfucker, please. Like, you all are calling me a conspiracy theorist and thinking I'm fucking crazy when I'm saying shit like this. And then it comes out, and it's like, oh, yeah, everybody's known that forever. Dude, it was the best tool to pacify everybody. And then
That's
nobody has
exactly how
given
it
a
was.
shit about even caring where their data's going since.
Yeah. Like I said, because I know Ray, I don't want to. I want to still give Ray a chance. So Ray, open your mic when you're ready. to jump in again. I'm just saying that that's exactly the experience that I had, and it was the weirdest thing for the same reason. But Ray, go ahead.
I don't know. Can you guys hear me okay? 'Cause I'm not on my mic. I'm on my phone now.
No, you're good. You're good. You're good. There's a guy called Snacks who sounds very similar. So that's my bad.
Yeah, well, I'll put it this way. I worked in aerospace and defense for about 4 years, and my boss was former CIA, and he never used a debit card, ever. He only, we'd go out to lunch on Fridays or whatever. He would never use a debit card. And I always thought that was pretty strange. And he obviously couldn't talk to me much about his experience in the CIA. He'd been in there for a while. He was and did a lot of stuff. He did have a director's award, which those are very rare. Not very many CIA people get a director's award, but he did have one. So he must have done some pretty good work. But no social media presence. Never got involved in any social media, as far as I could tell, except for he is an author, so he has a book out on Amazon that you can find. But he never used a debit card ever for anything.
Used cash or he used a credit card? He used cash or a credit card?
Cash. He paid cash.
Okay.
He never basically tried to leave no trace.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. That seems legit. I mean, that seems like he sees like what everybody else is seeing, but just not being careful about, which is that anything like that, like you leave a trace, you leave a presence for social media, the internet, and any sort of digital breadcrumbs or whatever. And
You've seen where someone commits a crime, and you've seen where the police will go to like a recent business where they bought something, and then they'll like track them from there. So they'll go to like a pizza place, like, this guy that we're after, he bought a pizza here at 3:30 on this day or whatever, and then they ask them for the security cameras, and then they get the security cameras, and then they try to get more information about the crime or whatever. So yeah, I mean, every time you use your debit card, you're basically kind of confirming your location, basically, or that someone used your card. But I mean, yeah, it links that purchase directly to you in that way. Yeah.
There's instructions online to go into your Facebook and turn off that they're listening with the app off, and you can go in and turn it off.
Yeah.
So they're listening to you when the app is off.
That's worse than that, dude.
That's one of the. Yeah, there's I use Facebook, but I purposely, even the phone that I have now, that app has never even been on my phone. Like it's not a good idea. And I also have like a little sticker over my front facing camera because it's a camera like hooked to the internet. I mean, people say, well, if you're not doing anything wrong, you don't have anything to worry about. And I'm like, that's not how privacy works. If that's how privacy worked, we'd have toilets out at the end of our driveway. Privacy is more than just not. It's not wrong to pick your nose,
right?
But I wouldn't want anyone videotaping that and then putting it out all over the planet. That'd be horrible. Do you ever take a poop? Yeah, I take a poop. Do I want anyone watching me do that? No. Am I doing anything wrong? No. That's not what privacy is about. Privacy is just about privacy. So yeah, you can't have these kinds of apps on your phone. And yeah, they do listen without them being on. Facebook was pretty much the most egregious one. I think Instagram looks okay, YouTube looks okay, but Facebook was off the charts awful. The things that they wanted access to in your phone is like, I'm never installing this thing on my phone. No, thank you.
They did tests. They gave they did studies, or they let other people do studies on your eye acuity. So it would actually, they were doing studies on where your eyes were looking at on your screen, right? Like, so that's pretty intimate if you think about it. Like having to understand. Say what?
It's diabolical.
Yeah, I think I'd say so. You know, it's crazy.
Yeah.
Hulk Hogan ruined Gawker. He was saying race. What did he say? Didn't he say something? Did he say something racist about his daughter's boyfriend? And he was banging his fucking friend's wife. and they got on camera and they published it, and he ruined their company for doing that. Because I mean, more power to him, because that was private. That was all private stuff, right? Like he was in bed with his buddy's wife, but even still, it's no one's right to have access to that and publish it and that kind of stuff. But that's just I want to ask you, Ray, real quick, because with me and Napalm, because I'm not in the same, I don't have the same paradigm maybe as I used to, although somewhat, like as far as the conspiracy and that kind of stuff. But I probably was in the same mindset that Napalm was back in the day, like back pre 2013 days. But it sounds like what you're saying now, Ray, is kind of like what I was saying then, maybe Napalm was saying then, and we were seen as crazy back then. Would you have been saying something similar back then, or like, did you ever get backlash back before Snowden? Is what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I mean, from looking at like the bigger picture, like the conspiratorial pictures and things like that, I think I would have been even before then, because I remember watching Alex Jones, like when he crashed the what was
Bohemian
it?
Grove.
Bohemian Grove, right? So that was like in the
Bohemian
mid
Grove,
2000s. Yeah, and I remember, that's one of those times where you learn something that's pretty shocking and it's upsetting, because it kind of pulls the rug out from under you. You have to reevaluate your entire worldview. So by the time 2012, 2013 started rolling around and conspiracy theories started gaining a lot of traction online, those sorts of things didn't even surprise me anymore. Like even all the way back to 2011 or 2001, when the whole trade tower thing, a lot of that stuff did not make any sense. And so by the time like conspiracy theories started getting really mainstream, I had already been kind of steeped up in it for a long time. So for me, it was no big deal. It's like, oh yeah, there's a lot of things people just are not aware of.
I think you're at where I'm at, right? So it sounds like we're in the same, except for I used to be way more. I probably would have been like, if this community existed and this whole thing existed 10 years ago, I may have even been, well, maybe not 10, like 15 years ago, I may have been where these guys are. I feel like I've dialed it back a bit, but the same sort of things you're talking about as far as Alex Jones, 2001, and then, all this like privacy stuff. There's a lot of stuff I still understand the truth about, I'd say, or still a little bit fishy or whatever. I've just dialed it back because I was in the military, and ever since then, I've sort of learned how to dial it back a little bit. But yeah, it's interesting. It's interesting. People like that in this community are. It's interesting because I think we're sort of in between, because there's people who are so on the other side where everything that's mainstream is mainstream, and that's why they're against flat Earth. Whereas we're not with flat Earth, but we do understand that there's still some funky stuff out there.
Yeah, I'm not anti flat Earth, and I do think there's like part of the reason why I like the community. Other than like one of my really good friends, like he's pretty hardcore flat Earth, but it's an interesting psychological paradigm. So I reject like some of the mainstream narratives, where a lot of the people that I encounter in the flat Earth community, they reject almost all of them, and that's a pretty interesting. And there isn't any one point that I can look at and go, oh, well, you're completely insane for thinking that. I think I could probably couch an argument as to why it's irrational to think the Earth is flat, and I'm formulating that. I'm not going to throw that down here. I'll put that out like as a video or something. But if you take the average person and put them in this situation and expose them to some truth about how there's these massive false narratives, which unfortunately the whole planet had to go through during COVID. We just constantly, probably shouldn't even say that word. I don't want to get banned.
Yeah. Yeah. Just Yeah, try not to use the word itself, but
Something
all good.
happened, right? Something happened, right? And one story after another came out that was emphatically being backed up as true, and that was absolutely blown out of the water as completely false. It was like a revolving door of mainstream narrative comes out, gets flipped up on its head, fact checked, wrong, and it was just over and over. It was like just a washing cycle of mainstream narrative turns out to be the false narrative. The conspiratorial fringe narrative turned out to be right. It just over and over and over again. So I think now there's a lot of people, a lot of what we would call normies out there who got exposed to this kind of stuff, and so their minds have been opened up to these. Okay, well, if that's false, what else is false? Anyway, yeah, I think the average person now is a lot more open to if someone brings up something that sounds conspiratorial, rather than immediately being laughed off and disregarded. Now people listen more than ever. Now
Right,
people
yeah.
listen.
Especially if they're able to, if they're articulate. Like a Witsit's a good example of somebody who's, he could turn a lot of heads. He could at least get a lot of attention for a lot of his talk, something like that. Who's articulate in how they say things. But yeah. I think knowing that what you just said, Ray, you're gonna get along with a lot of people in this community, because that's one of the reasons why I get along with a lot of like I got a lot of friends in here who are flat earthers. I'm not, and it's probably because I'm I have an open mind when it comes to other conspiracies and whatever. So yeah, you're gonna get along with a lot of people.
Yeah, we're on the same page there for sure.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, but I wouldn't really categorize the shape of the Earth as a conspiracy. I mean, of course, if there's lies and deception going on, then one could say that there are individuals conspiring to do that, to push that propaganda. But I'm saying, like, you use that term flat Earth, or a planar stationary type, a foundational type of a cosmology, which really is the core cosmology of humanity going back since the dawn of time, like every ancient culture, and in terms of the general of the ground being stationary and having that, like, the plane of existence, that kind of foundation, like being on a surface essentially, and with the vaulted heavens above, etc. So calling that a conspiracy, I think, is bizarre, because that is actually like the entire heritage of our entire human race is with that cosmology, with that foundational part. I mean, they all have some nuances, and they have their own kind of archetypal uniqueness to them. But so I don't think
that's not the conspiracy. That's not the conspiracy. That's not what I meant to imply was the conspiracy. I meant to imply the conspiratorial thinking is the idea that the globe is not real, that modern cosmology is all fake and false. That's the conspiracy, not that the flat Earth is the conspiracy. I don't regard people who think the Earth is flat, that's the conspiracy that they think is going on. I think the conspiracy is obviously they think that the globe is the conspiracy, but that's the thing that's the contrived version of reality that doesn't comport with the facts.
Right. But wouldn't it make sense, like, if you today were to come to the full conclusion within yourself that the Earth isn't a globe, would you not just instantly be like, oh, okay, there's obviously some entities out there conspiring to tell us this false information? Like, it goes directly to it by just looking around. And, I'm saying, if you knew that it wasn't the globe, does that not just follow that obviously there's some entities that are that have a whole program going, as it were, and if deception is involved, and it could be categorized as criminal in some way? Because usually a conspiracy is when, like, one or more are conspiring to do something sort of criminal in a way.
Figure speech.
Or nefarious. Maybe it doesn't have to be criminal. Maybe it could also just be categorized as nefarious in some way.
Right. There's a difference. You're drawing the distinction between the difference between a mass delusion, right? So everyone thinks something's true that's not true, versus malevolent agency behind it. Like there's someone pulling the levers to make sure that misconception is there. That's what you're saying, right? So there's an agency behind the evil, if you will.
Yeah, that there's a intentional agenda, as it were, of some sort. Yep. To
Come on, Gio.
push
It can't be biased.
Stop giving him a hard
Gio,
time, man.
do you think it's possible that though the globe not necessarily being a conspiracy theory right now, right? Is that kind of what you're hinting at, right? Like the shape of the Earth isn't necessarily a conspiracy theory, right? The argument is that kind of what you're hinting at, Gio?
Well, that is a bit what I had responded to, yeah, because when Kosho had said like other conspiracies and flat Earth,
Right.
everywhere, just kind of throwing it in there as that term flat
Yeah.
Earth, and then just that
Oh, I
is
like-
a conspiracy, and that's kind of because a lot of people will try to do that to disparage it, like, oh, it's just a conspiracy along with all these other wacky things, and it's like, wait a minute, that's not, it's not how I see it. Now, maybe others do use
Right.
that term flat Earth in that way, so I guess maybe that term flat Earth has been associated differently than what because there's just like this overlap. It's like a Venn diagram.
Yeah.
Hey,
So
but
could I
how is it a
propose this
conspiracy, though?
possibility? Could I
Like
propose this?
Go on.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead, brother. Forgive me for interrupting.
Oh, it's all good. I think we just started at the same time. No, I was just gonna say, Gio, do you think it's possible that at one point it was a conspiracy theory kind of situation where there was some conspiring that took place, maybe in the 1400s, 1500s, somewhere around that time frame, right? But it was able to be disseminated so well that everybody picked it up, right? Like there was this event either taking place or these revelations that people were reading about possibly at the time or hearing about. I heard down at the market square that people are thinking we live on a sphere, and right, just gaining this steam, and possibly back then being something akin to a conspiracy theory. But at this point, it's so many hundreds of years past that everybody it's foundational. So there's not really people out there specifically conspiring to hide the shape of the earth, even though there might be a few, right, at some high levels, but everybody's accepted it for so long at this point that they don't have to have an active kind of conspiracy theory. Is that possible, do you think?
Yeah. No, I hear. Yeah, I enjoyed listening to everything you shared there. Yeah, there's a lot of layers and levels to that. I know Issa was trying to jump in too. Issa, if you want to jump in, I can respond too, but I think usually two people jump in at once. Sometimes that next person, but you also had asked me that, so I'll just say, yeah, though that is interesting. There's so many angles to think about that from. Because like the word conspiracy, do you mean like that some individuals are conspiring to purposefully push a false model, the globe model in that sense? Is that what you mean by conspiracy? Like that's
Right.
the conspiracy is the globe idea that's false?
And yeah, and there may have been people back in the day that were like, this is nonsense, blah, blah, blah. And there was what people would call conspiracy theorists, which was, people just actively trying to seek the truth and maybe finding that there's some shenanigans afoot, right, back then. And that initially it was a philosophical belief that was, pushed on people and established and all this kind of stuff based on some maybe false pretenses or whatever.
I think if I tried to word it as best as I could, the point that you're trying to make is that at some point this idea of a spherical Earth was pushed onto people. It was picked up, but since then it's gained so much institutionalized inertia that it just kind of carries on all by itself, whether there's malevolent actors out there pushing it or not. Is that what you're saying?
Right. Yeah, think of it this way, right?
I believe that once.
The possibility that these generations that are coming up now, it could be possible that something like the term global warming and anthropogenic global warming is something that they have accepted as factual and taking place, to where 2 generations past them, there would be no question as to whether anybody questioned that we were, the main cause of X, Y, and Z and the whole crisis, blah, 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 whatever. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I was gonna say that is interesting. I mean, getting into like the roots of this is very like deep to even speculate as to how all of that is played out. And yeah, I hear what you're saying with that. Well, what about even the idea that like the globe thing originally was actually just a philosophy, that it was just an idea, like a mathematical model, an idea, conceptual in all of its ways, and just another way of modeling things, like another way of modeling the sky, a way of thinking about the surface, etc., in a different shape. Like the idea that like virtually all these ancient cosmologies that have a planar Earth surface, which is usually has like a hemispherical dome, as it were, above it, or the whole thing is surrounded, in a sphere, some kind of like a spherical field or magnetic field of some sort, and then being on a plane, in a planar surface in the center of that, essentially, and and so to invert that and be like, okay, can we take the celestial sphere of the kind of hemispherical field above us? Can we somehow utilize that in a different model that makes the Earth a sphere and then puts the stars all out there? Like, it's interesting to think that maybe that whole concept wasn't even an evil or conspiratorial thing in the first place. Like, there's even the idea that might have just been sort of a philosophical thing that maybe, one or more individuals had thought of or had considered just as an idea, kind of inverting the geometries basically and trying to make the Earth a sphere and then, have it be in some kind of medium where the stars are all surrounding it, like they're all out there somewhere. And then all the different geocentric globe and then heliocentric, putting the sun at the center, making the Earth go around the sun. It's interesting to think what the roots of all that could have been, but it's even possible that the roots of it originally were philosophical or just an idea. And then along the way, some other entities, caught onto it or hooked into it and then decided like, hey, we can use this, as a deception, or we can actually use this to control people, or, all of the different avenues that could have gone from there. But yeah, I hear what you're saying and like what you're kind of weaving together with that, like in terms of like like what it started out as and then what it is now. And like what Ray said, yeah, like it's such a sort of machine now that, I mean, I still think they have to actively do stuff. They have to actively say they're going to, trying to land things on the moon or go to the James Webb Telescope. So they are still, there's still a massive program going, but yeah, it does seem like the general belief is almost kind of just self-replicating at this point.
Do you know, Gio, one thing they may have figured out they can do with it is use it to pull $60 million a day out of the population of the country. Because if it's all real and terrific, then we've got to make rockets and we've got to investigate what's out there, and it's a wonderful way to just sponge money off of the people and enslave the people in doing so.
Do I hear an Australian accent? What the fuck do you care what the United States federal government spends its money on?
I think he's from Boston.
Relax, Chippy. Yo, let
No,
me
that's
get it.
not
Yo, check it out. What I think is like,
I care about you guys. You're not going to be hard. So.
I mean, what do you care about? I mean, worry about the.
Thank you, whoever did that.
Go ahead, Issa.
Yo, I was just thinking, like, the thing is, I think about the globe is that, like, kind of like you said about the self-replication thing, is that the globe, in my opinion, was a healthy conspiracy at the time. Because what it did is it helped overthrow the same dickheads in control now, but they were using it via the church. So, unfortunately, like all reactionary dickheads, they took the conspiracy, like what was the good conspiracy of the globe, to overthrow monarchies and evil theocracies, and it became so mainstream that because these dickheads can't create anything new, they just went with it and took it to the nth level. And like you said, it becomes like the self-replicating thing. So possibly, because I think the globe was used to create the secular society we have now, which is a healthy thing. But I don't even think the conspirators of the healthy model of the conspiracy of the globe thought that anyone was stupid enough to think that they actually lived on a globe. But it was used potentially as a healthy conspiracy to overthrow these monarchies that were destroying people and calling people witches and burning them at the stake. You know what I mean? So it's like almost like a healthy conspiracy, but it's not real. And anyone with half a fucking brain recognizes that they're not spinning, and that there's no fucking curvature, and that you know, um, like like gravitation has any legitimacy at all in the real world.
But the biggest thing that pushed against the theocracies and monarchs was the Enlightenment. The Enlightenment is what largely brought those sorts of sort of a ruling class, right, brought it to its end.
Right,
when
and
science.
that was a great thing,
But
and that was a great thing at
yeah,
the time.
yeah,
And you know what I mean?
everyone.
But it's like people, and then like almost unwittingly, they accepted the lie as some form of reality because we've lost base in the dickheads. Like any revolution, and I highly recommend everyone read On Revolution by Hannah Arendt. That's it. Hannah Arendt wrote a great book on revolution, and it's what shut me down on revolutions because I was such a revolutionist, and I was like, oh my God, the whole concept of revolution is their concept. Because as soon as you come into power, like as soon as Flat Earth comes into power, all the leaders are going to get their heads cut off, and there's going to be a new leader that you never heard of before that's going to claim they've been Flat Earth for fucking ever.
Yeah,
like
the
that's
true
what they.
believers. The true believers are the first ones against the wall. That's the way it always
That's right.
works.
That's
Because
right. That's right. So, because these bastards, like it's NASA Shill's going to be the type in 20 years to be like, I was there. I was one of the first flat earthers, and follow me. You know what I mean? And it's just like that's the same game. So it's like, unfortunately, like the globe. I mean, like fucking seriously, man. The globe is like if you think you live on a globe, like seriously, you really, I think need to do some deep searching. But it's such a personal matter. It's none of my business. But at the same stroke, I think like historically it was used by good people who are now like the flat earthers and shit, bringing us back to reality, potentially, in my opinion. But like the globe was a good thing initially. It created our secular society, which allows for us to be flat earthers and theocrats in a society that's not going to trouble you for thinking it. Whereas before, if you thought something and the church fucking thought whatever against you, they were going to fucking hang you and kill you. I've said it for ages is that the secular society is a good thing. It's just not real because obviously, like this wasn't just like if you think that your God Big Bang is fucking real, you know what I mean, and that like nothing came out of nothing, and that or you're gonna parse words with me about nothing came out of nothing on some fucking lame scientific basis. Like I just think it's pathetic on its face, and like anyone who accepts that is just under this mind control from the good conspirators years ago that their idea was let loose, like they lost control of it. Do you know what I mean? Because any kind of dogma is the enemy of the advancement of society. Like even if you're a dogmatic flat earther, like even as I might be personally. What's up?
Yeah, we covered the topic earlier today. The idea that man would create something that would get out of control and run away with itself. Obviously Frankenstein is the
and that's the thing
that covers that.
Yeah, the Frankenstein is the globe Earth. The Frankenstein is special relativity. The Frankenstein needs all of this shit, and it looks like shit. You know what I mean? When you actually look at it, it looks like fucking shit. If you want to look at it like you have like a pair of like you need glasses, and you see Frankenstein come walking, you're gonna be like, that's a man. That's a man, and it's a real man, and he's healthy, and he's probably got great skin. And you know what I mean? But in reality, it's a bunch of mishmash stitched together bunch of bullshit that as soon as you actually could see or put a pair of glasses on and actually see the details in it, nothing's congruent. Nothing makes sense. In fact, it's crazy. Like, I don't know. I'm not going to get into individual things, but like the idea is so pathetic in my estimates.
I'm
Yet
working on
it
a
was.
I'm working on a thesis that says the exact opposite. So I think we'll probably have.
Well, and now I'm willing to.
Future.
Yeah, I mean, are you like saying that like flat Earth is pathetic on its face? I would imagine.
No, I'm not saying it's pathetic. I don't think it's irrational. I'll put it that way. But I do see a certain sort of elegance in the heliocentric model, and I don't want to get into it.
Right.
I
Well, I
wanted to
would.
reconnect with you later because I got to bail because I got to get up 2 a.m. where I am, and I got to get up at 8. So um, I'm glad that you popped in here. I wish you would have popped in a little bit earlier. But yeah, I want to have this discussion. I'll be in the group a little bit.
Stick around for a half hour, bud. I'm not gonna be around for a half hour anyway, man. Stick around with me. Come on, bud.
All right,
You
I'll
make
give
it,
you.
man. You used to work with the CIA guy. You know they don't sleep. Come on, bro. So yeah. So fucking right. So but what I'm proposing is the idea that, like, look, dude, if you don't, like, seriously, bro, like, consider it even when you're going to bed tonight. Like why the fuck do you think you're spinning, dude? Why do you think you're rotating, dude? Like, literally, like, they have pulled you out of your own direct experience to think something that you could never ever experience. And the thing is, with the stars, if you're going to point to the fucking stars, remember this, man. When you look at an eagle fly from fucking the east to the west, do you think the whole earth is moving under it? What the fuck makes you think the stars are any different? When you see a fucking eagle fly across, dude, when you see an eagle fly across the sky, do you think the whole earth is moving under it? Or are you going to then get into some speculation, some philosophical speculation? Well, in the reference frame of the eagle, it is moving. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, when does it end, man?
Well, on Earth, we can use gyroscopes and so-called
Nigga, shut the fuck
pendulums.
up, bro. Shut up with your gyroscopes, please, just for a minute, man.
What
We're
do you
having a real
mean with my?
conversation. I mean,
Okay,
it's
what
gay,
about
fake, and stupid, dude.
what
That's what I'm
about
saying. I'm saying you're
so-called
trying to use a
pendulums?
fucking little machine. Okay, look, dude.
Easy, easy.
I'm sorry. I'm a dick. I'm in rare form all the time. Gio, let him know. Fucking yo, I'm just saying that, like, you know, the gyroscope. If that's the best you got, like, you know, get in line. Fucking
Well,
I'm not bringing any.
gyroscope.
I won't. I'm not bringing a gyroscope to the conversation. That's not where I'm going to go.
Oh no,
I'm
not
still
you.
working at. I know someone else brought it up, but if
My thing is,
the idea that
yeah.
the ideas that I'm going to bring to bear, or the ideas that I'm working on right now, it has a lot to do with consistency, the continuity in nature, the continuity in creation, the idea that when God decides to make something, He's going to make it in perfection, and that with that perfection is going to be repeated over and over and over again, and that
Do you
the
think
record
God?
of
Hold up.
nature shows.
Let me ask you a philosophical question. Do you think God would deceive you?
No, God's not a
Okay,
liar.
hold on. Okay, so hold on. So listen, come back to yourself, dude. Come back to where you actually live, which is actually in your body, right? You don't live at 123 B Street, wherever the fuck you live in your fucking body, man. Your soul, right? Possibly, you know, whatever. But like, so you live in your body. So get out of the head that you live in a house. So, like, you know, if you've been ripped out of your own direct experience, bro, and you are arguing for a position that has no empirical evidence for anyone ever, and you're trying to tell me that the eagle flying across the sky, i.e., the star going across the sky, is me moving.
No, that's not
Consider it,
the
dude.
case
Just
I'm
consider. I
making.
understood. What's up?
That's not the case I'm making. I understand what you're saying, and I understand why that.
Forgive me. Yeah, go on, brother.
I
mean, go on.
Yeah, in my opinion, when I look out and around me, it does make a lot more sense that the thing that I'm standing on looks a lot like the things that I see floating around me in the sky at night. Right? Why I don't know why I would think they should be different, because I don't see that anywhere else in nature. I don't see, in other words, when I look at all the mammals, I don't see some mammals with 7 fingers and some with 20 and some with 3. Most of them just have 5. Like, for whatever reason, the creator decided 5 is the one I'm going with, and that's the one I'm going to use. And so there's a great deal of continuity between me and all of the creation around me.
Have you seen that meme about the pool table? Whereas just because all the balls on the pool table are round, does that mean that the pool table's round?
Dude, that one's dead, man. Come on. I was gonna say, by
No,
the
that's
way,
fucking a lie. Bro, no,
no, but hold on, Trey, hold on. I gotta say, this guy
that's a
Ray,
lie.
Ray's a cool guy.
Yeah, that's
Ray's a cool
fully a
guy.
lie.
And
We're
Ray,
having a good talk. What
that
do you
one
mean?
sucks.
What are you trying to defend him from? What are you trying to like defend him from me? What do you?
I'm introducing you. I'm introducing you right now, Issa.
Sorry,
Issa's a
buddy.
good friend
I
of
love
mine.
you,
Issa's a
Coach.
good
Forgive me,
guy.
dude.
Yeah, he's a good guy. He's from New Jersey, so don't hold that against him. But he's a good guy. But yeah,
Well-
don't keep this guy up, man. He's got a family.
So, all right. So, well, let me ask this though, because you were saying that. So, what we see in the sky are these like circular lights, and you know, the Mars, the Venus, Jupiter, etc. These circular lights, and whether you think those are spheres or not, they're kind of pastel colored lights, basically. You know, and of course there can be other claims that could be made about them. The moon obviously does seem to have its own features. That one's a little different, but you mentioned the planets. So when you're on Earth, like when you're outside and the sun is shining at night, you see stars, you see land, you see water. How is land and water the same thing that you see in the sky, which are little orbs of pastel lights?
Well, because
No,
if
I
you
know-
look closer,
Let me just finish this. Is it because you believe the Earth is a ball and therefore is one of those at a far distance? You know what I mean? Is that why? Because you were saying, well, I go outside and what I see, I live on is what is up in the sky. But like I said, what you're seeing is rocks and land and dirt and air and clouds and everything. But what you see in the sky are these little tiny circular lights that are kind of have their own color to them.
yeah. So to answer that narrow question would be, obviously, if I answer that question, it'll be, well, that's not sufficient to make that conclusion, and I would agree. It's not sufficient to make that conclusion. But in totality, when I put my entire experience together, it makes a lot more sense to me. But it is, in my opinion, based on what I see, that I have a choice to make, that I'm either on some sort of mythical plane of which we don't see anywhere else at any time in the universe, and that there's these lights that are inexplicable or have no scientific reason to them, or they are what they appear to be, which is through my telescope, when I've looked at them, they look like spheres, that the platform that I'm standing on is pretty reasonably the same as them, and that rather than all of them inexplicably spinning around me in motion that I can't explain, I'm just simply turning. I'm on a platform that just happens to be turning. Now, is that the linchpin that convinces me that I'm on a ball? Absolutely not. That's just one small piece of the puzzle. There are many other factors that weigh into my conclusion that, for me, are inescapable. Now, I may not be explaining them very well right now, but I am working on a couple of different I'm working on a little series, a video series, so each one will be a thesis and why I think what I think. And it isn't just as simple as somebody told me something and I believed it. It's a little bit more complicated than that. There's a lot of observations that go into building my worldview, so I'll just put it that way.
Well, I always think it interesting this is that regardless, let's say the Earth is a ball. As a matter of fact, this is the best part all about flat Earth, is that I can treat the Earth as flat and motionless, and all of your scientific evidence about the Earth being a ball means nothing and will never mean anything to my practical day-to-day reality. It's completely useless, made up. It's illogical knowledge. If I need to build a house, I need to find what is level. If you're going to tell me that level is curving somewhere over there, why don't you go over there and go fuck yourself? Because it's got nothing to do. It's got nothing to do. It's got nothing to do with me finding plum and building a fucking house or doing anything practical in the real world. It is the most useless fucking study you could ever fucking know. In fact, your whole understanding of the stars comes from flat earther Babylonians that map the stars for you. But some fucking reason tells you to come out of your own experience, right, and think you're on a spinning ball even though there's no detection. And worse off, you're going to proselytize these ideas to other people when, again, I'll reflect and point out these ideas are useless. They're meaningless. And if you tell me something about a cell phone or whatever, go fuck yourself. because like it's again useless, meaningless to every practical activity of man. You're fighting for a cause that is redundant 100%.
Yeah, but
You can
at that
navigate.
scale,
In fact, all navigation.
but at
Oh, go
that
on, brother.
scale that you just talked about, that scale, because that's what you're talking about. Where we're talking about space and globes, and then then in the mundane reality of your day-to-day life, when you're trying to find plumb and build a level house and all that kind of stuff, even flat Earth falls on that same fucking sword because it's this huge statement about the shape of the entire fucking planet that has nothing to do with you building your goddamn house. Right? They both fall on the same sword. So don't give me that bullshit. They're both philosophical arguments at a scale that is not practical to your day-to-day life.
Fair
Why
enough,
don't
and I
you
like
tell
your.
us how you
your
really
fair
feel?
enough, and I like your attitude about it. Yo, but my
That
point
hold
is
back,
this:
boys. Tell us what you really think.
right? Well, no, I like this guy. I mean, fucking it. I'm saying
I know,
I
but
like shit.
Issa. Sorry, make your point, Issa. I'm just saying, this guy. I just don't want you to corrupt him like you corrupted me, dude. Just
What, make him a
I'm just
flat
saying,
earther?
just don't give him these arguments. He's gonna be up It's gonna be up till 8 a.m. and he's I gotta be up in 5 minutes. You know what I mean?
If his
Just
man runs in the
give him a
lobby,
break a
man,
little bit. Yeah.
Fair
It
enough.
would be nice if more
19 minutes.
people understood psychology and how to talk to people. I really wish more people would brush up on that. You know, because like if we're gonna sit here and like yell and scream at each other and oh, you're a fucking idiot, don't give me this shit, don't do that. It's like walking up to someone on the street and then he puts up his hands and he wants to convey a message to you like, hey, the sky
Bro,
is green.
are you from California or the
Like-
Midwest? Because you ain't
like-
from New York, man. That's just how we talk, dude. You know,
Yeah, I was
that's
just
how
giving it
we
back
talk.
to him the way he was giving it to me.
Yeah,
I wasn't.
exactly. And
I wasn't.
and
I wasn't
like it
being
that way,
malevolent.
bro. Right, I like it that way, dude. It's all good, bro. Like the fucking, this is where like some moderator, just please, when I'm going off and the motherfucker starts going, just let me ride, please. Give me a break, please. Just, you know what I mean? I need to read it.
I'll be honest.
Right.
I didn't feel personally attacked with the way that you phrased that. Now you were attacking my position, but I didn't feel like you were like specifically targeting me as an individual.
Thank you so much, sir. You have my
Yeah,
respect.
there's a way to do it. You can use the same words that somebody really being a dick is using, and
is that
have
you
a-
new? Yo, is that you new perspective speaking? Oh, forgive me, brother. I was coming at you like a little funny.
No,
Forgive me, man.
that wasn't me.
What's up?
Dude, wait a minute. That wasn't
You know the
me.
deal, bro. Oh no, because I was like, what are you from the Midwest? Like, get the fuck.
Wait a minute. Wait, Issa, that wasn't me making the comment that you just reacted to that way.
Oh,
That was
okay,
another
good.
guy.
I didn't. Okay, good,
Yeah.
good. Thank
No,
goodness.
that wasn't me. But I was just about to say that, yeah, you can use the same words. Like he was saying something about like, oh, you're walking up to somebody in the street and you're talking like that. And he doesn't know you. You have to kind of know Issa. In fact, I'll take credit for inviting Ray here from the 24/7. I got to talking to him over there, and I thought, okay, this guy's cool, even though he's you know, says he lives on a ball. And he was able to admit to me that, you know, he was born here. Never heard about the globe theory, that, yeah, you just assume that he's on a stationary plane. And he also agreed that that wouldn't be a belief. It would just be your you know, base experience at that point, right? Like, so the belief comes in when the globe, you know, is trying to tell you your reality is the opposite of what it seems. That's where the belief, now they have to call flat earth a belief, because it's like, oh, well, okay, so you don't believe in the globe, you must believe in something else. No, you just left with your base axioms.
Well,
So we went through that conversation. Anyway,
always
I
look
was
at
just
like
saying,
this.
you could use the same words that you're using, like in the way you said it, Issa. Those words might be taken differently if it was an actual, you know, intention of being a dick behind it, rather than talking about the subject in a way that you did, which, you know, Ray reacted to in his own way, you know, which was
Well,
good.
no, you know what? I look at it like this: like when I can hear the brother speak, it's like I'm like I hope to activate you, bro. I hope to be the warrior on the battlefield that wakes you the fuck up to realize you might be on the wrong team. You know what I mean? Because like you know, that's just how I feel about it, and that's how I talk to men. Because that's who I am. You know what I mean, or whatever. And I feel like, you know, this is the kind of concept where once in that shift of your philosophy, you know, that's the power of philosophy.
Who was it, by the way? Who was it, by the way, who was talking that said that you thought who's the guy that he thought I was? That said something about
I don't
the
even want
way
to get
that.
into it. I don't want to. God bless you.
No,
I don't
but
mean no
I'm going to
disrespect to
send
the
him
brother.
I sent Ray your playlist, your music. I said, the guy you're talking to makes great music, by the way. And so I'm going to send that to
Thanks,
like, just to see your more introspective side.
Yeah, I'm a little
has
dude. I say, yo, dude, my shit is I'm the original snowflake. Like I am I'm so fucking easily offended. My God.
Right,
Oh my
right, right.
God, I'm so easily goddamn offended, bro.
There's a nuance
Like,
to all of it.
And so, like, and that's how I look at this, or whatever it is. It's just we're dealing with philosophy. I like talking to men about it, especially in a moral sense of like, my dude, in the most sincere sense, they've ripped you out of your own experience with irrelevant knowledge. Check yourself. Just check yourself. They've ripped you out of your own experience. You think I mean, it's unreal to me. Like, after years of this, and maybe it takes years, I don't know. But at the same time, like you learn about all the other conspiracies, and I don't know, maybe because that's where you got to pick the brain of some people is to find out what do they know. But at the same time, like, I don't know, man, they got us out of our own head, dude. They got it out of, and right now in this moment of time in history, what pisses me off, and I'm about to I've been already talking about it, like I'm about to get fully censored off every platform ever, because I think we're limiting the hangout, and we're making it so it's exclusively about the earth while our world is on fire. My country is at war. They just arrested this shit is unprecedented times we live in. And we're talking about, can you see the curvature? Can you see the curvature over there? The price of fucking everything is way up fucking crazy. Everything is going ballistic. And we're over here like, but have you heard about the ether? Which is great. It's a great escape. But at the same time, like, my thing is like if we're gonna get a flat Earth topic, the first subject is to recognize the Earth appears fucking flat and stationary. The stars appear to move across the sky. If you think you're spinning, you've been fucking ripped out of your own direct experience.
Yeah, and a lot of you would be surprised to hear that Issa will also say he doesn't want the globe to go anywhere.
Yeah, it can't. It can't be. Look, the government has to be a ball. I want the government to be the most secular goddamn thing in the world.
Well, on
You know
that
what I mean? That's
note,
why
can we talk about the overthrowing, or not overthrowing, but to basically say that the quote unquote authoritative government over the people is wrong? Like, can we agree to that? Can we all say yes, that the government saying what we can and cannot do is wrong? It's a yes or no question.
Forgive me. Just pose that question a little better, because I think I didn't understand the context of the question. Can you please say it again, brother? Forgive me. I'm listening. I had some other shit going on.
Is having a authoritative government over the people, is that right or wrong?
Oh, it's wrong. Like an authoritative, what I mean? Or like, do you mean like a tyrannical, authoritative, that kind of a government? You know what I mean? Like not like someone who writes books.
What we call the government, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, of course. And
I guess we could be talking about, because I'm going by what you're saying, like I'm all for you. Like, we're over here talking about what shape the earth is, but just like the point you brought up, there's space wars going on with lasers catching things on fire.
Right, bro.
Did you watch the video in Canada?
I've seen it all, man. Fucking right.
You seen all that? Where
do you see the one in
police are like, hey, you got to stay in your house. And they're like, you cannot cross this bridge. And it's like,
yo, have you seen the turkeys on fire? I think it's called Maryville, Louisiana is on fire right now. There's like another fire. There's like a picture of I think I actually posted it in the chat just a little while ago of all the Canadian locations of the fires. I found that on a logger thing. And yeah, man, like
interesting.
Like, dude, like our worlds are fire. But yeah, dude, what I mean by that is that theocracies were worse, is my point. Like, I personally, my philosophy is a theo, or what would you call theophacy? I don't know what you know what I mean. Like, I have a
theosophical,
theocratic.
Thank you. Yeah, theocratic or theosophical, like a theocratic, like outlook. Like I have a very, like I believe, like there is a creator, and you know what I mean. And you don't fucking have a like. It's like this is what pisses me off when people say like I'm like we're all God. We're all God, just experiencing, this like, oh, no. You don't even understand what the Lord is. None of us do. You couldn't, you can't, but all praises do, right? And shut the fuck up about you know anything about it. and like, and all that shit. That's my personal whatever, and I'm a total fucking snowflake when it comes to it in my own opinionated worldview. However, because I love the idea of the secular government and the sense that and the mottos of Americana, the credence of the idea that, I may totally fucking disagree with you, but I will fight to the death for your right to say it, man. For your right to express it, for your right to, you know what I mean? Because this is completely antithetical to these leftist dickbags coming in here with this attitude about the globe. Like, they can go suck a nut, dude. If you're all upset and angry and getting all out of breath because everyone fucking doesn't believe you anymore, like, yo, I don't know, man. You need to go back to your mom, go figure out where they fucked up. Because fucking, I just think that those are the same people that would be tyrannical, the same people that are power hungry. You know what I mean? These same little fucking like lefty Democrat fags that are running around fucking anti-Trumper motherfucker. Like, I don't know, dude. There's something going on right now, and I think like because I'm more of a social activist at this point than I've said as a flat earther. Like, flat earth is not the hill to die on, boys. Fighting against medical tyranny is.
Yeah, but a lot of people,
You
a
want
lot
a
of
hill
people
to
wouldn't
die on,
even.
dude? You want a hill to die on and get all morale about,
I
and
mean,
Braveheart about? I'm down,
if
bro.
if
But
we
you
take
better
a few
fucking pick the
steps
right
back,
fight, man.
it's probably more of just making sure that we keep an open mind, that we are receptive to everything that is going on.
Right, and that's
Flat
we know
Earth
that is
being
the
one of
base
them.
principle.
But
Well, of
yeah,
course.
but if we take
But
a
the
few
idea is
steps
these
further
bastards we're
back
up
than
against
that,
don't
like,
think like that.
what we really need to be doing is not being distracted by A, B, C, D, because we could be here for years and years and talk nonstop 12, 14 hours a day on how the government is fucking us over. But is that really solving anything? Talking about how they're doing it as opposed to coming up with solutions on how to fix the problem? Like
Well,
educating
I
other
don't know.
people.
Yeah, yeah. Awareness is probably the best you can do, and maybe trying to get away from it as much as possible. I don't think anyone here's under the delusion that we're going to overthrow the government. A lot of us don't even think that, if they actually counted the votes, that'd be different, but if they actually, there's a whole another realm to that. But a lot of people can't see one side if they don't see another. And so the flat Earth at least does make them see that the conspiracy or the control could be that widespread, that they could actually, go about, implementing a jab for people that isn't good for them. I mean, that, those kind of things would be really hard for people to even see without seeing some of the bigger conspiracies, like
Exactly.
9/11.
Like already start to connect the dots, like we were talking about yesterday. I feel that's really important. But I mean,
Yeah.
do we really need to divulge like into details and just go on and on and on? Just, you know what I mean?
As far as the
mean,
flat Earth
it
goes,
does. I mean, it does make for good conversation and just
Well, I'll tell you what,
throwing
how about
ideas
this real
out there.
quick? How about this? You want to talk solutions real quick? How
Yeah,
about
I
we
mean,
talk about how
because I
about
mean,
no,
you
no,
brought it up,
no,
and
bro,
it.
you want to talk about the number one fucking solution? You want to save the world and shit? Discharge the national debt, because you're the priority security. You want to hear some shit, and you want me to go on for hours about solutions? Can you handle it? Because you got to understand you got to understand
Let's
that you're
go.
the priorities.
Let's go.
All right. Well, I'll briefly give you an overview. You're the priority security interest holder over the United States. The problem is you think you're a citizen, so therefore you've lost the position in your own fucking head. They've pulled you out of your own position again, and you now think that you're so and so living at 123 Street. And in reality, you're the creditor in the relationship, because in 1933 and all the rest of it, they made everyone a U.S. citizen. It's interesting that U.S. citizens under
Exactly.
Maxwell v. Dow states that U.S. citizens aren't protected under the first 8 amendments of the federal Constitution. So I don't know why anyone would want to strictly identify as actually something that was given to you as property and with a number, so you could access the funds in the bank account that you gave them when you gave them the birth certificate as a priority security interest hole and the main credit. That's why they have an interest rate on the national debt that can never be paid, because that interest rate is a philosophical one, because the people are supposed to be Christian and willing to forgive the debt. That was
Yes.
the promise, is that the people would forgive the debt, and they would use paperwork to do it and use the courts, which are the representative bank of the federal government that executes these bills out of all the federal banks. So anyway, the solution would be to be able to discharge the national debt. But the thing is that people are so fucking daft that they've had to fake this war with China, because everyone fucking thinks that China owns the national debt, when in reality it's you. But everyone thinks. The Earth is a globe, and that China
Well,
owns the fucking national debt. Hold on one
I
second.
mean-
So they had to hold on one second. So they had to do the China flu, and then they're going to discharge it with what's called in banking a jubilee. But they had to cover it up by telling people that there's some bullshit named Nasara and Gassara, right? And everyone thinks, well, the aliens did it. No, these are actual banking principles that you're done, but they have to introduce these ideas in some way to the public, and they've done it through this alien bullshit. But the problem is people, like anything, it's kind of like a Discordian fucking movement to wake people up. But the problem is that people are believing the lie of the Discordian as opposed to waking the fuck up. So the fucking thing is that people believe all this bullshit that was actually used to wake people up privately. As it gets back to the globe, conspiracies that were used to wake some people up were also taken to be dogma by other people not smart enough to get it. And that's, I mean, that's, I don't know, like, I think we're so much more powerful than we think of ourselves. We live in a world we don't even understand. And, and until we discharge the national debt, you're never going to be able to be free of this encumbrance. And I think that's going to be the big advancement in our software upgrade, is going to be this discharge of the national debt. And I think it's actually going to happen through the real president, you know what I mean? Trump. And that's the one who's going to execute this shit, and everyone's going to love him. And all these lefty fucking losers are going to freak out. And that's where they're going to try to get violent and crazy. And this is where you got to just know that that's what they're going to do. But they're like little limp-wristed bitches running around like,
But that being said, is debt real? Is that a tangible thing that we can hold in our hand?
I don't want to kill everybody with the money conversation right now and the whatever. I was just kind of blasting out some solution talk.
Make a quick point about it, dude, because this is one of the things me and Issa, because Issa makes a lot of sense, dude, most of the time, right? A lot of you guys don't make any fucking sense, but Issa makes a lot of sense sometimes. And but also some of you dudes like Jeremy, dude, will talk about just get rid of the money, and that'll fix the world and shit like that, dude. It's insane. It's impossible.
Yeah, I can't. Yeah, man, I can't I get the frustration, and I get the attempt at at solving an easy problem. It's like the shape of the earth. You know what I mean? It's like, instead of dealing the fact that no one and only God knows the shape of the earth, we try and we almost have to pick a side. We have to, for our own sanity. That's why my thing is flat earth is better. It's a better it's a better philosophy, because it means God created it for you. Versus, well, the sun's going to explode in 1 billion years, so what does it matter anyway?
We're just an insignificant speck flying through space, going a bajillion miles an hour.
Right, and it's like, this is where Nietzsche predicted it, and it's so faggoty that these liberals literally quote Nietzsche and don't even know the reference. When he said God is dead, he was literally referring to when the scientists chose to take the sun away from being the center of the solar system at the time. You know what I mean? Because they were now there was no center. No, he didn't go. If you read the thing, he's like, which way is up? Which way is down? You know what I mean? Like, it's utter confusion, and that's why he was right when he predicted all the world wars of the fucking 20th century.
You talking about Pike?
No, I'm talking about Nietzsche.
Nietzsche?
Yeah, because he said God is dead. He said God is dead. And if you notice, all these little liberal faggots take it as some kind of like some intellectual proof that real intellectuals know that God is dead, when in reality he was directly referring to what the scientists were doing to our cosmology.
No, they took it as a statement of triumph. They latched onto what Nietzsche was saying because he was such a celebrated intellectual, and they latched onto that statement out of context, thinking that it was a statement of triumph. But when you really look at it in context, it was a dire warning. I think even like the next words talk about how the streets are going to flow with blood. It was a warning. It wasn't a statement of triumph.
Right, man. And dude, and look, and this is the example of them taking the original conspiracy and believing it. Like, he wasn't even making reference to God being dead. He was, in horror, making the observation of the effects that would inevitably happen because of this. And
it was
they're
a
like,
prediction.
It was a prediction. He was making a prediction of what happened right after he made it.
Yep, it happened.
World War I and World War II, right? He was exactly right. As soon as those atheistic nations came into power, the first thing they did was slaughter millions of their own citizens.
Yeah,
so
man.
he was right.
He was so right, and that's the thing is that, and then you get,
hey, I'm at
but
my
dude,
30 minutes. I'm gonna bail now, but I'll
real
reconnect
nice to
with
meet you,
guys.
bro.
Yeah, you guys
Yeah,
have
yeah.
a
Good night, my man.
Yep, see ya.
Good night, my man. Good talk. Good, real good dude, man.
Yeah, man. I love that shit.
I thought his name was Nick. His name's Nietzsche.
What are you talking about?
Pronounced Nick.
Nick.
I'm just kidding. I don't know.
That's funny. Yeah, no
Nick.
doubt. No doubt. Hell yeah, Coach Show.
But that was cool, man. That's cool. Both the insights you guys just expressed about the Nietzsche quote, or the Nietzsche, that thing that's quoted from Nietzsche. But
right, but then you
so
look
go
at
on
these,
about that though.
It's like, if you talk to your average tranny, that's why they don't fucking believe in God.
Yeah, every day.
Right, like you do. You got to make an effort, though, really, right, Coach?
Oh, I mean, come on, very well.
But
But
I guess. Oh God, no, we'll go there.
no, go on about that though, because what the insights that you guys had about that, so is what you're saying is that
man.
It's not he wasn't, so it was latched onto and used as a sort of like a flag, like like a lot of people do that with a lot of things, but that's not what Nietzsche was saying.
This is
That's what you're
kind of
saying.
just to bring it back into the. I mean, either which way we want to go about it, but this is what I was kind of saying about like how I feel about the globe. Is that like they were like, yo, let's pretend the Earth is a globe to overthrow the theocracies, and everybody was
Hold on.
like, yeah, you know what I mean, and like it's like kind of like the idea that it's like this musing in this dire situation of like we need to make some kind of good thing, like the globe to overthrow the theocracies, which I consider to be almost a really good thing, right? Death to tyrants and all. So it's like. But in the same sense, like, and I'm just trying to draw the parallel, not even to accuse you, or not even, you know what I mean, not like that. But it just, to me, it makes sense in the sense, or it's an example, or I don't know, it's an homage to the idea that here you have this guy making these musings about the effects of this scientific postulation that the sun is no longer the center, and he said in the process,
Sorry, go ahead.
he said in the process that God is dead. And he said it in like a really like a fucking horrific state of mind. And then people, just because they only read a paragraph and not the context, and nor do they understand anything or the profundity of it, just because of his stature, they saw in the book God is dead, and they were like, I'm gonna get that as a tattoo.
Okay, but do you want to hear something? Do you know what the name of that guy? Do you know what the name of that fucking book was? The name of the book was The Gay Science. I was just looked it up. That's literally the name of the book. Like, what the fuck? That's the name of The Gay Science.
The Gay Science.
I'm not shitting you, dude.
Gay.
I'm not shitting you, dude. Look it up. I just looked up. I'm like looking it up. It says,
oh shit! Yeah,
it's the statements in the. That's what it's called, The Gay Science.
I love this guy. Oh
That's
my
hilarious.
God, bro! And that's so funny
hilarious.
because I've dealt with this topic for a long time and never fucking knew it. Like I've looked up the quote.
I never knew that.
Around the surrounding whatever, and for some reason never looked up the name of the Gay Science, bro.
I don't even know the context. I don't get the context, man.
I want to go outside with my shotgun right now and just fucking let it rip, dude.
I don't.
That's
get
hilarious.
Hey, a lot of people aren't aware that originally it was fake and gay science, and they compromised it. They left the fake part out.
It was fake and gay.
The fake and gay science.
Oh, dude, actually, you know what, bro?
I really don't.
That's the book you got to write, Coach Show. Is the fake and gay science?
The fake and gay science.
It'll be the follow up, right?
I don't get. I'm telling you, I don't get. I don't get the context.
A response,
man.
a response to Gay Science by Nietzsche.
I gotta read this whole book now, dude, because I honestly don't get the context. I'm trying to understand, like, why is he titled it The Gay Science?
Well, you gotta remember, gay. No, hold on.
Happy.
Gay is happy.
Yeah, but what? I don't the happy.
No,
side,
that's it's just no, dude. They used to literally
celebration of science.
Oh, no. Here it is. It translates to the joyful wisdom.
Yeah,
the joyful wisdom. So that kind of makes sense.
That's hilarious.
So it's frolic Wissenschaft or something like that. So it's the joyful wisdom, or also the gay science.
That's awesome. I like the gay
It's funny
science.
as hell.
I love you fucking right now, Coach. You're a great one. That's awesome.
Dude.
And it's funny because I've looked up the quote and read like the surrounding, like read the chapter and whatever. And it's like, I don't know why. Like, I guess I must have seen it as the joyful, and that's why it didn't hit me as the gay signs.
Oh yeah. What
That's
up?
a great.
When I was looking at
dude,
book.
that's liberty to translate, man.
yeah,
said
well, I mean, I
it's a
guess
book,
it means
right?
it means both. Oh yeah, but it's in German, so it's like it is frolic Wissenschaft, like Wissenschaft. So it's kind of like it is like joyful wisdom, I guess. But I guess back in the day, it probably was translated to gay science, which meant the same thing back in the day, I guess.
Is it by Frederick Nietzsche? I can't pronounce it.
Nietzsche.
Nicholas, yes, Nick, yeah,
Nietzsche.
No, Nick.
Nietzsche.
yes,
No,
Nietzsche, yeah.
Nietzsche.
Okay, well, I'm about to drop a link to the book if anybody is interested.
Okay, so yeah, so it says it's the
On
it's the
Library
fifth book.
Genesis. On
It's the
Library
fifth
Genesis,
book.
you can find all kinds of books on there.
It says this is the fifth book of the gay science. Huh.
Yeah, it's on there.
Well, yeah. I mean, honestly, like I like Nietzsche. Because he got a lot of good quotes, but that's what people do, though. He says what you said, like how they attach it to their movement, and then like they use it as a flag, basically to, justify whatever the fuck. Like, oh, God is dead. Like, this guy's smart. He said it. God's dead. Fuck you guys, basically.
Yeah, that's what they've taken him to mean. And they've taken him to mean that this sucks. It's saying that that's what they would use to justify that belief because it's wrong, and he didn't say it like that.
So, but go on to what you were saying though about the extent, like what he actually meant, like because I've only really heard people use it.
Well, no, it's the idea of like he was talking about the scientists moving the sun because he believed in the solar system. You know what I mean? He was on the globe in the solar system at that moment in time in history. That's where the people were at, like, you know what I mean, or where he was at. And so, like, what they did was like instead of our sun being this fixed position, that's when I guess they came up with the idea that the sun was also moving through space. You know what I mean? And so because they were saying that the gay science, faking gay science.
I see it everywhere I'm looking now. So
yeah, fuck yeah, dude. Good. I love Nietzsche. But like but that's the concept. Is like what he was referring to was the idea that the sun was no longer like the absolute center. You know what I mean? And that the sun was now progressing through space, and wasn't fixed. That's a good way to put it. They were saying that the Earth was not fixed, if you will. And that's what he was commenting about.
Oh yeah, okay.
Right.
Who was the other guy? Who's the other guy? I can't remember. Oh, Kant. I always get Kant and Nietzsche mixed up, even though they're not even.
Oh yeah,
Immanuel
Kant, right?
Yeah, because there's one of them who I think it was Kant. Kant was the one who, like, he was going to get married to this lady, and he couldn't decide if he was going to do it, and so he spent all summer like writing pros and cons of like whether he's going to marry her or not, and then in the meantime, she just fucking met some other dude and just married him instead. Like, yeah, it makes sense. So I would fucking do is like this guy's sitting here all summer writing pros and cons.
Yeah, I could. Well, yeah, that's yeah, it's weird. I sometimes think of that, like, and like you go out and about, and it's like, I mean, think of all like you look at Kant, and like think of like all of the amazing people that he may have lived next to, but we remember him because he wrote books, and you know what I mean. Where like so many great people don't write. So many great people don't. They're too busy. Being like living or whatever.
You're dudes in this community. I mean, there's people all the time, all over.
Yeah, well, that's what I mean. It's like like even if you just go down to like the local square, there's gonna be some like weird looking dude or whatever like that, and he's gonna be the dude that everyone remembers because he wrote a book. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
I find
Pete
that
Shea.
just
Pete Shea's
interesting.
a good example, dude. If Pete Shea, if there's no record of Pete Shea in the future, dude, that'd be a tragedy, dude. Because
Well, yeah, you know what's wild to me is the idea that, dude, our posterity is like here on YouTube. Even like it's crazy to me that there would be, or you know what I mean? Like, there's a catalog of all of our thoughts and all of our ideas, and I think that some people are kind of like frightened by this. And I was kind of, or you know, I always think like take the idea of, you know, I'll ask you this question: are you hearing me right now, Kosha?
I like to think so.
Right, but like in the most technical sense, I'm a soul in a body that can't speak, but I'm pushing
What do you mean by
lungs through the. Well, I mean, I'm pushing air. I'm not even doing it. I'm almost doing it. You know what I mean? My body's doing it.
But you're
My
creating a
body.
legacy right now.
Well,
This
I'm
is your
fair.
legacy.
Well, yeah, no, and I mean, that what a shame, right? No, like,
Honestly, I was gonna say that's why I love
no,
you.
no,
That's why I love you. And that's why I love you guys, man. And that's really that's where my love comes from with you guys. Is that you guys put this shit out there, everything out there, and you put me out there. Now we're all out there, and this is gonna live. This is shit that you can fucking go back on YouTube and like listen to. You know what I mean? It's kind of beautiful in
that's
that
cool.
way, and especially
It
your
is,
shit,
brother.
dude. Like you make songs and shit like that.
Nah, man. Well, yo, I mean, yeah. I got like you're. I don't look at you as a baller, bro. If you
I'm a baller.
if that oh
I'm
yeah,
not a
no, I don't give a
glover.
fuck. I'm gonna let you just you can belittle yourself as much as you'd like to,
No,
Kosho.
no. There's nothing wrong with being a baller,
I'm
but
not
it's
gonna
not my
fucking
color.
I'm not gonna do that to you, Kosho. I'm not gonna be the one like I think too highly of you. But I mean like because it's not to me my litmus test about what a baller is doesn't even entail the shape of the fucking earth. You know what I mean? It's just someone who it's just it when you hear it. And that's when you're dealing with a baller. Um, because like it's not the shape. The litmus test is not the shape of the earth. The litmus test is the adherence to the principles of the freedom of thought, and I think that is the essence and what makes all of this so wonderful. And that's why, like even myself, like I've always wrapped flat Earth in my American flag. Because without it, we wouldn't have, let's say, the notion of the freedom of speech, et cetera, these principles that are essentially ingrained. Even though there is a fail-safe for the state and a fail-safe for the godly against the state. Because even though they can call upon you and attempt to control you as one of their U.S. citizens, you know what I mean? God has put something before them that they can't beat, and it's actually written in their code that they can't beat it, and they know it. And it's only when you come with it that they can't defeat it, and they know it when they hear it. And I think, like I said about are you talking to me, Kosho? Because my thing is that what you're talking to is you're talking to the air that's going through the vocal cords of my body. Am I my body, Kosho? Are you your body? Because if I often used to pose the question quite often was, when you die, is it your body that goes in the ground or is it you?
It's your body.
Okay, so therefore you're not your body.
But it's
If
not.
you
But
can make
Issa,
the,
the
if you can
second that
hold just one sec, follow me.
go,
If
go,
you
go,
can make
go,
the
go.
distinction, at death, that it's not you that goes in the ground, but it's your body, then you're not your body. If I cut your arms off, you're still there. So
Yeah, but the second you respond to me, though, Issa, the second I say something, you respond to me. This is when I feel like that whatever your essence, you, the person inside of you, the person using
my
your body as
essence.
a
Hold
puppet.
on. Well, go on. I mean, I believe you, and this is right. We'll carry it on. Yeah, carry out the idea.
Well,
Forgive me,
that's
still.
what I think. That's what I'm saying is that I, I agree with what you're saying, but that's why I said to your legacy. Your legacy is saying what you're saying, what making the songs you make, and all that lives on through this record that we are creating right now. That is you. However, however you want to put it, like, oh, it's your voice. That's your voice and your body, and these things are conduits that you're using, but it's you that's doing it. It's me and you communicating with each other. I don't know if that's
right. But I would contend that that's right. You know what I mean? Like, yeah. But I do say that, like, but I would dare say, like, problem is that, like, when people say that, like, it's almost like, technically speaking, it's like, it's just the effects of my body, which is not me, that I'm using to express myself to you. You know what I mean? In this frame of reference, if you will, of being in my head. You know what I mean? Like, and so, like, but my point is, there is a distinction between me talking to you and you hearing my voice versus me, as there's the distinction in the same way for you. And I think that, as simple as it sounds, is profound, and actually is something that unlocks, when thought about enough, all the secrets of the fucking universe, kind of. You know what I mean? Because you're not your body, and that's just the beginning. But it really is so important because it 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 brings to the table something that is actually grounded in law. You know what I mean? The idea that you're a spirit and a body. You know, and it's just, once you, like, take the reality and the facts of the matter, is that a U.S. citizen is not protected under the first 8 amendments of the federal Constitution. That's case law. Maxwell v. Dow, bro. You're not protected under the first one, the second one, the third one, the fourth one, all the way to the 8th one. But you, the spirit that runs the show, you are immune from their laws. Because you can discharge all debt. Because you can actually understand that in law, that position of you is actually called the priority security interest holder in their position. And that's their language. That's the language they use. And that's why, like, anytime I've identified myself as a priority security interest holder, it's never questioned. And I never have to entertain the question of jurisdiction. Because they understand that the priority security interest holder doesn't even have to, like, it's such a place of great standing. And it's such a position of authority. And especially with tact and with manners. And it's irrefutable. It's undeniable. It is the king. You know what I mean? It is this quote unquote, I don't want to say it, but, like, you know what I mean? It is the root of it all. And I think, like, it's so profound, but so simple, bro. And I only expound on it because I like it. And I don't know. I think it's so real.
I always like what you have to say about law, but dude, the thing I think is the funniest is when Winston was going through all his legal shit and you were giving all these tips, and then he was becoming enamored with what you were saying. He was listening to it. I think at one point you got scared. You said, "Listen, just so you know, I wouldn't do this though. I would, just so you know, I would get a lawyer."
Well, no. Well, I mean, it sounded like, because what he started doing was he was making the case as a lawyer and making all the wrong points. And I was like, dude, you might want to get yourself an attorney, because that's what a judge will tell you. You know what I mean? Because, like,
he did a lot of shit though, dude. He wrote up some good shit though. I'll be honest.
My thing has always been this, Coach. It was like, I'm not in it to make great points. I'm in it to win the motherfucker.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm in.
You know how you win? You pay a lawyer a lot of money, and he just makes a deal with the fucking prosecutor.
Well, that's the thing, is actually, and you don't know how that's going to turn out. And why would I give up that control? Except but for ignorance. And under the fact that the corpus juris secundum says that anyone who gets an attorney is considered to be mentally incompetent and a ward of the state. So I don't know why anyone would get an attorney, you know? But, like, my thing is this.
Guilty as charged. I beat 7 felonies because I paid $20,000 to different fucking assholes.
Right. No,
I didn't pay them all the money I owed them, but.
Well, it's like this, though. They also, you know what I mean? And they probably had great technicalities that they ran it off of. And you're a great guy, so you probably didn't do stupid things. You know what I mean? I don't see. I mean, maybe you did something stupid, but I don't think you're not getting out of the cop car like, I don't think so, and trying to fucking run. You know what I mean? Like my point is like, you know, because it's easy to catch a felony these days. Fucking you know, you got too many fucking drugs on you or something, and it's a felony. Like, what the fuck, or whatever it may be. Yeah. And, like, you know, and so, I just think though the idea that like why would you give control to somebody else over your freedom? And I can understand it if you don't know, but why not study it and know? That's what my position was.
Oh yeah, no, that's what I'm saying.
You know
I
what
think
I'm
that's
saying?
good shit, man. I think you fed him some good shit. I think you were smart to also say that whole part about get a lawyer though, because you don't like you're basically saying I'm giving you some information, but don't gobble it up on its own.
Well,
Like
a
yeah,
little bit of
you know,
knowledge is
yeah,
dangerous, man. A little bit of knowledge. It's like me trying to tell
yeah,
you how to discharge debt, and then you try to use it at traffic court. And I would say to
sure,
you,
yeah.
never. I would be like, never use it at traffic court. Never do it at traffic. But if Witsit wanted to make his case, I'll bet I could win Witz's case. How about that? I don't think.
I
But the
think
problem is, hold on,
you
real quick. Let me
said. Go
clarify
ahead, go
this.
ahead.
Let me clarify just in the sense that actually maybe because what Witsit wanted. Like anytime I've ever helped anyone, the
Oh
first thing I say
yeah,
is, what do you want? And what he
he wanted
wanted
to
was
prove
to
a
like,
point, man. He wanted to
no,
fucking
no.
take it to
Hold on.
trial.
He wanted to change the laws. He wanted to have, you know what I mean? He wanted to like rewrite shit.
Exactly.
He wanted to like, and that's where it's like you're asking too much. And that's my opinion on that. If I remember correctly, and that's
I know
why I
you're right.
said, dude,
You're exactly right, dude. You're exactly right. Because I remember that conversation vividly, and he got into that's how people were warning against what he was doing, but he was admitting that that's what he wanted. He wanted them to take it to the next level, so that he could, make an impact. Basically, change the
well,
laws.
like, right. And like, you want to start changing the code of an institution that really is none of your business. And really the goal for anyone, God forbid anyone who's had to go in front of it, is to get out. I don't want to be there. You know what I mean? That's why I live. That's why I already know to live a certain way.
That's
So
pay
like,
those
I
assholes.
don't
That's
have,
what I'm saying.
right.
My
Like,
experience, you just
if
pay those
someone
assholes.
wrongs you though, but if someone wrongs you, then the courts are there to make you whole. And if an officer is denied equal protection due process of law, that's a fucking problem, because that's worth a lot of money in Title
What do you
18.
mean?
Well, it's worth
What do you
$10,000 at least.
What do you
Like
mean
if an
by
officer,
the officer and all that? What do you,
well, I'm saying if an officer would have, like, let's say, deny you access to the charging instrument or something, and like didn't give it to you on the side of the road when they arrested you, and you asked for it, and you said, "Hey, could that be duly noted?" And you did everything over your
what's a
objection
charging
and the threat.
instrument?
Well, like, here's the thing. If you heard me put it this way, and it's funny, I'm sure you won't remember it, and you might get it wrong. But
I
like, hold
I
on.
probably would get it wrong.
You go to dinner. You just had a fat steak dinner with your wife, with the old lady. You know what I mean? Your training friend, whoever it was, right? Fucking
Okay.
but it was a great dinner, and the chef comes out and says, "You guys got to wash the dishes." And let's say you don't want to wash the dishes. What's the first, most logical, one and only statement that you could make? Most logical, most pertinent, most right on the money. You just had a steak. Guy comes out and tells you got to wash the dishes. What do you say, Kosho?
How much is it gonna cost if I don't have to do that? I don't know.
No.
I have no idea.
What's the most common thing people say after they've finished having a steak dinner and they want to leave?
Thanks for the meal. Here's the money. I
What do
don't
they
know.
say? What do they say, Kosho? Come on, Kosho. Come on. When I say it, you're going to be like, I can't believe I didn't think about that. Come on, Kosho. Just think for a second.
I'm an idiot, dude. I'm a fucking dumbass. I would say thanks for the meal. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know.
All right. Anyone else want to answer real quick, briefly?
I'll feel like an asshole if somebody else gives you the right answer. I'll tell you that.
Well,
I will feel like an asshole.
I'll give you the answer. I can't afford it, so I guess I'm washing dishes tonight.
All right. Well, Zanuck, you would be washing dishes. You're washing dishes right now, probably.
Please. Zanuck, right?
Waitress. Yeah, hold on. What's that?
I know the answer, so I'm not going to say it because I've heard you say it before.
All right. Well, I'll tell you. I'll cut to the chase. Right. The only correct answer, and tell me if I'm wrong, Kosho. I just ate a steak dinner. Chef comes up to me and says, "You got to wash the dishes." First thing I'm going to say is, "Excuse me, where's the bill?"
Okay, it's basically what I said, but okay, fair enough.
Right. But I mean, like, where's the? No. But it's not what you said. Where's the bill? Where's
I
the
said I'm going
bill?
to pay
Where's
for
the
the meals. I'll pay for. I'd rather pay for it. That's what I'm saying. So I pay
well?
for
I'd
it. So
rather
bring me
pay
the bill.
for it.
I
Isn't
get what you're
asking
saying.
for the. It isn't. Well, my point and deal. My point even further, Kosho, is that saying I'll pay for it is a statement. You can't prove anything. Wrong move. Make it a question. The question is, where's the bill? Excuse me, can I just have the bill?
Ever.
Well, if he goes like this, let's say
The
he goes like
bill
this.
is the.
Well, let's say like this now, Kosho. Let's say it goes like this. I don't know what you're talking about. You got to go wash the dishes.
I just say no. I ain't washing your dishes. Sorry.
Well,
Try
hold
again.
on. Well, okay, right. Say no you want. And now he's going to arrest you and hang you in the back, and you're going to be hung
Why?
up by Mexicans doing dishes because that's the kind of shit I run. It's the kind of operation I run, Danik. So hold
What are
on,
you
hold on.
talking about?
So like,
Someone comes in and says, "You're
we're talking
washing
about
dishes." I say, "No,
theoretics.
I'm not
I get
washing
it. I get
dishes."
it. You're late
How
to
can
the
you?
party, Danik. Hold. Just hold on one second.
Been listening.
Me and Kosher. Okay, but like the idea is that the correct question is, "Where's the bill?" So
Why is there a
like,
question?
let's.
It's an answer. As a question, you just say, "Some guy says he
That's
wants to
such a,
wash his
you know
dishes."
what,
But at least
Zanuck?
let him get to it though, Zan. Let him get to
That's
it. Let
such
him
a
get to it.
profound question. What is the question?
There is
All
no
right. Anyway,
question.
I would. There is no. Is he like a
There is
Zen
no
Buddhist over
question.
here?
He
No,
asked.
hold on.
He asked
There
you the
is no
question.
question.
You have
You
to
are
give
the
an answer.
spoon.
The answer.
You are
You
the
have to
spoon,
answer a
Zanuck.
question. If someone
You are the
asks you a
spoon.
question, you answer it, and the answer would be no. Sorry. Bye.
Okay.
No, thank you. I'm not doing that.
Right. Gotcha. But so the thing is this, right? Officer finds 2 ounces of pot. Says get out of the car and get in the back. Get in the back of the car. You're getting arrested. Where's the bill? Where's the charging instrument? I don't know what you're talking about. Get in the fucking car. Where's
Doesn't
the
he have
bill?
a camera on his body that
Yeah, oh, he
sees him
better.
taking the?
Oh, dude, I
He,
remember, dude. I stopped these cops right in their track when I told them that, hey, I'm gonna need your dash cam footage too, because it appears you may have agreed to accepting a $10,000 penalty for deprivation of rights under the color of law. And he goes, "You were speeding," and I was like, "Do you mean to tell me that one of the honorable judges in this county doesn't know the difference between a crime and infraction?" And that's when they just shut the fuck up
How is
and they put
speeding?
and they
how's-
and they put the dog away and they shook my hand and I had a joint in my back pocket and 2 ounces in my trunk, bro.
They have to have probable cause.
Because
Otherwise, you
my
can't.
right probable cause of a crime having been committed. Yeah, you're right.
Speeding
Forgive me. I
doesn't.
think I did
Speeding
say that.
doesn't make
Probable
them
cause. Listen.
drugs.
Okay, look. Probable cause of a crime having been committed, and that's when he's arrested. Upon proof of claim, you haven't, denied equal protection process of law by pulling me over without probable cause of a crime having been committed. And he goes, "You're speeding. You were speeding." And I said, "Do you mean to tell me that the judges don't know the difference?" Basically. And that's when they all kind of were like, "Ha ha ha!" And I was like, "Let the record show you might accept a $10,000 penalty, and you agree I can file a UCC1 in the county that you live in and
he
garnish your
probably thought you
wages."
were a lawyer, dude. He probably
Good.
thought you were an
Well, dude,
attorney. You didn't
you
want
think
to
a lot of
you didn't want to cause trouble.
how many? Then Kosho, I have a fucking like a big American eagle on my neck tattooed.
Yeah,
Like they're
absolutely.
not
Well, I
going to
didn't
think
know
I'm a
that, but
fucking.
I
They're
know.
not going to think I'm. They're not going to think I'm an attorney for one. But the point is like, the point is that they're, that they understood what I was talking about, and I was a gentleman about it. Is my point, and my point also is that I was also willing to lean them up. Their ignorance is no excuse of the law. Just like the chef who's going to try to make you wash the dishes without giving you the bill and tell you that he doesn't know what you're talking about. If that were to happen, like let's say if a chef did that to somebody, do you think that that person would have the right to sue them for everything on that restaurant owns and own
Don't, but
that restaurant?
I'm just going off my assumption that cops, from my experience, dude. I'm gonna be honest with you. Actually, I'm not gonna be honest with you. I was doing something dirty. The cop didn't even notice. But cops aren't really all there, especially to the point to where what you said would
No,
come across
right,
to
and
them.
that's what terrifies.
I think that they heard what you said and you intimidated them to some extent. Like you intimidated them that you knew something they didn't know, and they're just like,
Right, and that's right, but my
yeah.
point being, like, let's say if I were to follow it through, right, which I've had to do, right, at certain times, and I'm not going to get into whatever, but like my point is that when I eventually see the judge and I'm still talking about the charging instrument, it's a big problem. When I'm bringing up that their failure to provide me the charging instrument was a deprivation of rights under the color of law, and the stenographers got that. Forgive me. And the stenographers got that in the record that I've requested the charging instrument, basically said, "Where's the bill?" And they're not giving it to me. Actually, the judge one time, the judge was like, "It appears you'd like to see the charging instruments." I was like, "Yes, for set-off settlement and closure." She's like,
Wait,
"I'll
but what?
fax them right over to you because it was, you know."
Describe to me what that is again. Like this, can you completely describe what you mean by that?
Charging
I
instruments.
still don't get it.
Handed them back, and then I, like an idiot, leaned up to court, and that's when I got sent back into the thing. But I got let go. You know, that's when they released me. But the point
I
there
didn't
is that,
understand
you know,
anything.
and I had to go
You
back
got
and learn
quiet.
it.
You got you got
Pretty much wrote a book about it. I should
you
give it
got
to you, Kosher.
you
But
got quiet.
the idea that we have a way
Quiet.
through,
I missed all of it.
those of us competent enough to about it, you know what I mean? And I just think, like, you know, and that's where my always
Yeah.
thing has been like, hey, because there's a way through, there's hope. You know what I mean, bro? There's a way through
That's super
hyperinflation.
quiet, man.
Oh yeah, no, forgive me, my mic is all fucked. But like,
You're good. I'm just saying, like, I was like, that was the meat and potatoes, and I only got the gravy.
sorry, brother. But no, but I mean, like this notion is all, and I guess really my main point is that there's a way through. There's a way to, let's say, deal with what seems insurmountable. And I think, like, you know, I think we as recognizing, like I said, that we are the priority security interest holder, it carries huge weight, and that's why I've never stopped shutting up about it for so long. To me, it's more important than it's almost more important than flat
You're
Earth.
smart.
But flat Earth just sits right
You're
in there perfectly.
You're a smart dude, man, and one of the smart. Honestly, this is straight up honest. When I said that you said the thing to Witsit, like you were telling them all this stuff, but then you said, but you know, don't only trust me. Like, you know, get a lawyer or something. Like, I wouldn't just do this. Like that, I think was one of the smartest things I heard you say. Also, like, because it is true that
Stop.
knowing this shit. No, but I'm being straight up with you. I'm
Yeah,
not
you're right. No,
fucking with
you're right though. You're fucking
But
right. That's why
I'm
I
saying
said it.
like
That's why I said it, bro.
yeah, that's what I'm saying
Fuck yeah,
because like knowing this stuff is actually valuable, extremely valuable. The stuff I don't know, but at the end of the day, it's a boys' club, and that's what I'm saying. Like from my experience, just paying these dudes, like paying my attorney, because I did it 7 times and beat it 7 times, but paying my attorney, knowing that all he's doing is has the ability to talk to these other guys and say, "Hey, drop it." Like, it's basically that's all he's doing. Uh, and you're right. Like as long as I don't look like a fucking thug, like I look like I look like I'm not gonna cause problems in society. So he can do that. He can just taunt the prosecutor and say, "Drop it," you know. And then they
Right,
make
but
me go.
here's the other thing though, Kosho, is that like this is where, like, for me personally, it's like it offends me that the corpus juris secundum says that anyone who gets an attorney is classified as a mental incompetent and a ward of the state. That's offensive to me to be labeled that. My integrity just can't handle it. Right.
I've been
So
called
like, you know,
worse.
and now I understand what your point is, but I also think like too, it's like he who would give up a little bit of liberty for a little bit of security deserves neither and will get, you know what I mean? And won't, or, you know,
Yeah, the
won't get either.
Ben Franklin
Yep.
thing.
Because like, you
Yeah.
know, and that's why I say like the whole concept of Americanism or whatever the fuck is the idea that everyone is their own attorney, their own banker, their own this, their own everything, their own gardener, their own, you know, you have the like you should have the wherewithal to be all those things. Like I think we're too quick to hire somebody to do something. Like it's cool to hire somebody maybe to paint your room or something like that, but like you're talking about your freedom. You're talking about like, you know what I mean, bro? Like that for me is like I don't want to
Freedom
fucking
goes a long way,
I don't want to
dude.
trust. Listen, no, I'm just saying like this though. Ideally, right? And I understand your position well because you know what I mean. You don't want to do something you don't know. Like if you don't know how to build a house, you're going to hire people to do it. But if you know how to build a house, but you just don't want to, you might hire some people to do it anyway. But at the same time, you know, if you're like going to be proud of the way that you want it built and you know that you can build it better than everybody else, then why not build it yourself? And I just think in regards to our freedom, we should be really weary of handing, or rather, turning our rights over to somebody else who, you know, is going to either try to influence someone in some way or, you know what I mean? Like in some way you don't even know about. I just think it's too scary, too dicey. I'd rather know the system. And I think we
So
can know the system.
you gotta pay the guy with, yeah, no, but I think both is good. Pay the guy with a lot of money, but then also know what the hell's going on. But
Well, I think
real quick, I know I gotta ask you, do you have Netflix? Or you not have access to Netflix? What's going on with Netflix?
why? What are you watching on Netflix? What's up?
Well, there's something on Netflix. It's called I wish I remember what it was called. It's something to do with the internet. It's like called the fucking something with the internet. And it's the last episode is crazy because it's about a dude who lived off the grid, and it's a true story. He lived off the grid. He did all this fucking shit. He got fucking fucked by the federal government. Was in federal prison for a while, but ended up having to defend himself. And he actually changed so much. He actually changed the law in the shit that he did. And I want to see if you were familiar with it. But yeah, he actually, because he found out about some shit that they weren't allowed to be even doing during their investigation. And so he was intricate in changing the law and defending himself. It's a really interesting story. So let me find the show, find the episode, and get you onto it.
That's cool. Yeah, I'm always. You know what I like is you ever heard of Taco Bell v. Thompson? This is a pretty
I heard of
interesting
Taco
one.
Bell.
Taco Bell v. Thompson. This guy went into to get an application to work at Taco Bell, and they had he refused to give them his social security account number, and on that basis, they said that they would not hire him. Right. So he sued them for like millions. It was an undisclosed amount, like
I did hear
20,
about
like
this.
just something like crazy. And that's why anytime you go to see go to get a, because it's actually a violation of, I think it's like, I used to know it, but you can't, it's like the wording is like, you can't deny anyone access to anything for failing to disclose a social security account number. So anytime you go for a job,
so that's it. Showing your social.
Hold on. Yep, just for giving the social, because it's only meant for banking. It's only meant for banking. So like, the idea is that now anytime you go and that's why on every piece of paper that you try to ever go get an application, it says Social Security and it says in parentheses optional.
Right.
Because
I
of
always
that
wonder
guy.
about shit like that.
Because you're the only thing
Like
you're
that's
supposed to
something
use
they can
your
use
social
against
security.
you.
Well, the only thing you should use your social security, or initially, the only thing that can make you almost, and they can't even really do it with banking, but they can somewhat try to compel you for this. I don't know why you wouldn't use the social security account number for banking. As I've learned lately, I used to think you want to get rid of it all, get rid of the citizen, blah, 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 you know what I mean? All that shit, but that's not the way. God already made it perfect. You know what I mean? And I think like the social security account number is strictly for banking.
What? I
And
get
it's
my
to
social to
access.
too many people, dude.
Well, yeah,
I'll be
it's only
straight
so
up.
you can access your line of credit that you gave them. You
Oh, you gotta
gave
give
them
it to
the
like I give it to like for medical people and shit like that. I give it to a lot of people, to be honest with you.
Well, I mean, yeah, they asked for it, but like, and that's not a bad
Yeah,
thing
they
if you're
do.
trying to if you're trying to raise your credit score or something. I mean, whatever. You got your social on a bunch of shit. Maybe your social, your credit
Got a really
score
bad
goes
credit
up,
score.
whatever. But my point being is that the only way you're gonna, I mean, my point is the only thing your social security should be used for is for banking, originally, and really, and that's why it's like a shame that people have become so like that's what it's so interesting that like I remember one time I got offered like a credit card at some store. Because the lady was like, "Oh, you should get the credit card. So you get 10% off." And I was like, "Oh, cool." So I was like, "Okay, what do I got to do?" And I didn't put my social security account number. She goes, "Oh, we need your social security account number." I was like, "Oh, well, you see me not going to give me the credit card because I'm not giving you my social security account number." And she was like, "Well, yeah, you can't get the 10% off." So I was like, well, wouldn't that be a deprivation of rights under like whatever this code is? Because I knew it at the time. And she was like, I'll just give you the 10% off. I was like, oh, thank you. It's so cool. And
I
I didn't
wonder if
press it.
though, just talking to people like that sometimes, like it's like kind of
Yeah,
a social
that's
engineering
what
type
it
thing,
was. That's what
where
it was at the time.
people,
But
well, no, even with the cops, I feel like, but I feel like they're like a little bit. They're like, dude, he knows something I don't know, so I'm just fucking listening to him so I get fucking fucked up.
Oh, bro, I had a nurse, and she's like, oh, you should take this vaccine. And I was like, I don't know. I was like, is it safe? She was like, yeah, it's so safe. I was like, well, like, would you go under oath and sign and say that it's safe? And she was like, yeah. And I was like, oh my God, you're retarded, love. Because, I was baiting her. And I was just like,
Yeah.
I was like, I'm just gonna wait. It's okay. Thank you so much anyway. Now imagine I'm a dick. Or imagine I'm just feeling vindictive
You
against the
use that for
fucking
something else, yeah.
Oh, fucking right, bro. I would pull out a fucking piece of paper right there. Write down that this vaccine, whatever it's named, is totally safe. In my back. And better. What do you call it? I would write down on a piece of paper that this vaccine is totally safe and this and have her sign it and have one of her dumb nurses witness it. Right? Then I would go and I would file a lawsuit. I'd write a letter to the CFO of the fucking of the hospital and say, give me $10 million or I'm going to sue you. And that lady would never work in the fucking medical industry ever again. Destroy her fucking life, along with the nurse that witnessed it, because they'd have to pay me.
Crazy that you're from New Jersey, dude, because you seem so much smarter than anybody I've ever met from New Jersey. So that's crazy.
You never been to Jersey's the problem. Shit, if you notice,
I've never
man,
been
go
from
to
Jersey, really.
How about this? Go to any big city and find the dopest restaurant and ask him who owns it, and I guarantee he's from fucking Jersey.
I bet you $20 that's never gonna happen, dude. Maybe if I go
I'll
to
bet
the
you
pizza
fucking. I
place
tell you what,
or the
bro,
fucking
$20.
Come on,
$20 says you're gonna go next city you go to, Kosho.
crazy, dude.
Next city you go to, Kosho, go to the coolest fucking spot in town and ask if the owner's from Jersey.
You're not gonna bet me money on this because you know it's a
If you're,
losing fucking bet, dude. I'm not gonna.
oh
Dude,
my god,
I'm gonna go to
this
somebody,
guy,
and maybe he might
bro. I tell you
tell
what,
me I
nobody.
make pizza
No, I'll
for my
put it to you like
brand.
this: nobody
He's not
in
gonna be from New
Jersey,
Jersey, dude.
nobody in New Jersey is like there's no guy from Kansas in fucking New Jersey that's got
Okay,
the
fair
best
enough.
restaurant, right? Okay, the best restaurant. Go to San Francisco. I've been there. Go to San Francisco. There's restaurants, best restaurants. Who's it owned by? A guy from Jersey. Go to fucking Dallas, Texas. Go to fucking anywhere, bro. Actually, the West Coast is actually where you want to go. Cali is filled with people of Jersey who've made
Another bet,
Cali
dude. I'll make
probably
you another
work.
bet. Go to fucking Louisiana next month. I'll go to Houston. I'll go to Dallas. I'll go to 50 places, dude.
I want you to
And
find
if I
this, bro. It's
and
gonna
I'll
be
get you
easy
50
too.
places, and not one of them will be from fucking New Jersey.
How about this? I got this. Out of you're gonna have to go to 5 different places. Okay, in each city, and I guarantee that like 1 out of the 5 in every city of a bar or whatever it
Crazy,
is you
dude.
like, the guys from Jersey, crazy. I'll tell you what, try it out. It's called science, Coach.
I know 2 assholes who own anything that fucking are from New Jersey, dude. Let alone,
Bro,
what are you
you
talking
probably
about? I'm
don't
not
get
gonna
out
meet.
much though, Kosho. You know what it is, bro? They're not
All
at the
right.
tranny bars, man. That's all. the tranny bars. That's what it is.
I
You're
got.
going to the wrong
I gotta go
places.
outside the gay bars. I gotta go
Right,
outside the gay
right,
bars.
right.
All right, fair
Those
enough.
guys are all from fucking those. That's where you got to find the guys from Kansas.
Okay. Nah, man. Nah, I'm fucking with you now. There's some good dudes from New
Yeah.
Jersey. They don't live in New Jersey, but they're from New Jersey. I'll tell you that.
Well, they live in their body, right, Coach? We talked about that.
No, but spring. I'm sitting in my garage. It's a little sweaty in here. Where were we before that? I was holding that New Jersey joke back for a long time. So,
I'll defend.
oh,
I'll defend
horseshit.
Jersey all night.
No, dude, really? You really
Oh
would do
fuck
that?
yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, there's a whole bunch of fags there, but there's some of the best people in the world from Jersey, bro.
Yeah. There's a whole bunch of, and that's yeah. Come on, dude. Honestly, I'm from New York City, right?
The problem
There's
is
a lot of
this, though,
assholes. There's a lot of assholes from New York City, but they're not from New Jersey. You know what I mean? So it's like I
Oh,
can put
dude,
up
we
with it.
call them bennies. We all call them bennies because they come down to Jersey, bro. Do you know how many New Yorkers and fucking Long Islanders I've seen come down to Jersey and come and try to test a bar and get
So they lose all their
fucking
money. They got no money
They get
anymore.
no,
They
they
go to New
just get
Jersey.
they get beat the fuck up because they act tough and they bring that
Yeah,
bullshit down. And
probably.
Jersey motherfuckers are real humble and shit, except how we talk to one another. But like, pretty humble and nice. Like everyone's like, "Hi, how you doing?" And then like you come down with your Connecticut ass and you don't say hi to somebody walking down the
You said
street, they
Long
might
Island
punch you in
though.
your fucking mouth. Yeah, well,
You said
same shit. The fucking well, no, Long Island's different, but a lot of the only reason I bring up Long Island is when people think of the Jersey Shore. You got to remind people that those people in the show actually weren't from
they
fucking
weren't from
Jersey.
Jersey, dude. There was one person in that show from Jersey. They were all from like Boston and shit. They were from Boston and New England, right?
I think Long Island or something like that. Long
No,
Island,
no,
that area.
they're from Long Island, I think, and a lot of them from Boston, or some of them from Boston, some of them from New England. I think one of them was from Jersey, if that. I don't even know if there was one of them from Jersey. Was
Yeah,
that the whole point, though?
there's a
Also, like,
distinction. I love the South Park one about Jersey. Have you
yeah,
seen the South
that
Park?
was a good one. And then they beat them. They beat them with Al Qaeda, didn't they?
Yeah.
They used Al Qaeda to fucking beat them, dude.
It's so fucking funny. Oh, they're so fucking
But
funny.
that's just
I'm
crazy
from
though.
Jersey. I'm from.
They give them bad names like Snooki and all that, but Snooki and all them, they're not from New Jersey. They're from like I said, New England. I think some of them from fucking South or North Carolina.
That's the
Even.
best episode, man. They're all fighting, dude. It's so true because we fight like crazy. You know what I mean? Like fucking, and everyone's like, I've had so many people like, "You're still friends? You're still friends?" Like, yeah. Like sitting there.
Not really that's not really Jersey, even though, right? That's like those people like Snooki and shit. Like I said, I think she's from Vermont or something like that, like New Hampshire or somewhere up north. All of them were from New England. Like none of them were from Jersey.
Yep.
Be straight, dude. None of them from New York, dude. And I can tell, like I can tell you're from New Jersey. I can tell people from Staten Island are basically from New Jersey. I consider that, like when I hear that, I hear New Jersey. But I can hear all the different boroughs. I can tell what people. I can tell the old president Trump. I could tell that he was from Queens because he acts like he's from Queens. And he sounds like from Queens, and I can
You know
always
what's
tell.
wild to me, man? Like, yo, like if you were raised up in the city, man, like that's like, it's so like I got a lot of good friends from this, you know, in the I lived in the city for years, and it's just, but like I'll never know the city. I'll never know the city like my dudes that are like from the city. You know what I mean? Like you could never know the city like the dudes that were raised there that like know every little trick, every little. I don't know. It's such a cool niche.
I
It's such a
left
cool
when I was too young, man. I don't even have an accent most of the time.
okay.
I left before I was 10. And it was dirty. It was real dirty back then. And it's a lot cleaner now also. But yeah.
You say that,
Honestly,
but I don't know about now.
well, it's cleaner than it was, dude. I remember getting strangled with cassette tape wire just for going outside, dude. Some kid just fucking. I would throw eggs at the bus, and my grandma would be okay with it. Like people were okay. I would out the window throwing eggs at the bus. I'd see naked guys run down the street, and that was normal. And this is in the Bronx in the '90s, so.
Oh fuck yeah! In the '90s, yeah, no doubt, bro.
Yeah,
no doubt. I used to go to fucking. I remember one time, like I said something about not wanting to work. My old man took me down to like, you know, like Horatio, like street and like fucking like Greenwich Village at the time, and it's nothing what it like nothing like what it looks like now. And he's like, "Get out." He's like, you know,
most
get
people,
out.
if they didn't get out, they're dead.
It was so decrepit.
Otherwise,
Well, it's just so funny because he was like, "Oh, you don't want to work? Get out. This is where you're gonna end up." You know, it's just like, and he was just like, "Oh my god, people just bent over, all doped out." That's what it was like back then. Yeah, man.
or like what?
It's
Yeah,
changed.
my
It's
grandpa.
changed a lot.
No, it's definitely it's changed in a big way. Like Brooklyn, especially. Like everyone knows, like Brooklyn's like gentrified, as they say. But the Bronx, like I said, it was a very dirty place back when I was there. And I lost my sense of smell in 2016, but I still know, beyond a shadow of a doubt, I know this, that New Jersey is the smelliest place on earth. Dude. It's not even a city, dude. New Jersey is a smelly place. It doesn't matter where you are. Doesn't matter if you're fucking the mansion. It's fucking smells
Just
bad.
on the fucking turnpike there. On the turnpike there. No, man, Jersey is like also called the Garden State. In South Jersey and Central Jersey area, it's nothing but tomatoes and fucking corn.
Savage Garden.
And deer, you know, and deer. You know, it's pretty fucking. There's some wilderness in Jersey, man. People don't know.
You ever seen The Labyrinth? The movie The Labyrinth?
Yeah, what
David
a weird
Bowie.
fucking movie. Yeah, what a weird movie.
It was a weird movie, but I remember Jeremy told me he went through New Jersey, and I was like, dude, that's the bog of eternal stench. And he said, that's exactly what I was going to say, dude. That's the bog of eternal stench from Labyrinth. I was like, that's exactly what it is. It's a really smelly place, man.
You know what it is? You drive through, there's like a lot of, there's like waste management shit there. And that's what you smell. I remember my
I
my
saw it.
grandfather used to call it the smell of money.
You just that's a good way to put it, man. That's the way to put it too. If I was there, but I tried to explain this to my girlfriend that there's this smell in New Jersey, and I looked it up on YouTube, and there's a lot of videos of people trying to explain it, and there's a guy, and he actually did explain it. He said that there's one turnpike where there's literally a coffee factory right next to like a sewage. It's like a weird sewage system factory, and then there's like a place that takes like all the discards from all the animals and makes like dog food or something like that. And it's like all these places, like these three factories are like all right next to each other. I don't know where, I forget where that place is, but I
Yeah,
was like, dude, yeah.
yeah. My grandfather used to run one of the biggest rendering plants. Exactly what we're talking about. My father
Yeah.
used to go.
Well,
Dude, my
yeah,
father
they
used to
said
go. Check it
one
out.
of the
Check it
biggest
out. My
rendering
father.
plants is in New Jersey.
And my father used to have to go get the dead dogs from the ASPCA, and they would take them and burn them, and that's where they would melt it down, and
Oh,
they would make Mr. Bubble. Remember
it's
Mr. Bubble?
yeah. What?
That's where it came from, bro.
No, but that's what I saw. It said like that one factory I was talking about. It's the biggest rendering. Yeah, that was what they used, the rendering. It's the biggest rendering factory in the country. That's what I
I
said.
remember
Yeah. So,
I actually went to a rendering plant in Florida, and I couldn't even walk in it, man. Ugh, I only ever went to one. Like
what does that mean again?
I
Rendering? Like, what is that? Like
it
where they
just
just
like
put all the
they
shit?
just cook down all the dead animals, dead horses, They make that's right. They make all kinds of stuff. The shit that I
Okay,
know that this one place that I know they were making Mr. Bubble, but
that's where it was, dude. That's the place I'm talking about too. Yeah.
and yeah, man, fucking wild. Yeah, dude, it's crazy down there. But yeah, that smell is something else, bro. But it's only in that little section, and like I said, it's like such an industrialized section.
Yeah. I'm fucking around, even though everybody else knows it. But
But you drive
it
around,
probably
you
is.
drive through. Yeah, it's a limited area, but yeah, you're right. It's gross as fuck if you drive by
I
it.
lost my sense of smell. I lost my sense of smell 7 years ago, so I'm safe from that for the rest of my life. But um, and plus, I'm just giving you shit, dude. Ever since I was a kid, I was giving New Jersey some shit. Can I ask you a question? I'm not an NFL fan. I'm actually not an NFL fan. But I'm trying to get into sports betting with my girlfriend because she's got money on a sports betting website. But are you an Eagles fan? Or are you not an NFL fan either?
I'm not a South Jersey fucking Eagles fan. That's what you're asking.
What does that mean? Fan? What
I mean, I know them. You know what I
does that
mean? But
mean?
like, I was always a
Okay,
Giants
but
fan.
Giants fan? Okay, fair enough. I mean, I was a
Yeah,
Giants fan when I was growing up.
that's
For
most of the Giants or Jets. I like the Jets for a while,
Giants.
but the
No,
Giants
no,
and
no.
the Jets.
I don't like football though. So when I was a kid, I was a Giants fan because it was like when I was a kid, I was like Giants against the Cowboys. But then I stopped caring about football, and I was like, I just thought, you know how it is. Like you're
Yeah,
rebelling
I
against
wouldn't be the
people,
one to
fucking
be up.
football guys.
I wouldn't be the one to be up to speed with the teams though at the present moment.
Yeah. No, but that's the way. And when I was in the military, I was just like whatever everybody else was rooting for, I was always rooting against their team. And so like Cowboy fans, like they hate the Eagles so much. And so I had a lot of Cowboy fans in the military, and they hate the Eagles. So I became an Eagles fan, and then I became what are they? The Raiders fan. Raiders fans, because
Yeah,
it's just cool. Yeah,
Raiders always have been cool.
yeah, it is
You know,
cool. And
they've
the
always
Raiders
been
fans are
cool.
like fucking murderers, dude.
Dude, I used to have like all the. I remember the kids that really like could hit hard. Like the linebackers were all Raiders fans around me. Or like
Yeah, dude.
I knew this fucking couple kids that would. We used to play. We used to play Kill the Guy. Remember Kill the Guy?
No, what is
I don't
that?
know if you ever played that. When like we used to have
Kill
like
the guy.
we used to have like 20 kids or whatever, like 30 fucking. And so you kick the ball as high as you can in the air, and whoever gets it,
The person who gets it, you got to kill him.
yeah, you got to tackle him.
That's
And
crazy.
so if you got the ball, you're on the run. You know what I mean? It's fucking awesome, especially as a kid. You know
It's
what I mean?
fucking
We
awesome, dude.
we used to
That was some New Jersey
fuck each
shit,
other
but
up, dude.
I would love to play that shit, dude.
Oh, it's so fun, dude. Kill the guy, bro.
Well, let me
It's
guess. You like
entertainment.
you. So the further you get, like the fucking more points you get, or whatever. Like you.
Well, no,
I
no,
guess
it's
you gotta
just
try to
it's just
try to
street
get some
cred, man.
yards.
Street cred, man. I once
That's
carried
it.
like
Like you're not trying to make a touchdown or nothing
no, he's just running around in a fucking field, dude.
until you get tackled. Come on, dude. I
Yeah,
would make
that's
it
it.
like see how many yards you can
Hey,
get,
yo, even
dude.
no, dude,
It's
you
like a
try to
kickoff or
fucking, dude,
something.
you try to fucking like, you try to fucking shoulder check everybody. You do. I once carried like fucking 6 kids, and they were like, we were talking about it for a week, kind of a thing, like,
Yeah.
because like you're sitting there and you can't get tackled. That's the goal. It was
That
just,
sounds fun as fuck,
oh, dude, it was
But
so
the way you
fucking
played,
fun, dude.
the way y'all played, you gotta have a fucking you gotta have like a goal. Like that would sound fun as fuck. If you
No,
had
the
like a
goal,
field like a
dude.
field goal kick, but
Dude,
you gotta see how many
what's the
yards
hey,
you can
hey,
get.
bro? What's the name of the game again?
What was it? Was it fuck him up?
No, kill the guy.
Kill him. Kill the kid. Yeah, kill the
kill the guy.
kid.
It's not score a touchdown. It's fucking kill a guy. You know what I mean? It's
Yeah,
like
that's a good point.
so, like but that's where it's just so fun, dude. Oh god.
Dude, that sounds fun as fuck though.
Oh, dude.
I'm saying like if you make that where you get points for yards, dude, that's like it's like what do you call it? Like riding a bull. It's like riding a bull. You know what I mean? It's like the more yards you get, the more time on the bull, then you get some real
Nah,
cred.
we didn't have
But
time.
you're
Dude,
gonna get your ass. You're gonna get fucking tackled
you're talking
anyways.
about 30 kids that don't give a fuck, dude. Like there's no points. The idea is to catch the ball because you want to fucking run into everybody.
That sounds fun, man.
Oh, at the time of our lives at that game. My phone might die, by the way. I'll come back if it does. But
as a black Jew, people always pick me for their team and then they regret it.
oh god, yeah, because he's black, but then he's got the
Yeah,
he's
exactly.
Jewish,
He looks
so
like
he's
exactly.
not trying to get in there.
Hey, I'm not like, honestly, dude, because people know I'm from the Bronx too. So like, I get picked on like basketball teams, and then I start playing, and then they start denying I'm from the Bronx. Like, there's no way you're from the Bronx. You lied about it the whole time. I was
Fuck
like,
yeah. That's like it's funny. I was playing some ball. I haven't played ball in years, but I was on a court, like an indoor court or whatever, and it was just fucking awesome. I haven't played in so long, but it was like cool because like I grew up playing basketball, and like you just start dribbling and shooting, and it's just so fun to play. I love basketball too. That's definitely definitely a thing out there.
I suck, man.
I used to have a buddy of mine. He like moved to the black town, and then he was so fucking good that and like literally he was like the only white kid in the black school, and he was the point guard, and it was just so cool because we rolled up and we always he'd go and I'd go with him into the fucking ghetto, and he'd go for the pickup games and just hang out, and like it was just fucking so cool, man.
Like those
It's
YouTube videos, man. There's those YouTube videos where that dude dresses up like a nerd. He's like an and one dude. And he dresses up like with like nerd glasses and like suspenders and some dumb shit. And he goes into the fucking court and he's like an and one fucking like a pro, like basically a globetrotter type dude. And he just like makes everybody look stupid.
That shit's always dope. I love. Yeah, it's so fun. I've been there to see the when everyone's just like, oh, like all that crap. I tell you what, in New York too, like. Yo, you ever go down to the West Fourth Courts? I don't know if you have when you've been in the city lately, but if you go down to the West
I haven't
Fourth
been to
Court,
city. I haven't been to city 10 years.
bro. If you ever in the city, just go down to West Fourth Courts and go watch the fucking boys play, man. That shit is fire.
I've seen some shit. I don't know where that is, but I've seen a lot of shit. What part of the city is that?
That's like the.
I am from the Bronx. I am literally from the Bronx.
That's
so it's
downtown.
like I grew up. Yeah. That's probably Manhattan. But I mean, I used to chill with dudes playing basketball all day. I just I don't know. I just never was adept, I suppose.
Man, I grew up around musicians, or I was around some really great musicians, so it always scared me to want to play. And I never played music till I was older, really. And I could see that, living in New York, surrounded by everybody that's so good at basketball. I don't know. I could see that happening too. Yeah.
Well, it's just not even that. It's even as an adult, even growing up, it's like it's always been the case that people always assumed that I'd be good at whatever. I'm not very good. I'm not even a very good dancer. People always assume I'm a good dancer, I'm a good ball player or something. Not very good.
It sucks.
I am.
It's all good. Man, it's fucking late. Man.
2:30. Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I try to warn that guy because you guys are gonna keep that new guy up, that Ray dude.
Yeah, he was cool, man.
Cool.
I love
He's a cool dude. Yeah. Brand new to this whole thing, dude. So it's like I don't want you guys. That's why it's like I don't want you guys to corrupt him, dude. And he's got a family. He said his friend was at the top 20 Billboard, 1999 awards. Like he's gonna end up being on this shit like 8 o'clock in the morning every day. If you guys,
Right. Well, that's where it's at. People are starved for intellectual conversation. I mean, really, when I first found any of this shit like online, I remember just being like, "Holy shit! I can't believe there's like these brilliant minds out here." You know what I mean? Like, and I guess like
yeah, that's exactly what attracted me, dude.
Yeah, man, and like I'm jaded because like I start nitpicking different people that like or different ideas that people are talking about, and I almost have to think to myself like, wait a minute, dude. Like anyone who's up in here is like so fucking far beyond the average normie. Just the idea that
Any average person.
Yeah, man. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I would never like, and I'm on that Care Bear shit, man. Where it's like, I feel that they are trying to divide and rule us. Therefore, it's our job to unite us. You know what I mean?
There's a lot of assholes. There's a lot of real legit assholes in here. But
right, no.
But I think you're the same way. Like 5 or 6 years ago, and beyond that, there was not a community like this or a place like this where you could talk. Like even though we have opposing thoughts about certain things, these topics weren't available anywhere. Like in any party, like maybe for 5 minutes at a party, and then people were turned off and talking about something else. You know what I mean? But we talk about a lot of like I think real shit that like it's awesome that we can get it here because it's like you can never get it somewhere else, and that's obviously what attracts us to this.
What gets me? I've been really railing on this idea lately that, like, the thing that's wearying me about flat Earth, personally, is that here we are discussing these ideas as fun and as you know what I mean, as honorable as they are. Our world is burning around us, and I've always felt like again, like flat Earth is like was spawned out of like almost like activism, and it's like it's almost forgotten a little bit of its roots because it's gotten lost in the weeds of flat Earth. When, in my opinion, as whatever, I think we already won that.
There's bigger arguments.
Well, we are like and we are, and my estimates, and we, you might disagree, whatever. I look at it like we already
No.
The intellectual
win or
conversation.
lose. I get your bigger point though that there's other arguments that where the focus should be,
and
I get that. Yeah.
Well, and this too is that like take Grimm or yourself. It's like almost like 99% of our shit we are completely in agreement with. Now,
right.
if I bring
on different issues, bigger issues,
right, and if I bring up like you're against Operation Northwoods, probably you're against all the shit that I've fucking gotten into. You know about it, you're savvy about it, but then here we are at each other's throat over the shape of the Earth, which has the most inconsequential fucking effect you could ever want.
Right, but like consequential as in it's not going to kill. We're not going to kill each other over it.
You're not. Well, you're not.
There's things that could kill our family. There's things that might kill people we love, and it's like
there's things going on right now in the world, and me changing your mind about the shape of the Earth is not going to affect any of that. You know what I mean?
I think that's why we're cool. We're cool in this because our perspective. Because even if we want like heated about some shit, we also know where that leaves. Like where like how far that extends to, like how it's not as important as other shit. So even though like we might get heated about or we might disagree about something like that, we might argue about it. We still remember like where that leaves us. And
also too, we're smart enough. This is the real difference, brother. is that we're smart enough to recognize that, like, we're not married. Or I would hope we would. You know what I mean? I'm not married to the idea or any idea, particularly. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, I have convictions about certain ideas, but in regards to like if I, like, it's like if I diss Himawari or the curvature of the Earth, I'm not dissing you. I'm not dissing
Yeah,
you.
right.
You know what I mean? I'm
And I
dissing
remember that. Some people forget that shit, but yeah.
right, like or whatever. It's like, or if, like, we're at each other's throats talking about the legitimacy of, like, the star or whatever and the effect on fucking gravitational whatever. It's like I'm not I'm not attacking you. You know what I mean? Unfortunately, what happens is you wind up, and I think it part of the. Unfortunately, I wouldn't say unfortunately. I enjoy it, but like the idea that, like, you start ripping each other up because, damn, I can't believe you're so stupid that you would think this idea, which becomes a whole nother topic.
Yeah.
But at the
No,
same time,
honestly,
like,
that's what
but
I like.
but
Dudes
even
like
then,
you. I
like,
like dudes like Wissett and SC. We can disagree with each other without realizing that realize we hate each other. We're just fucking with each other. Basically, we disagree with each other. And we're just giving each other shit.
right, and it's okay as long as it's. My rule was always, if it, funny wins. So, like, if you can say something derogatory but it's funny, it's permissible. Do you know what I mean? Like,
Dude,
that's
that's
it.
how I've won every fight in real life. Exactly. Like 10 against fucking 1. You're fucking with some dude's girl. You make the dudes fucking laugh at that dude. Like you make all his friends laugh at that dude. You don't try to like get aggressive and try to fight with him, but you say some shit that's gonna make all of his friends laugh at him. You fucking won the whole thing, dude. Because now, yeah, nobody's on his side.
Right. Well, you
But
attack the
funny always wins. Yeah.
Yeah, funny always wins, man. And I think that's like that's always been my my thing. Is that, like, or at least my kind of like my litmus on things. Like, if it's not crass, but even you could say the most crassest shit in the world, but if you say it without being so crass about it, do you know what I mean? Like, if you don't use certain words, or if you use intellectual words to
Yeah,
kind of
right.
say something, like, that's
I've
hilarious to me.
noticed that too during roast, dude. Because I remember myself getting pissed at people, getting angry at people, saying fucked up shit to people, and then I noticed people who are like roasting people that they're actually trying to offend, and they really get them when they're laughing, they're smiling, they're not even angry, and they're just making a funny joke at them. It's like you really fucking get people. You get to people more by doing that than by getting angry and fucking just saying some dumb shit like Michael Richards shit.
Yeah, I mean, of course, it's like, or even like banality. Like, I'm the original snowflake, man. You know what I mean? Like, I'm
I heard
offended
you
by,
say it
like,
earlier.
yeah, man. Like, I'm offended by, like, you know, offensive things. Old school offensive things, like, being too crass or saying, like, references to genitalia. You know what I mean? Like, if they're not done in a classy way, then, you know what I mean? Like, I feel like yuck, and I hate it all. But if you say something with classy and other words and other language, and you make it eloquent, it's funny, it works. I don't know what to say, but
The funny part I get, the other
that's
shit
my
I don't
litmus
get.
test, though. That's the thing, is, like, we have, like, the litmus test isn't the shape of the Earth, in my opinion. That's just the conversation. The litmus test is how you talk about it. How you bring your idea to the table. Like, I think that for me is the litmus test, because it shows either intelligence or a dogmatic perspective. Like, I might agree with everything you say, but if you're completely dogmatic about it and a complete literalist, stuck in the mud motherfucker, I'm gonna have to ridicule
Like
you.
start disagreeing with me on principle, yeah.
Yeah, because, you know what I mean?
No,
Like, I don't disagree. Yeah, I might agree exactly what you're saying. What's up?
no. I was gonna say, dude. That's why I've always appreciated your shit, dude, because of the music you do, dude. This may not be true for a lot of people, but my favorite, my favorite genre of music has always been novelty music. I love novelty music, dude. Uh, which is why your shit's always even that. What's that guy? The Flat Earth dude. He also does like novelty songs. Yeah, I just appreciate novelty music more than most music for some reason. Like metal's cool, but just Tenacious D, Fly the Concords.
Yeah, I feel you. There's something funny about that. It's cool. I
Yeah,
agree
but
with
that's
that
all
one.
you do. That's all I've heard. That's all I've heard you do is novelty music, man. You don't make other type of music.
Well, I got some other stuff, but yeah, but yeah, like some of the stuff, it was spawned out of making fun of
Do you
somebody.
consider it novelty music?
I mean, it depends what song. Like I have a song like "Party on the Moon," and it's like we're going to the moon. There's like a whole
Yeah.
bunch of shit. That's novelty
All your
shit.
song, every song I've ever heard from you, I would consider it novelty music. But do you consider all the songs in regards to this topic and anything I might have heard? Would you consider all that stuff novelty music?
Not all of it, because actually I have a couple tunes that, like I've always felt like some of my music I've like tried to allude to flat Earth more so than say flat Earth.
Oh, I got
Or
you. Yeah,
or
yeah, okay.
or more like there's some of my stuff like that, like
I feel you. Actually, I forgot about those ones. Yeah, that's true. Actually,
like,
I actually would not consider it novelty music. That's a good point.
but like there is novelty music in my music though, of course, like especially because
A
like,
lot of it is, yeah.
dude, the one that got us all started was when LSC was mad at us because we didn't worship him as Jesus Christ, and I was like, and that's where me and Snack were going, no believing
Yeah,
in
snacks.
Stephen. The song was no believing in Stephen, and he was so pissed off about it. He was like attacking me and shit like that, and we were like, I had the piano going, and we're like, no believing in Stephen. It was fucking
Never
hilarious.
heard that one, man.
But
I've
yeah,
never heard that.
that's
I got. I'm
novelty.
gonna look for it.
Or the Brenda song,
Ones with you and Snacks are my favorites, though. The ones with you and Snacks.
Snacks.
Got it. Yeah,
Snacks
he's
is a
good at making the
killer.
videos.
Oh, dude, have you seen? Actually, yeah. Have you seen Dank Force Delta meme?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking about. Yeah.
That's the one. Yeah, bro. Dank Force Delta. Dank
Those
Force
videos, dude.
Delta meme. Dude, isn't that the best? I love that song.
Yeah,
And
because
it's
he's
not.
good at that kind of shit, dude.
There was this cat. Oh man, that cat. Shill Scanner back in the day. Actually, he's such a good guitar player. But we had a falling out, whatever.
Yeah. Yeah. Who?
This cat Shill Scanner back in the day. Whatever. But like
I don't know.
he played amazing guitar, man, and he plays on some of that. But he's yeah. Regardless, yeah, like Dank Force Delta meme. He goes, when it feels like the ballers are winning.
Yeah.
Dank Force Delta meme, and it's
I
like
was thinking of all of
and it's like,
Snacks'
yeah, we're gonna get
clips, dude.
stronger, we're gonna get wiser, we're gonna get rounder. No. It's so funny.
I just love, dude. I love all the gifts. Like he's got like the fucking
Dude, that
like
video
the
is so great.
Joe. Yeah, he's got like he's got all the fucking best gifts. All the best clips in that video.
Yeah, it's just hilarious. I love that fucking song because of Dank Force Delta meme. Oh, I love that song. Dank Force Delta
I mean,
meme.
I play percussion and I play a little bit of guitar, but I don't play nearly as good as you or probably anybody. The only songs I know on guitar are novelty songs, like from Flight of the Conchords.
Oh, cool. They play good
I
music.
play drums.
They're pretty good.
No, Brett got an Oscar. I saw
Oh,
that.
really?
Yeah, he got an Oscar for a soundtrack he did for like a what Muppets movie. He did like the soundtrack for Muppets movie. He got an Oscar for.
No shit.
Like, damn, dude, that's legit.
Hell yeah, that's awesome. I like those guys. I remember watching them when they first come out. They were fucking hilarious.
Well, I
What a
think
great
Brett, he's a
show.
good songwriter, dude.
What a great show they had.
Yeah,
Oh,
I had the
shit.
DVDs, but I had the DVDs. I need to get a guitar, dude, because my guitar and my DVDs got stuck in the storage, dude, and someone bought them.
Ooh.
Well, yes, it's happened 3 times in the past 5 years. So,
Man, bro.
yeah.
What, from fucking being in and out of the fucking thing or what?
No, that's not been. I told you I beat 7 felonies, but that's from just being lazy and also my girlfriend. My girlfriend's put my shit in storage. I paid for it twice, then pay for it again. And those dudes sold it 2 months later, like assholes.
Damn.
Anyway, what kind of guitar is that, man? Is it a cheap one or what is it?
Cheap one. It's a Washburn.
All I have is a cheap one. Well, all I had was a cheap one. I'm thinking about going to Guitar Center and like another cheap one, but like like not a real cheap one. So I don't know anything about acoustic guitars.
Well, pardon me.
I know Les
I mean,
Paul.
it depends if you're getting an electric or an acoustic.
No, acoustic. I would get acoustic because I wouldn't be invested enough to even play
Yeah, get
electric.
like a two.
I
Get like a
I'm a
200.
drummer, dude. So yeah.
Get like a $200 acoustic, or get like a cheap electric. Because the cool thing about electrics is like, or even if you get an acoustic electric, that's actually what I would like to get.
Is what? What's the cool thing?
This is just an acoustic. Well, you can use pedals. So if it's like an acoustic electric,
Yeah.
you could
But you
put
have
like
to have pedals.
yeah, but you get but it's cool because eventually if you can start to get those kind of toys, or you get a loop pedal. So what I used to do is I had an acoustic or electric.
Oh, that I've heard you. Yeah, I've heard you do that. And I'm just like, what's he doing? But yeah, you would make a riff and then loop it and then start playing something else, huh? Yeah.
Yeah.
That's actually I've heard you do that. I was wondering how you were doing that. Yeah, that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, just a pedal, man, because and then you got it's its own little thing, but it's really fun because just playing chords gets boring, and so instead you can if you want to learn how to like solo and stuff, I
Hey,
think
you sound
that's
sick, man. You've been sounding sick all night.
best way to do it. Yeah, I got a little cold. There's a weather change. Anytime
Damn,
the
dude.
weather
You got
changes, like in
got
fall
chills?
and no, none of that. No, none of that. I just got like a head cold.
You sounded nasally, not like nasally, but just your voice sounded different earlier, and then you coughing a whole bunch. But I don't know if you're smoking or what's going on. I don't smoke weed no more, and I have an old pipe with resin in it, so I was like, I'll just get a torch. I'll just see if I can just fucking burn some resin.
Nah, well that too a little earlier, but now I got a little bit of a cough going.
Out of all the other songs you make, out of all the songs you made, how many of those riffs did you make? Like, how many of those are your riffs, or how many of those are kind of riffs that you
that
heard
sucks, brother.
somewhere?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
I don't know. Can you? Hold on.
Well, I think one of us has a delay, dude.
Can you hear me or no?
I
Check
can
1
hear
2.
you. I'm realizing
Mhm.
you're responding to me after like a minute after I'm saying things. So I'll be right back.
Huh. I'm so put your toes down, smile across your face, and tell me what's I hate the sharpest chin, your eyes. And you see my nature, I held my own shame, baptized in your name. Walk through the street, rushing through my tears, till your love brought me sweet. The mountains are blushing, you don't know what to say. It's a good old land breeze for my love. But I hate the sharp your darling. See my future in back I remember the lyrics. I forget it. Yeah, I'm gonna call it a night, man. Peace to you guys. Tell Coach today. And forward. Later, guys. Peace to you.
Hello. Is this Seafoam? Yes, this is Seafoam. I get your fucking premise. You're saying that Jupiter is fucking 20 million times size of the Earth or whatever. And you can see it because it's 500 million miles away because it's so fucking huge. Right? What I'm saying is that Jupiter has a large enough angular Because of its size. angular size, you can see it from 500 fucking million miles away. Yes. That's basically it.
How do you know it's 500 million miles away? Because
not-
NASA told you?
Yeah, probably. It's measurable. I just don't know the procedure.
Oh my
I've
god,
never
it's
done it.
measurable? All of a
Yeah.
sudden now it's measurable?
It's. I mean, we've sent probes
Who
there.
fucking measured that distance?
I'm not sure. Let me Google
Who
it.
took the fucking tape measure out and measured that fucking distance to Jupiter? Did you go there with a tape measure all the way to Jupiter? And when you got there, did you fucking measure the size of that fucking planet?
That's such a pathetic argument. Nobody needs to go anywhere.
How come you can zoom in with
Alright,
your
I can tell
telescope
you-
to the moon and get it clear in focus and simply move your telescope over to Jupiter and it's in fucking focus too? Seafoam.
The way we can measure the distance to Jupiter is we can have two observers on the Earth take a photo of Jupiter at the same time. And then through that photo, they can measure the parallax difference between the background objects in the photo to determine how far Jupiter is. So if we know how far the two observers are, and we know
Has
the parallax
anyone
symbol-
ever measured 500 million miles?
Yeah, using parallax.
Yeah. Yeah, they did. Okay, who?
I don't have names, but it's something you can do if you have someone like pretty
Do
far
they
away from you.
imagine that it's that far, or are they actually stating those as facts?
Yeah, they're stating them as facts. If you know the distance
Okay,
between
citation.
two
Where's it at?
observers-
Put it in the chat. Who says it's 500 million miles away, and who's claiming that that's a fact?
Why does it matter who says it? Is it accurate?
No, I want to see who says
Rebuttal?
it's a fact.
That doesn't
And
matter.
who can prove
You
it?
have a
Who
rebuttal.
can prove it? Who can
Is
prove
it-
it?
Is it
Can you
accurate or
prove
not?
it?
Irrelevant.
Can you prove that? How big is Jupiter? How big is it?
It doesn't matter.
Well, you claiming fucking angular size. I guess it does matter, doesn't it?
Okay, so basically what angular size is, it's the amount of degrees that something takes up in your field of view. That's why closer things are larger. That's why closer things are larger, and distant things are smaller.
I showed you the fucking tunnel, didn't I?
Exactly. And that
You don't have
explains-
Superman eyes, and they don't make Superman fucking telescopes that can see 500 fucking million miles either.
Well, yeah, they do, because mine can. Mine can see a lot further than 500 million miles. Mine can see.
Oh, yours
light
can
years
see
away.
fucking 2 trillion miles, huh? You can see fucking exoplanets with it, I'll bet.
No, exoplanets are too small.
Fuck me, they see exoplanets, fucker. That's what they got on the. They tell you all the time. They're finding new planets everywhere. How the fuck are they finding them?
You think
Well,
Seafoam has a $10 trillion telescope?
Yeah, the way they can measure, the way they can find exoplanets is they can point a telescope at a star, and they can measure its brightness. Over time, the brightness will decrease at a periodic
How
rate.
the fuck do they know that's a star trillions of miles away? Hundreds of trillions of miles away.
Because it's a very bright light, and very bright lights tend to be stars.
Oh my goodness, it's a very bright light. If I shined a fucking flashlight at the end of the street, you would call it a fucking planet.
Well, no, because a flashlight at the end of the street wouldn't be high enough in the sky to be considered a star.
How do you know?
Well, because it's
How about if I'm on top of a mountain and I take a bright fucking flashlight and shine it at you? You're gonna call it a fucking planet from fucking.
If it's that
Oh,
close,
that one's
it's nothing
only
but
300
light.
miles away because it's a really bright light.
Hold
I
on.
would.
If you
I
point
would.
your telescope at that, you'll see nothing but light.
I would know if it's a planet or not if I looked at it repeatedly throughout the night and it
How do
changed
you
it
know it's round, dude? How do you know it's a globe or a planet? How do you know that?
because we can zoom in on planets.
When was the word planet added to the dictionary?
I'm not exactly sure. It was
Oh, you
definitely
don't know those kind of things? You don't know when planet was added to the
Why
dictionary?
does it matter?
when
Why does it
when was
matter?
when was the word hippopotamonstrophobia added to the dictionary?
When was dinosaur added to the dictionary?
Yeah, I don't know. When was
When was
when was
globe added to the dictionary?
Why does it matter?
do you know? Yeah, and why does it matter? It doesn't matter when these words were added to the dictionary. What
It
matters
doesn't matter that
is
you
that
guys
you can
imagine
point
shit is
a
500
telescope
million miles
and
away either.
we can measure it
You're
to be
imagining shit.
500 million.
You have no proof of that. You have no proof whatsoever
I literally
that
just
that
sent
light
you
in the
in chat
sky is
proof.
500 million miles away, and that it's
Right.
how many Earths do you claim are that'll fit inside Jupiter? Like what? Fucking 900 or something? And you
Yeah,
claim that the sun is 1,000,000 times the size of the Earth. But yet,
Jupiter
hold on,
Jupiter
it's
is
1,000,000 times the size of the Earth. But if I fucking drive my car from Arizona right now, where it's fucking 80 degrees, and I drive to fucking Canada, it's gonna be 30 fucking degrees. And during the day, if I did it, I got 120 here, and it's about 80 in fucking Canada. It's about a 50 degree fucking temperature difference there, Bubba.
Jupiter
50
is
degrees.
Jupiter is 126 times larger than the Earth.
Prove it.
Okay, well, let's see here. Let's say the Earth has a radius of 1. If the Earth has a radius of 1, its area is going to be 12.5. Jupiter, compared to Earth, has a radius.
Did you measure the Earth?
Jupiter has a radius 11 times larger than the Earth. So if we put 11 as the radius, we get 1,520. 1,520 over 12.
Do you know how they figured out the
to
distance of the sun from the Earth? Do you know how they figured that out?
Can you stick to one topic? Is that possible?
They looked at Venus. This is the actual fucking. This is how they fucking figured out the fucking distance of the Earth. They looked at Venus and they said, "Oh, that looks like just about the same size as the Earth." And it turns out magically, coincidentally, it works out to 93 million miles the sun being away from the Earth.
What does this have to do with
They first started out, they were saying 3 million miles, then 9 million miles, then 20 million miles.
Okay, how is this related to Jupiter?
Yeah, at all.
How many stories do you got to come up with to fill your head with, cartoon boys? How many stories, how many imaginary stories about distances of planets that are lights in the sky?
Well,
That's all you can tell.
How many
You look through
stories
your
do you
little
believe in?
lens, your little telescope, and all you can see is a light in the sky, man.
No, I see a physical disk with equatorial bands, a great red spot, 4 Galilean moons that rotate 360 degrees every 9 hours. That's what I see.
And you think a probe went there?
Yeah.
How fast was the probe traveling?
Let's see. Juno probe speed. About 165,000 miles an hour.
That little aircraft can go 150,000 miles per hour.
Anything can go 165,000 miles per hour.
and it just navigated that fucking asteroid fucking belt like fucking nothing. Just went right through it. Didn't even fucking matter. There's asteroid belt there.
Well, yeah, the asteroid belt is nothing like it is in movies. In movies, they have this dense, tightly packed thing, but in reality, the asteroid
Yeah, it
belt
just
is very
navigated a
sparse.
fucking. It navigated at 140,000 miles an hour through a fucking asteroid field to get
It's
to.
not an asteroid field.
And then it
In
flew
movies,
to
in
Saturn.
movies,
And
they're
now it's
asteroid
lost out in
fields,
outer
but in
space somewhere.
reality,
Right?
the asteroids are so far apart from each other.
He's not listening. He's just ranting.
I just can't believe how you guys are just fucking so
The
disgusting, man.
average distance between asteroids and the asteroid belt is 6,000 miles.
Look, man.
So they had a huge
Trying to
field
be as
goal to
kind
go.
as possible, but you know, you guys. I was in your shoes. I was my favorite fucking shows on television were the Universe.
You weren't in our shoes.
So fucking lost in the sauce, brainwashed like a motherfucker over this globe fucking model nonsense.
Of course.
Okay, I have a question for you.
Absolutely nonsense.
How would you
And
feel?
how much did you understand of it, though?
How would you feel
How
if?
about 44 years of my life studying it, ding dong?
Okay, how would you feel if one night when it was clear, I got onto this VC and I streamed live me looking at Jupiter through my telescope? What would you say about that?
But you what? You screened it live?
Yeah. The next clear
Great.
night. The next
Great.
clear night, I'll get into this VC.
Okay, hold on. Did you move your telescope over to the moon and see it was focused too?
Well, sometimes the moon's not out when I look at Jupiter.
No. Let's get your little live stream out. Get your little telescope out. Get it focused on the moon, and then turn it to every planet, not just Jupiter. Turn it to every planet. Let's see how focused they are.
Well, you see, the one problem with that is the moon is below the horizon now, but more importantly, it is very cloudy
Do it
outside.
tomorrow night. Let's plan on it. Get your little
Tomorrow
live stream
night
out.
is
Get
also
your
gonna be
high-powered
cloudy.
telescope out, and let's just focus it in on the moon. I want you to focus. It's 250,000 miles away, according to you folks. That's what you claim.
Yeah,
Okay, 249,000 miles away, whatever you call it. 234,000 miles. That's the moon. You're gonna take your powerful little telescope you got there with the camera on it, and you're gonna zoom it in, and you're gonna focus in on the moon, tight focus, and then you're gonna turn your little telescope on its tripod, and not adjust for focus, just point it at Jupiter, point it at Saturn, point it. You know this has already been done, right?
Well, yeah, I do it a lot of nights. But the problem
And they're
is,
all focused, right?
Hold on 1 second. The problem with that is that Saturn.
Oh, it's angular size. That's why.
No. Is that it's the positioning of everything. Like Saturn. Let's see here.
Let's see how much.
Focused, dude.
No, hold on, Explorer.
trying to
You just told us you studied this stuff for 44 years, so please answer this question. Are all planets visible at the same time?
I know a guy that spent $34,000 on a telescope that he basically said he has to throw in the trash because he figured out that everything is the same distance. There is no such thing as 500 million miles away.
Okay. That's an awesome story. So can you please answer the question? Are all planets
His name is
visible at the
Achilles.
same
You can look
time?
it up. His website.
Okay, well, I
on YouTube.
Why do you keep interrupting? Are all planets visible at the same time? Explore Earth. Yes or no?
I'd have to say no.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So here's the thing.
Just find the ones that are visible in the night sky after you zoom into the moon.
Can we not interrupt? Can we let Seafoam say one sentence, please?
I apologize. Go ahead, man.
Okay. The next, at least it's projected, that the next clear night I have is going to be the night of Sunday the 27th. Alright?
Mm-hmm.
But the thing is, on the 27th, the moon won't be high enough behind the trees for me to focus on it and then switch over to Jupiter. Because they're very, very far apart. So the moon will
You gotta
be
find
too
a
low.
lake or somewhere where there's an open field and you can zoom in and you can have your little picnic. But look, Achilles
I
already
could,
done this. He spent $35,000 on a high powered telescope with a camera on it.
if you want
He zoomed in.
on
He zoomed into the moon. He
September,
focused in on it. Then he's focused in on Jupiter. He didn't focus at all. He just moved his camera over to Jupiter, and it was exactly the same focus. He didn't have to change the aperture of the focus. None of that.
you know why?
Because they're the same distance.
Nope, that's not true. Because
Well, I mean, he
no.
dude.
There's
This dude
a
went and
man.
spent $35,000. I
Hold
think
on.
he's a pretty good astronomer himself.
Not interrupt, please. Not interrupt, please. There's a man by the name of Bob the Science Guy. All right.
Good for him.
Bob the Science Guy has a telescope, but his telescope has a depth of field to it, to the point where if he focuses on the front of the moon, the sides of the moon will be out of focus, right? So not all telescopes can focus on the moon and then at planets.
No, you have to have a $35,000 fucking one that will focus on the moon. And he moved it. He was thinking Achilles when he did this, and he didn't do it just once. He was blown away. He found out his $35,000 telescope was useless.
Do you know what depth of field is?
I know all these things, okay? But look, it doesn't matter. The man already did the experiments, Seafoam.
What is depth of field?
How far you can see with your eyeballs.
No, that is not depth of field.
Okay, two eyeballs looking at something to tell, like, depth perception. Is that what you're talking about?
No. Depth of field.
Depth of field.
It's like one of the basic things in photography.
Why don't you quit pretending I'm a fucking child and fucking just tell me what the fuck you're talking about instead of asking me for definitions of shit?
Well, because I don't want to treat you like a child. If I was treating you like a child, no, I'm asking you a question, so I don't go off rambling on something you already know about.
No, you're pretending I'm a fucking stupid flat earther is what you're doing.
No. If I was, I would just go off the gate and say depth of field is this, angular resolution is this. You don't know this, you don't know that.
Well, let's hear your explanation, but I'm telling you right now, Achilles already did all these experiments. He knows what depth of field is. He knows what focus is. He knows what distance is. He knows what a telescope does. He's already done it many, many times. He was blown away by it.
Right, and what
He
was
said,
his
"Well, I just
experiment?
wasted $35,000 on a telescope that, proves that all the objects in the sky are basically the same distance from each other."
No, that doesn't prove that. Okay,
From the
depth of field. Depth of field is basically the amount of distance between objects that can be properly in focus.
Okay, so look,
a
the moon
short
is
depth-
240,000 miles away. Jupiter's 500 million miles away. How could that be possible?
Because the light rays. Yeah, because the light rays coming off of the moon are very nearly parallel, and the light rays coming off of Jupiter are very nearly parallel. They're not exactly parallel.
Parallel lines coming off the moon when it's a sphere.
Because light travels in straight lines. But
So
the light,
in order to catch one light beam into your telescope, you'd have to catch one light beam, not all of them from the moon.
well,
If it was a sphere,
well, no, the moon reflects light in all directions, and my camera captures the light that was reflected
reflects
toward
what
my
light?
camera, right? So the light rays that come off of the moon are very nearly parallel, and the light rays that come off of Jupiter are very, very nearly parallel. They're not exactly parallel, and the light rays coming off of them
Okay. Can you have a perpendicular line to a plumb on a sphere?
Hold on. Let's not interrupt, please. I'm trying to explain to you how it's possible to focus on the moon and planets at the same time. It's because their light rays are so near the angle of each other that the telescope focuses them pretty much the same. That's the whole reason.
So how can you tell then whether Jupiter is 500 million miles away then?
You can have two observers on Earth, right? And one very north and one very south. And you can measure.
I think Achilles is over there somewhere in, I don't know, I think he's in Yugoslavia, somewhere over there, somewhere by Croatia or something. He's over there. You're in America, right?
You want someone north and south, not east and west.
Well, I'll find out exactly where he's at. Where are you at? What state you in?
I don't want to share that.
What state you're in?
Yeah.
Oh my god, man. I mean, what are you afraid of, dude? Do you know none of us flat earthers really want to hurt you, dude? We were all in your same fucking shoes, man. We don't want to hurt you. We just want to wake you the fuck up from your fantasy world.
You can speak for yourself because you know
You
that's
guys
not true
believe
for
in-
all flat
Are you guys
earthers.
Jesuits? Are you guys Jesuits?
Irrelevant.
Do you want me to explain how to measure the distance to Jupiter?
It is relevant because that's who made up the fucking story of the globe.
So basically, you have
So you
two
are a
observers
Jesuit if you believe
a
that.
known distance from each other. The two observers can point their instruments at Jupiter, and they can measure the angle that they pointed their instrument at. They can look at the difference between the angles to get a parallax angle. They can then use the distance between the observers with a little bit of trigonometry to figure out the distance to the object they're looking at. And that's how you can measure the distance to Jupiter.
Okay, you're supposed to be this astronomer. You got a telescope, right? How much did your telescope cost?
About $1,000.
How much?
Like $900, $1,000, somewhere.
Okay, well, Achilles, he went all out. He spent $35,000 on his.
That's very cool.
And he determined.
What was the F ratio on his telescope?
After determining what he's seen in the sky, he determined that those lights in the sky, every one of them, all those lights, including the moon, okay, he didn't have nothing on the sun. He's determined that all the lights in the sky are basically the same distance from the Earth with his $35,000 telescope.
It's not that they're the same distance, it's that they're all just focused at infinity.
Oh, now there's the such thing as infinity now.
Yeah, like if you look at any camera lens, there's an option to focus it at infinity, which basically means it focuses in parallel light rays. Because the moon and Jupiter.
But the problem is he doesn't focus the moon to infinity on his $35,000 telescope.
How do you know that if you didn't let him finish explaining? Stop interrupting. Is there no moderator here?
No, just us.
Go ahead, man. I'm gonna give you 10 minutes. Go ahead.
I don't need 10 minutes. But basically, focusing at infinity basically means that you have the lens set up to focus in parallel light rays. Telescopes generally don't have like an infinity setting because a lot of things can affect their focus, like temperature and stuff like that. So it's not like they have a setting that perfectly puts them at the infinity focus. But if you want to focus on a mountain far away with your camera, you're going to set your camera to infinity. If you want to focus on the moon, you set your camera to infinity. If you want to focus on Jupiter, you set your camera to infinity. Things that are far, very, very far away, have basically parallel light rays. And when you have parallel light rays, you set your camera to infinity and it focuses those light rays. Very simple. So, if I may ask, what was Achilles' telescope's focal ratio? What was its F number?
I don't know all of his technical things. That this man, okay, he's brilliant. I mean, he is
Ask him.
brilliant.
Go ask him what the F number on his telescope is.
I know what
Dude,
it
he
is,
has,
Tifo.
you
It's
can
F
you can get onto his channel and just ask him all the questions you like. It's Achilles.
What was it?
Achilles, like your Achilles
No,
heel.
someone said
It's
a
F.
number.
Yeah, I know the number. It's F.
Yeah. See,
Like
and
you're
when you have
you're one of them cartoon believers. How come you think NASA's lying to you when they put out all these documents in their technical manuals to say the Earth is a flat, non-rotating Earth?
well, when they put that out, they were doing that for like, airplanes, and when you're flying an airplane, the curvature and spin of the Earth does not matter whatsoever.
Do you think they would come out with some kind of a correction to those manuals, considering they got $6.6 trillion in their
But
budget?
if you're flying a plane, what use is it to account for the curvature of the Earth and the spin?
Look, dude, that ain't the only document. There's literally thousands of documents all over the Earth from all different militaries, all different scientific papers, all different countries, in different
Show me a
languages. They
document.
all say flat, non-rotating Earth, man.
Show me a document detailing putting an object in orbit that assumes a flat, non-rotating Earth. Not one that's about aircraft or airplanes. One that's literally about putting something in orbit.
You mean low Earth orbit, right?
Any orbit, geostationary orbit, lunar orbit, Jupiter, Jovian orbit, Saturnian orbit,
How
solar
come NASA
orbit.
says they can't get past low Earth orbit with manned vehicles? I guess they don't claim they claim they've been beyond the Van Allen belts, right? But yeah, the look.
In 1960, not actually, like in the late 1960s, we put people past low Earth orbit.
You did?
Yeah.
Were they in that flying fucking tweaker hut?
Mm-hmm.
The one with the curtain rods and the paper mache and the fucking tin foil and shit?
Yeah.
That's the one that was on the moon?
Mm-hmm.
Did you believe it because your dad heard it on the radio?
No, I believe it because I looked into it and I've still found zero evidence that it was faked.
Zero evidence.
Mm-hmm.
Man, I mean, I don't know how many times I got to post that tweaker hut in the chat.
Yeah, and I don't know how many times I have to post.
You're
that
saying that went through the Van
the
Allen belt?
mylar and the paper stuff is simply a skin over the aluminum and the aluminum core.
How did the astronauts live through the Van Allen belts?
Because they went through, they kind of like went up and over them, you know? Because
Oh my
the Van Allen belts are thickest at the Earth's equator. So if the astronauts planned their trajectory to go a little high, then they would go through a weaker portion of the Van Allen belts. And also, the capsule they were in and their
I
suits
didn't even know they were there, dude.
would, the capsule they were in and their suits would have blocked most of the radiation.
They didn't even know
Because
the Van Allen
the
belts were
Van
there.
Allen belts, no, they knew about the Van Allen belts when they went to the moon. That's why the astronauts wore radiation meters on their
What year
suit.
was the Van Allen belts discovered?
Let me check. It was in the 50s, like maybe 58, 53.
Who discovered those Van Allen belts?
I think like the guy named Van Allen.
How did he know there was Van Allen belts? Did he go to space?
Well, hold on 1 second. Let's see here. Yeah, they were discovered in 1958.
How were they
and
discovered?
They were by the spacecrafts Explorer 4, Pioneer 3, and Luna 1.
And what was the instruments they used to discover that Van Allen belt?
Like radiation meters.
So they described it as like a plasma.
No,
Right.
not a plasma, a belt of charged particles.
Like a plasma.
No, charged particles.
Have you read the document on the Van Allen belts?
Yeah, radiation and plasma are different.
MIT explains that they're like a plasma.
Well, okay.
That's
I
from
don't.
MIT. That's not from me. That's from MIT.
Okay, but like a plasma is like superheated gas. The Earth isn't surrounded by superheated
Okay, well,
gas.
why would they describe it as a
So, like,
plasma?
I'm not exactly sure. I'm not MIT.
Right, but you're smarter than they are, right? Just like you're smarter than NASA.
I never said I was smarter than them or NASA. I was
You're
just saying
smarter
that
than NASA that had trillions of dollars to figure out that the Earth is flat and non-rotating.
it's the Van Allen, like the belts of radiation might be similar to plasma, but they aren't in and of themselves plasma. Plasma
How come
is
you don't believe those scientists that work at NASA?
I do, but did they say for certain that the Van Allen belts were made of plasma, or did they say they were similar to plasma?
I believe they stated it was like plasma-like. Like plasma. They said it's like plasma. So,
Yeah,
like
but
plasma
is it plasma?
is... Okay, it's probably not plasma, but it's like plasma. It's got to be thick, right? It's got to have substance to it, right?
Plasma isn't thick. Plasma is just a cloud of ionized particles.
Okay, what's the temperature on the moon when the sun's out?
I don't know off the top of my head.
Well, can you Google it?
Yeah, that's what I'm doing.
Nowadays, you don't have to know nothing off the top of your head. You got a tricorder in your hand. You can figure out the whole place, man.
Like, are you saying like
Tell when
middle of
someone's
noon?
lying through their teeth. Because you
See,
can Google it.
the daytime temperature on the moon is 250 degrees Fahrenheit.
How much?
250.
And how much is it? How cold is it when the sun on the dark side of the moon?
The astronauts never experienced the dark side of the moon. Doesn't matter.
Well, they don't experience that. It doesn't rotate.
It does, but they weren't on the moon for a long enough time for it to catch up with them.
But they were on there for 3 days, weren't they?
Yeah, 3 days isn't enough. Like, the astronauts landed there pretty much at lunar sunrise. And it takes like 15 days for it to be lunar sunset. So 3 days there is nothing.
I mean, if you still think that they went to the moon, there's literally no help for you.
No. What I would like to know is from start to finish on Apollo 11, when mankind landed on the moon, I would like to know the order of events exactly as they occurred.
Like, what do you mean by that?
The astronauts got in the module or space shuttle or whatever you want to call it. They blasted off.
What's the voyage of Apollo 11?
Right. Like when they get to the moon, then they're in the lunar lander, I think.
Oh, yeah. Okay, I can do
Like
that
how
easily.
it all, you know.
Easily. Alright. So, basically, they get into their Saturn V rocket. Really big rocket. And it lights the engines, everything goes boom, and they start going up, right? So they start going up and they're using a bunch of fuel, and suddenly the rocket engines stop because they run out of fuel. So what do? They kick that sucker out of there. It's extra weight that they don't need. But behind that, there's another set of engines with its own set of fuel, and that kicks in, and that gets them nearly to orbit. Once that fuel, what? Anyway,
Nothing.
when that one,
Go ahead. Sorry.
when that runs out of fuel, they're nearly in orbit. So they detach that stage, and they have a smaller one. That one fires for like a second and puts them in orbit. The astronauts, they talk with NASA a little bit, just figuring everything out. And then at the right time, they hit the ignition button, and it puts them on a course to the moon. So now they're like on the course to the moon. They're just floating through space, saying goodbye to Earth. And what they do is they open up the fairing underneath them. Fairing is basically space terms for like a protective shell, right? To protect it from the atmosphere. So in space, they open up that protective shell. They turn around and they connect with the lunar module that was sitting inside of that shell, right? So for a couple days, they float to the moon. Once they get to the moon, they face backwards and they fire their engine so that they get captured into lunar orbit, right? So now they're in lunar orbit. They go behind the moon. They can't talk with anyone because they're behind the moon. And then after a couple hours, Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin get into the lunar lander. Michael Collins stays behind. They detach. They fire their engine backwards again. After that, they're going slow enough to where they start being pulled toward the moon's surface. As they're pulled to the moon's surface, they're slowing down and slowing down and slowing down, and they're firing their engine the whole time. And they have a computer helping them. Unfortunately, the computer glitched, and they were about to land inside of a huge crater. So Neil Armstrong had to take control and find a suitable landing spot. So they find a suitable landing spot, and now they're on the moon. So Neil Armstrong gets out, says that's one small step. Buzz Aldrin gets out, They start playing, having fun, set a few experiments up, yada yada yada. They get back into the LEM, they sleep for a little bit, and when they wake up, they press the button, and the lunar module splits into two. And the part that they're in has a little rocket engine underneath it, and that brings them all the way up back into lunar orbit. They meet back with Michael Collins, and so they're all in the capsule again. Then they eject the lunar module crew cabin. The feet are still on the moon, but they eject the crew cabin, and it crashes into the moon. Basically, then from there they fire their engine again, which puts them on course to the Earth. Once they get to Earth, they get rid of their engine, so now it's just the capsule. Then from then they re-enter Earth's atmosphere, deploy the parachutes, and they get to Earth. And that's Apollo 11.
Interesting.
So did you see the video of the lunar landing on the moon?
Like the Apollo lunar lander landing on the moon?
Yeah, the first time they got there.
Yeah, I saw it. That's pretty cool.
Who was taking that video?
Buzz Aldrin.
He was already on the moon?
No. The video of them landing on the moon is from inside of the LEM.
What about the one taking off from the moon? Who was filming that?
Well, hold on. Are you telling me you saw a video from the surface of the moon of them landing on the moon? Because that doesn't exist. There is no video of them landing on the moon.
No, I think that was just the CGI from the Mars landing. Anyways, the one taking off from the moon. Did they leave
yeah.
the camera behind?
Yeah, so what they had is they had a camera, and the camera had like the tripod had a motor on it, right? So basically, what the guy did is, they had a set time for liftoff so that they could meet up with their friend in the sky. So he set the timer on the camera to that, right? And basically, the timer's ticking down, and when they go liftoff, the motor on the camera hit the timer on the motor hit 0, and it starts tilting upward, right? The camera's got its own batteries on it, so it starts tilting upward at a steady rate to follow them.
I thought the only cameras they had were the ones on their chests.
No, they had Hasselblad cameras on their chests, but they also had TV cameras, which are what sent the images back to Earth.
And
you can
phone
see
call, right? The phone call from the president. He was talking to him, no delay.
No, there was delay.
Okay, he was using a landline. How did he communicate with him?
Pretty easy. So basically what they did is they took that landline and they patched it in through mission control. It wasn't like Neil Armstrong picked
There's
up
radio
his phone.
there's radio signals that can travel through the Van Allen belts to get to the moon, right?
Why wouldn't radio travel through the Van Allen belt?
Just explain to you. It's like a plasma. How the radio waves. What the frequency of those radio waves, by the way?
I have no clue, but radio waves are basically just a wavelength of light. If you can see the moon,
mountains and solid objects.
yeah, radio can travel through solid objects. How do you think you listen to it in your car?
Well, I constantly lose signal when I go around a mountain.
Well, yeah, because mountains are thick.
I drove all over the United States for 10 years. Do you think I got the same radio station?
Well, mountains are too thick. Like, radio waves can travel through, like, small obstacles. That's how Wi-Fi works around your house.
250,000 miles?
Well, yeah, because what's obstructing it?
How long would it take for those radio waves to reach the moon?
About a second.
1 second?
Yep.
They're sound waves, right? Radio waves?
No, radio waves are light. Or
Okay,
more
radio.
accurately, electromagnetic radiation. But basically light.
1 second?
hmm The moon's about a light second away.
So how long was the delay?
Well, the delay would have been about 2 seconds.
But you just said it was a second. Why would
Right.
it take 2?
Because the light takes 1 second to travel to the moon, but it also takes 1 second to travel back. So, if
Through the Van
missing,
Allen belt.
well, yeah, the Van Allen belts don't stop light.
Radiation won't affect light?
No,
No?
nope.
Plasma radiation?
I mean, can you take pictures of uranium or pictures of nuclear reactors?
From 250,000 miles away? I don't know about that.
Well, if radiation affects light, then you couldn't take pictures of uranium. You know? So the Van Allen belts won't affect light that's traveling through them. But anyway, if
Okay,
mission
give me
control,
your best gold evidence. Give me your best one. What's the best one you got?
oh, we're just switching topics like that. I was just about to explain the delay.
Now, I get it.
Alright.
I'm just curious to see if that radio wave would travel through them Van Allen belts like you explained. Like that speed.
Yeah. Radiation doesn't affect light at all.
Well, if it's like a plasma,
Well,
you
it's
know.
not.
So
The Van Allen belts.
So what
the
about
Van
the
Allen belts are basically just
bounce off their
plus-
ionosphere?
I'm not exactly sure how that works, to be perfectly honest.
Look,
But
it bounces
not
off
like-
the ionosphere. So what frequency are they using to talk to the people on the moon?
See, the thing
Or
is,
was it over 40 hertz, gigahertz, or whatever they call it? 40 hertz?
I don't know, actually.
Because they say anything over that, right, doesn't reflect off the ionosphere.
Right, so they would have probably used a frequency that didn't bounce off the ionosphere. Solved your own mystery. Alright, let's see here. It said
How come when
that
people are on the
they
ISS,
used
sometimes there's delay and then sometimes there's not delay?
Oh, what do you mean sometimes they're delayed, sometimes there's not?
Yeah, when Chris Hadfield was up there, he was singing to the with the people down on Earth, and there was no delay whatsoever. They were harmonizing together.
Well, think about it. Where was the video being processed? On the space station or on the Earth?
Thing was moving 17,000 miles per hour, but I don't have the exact exact place where they were and where they were on Earth. I think they were in Hollywood.
Think about this. You obviously there's a delay between when I speak in real life and when you hear me on Discord, right? there's going to be a delay between us, right?
Well, I don't think there's supposed to be.
Well, there has to be because the information has to travel.
Yeah, 180,000 miles per hour, right?
So let's pretend there's a 1 second delay between us, okay?
Second.
If there's a 1 second delay between us, that means I say something, and then 1 second later you hear it. So if
You're
I
not
started
80,000 miles away, though, bud.
Hold on, just hold on. If I started singing a song, you wouldn't hear the song until 1 second later. And you could harmonize with the song I was singing because you are the one hearing it a second later. So the people on Earth could harmonize with Chris Hadfield because they were hearing it 1 second. They were hearing it after the delay. And the
No,
recording of
that's not. That is not what was going on there.
Okay, what was going on? What was going on there then?
They were singing and harmonizing together. He was on the ISS. They were in Hollywood.
Right. So Chris Hadfield singing a song. The video of him singing a song is transmitted to Earth. The people on Earth are singing along with the transmission, not with Chris Hadfield in real time.
Okay, so then why would there be a delay of any sort?
Because information takes time to travel. Video takes time to process.
Yes, right. So what would be like the most there would be a delay from the ISS to the Earth?
I'm not sure. Actually, what the most would be. I mean, theoretically, there isn't a limit to the delay.
What's the limit of the whatever the? You know what I'm talking about, the limit of the delay. How much delay is there?
Let me check.
I got videos of these people. They like waiting like 3-4 seconds. But it's on and off. It's sometimes they have it, sometimes they don't. I'm still wondering, by the way, how you can't focus into that ISS from the Earth.
Because it has a small.
And I know you keep saying angular size.
Well, that's the entire reason. I keep saying it because that's the answer.
Could it be because ISS is a hologram that it's not real?
No, it's definitely real. It's just far enough away and small enough that at least my telescope can't resolve everything on it.
Have you ever seen those high altitude drones that fly for 5 years, that don't have to land for 5 years? They're like a glider, and they run off solar power, and they travel at high altitude, and they circle the Earth. Right?
No, I've
Not
not seen
small. They circle east to west, right? And they're solar powered, and they don't have to refuel them or nothing. They're just solar powered, and they stay aloft for 5 years.
They circle east to west? Do they always circle east to west?
Oh, shit.
Whatever the jet stream is, whatever the sidereal rotation of the Earth, they follow that. They're not going opposite of it.
That's weird because every time I see the space station, it always goes west to east.
Hmm.
Isn't that odd?
Could be, but
I've not seen the space station pass one time that it was east to west. It's always west to east.
okay. So I think these planes are propelled. They have to be propelled. So they could be going the opposite of the sidereal rotation. But I don't believe it's that strong of a force. It may be at that altitude. But yeah, I've seen these planes. They're pretty large.
Okay. So how do they make sure that the planes travel around the Earth once every 90 minutes and that they also appear exactly where they should be relative to the observer, right? Because two observers fairly far away should see the space station pass at a certain difference of an angle. But if the planes are low enough, the angle will be a lot larger than expected. So how is it that
So how many months in advance can you predict this?
you can't predict months in advance, but you can predict days in advance?
Days?
About a week in advance is about as best as you can predict it.
Is there anyone that's ever predicted a week in advance?
Yeah. When I took the picture of the space station passing in front of the moon, I knew about that for a week.
So I'm in Arizona, right by Lake Mead. When am I going to see it again? When am I going to be able to look up and see it?
You can Google it.
I
Just
can Google it.
Google spot the station.
And it's going to tell me, let's say a week in advance or a month in advance, or I mean,
Yeah, you said you're in Arizona.
I mean, you should be able to predict this thing if it's traveling around, orbiting the Earth. You should be able to predict it, right?
Where'd you say you were near?
Geostationary orbit, right?
No. If it was in geostationary orbit, it wouldn't pass.
I
It would
got
just
you.
stay in one spot.
So if it's orbiting the Earth, how does it stay up there?
Because it's orbiting.
So it's being propelled?
No, it's not being propelled. Orbits, you don't need to be propelled. You just need to propel yourself enough to get fast enough.
So how much fuel would it take to propel the ISS to 17,500 miles per hour?
Well, the ISS was put up there in parts.
In part?
You'd have, yeah, in parts. It was built
You got
over
video of that?
many. Yeah, like you can watch videos of the parts of the ISS being launched into space.
They were putting it together in
Yeah.
space, and there's video of that.
Yeah, the Russians sent up their part first.
Are
And
there
then the
any 360 degrees views showing the fourth wall in any of those videos? Or is it just done in a studio with miniatures?
Here it says that from where you are, the space station should be visible the 23rd. Oh, it's past the 23rd. What time is it for you?
It is 2:15.
2:15?
Yeah.
It's saying that from Lake Mead, you said?
Yeah, Meadview.
Yeah, it should be visible at 3:33 a.m.
Tonight?
So, yeah, in about an hour.
In and out. Go up there and see it.
Do you have a clear view of the northern sky? Is there any trees to your north?
I got an excellent view of the northern sky.
All right.
I got a cold sky, bud.
Right. So it's saying that it'll appear. Well, actually, here, let me get you a chart. I'll be nice enough to give you a cool chart.
I'm gonna put it in my notes. There's an app, right? You can get the frequency to know when it's right over your head, right? When it's
Okay,
coming.
actually, that pass probably won't be too great. It'll be very low.
The what? The ISS will be very low.
Yeah, there's another at 5:06 a.m., but you probably might not be up to that one.
Yeah, I don't work, man. I can do whatever I want.
Alright, sick.
Tomorrow's the Sabbath anyway.
Alright, so
5 a.m.
I'll DM you the charts.
Yeah, I don't know if you can. I don't know if we're friends or not.
Do you have it set to friends?
It might be. I don't think you can direct message me.
No, I can.
What?
Here.
Did you? I can't stand this Discord app. It's I still don't like it. Just barely starting to figure this shit out.
Okay, I can put them in chat too if you want.
Yeah, throw it in chat. And what's that app that you have to use?
I use one called Astrospheric.
What did
It's
you
more
say again?
Astrospheric. It's more of a weather app for me.
What's the official NASA one that you got to plug into? Or can you even get it?
I don't use an official NASA one. I just use it's pretty much just a cloud forecast app. But here, look in chat. At like 5:06, it's gonna appear out the western sky, and it's gonna travel east and disappear in the northern sky.
It's gonna travel east to north, like northeast.
No, west to east.
West to east in the northern sky.
It's gonna start out west, and it's gonna climb a little bit, and then it's gonna set in the northeast. And how long from where you are is 5 a.m.? Like 3 hours?
Yeah, it's 2:19.
Okay. I probably will not be awake for that, but if you want, you could definitely take a video of it with your phone or something like that.
All right, so Polaris. It's just right above Polaris.
No, it's gonna go a little below Polaris.
I'm looking on your little ISS pathing. It's showing
Yeah, Polaris is the dot on
the north.
on the north line.
Right. Labeled Polaris. So the one at 3:30 can't see it.
Yeah, 3:30. I mean, it will be visible, but only for like a minute.
Hey, Explore Earth. Just FYI, your mic is hot micing like this shuffling sound.
That's my air conditioner, dude.
Ah.
I'm in the desert and it's hot at night. I
hear you.
Yeah. So, I will be around for the 3:31 at least. So, when that comes for you, Do you know how to like stream your camera through Discord?
Yeah, I don't have a very good internet here. I got like one bar, so every time I try to do stream on Discord, it just doesn't work out very well.
All right. Well, yeah. Just you can record the video on your phone and then you can post it.
Yeah, I'll check it out. 5 o'clock. I know the sun comes up pretty early around here, though. I don't know if 5 a.m. See it.
The sun won't be up for you.
It might be light enough where I won't be able to see it, though.
No. I've had it where the sky was blue and I could still see it clearly.
All right.
The space station is like immensely bright.
It's what?
Immensely bright. It is unmissable if you know where to look.
Why is it so bright?
Because it's reflecting the sun. That's why you never get space station passes at midnight. You'll always get it just after sunset or just before sunrise. And interestingly enough for you, the 331, it will just appear in the sky.
Have you ever looked into the night sky with night vision?
No, I don't have night vision stuff.
Well, not many people do, but I've seen videos of it. There's a lot of activity going on up there. How come they're bright as the sun, well, reflecting the sun? How come all those other objects aren't?
Well, I mean, you can see other small satellites. I mean, when I go outside on a clear night, I see dozens of small satellites. Sometimes my images are ruined by small satellites, actually. Like, I'll be taking an image, and there'll be just this white streak across it from a satellite. It's just that they are really, really tiny, so they don't reflect as much light as a football field.
How tiny are they when they're up on the ISS?
Like, people? Or what do you mean?
Like on the ISS, there's like 20,000, 21,000 satellites, right?
Well, no, the ISS itself is one satellite.
I know, but how many satellites are there in space?
A lot.
How many?
I don't know the exact number.
Like 21,000 or something.
Yeah. And every once in a while you can see them pass. It's just that the space station is big enough, is pretty big and pretty close. So it reflects a lot more light than small, far away ones. If that makes sense.
Do you realize that if there was an actual, if that was really real outer space, and you could really travel there, with the technology that we have nowadays, do you realize that the amazing things that we would be seeing on television on a regular basis? Not just, this no 360-degree views of anything, and no one shot 360-degree view. You'd see stars, everything. Have you ever been like on a high peak and looked at the night sky where there's no light distortion?
No.
There's like,
I wish I could see that.
and this was even Galileo said it, because he was making telescopes, and he would make a telescope, okay, and he would see stars, and then he would make a bigger telescope, and he saw like 20 times more stars.
Yep,
and then he
that's
made
my
another bigger telescope, and then he's seen like 50% more stars.
Yeah.
If you go up into Wyoming, where you're out in the middle of nowhere, and there is no light, whatever distortion. The sky is like amazing. It's like
If you could be out in outer space where there's no atmosphere and actually see the stars, because you don't see the stars. Even high altitude balloons don't see the stars, right?
Well, the high altitude balloons that they send don't have their camera settings set for stars. They
What
have it
about
set
when the ISS is on the other side of the sun, or on the other side of the moon, on the dark side of the moon, or on the sun? I mean, the Earth.
Well, I mean, if it's on the dark side of the Earth, then yeah, I bet they could get stars.
Where are these incredible images from the ISS? Video evidence, video of the stars in the night sky, 360-degree views.
Yeah, look in chat. There's a nice image.
Yeah, image. Talking about video evidence. 360-degree view. All the way around. Showing the fourth wall. You know what I'm talking about, right? When I say the fourth wall, you know what I'm talking about, right?
No.
You don't know what that is?
Also,
like a set.
I'll post the video.
A movie, and all you see is the three sides. You don't ever see the film side where everybody's filming.
Well, I don't think they put 360 cameras on the space station.
Dude, a GoPro only costs $300, $500.
Well, GoPro
They should have
$360.
them on that station like hotcakes. They should literally be littered with those cameras. If it was real.
Well, you can watch it. You're about to watch it pass in like an hour.
How come there isn't a live stream of the Earth?
There is.
No, there isn't.
Actually, I think they do what they call a live stream of the Earth, right?
Oh, there's
Yeah,
10 minutes.
I've seen it.
There's a 10-minute delay.
Why would there be a 10-minute delay? That makes no sense.
Says it. They admit it.
That's a long time.
Actually, that would be interesting, like to see, like if where the space station is on one of these videos, compared to where it's passing.
That's another thing. How come the ISS doesn't have cameras that can, zoom into the Earth and see airplanes flying upside down in Australia?
Well, because they don't need that.
Sides or whatever you're talking about. Is that what you're talking about again?
Mm-hmm.
That's a good point. Seeing planes fly upside down. Right? Because Australians, their butt is up in the air from our perspective, right?
Yeah, relative to us, but people in Australia, there is
Think
no
about that.
upside down.
Yeah, the plane would look like it was flying upside down in Australia if you got a picture from the IRS or ISS.
No, if the ISS was flying over a plane in Australia, you would see the top of the plane.
Hey, the straight from NASA, the live stream from ISS, the comments are turned off.
Yeah, they do that.
Because the internet is full of.
Not a live stream either.
How much you want to bet it's going to be passing over Arizona when you see it?
Oh, I know a light will be up there. I don't know if it's the ISS or not, but I know there's going to be some kind of light, something traveling over my head. I promise you that. They will.
I keep seeing the video from space station has been interrupted due to either loss of signal between the station and the communications network, where it is being used for station operational purposes. The EHDC is currently being used to provide a view of Earth using the end of life of the DHEV payload, whatever that means.
Well, it had to stop and, refuel and then get back up there. That's all. We'll tell you when it's going to pass, though.
Well, I'll tell you when it's going to pass down to the second, where it's going to pass.
Yeah, they can do that too, bud. I mean, you're talking about technology nowadays. You can do some amazing shit, man. They can melt whole fucking cities like Maui in fucking minutes. Melt people in the ocean and then steal all their kids.
I mean, yeah, I've always thought that the technology that is given to civilians versus the technology of the military, or they, for lack of better words, has got to be like vastly different. Like over 40 years.
What time zone are you in? What's your name?
Arizona's in the same time zone as the Pacific.
You're in Pacific time?
Yeah, it doesn't change. It's on the border between, the mountain and Pacific, but it doesn't change. There is no daylight savings. It just stays the same.
You don't have daylight savings there?
Yeah,
No.
Arizona is the only state that. So it's 2:32 for you, right?
Isn't it?
Yeah, because it's 4:30 here. That's Central. So Pacific is 2 hours before me.
Alright, so it's 2:32. So in about an hour, you should see the space station.
In an hour?
Yeah.
Yeah, the 3:33, right?
Mm-hmm. It's like in exactly an hour.
Why is it making a different kind of orbit?
How come the live stream, how come the image we're seeing doesn't move? Nothing in the video moves other than it scrolling sideways. Completely static.
Because, like, big clouds don't move very fast. Like, considering their size.
When I look up in the sky, sometimes they move pretty fast.
Well, yeah, like, relative to the ground, but if you're looking super high up.
If the Earth was actually flat, would you really want to know?
Yeah.
Okay, let me ask you another question. So, the heliocentric model and the geocentric model, okay, there's a lot of, things that they're similar, right?
Not really, no.
Well, yeah. Most of the things that happen here on the Earth could be proven either way, either the heliocentric model or the geocentric model, right?
Right. It's just one of them is.
They admit it
a
all
lot
the
more
time.
easy to
That happens
follow.
on both models, right?
I mean,
So
yeah,
which one do you think is the more viable model? The one that needs energy and dark matter, or the one that doesn't?
The
One that
heliocentric
what?
model. The heliocentric model doesn't need dark energy and dark matter.
Sure,
all
it does.
All it needs is gravity.
Nope.
Yeah.
Matter and dark energy. It's 96% wrong.
Geocentric model doesn't really have anything to do with it.
Heliocentric model in the universe, and they looked out and they saw that the galaxies needed more mass in order for them to hold themselves together.
Well, no. Geocentric model and heliocentric model basically explain what's at the center of the solar system, not how galaxies far away work.
No, how the sky moves around the Earth.
Or how the sky is stationary and the Earth moves through it. Anyway,
the point is, which one would be the more viable model?
Heliocentric.
And it's 96% wrong.
How is it 96% wrong?
Because you need dark energy and dark matter.
You don't need dark energy and dark matter to explain that the Earth rotates around the sun.
Okay. Give me one experiment that proves the Earth orbits the sun. Exclusive to the Earth orbiting the sun. One experiment. Put it in the chat.
It's called the retrograde motion of the planets.
No. That's not exclusive.
Yeah, it is.
No.
Yeah, it is.
No, that could be done on a stationary Earth.
How so?
With sidereal rotation of the sky.
Right, but I mean, like, relative to the stars. Like, right now, Jupiter is moving backwards relative to the stars.
Okay. Do you believe Einstein?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
He said, no terrestrial experiment can prove the Earth is orbiting the sun. No terrestrial experiment can prove the Earth is orbiting the sun.
Okay, well, I'd like to see that quote.
He didn't know. He didn't say. He didn't say. Planets. He didn't say the.
Well,
he said
Einstein also said that nuclear bombs were impossible.
Terrestrial experiment can prove the Earth is orbiting the sun.
Einstein also said that nuclear bombs are impossible.
He was right about that.
Yeah, I believe that.
That nuclear bombs aren't possible.
100%. I don't believe in atomism. Atomism was done away with by Einstein, by the way.
You don't believe in atoms? Hold on. You don't believe in atoms?
He did away with it. General relativity. Relativity.
How does relativity?
Bending and warping of space-time. No
Like,
more
you
atoms. No more nuclei. No more atoms.
No way.
By Einstein.
Hold on. One thing at a time. Like, for instance, nuclear bombs. Like Hiroshima in Japan. When we sent the what was his name? It was like Big Boy or Little Boy or
it was Little Boy and Fat Man.
Little Boy and Fat Man, yeah. We dropped those nuclear bombs, right? But did Japan rebuild those cities like overnight?
No.
They didn't.
No.
They were fire bombs. All the structures are standing.
No. There's photos of Hiroshima and Nagasaki after the bombings that are just flat fields. There was nothing after those bombs.
There's no such thing as a nuclear weapon or nuclear bomb.
Okay, what about nuclear energy?
Oh yeah, there's nuclear energy.
Okay.
Well, hear me out. The reason why I think, hang on one second. The reason why I think that nuclear bombs does not exist is because I think that is fear mongering to make everybody afraid of nuclear energy, so that it's not given to the people to produce energy for, I wouldn't say forever, but for a very, very long time. That it's very clean energy. So they have to keep people in a state of fear to say, oh, well, you don't like our regime, you don't like what we're doing, and we could just label anybody an enemy, like what was it, Syria? I forget what country it was. But they started enriching, uranium or whatever it was. with the whole Stuxnet, where they reprogram the Siemens PLCs, programmable logic controllers.
Let me explain this to you, and you can look this up too. Okay.
Nuclear bombs existed way before nuclear power.
Okay, when they were testing the bombs, right? They were out there testing the bombs in the Nevada desert. There was army. The army was out there. Okay. There were 2 sites. Okay. There were soldiers on one of the sites, and they were stacking dynamite. Lots of it. Big stacks of dynamite. And they were telling the soldiers, well, why are we stacking all this dynamite? They told them, we're comparing it with the nuclear bomb over there at the other site. They were stacking dynamite at both sites. How do I know this? Because the soldiers, the ones who lived, the ones who were there, they told them both that they were both stacking dynamite, and they were telling them, yeah, the nuclear bomb's going off at the other site.
Well, the thing is that nuclear bombs existed before nuclear energy. You know, when they discovered how to split
bombs, dude.
I'm talking to a blue car. When they discovered how to split the atom, they immediately went into making a weapon, right? And the difference between a nuclear power plant and a nuclear bomb is that the power plant actively controls how much fission is happening, where a nuclear bomb has it to where as much fission happens as physically possible. That's the difference.
You can't believe in atoms and relativity at the same time.
Why not?
Because Einstein did away. They changed the model from atomism to relativity.
Yeah,
They did away
I
with
don't.
it. Yes, they did.
Relativity does not do away
But
with atoms.
I promise you, they did away with atomism.
Okay, show me where. Show me where Einstein
Einstein's
said
theory of
that.
relativity. You just admitted it. He said that nuclear bombs don't exist.
No, he theorized that they couldn't exist,
That's right.
but he was
When he
proven
came up
wrong.
with his theory of relativity and the bending and warping of space-time.
Yeah, but the theory of relativity has not been proven wrong.
It's called a theory, just like gravity is a theory.
Okay,
right?
great.
Right. Well, theory.
You can't believe
Theory
in
in scientific terms.
if you believe in relativity.
Theory in scientific terms is different than the way we use theory, like in day-to-day use. Science theory is like the best explanation possible given the information. So the theory of relativity is based on actual observations of time dilation and black holes, and gravitational lensing. That's what the theory of relativity is based on. It's actually like physically observable.
What's physically observable?
Time dilation.
Virtual particles? What about length contraction? Is that visible too? Can you see that happening?
Well, length contraction, that's in theory, not practice, because length contraction only happens at relativistic speed.
Can we see an atom?
Yeah.
We can.
You can't like point a camera at it, but you can use like special microscopes to somewhat see them, I guess.
Nobody's ever seen an electron, dude.
Well, yeah, you can't see electrons because We can't know where electrons are.
Well, if we can't see electrons, then we can't see an atom because electron is part of an atom.
No, we can detect electrons. We can't physically see them, but we can detect electrons. So if we fire electrons at an atom, the electrons will be diverted away.
Okay, there's a problem with your theory, though. These,
all right.
what shape is the electron and the atom and all them things? Spheres, right?
No, they don't really have a shape. They're not really physical. Quantum
They're not-
mechanics are, yeah, quantum mechanics are like super duper weird. Like the protons, neutrons, electrons, they don't really have shape per se.
Right, like the illustrations that we're giving in the textbooks is complete nonsense. That's just like an illustration so that we can see something and being like, okay, yeah, to
well, the
because we can't
illustration
actually see it, right?
the illustrations can only get you so far, right? Like, yeah, we know that, like,
It's like DNA, right? We can't see DNA, like the whole double helix strand. It's complete nonsense. We can't see DNA. The TG whatever.
Right. But
Complete
we
nonsense.
we can test. We can like do chemical tests for the chemicals within DNA. We can test for deoxyribose. We can test for adenine, cytosine, guanine, thymine.
Okay, you're claiming all this stuff. Okay, do you think they know what water is?
Yeah. Everyone knows what water.
What is water?
It's 2 hydrogens and an oxygen.
Okay, now go online and see what happens when they mix 2 oxygen or whatever, 2 oxygen, 2 hydrogen atoms. H2O, 2 hydrogen atoms and 1 oxygen atom. Go online and see when they try to create water. See what happens.
I thought hydrogen was a flammable gas, and oxygen is not flammable, but rather an accelerant or an oxidizer. Right? It's required for a fire.
Well, when atoms,
it explodes.
When atoms bond to other atoms, they can sort of change properties, right? Like sodium metal is extremely explosive when introduced to water, and chlorine gas is extremely toxic. But what happens if you put sodium atoms and chlorine atoms together? What do you get?
Sodium chloride.
Right, you get salt. When
Okay,
you mix
listen.
those two deadly atoms next to each other, you get salt.
Hold on a second. There's experiments online. You can go look in universities. They do this. They've done quite a bit of them. They're trying to recreate water with H2O. 2 hydrogen atoms, 1 oxygen atom. They get explosions, not water.
Well, it'll be hard to like directly have a tank of oxygen and have a tank of hydrogen and fuse it together into water.
They're taking two
difficult.
molecules of hydrogen and 2 molecules of oxygen and mix them together, and they get explosions.
Right, because oxygen and hydrogen is a very flammable mixture.
Yeah, not water. In other words.
Right.
Right. Those two are gases. How is it a gas, a liquid, and a solid? Right. I think it's all nonsense. The phase change, what gases are, it's complete nonsense. Like we breathe in oxygen and we expel carbon dioxide. It's like that's complete nonsense. Like so
let me
that's
ask you guys a question.
Well, let me explain it to you. The oxygen we breathe, we're not breathing in oxygen atoms. We're breathing in oxygen molecules, which is 2 oxygen atoms bonded to each other. when we breathe in hydrogen, we're not breathing in hydrogen atoms, we're breathing in hydrogen molecules, which are two hydrogens bonded to each other. Right? And when atoms bond to other atoms, they make molecules, and different molecules have different properties. That's the thing. If you
Okay,
have
great explanation.
if you have two hydrogens and one oxygen, you get water. If you add just one more oxygen, you get hydrogen peroxide.
Or so
Okay,
they say.
they've done these experiments in universities. They get explosions, dude.
Right.
Explosions.
See, you might not be able to fuse the two gases together, but you can split water into two gases.
Great story, dude. The
I'm
experiment
gonna,
apply, dude.
I'm gonna go out on a limb and say that over 90% of what we're told in grade school and all the Rothschild-controlled universities and colleges, which is over 90% of them, a lot of the science is complete nonsense. All of it.
I'll tell you what is real, okay?
It's all bullshit. All of
Have you
it. As
heard
crazy
of-
as that
Have you
sounds.
heard of what's called the electrolysis of water?
I believe I've heard of that. Yeah.
Yeah, I think didn't Stanley Meyer, I believe his name is. He had a Volkswagen dune buggy, and he rented it off of hydrogen from water. He was able to get hydrogen from water somehow, and then once he went public with it, he ended up dead the next day.
Yeah, hydrogen and oxygen.
Yeah. So what you can do is if you put a current through water, the water will split into hydrogen molecules and oxygen molecules, and you will get exactly 2 times more hydrogen in one vial than the oxygen in the other vial.
Okay. So you needed electricity to do that, right?
Right. It takes some energy to split molecules.
So is water made up of energy, hydrogen, and oxygen?
No. Like, water is made up of hydrogen and oxygen, but they're bonded together.
I'm telling you.
They really like each other, and they're hugging each other very close.
Dude,
And
there's
when-
thousands. Just Google it. They're trying to create water by combining
it's-
hydrogen and oxygen.
I
They
get
can't
it.
do it.
It's hard to create water, but it's easy to
Well,
to
if they're
split it.
smart and knew what it was, it wouldn't be so hard to create. It's just like evolution.
Well,
because it all created itself. But
chemistry-
we're playing it happening today as we speak.
Chemistry doesn't have to bend to your will. Just because you want it to be easy doesn't mean it's true. Chemistry is difficult, and the problem is that oxygen naturally wants to bond. Like, if you have a tank of oxygen, the oxygen is going to naturally want to bond to itself, the other oxygen. And if you have a tank of hydrogen, the hydrogen is naturally going to bond to itself. So, to make water out of hydrogen and oxygen, you would somehow have to split those atoms apart. And or not the atoms. You'd have to split those molecules. You'd have to split the molecules apart and throw them at each other.
And they
before
can't
they.
do it.
Is it really complicated though? I mean, because if someone truly understands something completely, 100%, it can always be dumbed down into simple terms. You break it down. It's just like math, right? It's not that complicated. You just break it down. And if someone cannot put something simply in simple terms where the layman person can understand it, then they don't understand it.
Like it's basically like
right.
If you had
Would you agree?
if you had 2 piles of magnets. Like
Do you
if you
agree
had a
with what I
pile-
said?
Yeah, private judgment. I believe you're exactly right. That's what the Bible
like,
teaches.
yeah, you can understand something. You can understand what water is made of, but the thing is that water is made up of oxygen and hydrogen, and oxygen likes to bond to other oxygens. Hydrogens like to bond to other hydrogens. So you would have to split apart those molecules and throw them at each other. But it takes time to throw them at each other, and by that time they will have bonded to themselves again and not to the other.
And you got to go get on the internet and just go look up. We're trying to create water.
Well, and the other thing is that water, like
Actual experiments, not explanations. Actual experiments. They're trying to recreate water with hydrogen and oxygen, and they can't do it. It explodes.
yeah, because it's difficult, very
Can't be
difficult to
done
put
because
them.
is
Yeah, do you know?
water conscious?
Hey,
I believe
dude,
Does it have memory?
I've got a question.
No,
Can I ask a question?
Maybe somebody can hear you.
Donut guy,
It's
Carlos.
about the question is about oxidation. So you know how oxidation happens, right?
Yeah, like rusty stuff.
Okay, so
Erosion.
it doesn't happen noticeably on anything that's living. Yeah. So like if you have a live plant, it's not going to die because of oxygen. But if you take the life out of an apple and you pick it off the tree and you leave it on the ground, that's going to be subjected to oxidization. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not going to get affected as long as it stays alive, as long as it's got a life essence to it. Yeah.
Life force. It's called something. There's something. It's called the microthymus. You know what that is?
Well, I bet you if you had an apple on a tree and you took a bite out of the apple while it was still on the tree, I bet you it would turn brown.
It would
Yeah,
actually heal itself.
it probably would.
Yeah.
Happens all the time. Birds peck it. It just heals right up, just like a wound.
Yes. Yes, like when you do some grafting, like in a vineyard, and you're putting two varieties together, it heals itself and not.
Just like us.
Have you guys ever heard of the microthymus?
I'm gonna leave for a second. I'll come back for Explore Earth to see the space station though.
Why does he
Alright.
sound like Wolfgang so much? Are you cousins?
I don't know.
Have you
who
met
Wolfgang.
You haven't
No.
spoken to Wolfgang? Wow, I'd love to have him in here having a conversation with you. I'll be so confused who is who.
Yeah. Anyway, I'm gonna go for a bit.
So anyway,
I'll be back.
have you guys heard of the microthymus?
What's a microthymus?
Yeah.
Yeah, what is it?
It's a fluid that exists in every living thing on Earth. It can't be heated. It can't be heated in the hottest furnace. It can't be frozen in the coldest freezer.
Yeah, it's immortal, right?
They don't know what it is.
Is it in the human body, did you say?
It's in every living thing.
Well, I mean, it's just like cooking food, right? There's nutrition in it. There's vitamins and minerals, but the heat usually doesn't affect those as that much. But what is affected is the digestive enzymes, which are what helps us break it down into a simpler form to be able to use.
So they discovered this when they were cremating bodies, right? They were cremating humans, right? And when they put them in the furnace, it would burn the bones and everything to ashes. But there was always a brown fluid left over. And they tried to do experiments on it. And they do not know what it is to this day. But the germ theory, I don't know if you ever heard about what the guy did to disprove the germ theory, right?
Talking about Béchamp? Antoine Béchamp?
Might have been him. So anyways, so he took a petri dish and he put a frog inside of it, right? and he let the frog deteriorate. It deteriorated all the way down to a liquid, right? Without any outside interference whatsoever. It just deteriorated down into this fluid. They're saying that you get sick and all that stuff from outside influence, but he took these different. It wasn't just frogs. I think he did frogs and another couple other things, but he put them in a petri dish and they deteriorated into this liquid, a bacteria. All right.
Does it have DNA in it? Is it made up of cells?
Yeah, I mean, I didn't go into the great study. I was just taking points from what I learned from a good buddy of mine. He did a lot of research on this germ theory, but that's how we know there is no such thing as like, you know, a germ, a virus. You know what I mean?
Are there parts
The
of your body that you can't extract DNA from? It's like in your body, can you only get DNA from certain parts of your body, like your bones and your hair and your fingernails and your skin?
Everything has it.
Sure, if you can get it from the bacteria in your body.
So even like even like the lunch I had today, you could pull that out and find my DNA there.
It'd be mixed with your bile, your digestive fluids. So yeah.
I mean, we all had the same, you know, we all had different fingerprints, we all had different blood, we all had different